Should they do a swap between Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance, bring Jimmy back into the fold? And what does this tell you about Jimmy G? If they think Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy are both better than Trey Lance, and they thought Trey Lance was better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Like, I know I'm connecting a lot of dots here, but it does seem weird that a year ago today, like I said, the 49ers were fully confident letting Trey Lance be the face of the franchise for a team that was previously making deep playoff runs. Well, we'll see if it all works out for the 49ers and if their quarterbacks can stay healthy this year, because we know in the NFL, quarterbacks hardly stay healthy. It's nice to have options, but it looks like Trey Lance might be running out of options here in San Francisco and could be playing for another team maybe as soon as next week. Now, Kyle did say that he plans to play Trey Lance on Friday after he broke the news yesterday that he will be QB3 and actually dismissed him from practice. Didn't even show up yesterday at Levi's, but he'll be there tomorrow night. So if you want one last chance to watch Trey Lance in red and gold, Friday night is your night. Week 3 of the preseason against the LA Chargers, and it's essentially just going to be a showcase game for Trey Lance. And then we'll see if the 49ers do pull the trigger before that deadline next Tuesday when they have to cut down to a 53-man roster. So there's plenty of angles, like I said, to get into this morning with Trey Lance. We have sound from Fred Warner down at Levi's yesterday. We got sound from Ian Rappaport, Matt Mayoko, and, of course, clips from the exclusive Kyle Shanahan interview that we can get to on the other side. But we will check in on some Giants baseball yesterday as they survived another Camilo Duvall. Don't want to call it a meltdown, but it definitely wasn't a good performance. Back-to-back blown saves. You heard the highlights in the show open. Bryce Harper goes deep in the 9th inning, ties up the game with a 3-run jack down the line off the foul pole. And then here comes Jacob Junis in a tie ball game. Interesting decision there, but he works into it. Giants then go to extra innings. And after Camilo Duvall was out here handing out free 90s, so does Craig Kimbrell. Puts a couple guys on for the Giants. Next thing you know, here's Paul DeYoung coming in to save the day. The same Paul DeYoung that just got cut from the Toronto Blue Jays after going, 3 for 44 since being traded from the St. Louis Cardinals. Well, guess what? He had 3 hits yesterday. Had 4 RBIs. We're talking about a Giants offense that's been averaging less than 4 runs per game over the last 2 months of the season. Paul DeYoung steps in the middle of the lineup, has 3 hits, 4 RBIs, a 2-run home run, and the big 2 RBI single in extra innings. Puts the Giants up and actually gives the Giants the season series win over the Philadelphia Phillies. They swept 3 in San Francisco, won 1 in Philadelphia. So that's going to be huge for a potential tiebreaker if the Giants climb back up those wild card standings. Philadelphia Phillies currently still in that number 1 wild card spot. Chicago Cubs and the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Cincinnati Reds all won last night. So the Giants are still sitting half a game out. And now this weekend they'll be taking on the Atlanta Braves. Looking like we're going to get a Spencer Strider-Logan Webb matchup Friday night. That's box office. That's must-see TV. But then I guess you got to choose and pick your poison, whether or not you want to go see Spencer Strider and Logan Webb or go watch Trey Lance's last game as a 49er. But hey, who knows? Maybe they will keep him on the roster. Maybe they cut him next week. This has just been one weird situation with Trey Lance. I guess we can hit him with the Jimmy Garoppolo. It's been a hell of a ride.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
Yeah. Shout out Paulie Mack and Jimmy and Joey and Trey and James Wiseman by the Bay, the bit that we do on the Murph and Mack show.
It's been a hell of a ride.
I mean, geez, this is essentially like deja vu in the Bay Area. It's James Wiseman all over again. Him being shipped out of town. We'll see if Trey Lance is in a trade package in the next couple of days. And why not get you that sound from Kyle Shanahan on the other side, talking about Trey Lance and what's going to happen today, tomorrow, the next day. But as Kyle told us, we don't even know who's going to be alive on Sunday. Dave, I know what I'm going to be doing on a Thursday. That's drinking at noon on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
The news coming out of San Francisco 49ers headquarters on Wednesday really proved to be one of the more shocking developments of recent years. Trey Lance, the number 3 overall pick in the 2021 draft, no longer appears to have a home here with the 49ers. The club clearly deciding to move on. Sam Darnold won the backup job behind 49ers starting quarterback Brock Purdy, and so that leaves Trey Lance in complete limbo. The 49ers are exploring all options, and Wednesday on the practice field, Trey Lance wasn't even out there. His teammates didn't know what was going on, and the 49ers have remained largely quiet about what their plans are. But one thing is for certain. Trey Lance is now available in a trade, which, if you remember, just a year ago, he was considered the franchise quarterback, the guy who's going to be the quarterback of the future. Now that position is firmly held by Brock Purdy, with Sam Darnold as the number 2 guy.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the sports leader.
Life comes at you fast, doesn't it, Trey Lance? 1 year ago today, we were talking about Trey Lance being QB1 and potentially leading the 49ers to the promised land. Fast forward 1 year, 365 days, and now we're talking about Trey Lance being on the trading block and the 49ers exercising all options.
Trade me right now.
Yeah, now it might be some sound from Trey Lance himself in his camp, maybe putting out a trade request to the 49ers after Kyle Shanahan had a sit-down yesterday with Trey Lance early in the morning and broke the news to him that Sam Darnold will officially be QB2 for your San Francisco 49ers, which led to a bit of a scene of chaos yesterday at Levi Stadium, where you just heard Matt Mayoko checking in live from the practice field. He was on the practice field, and Trey Lance was not. Because after he got the news from Kyle Shanahan, Kyle told our own Tolbert and Copes yesterday that Trey took the news pretty harshly, and they decided that he should probably take the day off. Now, as I said, it led to a lot of confusion for beat reporters, for players that were actually on the field. And it really wasn't clarified until Kyle Shanahan came on the afternoon show yesterday, because both Kyle and John Lynch did not speak after 49ers practice. Now, luckily for all you 49er faithful fans out there, you got to hear Kyle Shanahan yesterday afternoon, and you'll be able to hear from John Lynch today at 8 a.m. when me and Paulie Mack have a chance to ask him a couple questions about the future of Trey Lance. But yesterday, the only guy who really took to the podium to talk about this was Fred Warner, which was kind of an interesting decision. Now, Fred is one of the team captains. It's all pro Fred, and he pretty much is the voice of the defense, especially since, Nick Bosa still isn't at camp. That's a storyline that's kind of been pushed out of the way with this Trey Lance, Sam Darnold news, and it's something that we will ask John Lynch about again today at 8 a.m. But I wanted to play this sound from you from Fred Warner to kind of just get the feel, the vibe yesterday at 49ers training camp and what it was like to walk out to the practice field and not see Sam Darnold out there and to only see Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, and Brandon Allen on the practice field.
I mean, honestly, I don't know much about the situation, like complete honesty. I came out to practice. I saw there was only 3 quarterbacks out there. Trey's not out there. So, I mean, I'm trying to ask around what's going on. There's not a clear answer right now. Obviously, love Trey. I don't know what's going on with him right now or what's going to be next. But, yeah, we just got to keep preparing, get ready. We have a game on Friday. Keep preparing towards Pittsburgh, getting better. But with the QB stuff, I'm honestly not even sure what exactly is going on. So.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think Trey Lance knows what sure is going on. Like, you got to think about the questions that are going through his mind right now. The expectations that he had as the number 3 overall pick. The trade package that the 49ers gave up to get him. And I know there's always discussions about, whether they gave up 2 first-round draft picks or 3 first-round draft picks, whether it was a pick swap, whatever. Bottom line is, to get that number 3 overall pick, guess what? You had to give up a 2021 first-rounder. That was the number 12 overall pick that ended up being Micah Parsons to the Dallas Cowboys. You had to give up a 2022 first-rounder. That went to the Patriots. They ended up drafting an offensive lineman. Also included a 2023 third-rounder that went to the Dolphins and a 2023 first-rounder that ended up going to the Dolphins as well. Now, that was another offensive lineman pick, so people can say, oh, well, these draft picks didn't pan out too well. And you never really know what the 49ers would have done if they would have stayed at number 12. Well, who knows? I was a guy who didn't think that Trey Lance was going to go top 5 originally, and I thought maybe they could have got him at number 12 or maybe even get a quarterback like Mac Jones at number 12. Hell, I thought they were moving up to number 3 to go out and get Justin Fields. Probably would have been a little bit better of a better move, but again, that's something that's neither here or there. The 49ers decided to take Trey Lance with that number 3 overall pick, but you look at the guys that were drafted right after him, whether it's Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, Devontae Smith, Justin Fields, Michael Parsons, Rashawn Slater. I mean, these are guys that are perennial Pro Bowlers. Trey Lance does not fit in that conversation, and it's because we haven't seen Trey Lance on the field at all, folks. Again, 4 starts for the San Francisco 49ers. Played 8 total games, threw 102 total passes. So if we are looking at the future of Trey Lance and him moving on, then yeah, I would say maybe you do have to put it in the conversation of one of the worst NFL draft day trades. I know a lot of people already labeled this kid a bust. Again, he's 23 years old. Who knows if he goes to another team and has success? I mean, people forget that Alex Smith had 1 touchdown and 11 interceptions his rookie season. People were ready to write him off. How many coaches did he go through? Look what happened when he ended up in Kansas City with Andy Reid. Now, I'm not saying Trey Lance is going to go down that same path. But the biggest problem is we just don't know what this kid is. Nobody does. Not even his coaches at North Dakota State, where he barely played. And that's why I just think it's confusing moving forward what the 49ers are going to do, because I don't think the trade value is going to be there. I don't think they're going to get anywhere close to the package that they gave up. They're not going to get a second rounder. They're not going to get a third rounder.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
They'll be lucky if they get a 4th. It's more than likely it's going to be a 5th or maybe a 6th round draft pick. And if you're one of these teams who's thinking about, okay, why would I trade for Trey Lance? In the next 4 or 5 days, the 49ers just might make the decision to cut him, which of course is going to come with financial ramifications for the 49ers as well because of what he's owed on the salary cap this year. So again, all this has a trickle-down effect. And then it brings up the question, if you do want to keep a emergency quarterback who you're paying $9-10 million to this year. And that's why I think so many people were tuned in to KNBR, the sports leader, last night, waiting for that Giants game to end after the Camilo Duvall mishap and the Giants winning in extra innings off the bat of Paul DeJong. But a lot of people were waiting for Kyle Shanahan to make his appearance on the afternoon show for an exclusive interview. An interview that I saw this morning is getting play all over NFL Network, all over ESPN. So I thought we'd give it some play this morning on the Murph and Mac show and also on the leadoff spot. And here is Kyle Shanahan yesterday with the Afternoon Boys, Tolbert and Copes, talking about that decision to go with Sam Darnold over Trey Lance.
I mean, it was a hell of a battle. They were neck and neck for a long time, but just really over these last, 10 days and stuff, we felt Sam started to separate himself. And we felt he did it in practice consistently, and he's been getting better each day. Trey made it real tight. He made it tough. It wasn't an easy decision for us, but we felt the work that they both put in. This game, our decision was made before this game, so felt I owed it at least to Trey to tell him first and foremost. So I brought him in this morning and let him know, and now we're here.
The decision was made before this game. And the game, of course, he's talking about is the Week 3 preseason matchup against the LA Chargers. Now, this is interesting because we played some sound for you yesterday of former KNBR employee Larry Krueger asking Kyle Shanahan about the QB2 plan, and he said he wasn't going to name that quarterback until right before the Week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. There's even a question asked about whether or not they would go with a rotating quarterback system behind Brock Purdy. And he said, yeah, there's a possibility of that. And something changed over the last 24, 48 hours where Kyle and the entire 49ers organization made the decision to go with Sam Darnold. And it sounds like Kyle is talking about the last 10 games being the last 2 preseason games. Whether it was Week 1 against the Las Vegas Raiders or Week 2 against the Denver Broncos, where Sam Darnold put on consistent, serviceable quarterback play. And I think with Trey Lance, you saw the highs and lows.
Seen ghosts.
You saw the flashes of what Trey can do. with the 2 late game scoring drives that he led to get the comeback win against the Denver Broncos. Now, again, it's against third stringers in the fourth quarter of the second preseason game. But if you're talking about what Sam Darnold did over the last 10 days, then you would be looking at his performance against third stringers from the Las Vegas Raiders. So that's why I think it has to be put on an even playing field. But the question was it an even playing field coming into training camp? Whether or not you believe Trey Lance actually got the reps, and if the 49ers put him on a path to succeed. Again, this is a guy that they thought was going to be the franchise quarterback. A lot has changed over the last year. As we pointed out, the biggest thing that's changed is Brock Purdy's in the building. He took over this team. He won essentially every game he started and could throw a football in leading up to that NFC Championship game. And because of that injury, there was some uncertainty whether or not he'd be ready for week 1 of the season, and that's why they went out and got Sam Darnold. So maybe we should have known all along that the 49ers might have been shopping Trey Lance since the NFL draft, which was a report yesterday from Diana Rossini saying that the 49ers have been shopping him all offseason. Now, it doesn't seem like the trade value has been there because, once again, what is the trade value going to be for a guy that's thrown 400 passes in his entire football career, folks? That's including college. That's including high school. A guy that's thrown 100 passes in the NFL with the 49ers. There's just not too long of a resume, not too long of a list. And at this point, the 49ers are not going to waste time developing Trey Lance moving forward. Just my speculation. And then obviously it seems like the speculation of Kyle Shanahan too, especially since they decided to go with Sam Darnold over Trey Lance. Now, as I mentioned, after Trey was told this news yesterday, the 49ers decided to give him the day off, which led to the confusion down at Levi's yesterday from Fred Warner, from Matt Mayoko, and all the 49ers beat reporters. Here was Kyle explaining that back and forth conversation with Trey Lance and why they decided it was a good thing for both sides to get away from each other for just one day.
Trey's put his heart and soul into this like a lot of players, like almost all players do. And these are conversations I have to have with guys a lot. They're never easy. They're really tough. But it's also always tough when the spotlight's on it, as much as it is with this situation, with it being Trey, with our quarterback, his pick in the draft. So I knew that was hard on him. We had such a light practice today, and watching how Trey was and when we talked, we just thought it was better, hey, take the day off, get away a little bit, clear your head some, and we'll talk later in the afternoon, and we'll get you back in here tomorrow. And especially the practice we had today was our shortest one of the year. First time we didn't do pads. I just felt it was the best thing for him.
Yeah, so they give Trey a little time to breathe and kind of digest the news. Again, it's got to be overwhelming for a guy that was a top 3 draft pick. But then you look at Sam Darnold and the path that he's been on, and maybe the change of scenery will revitalize his career. I know a lot of people look at those last 3-4 games that he started last year with the Carolina Panthers. I still think he had a bit of a turnover issue, to be honest with you. And I've broken it down, whether it was the 49ers-Raiders joint practices or me being at both preseason games. I think Sam Darnold is a serviceable backup quarterback. Do I think he's going to light the world on fire? No, but that's not what you need from a backup quarterback. And I know it's been an argument in the competition that has been Sam Darnold versus Trey Lance of who has the higher floor. And it seems like the 49ers have gone with the quote-unquote safer option because they've seen Sam Darnold deliver the mail, whether it's in practice, the 11-on-11 reps, or in the preseason. But then again, that's not real game speed. That's not out there against Bill Belichick throwing different defensive coverages, which led to the infamous "I'm seeing ghost" quote from Sam Darnold. So again, maybe the change of scenery will change the future and change the narrative about Sam Darnold moving forward. Or maybe the same thing will happen to Trey Lance and he'll get a change of scenery and he'll be playing for somebody else. And who knows how his career is going to turn out. Again, I've mentioned Alex Smith. I've mentioned kind of these late blooming quarterbacks. We've seen it happen before, but we've also seen these quarterbacks have an extensive college career and actually get some reps during their rookie season, their sophomore season, and play more than 4 games, or should I say 8, but he only started 4 of them. But maybe he'll be starting Friday night because Kyle Shanahan also clarified yesterday that Trey Lance will be playing with the 49ers and putting on that red and gold jersey for at least one more game. Dave, let's cut down to cut J right here. This has the question included with Copes, with him asking Kyle Shanahan yesterday whether or not Trey Lance's playing time is done with the 49ers or if he will suit up for that final preseason game of the year.
Do you still have plans to play Trey on Friday against the Chargers?
Yes, I do. Yeah, as he comes back here and we get all this situated, but I plan on Trey going in right after Sam.
So that to me says it's a showcase game. They're going to put Trey Lance out there. Kyle has not confirmed or denied whether or not Brock Purdy and the starters will play, but you heard him say that he will come in after Sam. So I would assume Sam Darnold's going to play at least the first or the second quarter, and then the second half will kind of be the farewell tour for Trey Lance. And again, an opportunity for other teams around the league to get their eyes on Trey. But it's going to come down to these next 4 to 5 days until next Tuesday, until that 53-man cut-down day, where the 49ers are going to have to make a decision on the future of Trey Lance. And on the other side of the coin, there's going to be other teams kind of playing chicken with the 49ers. Maybe offering a 5th or 6th round pick, or maybe they just wait until he gets released. If that's going to happen down the road, we'll see how the cookie crumbles. And we actually had some great sound from Ian Rappaport talking about a couple trade suitors for Trey Lance. So, Dave, how about we hit that on the other side? We'll take a quick break, continue the Trey Lance discussion. I think it's going to dominate most of the morning show today with Paulie Mack, as I'm filling in for Brian Murphy. And as I mentioned earlier, we will discuss this conversation with the 49ers general manager, John Lynch, at 8 a.m. this morning. Plenty of 49ers news. And it continues next on the other side. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Thursday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Trey under center. 49ers on the 45. Going to roll Trey Lance to the right. Has time. Going to throw back left on the over route. It is caught by Deebo Samuel inside the 10. Breaks a tackle. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Now back to the leadoff spot with Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Thursday morning. It is indeed Marcus the Waterboy Boucher taking you up to 10 a.m. this morning, filling in for Brian Murphy again with Paulie Mack on the Murph and Mack Morning Show, where we're going to have the chance to talk to John Lynch this morning at 8 a.m. and ask all of the questions that you want to ask about Trey Lance and his future with or without the San Francisco 49ers. And as you heard on the rejoin from my guy Overnight Dave, it all kind of goes back to that game last year against the Seattle Seahawks, where he goes down with an injury, pretty much ending what we all thought was going to be the Trey Lance era. Shout out to my guy Greg Papa and his Trey Area calls. Well, now it's looking like Trey Lance might be leaving the Bay Area, because when he got hurt, Jimmy Garoppolo came in. Didn't look fantastic, by the way. Shout out to the time he stepped out of the back of the end zone against the Denver Broncos. But then we saw Jimmy get hurt against the Miami Dolphins, which led to Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy coming in to save the day and to save the 49ers season. And in the 8 games that he played last year, going 7-1 as a starter, hell, I'll even throw in the extra game that he played 3 quarters plus against the Miami Dolphins, Brock Purdy looked like the most serviceable quarterback that the 49ers have had in the past 4 or 5 years, to be honest with you. And that's a big reason why now the 49ers have decided to not only A, go with Brock Purdy, but to go with Sam Darnold as a backup quarterback and to drop Trey Lance down to number 3 overall on the depth chart. And from what it's been being talked about around on the national media down at Levi Stadium, it sounds like Trey Lance could be completely dropped off the 53-man roster. Because there was a report yesterday from Ian Rappaport after Tom Pelissero was the first one to break the news about Sam Darnold being named QB2. And Ian Rappaport said that the 49ers are, quote-unquote, exploring all options with Trey Lance. Now, there's probably 2 or 3 options I think that I can think of. A, you trade him. B, you cut him. Or C, you keep him on the team. It's not that hard to figure out what they're going to do. But there's also the financial ramifications on if you cut somebody like Trey Lance, you would still be on the books for $5.3 million this season, and I believe next season as well. Now, if you're able to trade him, you'd still be on the books for $1 million this year because of the signing bonus that he got during OTAs. But I think the 49ers would be happy with that, being able to wipe their hands clean and move forward with the current QB1 and QB2 that they are planning to use this season. So if they're not planning to use Trey Lance, what is the plan moving forward? Well, Kyle Shanahan addressed those questions yesterday on the afternoon show with Tolbert and Cobes. Here he was expanding on the Trey Lance versus Sam Darnold kind of QB competition and what it means for the future of Trey Lance.
You know, I also don't think, Trey, this means that he can't be with us or someone else ever in the future. I mean, this is just where camp went right now. We know what Brock did in his 7 games that he got to play, and that's why I was clear with all the quarterbacks here, and I think anyone who had asked me that, you know, Brock had earned that spot. We weren't sure if Brock was going to come back or not, and we had the opportunity to add another in free agency with Sam. And those guys have been competing for the 2 spot, and Sam just beat him out on that. And it was a tough matchup for him, but he ended up pulling it off. And when you go back to 3 years ago, you know, we made a commitment, you know, looking at our roster and everything, that we felt it was important with our roster going forward that eventually we were going to need a quarterback on a rookie deal if we wanted to keep this team. And we made that decision back in after the 20 season, and we weren't going to look back after that. And Trey was the guy we went with, and we thought we would mix him in and ease him into some stuff the first year with a couple packages and stuff, but we didn't believe anyone we would have taken would have beaten out Jimmy that first year, and that's kind of how it looked, starting early in practice. And Trey did play a little bit earlier in the year, but when he broke his finger, it really kind of messed him up and took away that first year for him, where he had to overcompensate on some things, and it really kind of hurt him working through that. And it affected him all the way into the offseason going into year 2. But year 2 was the time that he did have the job. We were giving it to him. We were 100% committed, and we were tailoring everything for him. And yeah, he was working an uphill battle because of his finger stuff that he went through the first year, and how that had slowed down his process of just where he thought he would be. So he was a little behind on that. But Trey, the type of guy he is, a competitor, what he could do with his legs, we still felt confident that he would get it as the year went. And then he broke his ankle in the second game. And when he did that, it took away another year for him to develop, and that was unfortunate. So he missed 2 years to develop, not to mention the COVID year of his last year in college. So now he had gone 3 years without it, and that opened up an opportunity for Brock. And, we took Brock in the 7th round. Obviously, we weren't thinking we'd be in this position. But when Brock got that opportunity, he came in and he played at a very high level. Whoever would have been here with the way Brock looked, we were going to go with Brock. And that was the reality of it. And we gave him a big chance to win that 2 spot this year. I think we were pretty lucky to get Sam to come here on the contract that he did, just knowing how the rest of the league looks at Sam and things like that. But Sam chose to come here, and it was a very tough fight. But in the long run, Sam ended up winning it. And the more I could do that, once I knew that and I knew it was the case, wanted to make sure I told Trey as fast as I could.
And I think that's the most extensive breakdown I've ever heard from Kyle Shanahan. That was nearly, what, Dave, a 2-minute clip of him basically breaking down the entire situation from the moment they drafted Trey Lance, his rookie year sitting behind Jimmy Garoppolo, the finger injury that slowed down his development, to year 2 and the 49ers having faith that he could be the face of the franchise, to, of course, the injury against the Seattle Seahawks, which opened the door, as we were just talking about, for someone like Brock Purdy. And I think that's the bottom line this morning when everybody's giving out hot takes about this being the worst trade ever, how Trey Lance might go down as one of the biggest busts. How badly does it affect the 49ers? How badly does it hurt them? Now, of course, it'd be nice to have Micah Parsons lining up across from Nick Bosa on this 49ers defense if they would have stayed at that 12th pick. But that's all speculation. Who knows if they would even take Micah Parsons? I know everybody jokes around like the Jamarcus Russell trade and who the Raiders could have got. There's no guarantee that they wouldn't have screwed it up. I mean, if we're being completely honest with you, look at the 49ers' other draft picks. Whether it's a guy like Solomon Thomas, whether it's all the third-round draft picks that they've used on running backs like Trey Sermon and so on and so on. There's no guarantee that these guys are going to hit, but still, I think most 49er fans would like to have those extra draft picks. But I think there's also a large portion of these fan bases who are fine with giving all that up because they got Brock Purdy. Now, those two trades are not correlated at all, and some might say the 49ers backed into getting Brock Purdy and got a little lucky by getting him with the last pick of the draft. Because I'll remind you, it just wasn't every other team in the NFL that passed on Brock Purdy. So did the 49ers multiple times. Now, luckily for them, Brock Purdy stepped up, looked like more than a serviceable quarterback last year. And in every game he played, every game he could throw the ball, the 49ers were out there winning games. And that's why they're so confident with Brock Purdy going into the season. And now, since there's no health concerns, they feel like Sam Darnold is the healthier and safer option behind Brock Purdy, which, of course, leads to the questions on what does the future look like for number 5, Trey Lance. Well, here is Kyle Shanahan talking about the future of Trey Lance and if there's a possibility that they still keep him on the roster as that QB number 3.
I'm really hoping so. I mean, this isn't a thing that we're giving up on Trey. This is more of how Brock played in his 7 games, and that was decided before this season started. And then how good Sam's looked. They both looked good. But we do have to make a decision here, and you only get so many reps at it, and we feel, starting about 10 days ago, Sam really separated himself, and we got to keep it real in that way. I feel very, very fortunate to have both of them here. I really hope when it's said and done that all 3 of these guys are here, and you never know when that's going to come up. We needed 4 guys last year. Doesn't happen much. But if we can have Trey as an option here, I would feel extremely happy about that. And I think the other quarterbacks in our room would, and I think our team would. Trey's a very well-liked guy, one of the better people I've been around, and I do think he's going to have a lot of success in this league. It's been a tough road for him because The times he has gotten an opportunity, he ended up getting hurt and missed that window. And now he's sitting in this position, and we'll always try to do right for Trey. If there's a better situation that his heart's in and something like that, we're going to make sure not to do something that hurts him in that way. So that's stuff that I talked to him about this morning. That's stuff I'll talk to him about tonight and continue to talk to him about. But Trey knows how I feel about him, and I hope he ends up being able to be here, and that's the best thing for him. But we got to see what is the best thing from now until then.
And that's the question. What is the best thing for the 49ers, and what is the best thing for Trey Lance?
From now until then.
You heard Kyle Shanahan right there talking about how he had to keep it real with Trey Lance. Well, as you all know, we'd like to do a bit with the Chappelle Show when keeping it real goes wrong. What happens if things go wrong? What happens if it's another repeat of the NFC Championship game last year, which I know was an anomaly? Not every game you see a quarterback's arm get torn off by a missed block by a tight end that leads to a torn UCL. Not every game do you get down to a third, fourth-string quarterback to a guy who can't even throw the ball with his dominant hand. But how many times have we seen injuries, not only with the 49ers, but across the NFL? Which is a reason why me personally thought it would be a good idea to have that extra quarterback depth and keep a guy like Trey Lance. But who knows? Maybe that's how Kyle Shanahan feels also. Maybe it's not the way that Trey Lance feels. Maybe his camp is now talking to the 49ers front office, requesting a trade. It's going to be interesting to hear all the background stories about who initiated these trades, if they have been shopping them since the NFL draft, and whether or not they are going to be able to trade him in the next week if he does have any trade value. We have some sound from Ian Rappaport that we can play later on in the Murph and Mac show, him talking about the Vikings being a potential suitor, a team that was rumored to be talking to Trey Lance around the draft. Now, they said the trade packages weren't up to the standards of the 49ers, but I don't know if this trade value has increased since the NFL draft. Not after watching those 2 preseason games. And again, all we heard this offseason that Trey Lance has improved. He's worked on his throwing motions. He's gotten so much better. Well, if he's better this year than last year, then how good was he last year? And how bad was Jimmy Garoppolo? I don't want to take any ricochet shots at Jimmy G.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Shout out to our guy from the 916 asking this morning if I would trade Jimmy Garoppolo for Trey Lance. Yeah, let's make a deal. Let's bring Jimmy G back to red and gold. Get Trey Lance out there in the silver and black. But that's kind of the situation he's going to have to find, whether it's a team like the Raiders, like the Atlanta Falcons who have Desmond Ridder right now, Tampa Bay Buccaneers are dealing with Baker Mayfield. Maybe there'll be a couple teams that do roll the dice on Trey Lance, but again, they could either trade a 5th or a 6th round pick, be on the hook for that $5 million that the 49ers are going to owe him, or they can wait to see what happens next week as the 49ers will have to make a decision when they cut down to their 53-man roster. Trey Lance could be one of those cuts. Again, the reports are all options are on the table. We'll ask John Lynch about those options at 8 a.m. today.
You got options.
I'll ask Paulie Mack about those options on the other side. And whether or not Trey Lance is going to be running the read option for somebody else week 1 of the NFL season.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Yeah, we'll talk about all those scenarios and more. And talk about the Giants' big win last night, holding on after the Camilo Duvall blown save. Paul DeYoung stepping in to save the day. We'll talk about all that and more next as the Marcus and Max show is about to start. It's the Water Boy on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, by the way, where's my open that says Marcus Boucher is in for Brian Murphy? I won't stand for this.
Where is he?
I won't stand for having Marcus Boucher hide in the shadows. I want to put this kid up on a pedestal. I want spotlights on him. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Marcus. Good morning, by the way.
Hey, morning, Paul.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. How you doing today?
I'm good. Wow, it's going to be a crazy show because what a day yesterday. But I will say this, now that I look over at the KNBR stream, hope you guys are enjoying the stream. You check out our fashion choices, stuff like that. Marcus featured in a very big box today, which is what I've been trying to achieve for weeks. Since they unleashed this thing, I said, pump this guy's visual up and minimize ours. Maximize the kid, minimize the old guys. Anyway, Marcus, you got the big box today, the big screen feature. Good to see you, buddy.
Well, Paul and Mac, I'll put out one complaint because I look at that live stream, and at the bottom it still says the Murphy and Mac Morning Show.
That's what I'm saying.
How about we change that thing? Put Marcus and Mac up there on the graphic.
Well, yeah, or give me one of those, like, those specialized kind of show opens where you say, today it's Marcus Boucher in for Brian Murphy.
Guest host for Brian Murphy.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm making demands. I want to have that hopefully in place for tomorrow's show. Marcus, holy yes, dude. What an afternoon.
Dude.
I don't know if you talk about that crazy Giant game because that thing was nuts. Thank God they got out of there with that win. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Paul DeYoung, maybe the greatest Giants debut, certainly one of the greatest Giants debuts of all time. And then I got Meckler out here making plays, losing balls for the final out, making the catch, all nervous style, dancing around. Anyway, it was crazy in Philly, and then you're also kind of simultaneously absorbing all this Trey Lance news, Marcus. So give me, first of all, where were you? How'd you start getting the news trickling in yesterday afternoon? Because I took a nap and woke up and my phone was blowing up.
Same thing for me, Paulie Mac. I took a nap because I wanted to squeeze it in before the Giants day game.
Same here.
And then I was actually listening as I was driving home, and I heard John Lund tease the news that Greg Papa said. We got some big quarterback news. Johnny Lund, yeah. And Papa started losing his mind. It's like, wait a minute, who said
it's
this?
Big news,
Where's
John.
the sources coming from? Who's confirmed this? Was it Kyle? What's going on here?
Yeah.
So I started paying attention. And then, of course, I start talking to our guy, Copes, who does the afternoon show with Tolbert, obviously. And he told me about how they had a scheduled interview with Kyle Shanahan.
Boy, talk about timing.
Dude,
Jeez
you want
Louise,
to talk about timing, and then you want to talk about the timing of the San Francisco Giants and Camilo Duvall blowing the game in the ninth inning. Bryce Harper with a 3-run home run off the foul pole down the right field line. And next thing you know, the Kyle Shanahan interview starts getting pushed back, Paulie Mac. And KNBR starts to tease it. Kyle Shanahan after the game. And I said, what, is he going to join like the KNBR post-game rap?
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, so it would have been cool. So I'm sitting there waiting for the Giants game to end.
By the way, just want to interject this. I'd love to hear Shanahan break down baseball. Just in a total, just get his mind off of football for a day. That'd be killer.
By the way, I'll give a shout-out to Harbaugh, who used to give shout-outs to the overnight replay that our guy Overnight Dave puts on at KNBR.
No, Harbaugh was all about it.
He was always talking about, I drive home to 49ers practice at 3 a.m. in the morning, and I hear the Giants replay.
He was a great listener. I got to say, Jim Harbaugh was like he was a devoted radio guy. Yeah. He enjoyed radio broadcasts. He made a lot of references to other radio shows. So, he would listen. But, man, what a... So, go ahead.
Getting back to the point. Yeah. So, listen to the Giants game. I hear the boys do the post-game rap, and then I hear the interview. Then I hear the breakdown. Then we start getting the stories about the conversation that Trey Lance had with Kyle Shanahan yesterday morning, the decision to go with Sam Darnold as QB2, and then, of course, Paulie Mac, the social media world was lit ablaze.
Give me a little taste, because
everybody's got their hot takes.
Give me a little taste.
It's the worst trade in NFL history. It's a bust. The 49ers have done a terrible job handling Trey Lance and the entire situation in San Francisco, and then that all led to the trade speculation. Will he end up in Minnesota, Atlanta, Las Vegas? People were throwing out names.
These are
left
all
and right.
relevant questions.
And these are now all possibilities because, as Ian Rappaport reported yesterday, all options are on the table for Trey Lance and the 49ers moving forward, whether that means they're going to try to trade him, cut him next week before they got to cut down the 53-man roster, or maybe even try to keep him on the roster, which Kyle Shanahan said yesterday to Tolbert and Copes. Paulie Mac, I don't see that in the playing cards for the future of Trey Lance. I think tomorrow night might be the last time you see him in red and gold.
It really is a wild situation, man. This whole quarterback kind of saga that they've been going through for some years now, back to the Garoppolo era. I mean, it's the one thing Kyle's been trying to pin down really since he got here is finding the right guy to run his offense. It's really ironic, too, considering what a great offensive mind he is and how many problems he's had at that one position. Because really, Kyle gets here in 2017, and there is only one season where he had a healthy quarterback from week 1 to the end, and that was 2019, the year they went to the Super Bowl. So it shows you what can happen if you have a guy in place that can just merely manage and run this offense. Like, if they had a Joe Burrow figure, a Pat Mahomes figure, that would be great. And it'd be fun to imagine that. They really haven't had that, though, Marcus. They've had guys like Garoppolo, like Brock Purdy, just sound kind of, people use the phrase game manager type guys. Listen, I don't know what's going to become of Trey Lance. I am rather surprised, Marcus, because you walk through this. Just think about, so yesterday was Wednesday, and the day before that on Tuesday, Kyle actually made a statement where he goes, I don't really think I'm going to make an announcement until the week of the game, after the final preseason game. Then he turns around the very next day and makes the announcement. So it's kind of odd. The timing of it all, I think, caught people off guard, too.
And it's weird. If this is truly a QB2 competition, then why not let it play out through the third preseason game?
Well, I guess he's seen enough. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the thing. But it's odd to me, the timing of it. Again, this is just my view of this thing, because Trey did look good against Denver. Like, that was encouraging. And I thought that was something like they could kind of build on, and we speculated, like, how much time will he get Friday? Maybe they're going to really showcase him or give him another opportunity. So after, like, one of his better performances to have them say, like, no, now we've seen enough, it's going to be Sam Darnold. It's just interesting. I don't know. The whole thing is kind of curious.
And that's the way that Kyle broke it down yesterday on the afternoon show. He said over the last 10 days, Sam Darnold has separated himself. Well, Paulie Mack, we can go back over the last 10 games. That goes back to the Las Vegas game where Trey Lance did not perform well. Sam Darnold did have an impressive performance. But to the preseason argument, Sam Darnold did it against the threes against the Raiders in the second half. So did Trey Lance. He did it against the threes in the Denver Broncos. Yeah. So it's kind of an even playing field. It's just interesting that, yes, Kyle made this decision yesterday ahead of their final third preseason game and then announced that he still plans to play Trey Lance on Friday night down at Levi Stadium.
And maybe most importantly, as I glance over at the text line, 480 points out, he goes, well, most importantly, guys, Joey Bark going to be looking for another new roommate.
Oh, dude. Move him on in.
We got to come up with season 3 now of Joey and Jimmy by the Bay, because we've already moved on to season 2 where it was Joey and Trey by the Bay. Now Trey's on his way out. Now we got to find a new guy. But back to the potential scenario where Trey stays here, because you're talking about what kind of interest is going to be out there? That's the big question. Like, how many teams are going to look at Trey Lance and say, like, yeah, I want to add that guy to my roster. I think I see something there. I have no idea how to gauge that. Like, I really don't know what the interest level would be. We're going to find out. But in the scenario where he stays, I mean, I would love that. As a Niner fan, I would feel good about having Brock, Darnold, and Trey Lance all on your roster. Just, because you never know what's going to come. Whether it's injuries or poor play, you just can't predict it. But I don't know. What do you think the reality of that scenario is where he stays on the roster?
I don't think it's too realistic, because it sounds like in a perfect world, all three of these guys are going to be holding hands and singing songs in the quarterback room. And, and the 49ers will have the depth, because they really do need all hands on
holding
deck.
hands and singing songs.
Exactly. Burning s'mores over the campfire, Paulie Mack.
Maybe burning sage. Yeah,
exactly.
Who knows?
Maybe burning something else, Paulie Mack. Everything's going well in this perfect picture scenario, but I think it comes down to the realistic expectations, not only for the 49ers, but for Trey Lance as well. Because after getting this news that he will be QB3, maybe it's Trey Lance who has initiated these trade talks. Maybe it's his team reaching out saying that, hey, if we're not going to be QB1 or QB2, we want to go somewhere else. So maybe he's the one asking for the change of scenery.
Yeah, he must have been pretty upset / frustrated, but given the fact that he didn't practice yesterday. Either he said he didn't want to, or they told him to take the day off. Who knows what really happened there? But I mean, clearly he didn't take the news well when he first found out. Do you feel like, actually tell me about the Twitter reaction first. What was the overall kind of feeling and reaction that you saw yesterday after the news?
The overall kind of
pro
feeling,
Trey, or like, no, this is a good thing?
Well, it's funny because there does seem like there's a divide in the 49ers fan base.
A big one.
There's still a lot of fans who think that Trey Lance should have been competing for the QB1 job this offseason. Now, that could have been a possibility if Brock Purdy wasn't healthy.
Yeah.
But also Kyle Shanahan clarified for the 100th time yesterday that it's been Brock Purdy's job all along.
The 100th time.
As long as he's healthy healthy and ready to go, he's your quarterback week 1. But then again, there's the Trey Lance supporters. We know how much the 49ers invested in Trey Lance, and a lot of these fans thought that he was going to be the face of the franchise. I mean, last week we talked about the reaction that he got at Levi Stadium in that week 2 preseason game against the Broncos.
He got a lot of support.
He basically got a standing ovation, and we saw guys getting hyped on the sideline. So Trey Lance has a lot of support. So there were some mad 49er fans, of course, talking about the trade package, what the 49ers had to give up, and how this hasn't really worked out, and the whole mishandling of Trey Lance. Of course, that's their perspective. I don't know if you agree that this whole situation with Trey Lance, bringing him in behind Jimmy Garoppolo, I mean, it's hard to mishandle when a guy got hurt both seasons.
That's the problem. That's the biggest problem right there is his inability to stay healthy. It's hard to say that the Niners mismanaged him because they kind of went with what was available at different times along this timeline with Trey Lance here. The COVID year, he didn't play a lot of college ball. Mm-mm. He gets hurt. He gets hurt again. And they, listen, that's probably the biggest blow to his chances. Like, if you want to turn back the clock, was he was just never able to stay on the field.
No, because
and showcase what he could bring to the team. Like, you have to be able to stay healthy enough, even if you're hurting, to stay out there and show people like what you're made of and what you can bring to the team. And he never really was able to do that.
I mean, we make this reference all the time in sports, whether it's the Wally Pipp famous reference. It's just like, you have to perform, you have to do your job.
Yeah.
And last year we saw Brock Purdy step in and perform and take that offense to a level that we haven't seen over the last 4 or 5 years. And that's why they're going with Brock Purdy. And that's why it's looking like the end of the 49ers tenure here with Trey Lance.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got a lot to do today. So I'm thinking, we'll clear the decks here, come back, do the guest list, see what's happening on the show. But also, I'd love to get some listener reaction today. But the big hit, we're going to have a collision during the big hit because we're going to have John Lynch come on. And we'll give you all the guests in a minute. But we'll figure out a way to take some calls, Marcus, because I want to get some reaction from Niner fans and just see how you guys are feeling about this. Like, I have some mixed feelings. Again, I think that the right decision is putting Brock as QB1. I think that's the right move. Like you said, Kyle said it 100 times. That's not going to change unless there's an injury or something unforeseen happens. And then this whole battle really about the number 2 spot is something I want to hear from listeners on, Marcus. So we'll come back on the other side, set you up with the guest list, get you all situated, and then we'll maybe take some calls as well. You get your Trey Lance reaction for all you Niner fans out there kind of trying to figure this thing out on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
Only God knows.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes for an exclusive interview to talk about the future of Trey Lance. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, it was a hell of a battle. They were neck and neck for a long time, but just really over these last, 10 days and stuff, we felt Sam started to separate himself. And we felt he did it in practice consistently, and he's been getting better each day. Trey made it real tight. He made it tough. It wasn't an easy decision for us, but we felt the work that they both put in. This game, our decision was made before this game, so felt I owed it at least to Trey to tell him first and foremost. So I brought him in this morning and let him know, and now we're here.
All right, man, you're making me laugh with the white snake. By the way, Marcus, you know what I like to do on the Murph and Mac show is I say good morning to Marcus Boucher, filling in for Brian Murphy. I like to say stuff like this because it's all true. I go, white snake, ... Yeah, I've seen him.
Yeah.
I've seen him twice.
That doesn't surprise me, Paulie, man.
I've seen him more than once. I've seen him twice. Actually, I saw him back in the day in the 80s. I remember they opened for Motley Crue. On this tour, this was the record that they had out. They were like a big deal, and they were the opening band. That was a good tour, by the way. Girls, Girls, Girls. That was the name of the album.
I understand, Paul.
The whole theme, a concept record about strippers. Shout out Motley Crue. Nikki Sixx out there doing his thing. Anyway, about
that's
white.
my kind of album, Paulie, man.
It's funny how you guys, man, you Generation Z type, millennial type guys, you guys like your White Snake.
Oh.
I remember Will Ferrell brought it back in Old School. Like this song right here was like the mantra in the movie Old School. He'd be singing it and stuff, kind of walking around by himself. It's kind of campy, but back in the day, man, people took that stuff dead seriously. It's hilarious.
Now, Paulie Mac, do you think Trey Lance, who is a millennial, might be Gen Z?
Here he goes again on his own.
You think he was walking out of that meeting yesterday with Kyle Shanahan yesterday morning singing to himself, here I go again on my own, Paulie Mac.
He's walking down the only road he's ever known. Poor Trey Lance, man.
The only problem is that road is not the playing field, Paulie Mac.
It's going to be a really interesting show today. We'll hit you with the guest list in a couple of minutes, and I do want to get Niner fan reaction today, too, so get ready for your cue to call in, because I do want to hear from the fan base and see what you guys are thinking about this. I think by and large, Marcus, I don't hear a lot of, unless you saw stuff on Twitter, I don't get the sense there's a lot of anti-Brock Purdy stuff.
No.
So I guess the nature of this is what? They just feel like Trey wasn't given, what's the beef, I guess I would say.
I will say there's a couple of hot take Twitter artists that do have some beef with Brock Purdy and think that he's not going to be the guy, don't think he's going to be the quarterback, that he has improved anything, and that Trey Lance has a higher ceiling than Brock Purdy.
Yeah, but you can't really start a project right now. If the Trey Lance ceiling is going to get hit after a lot of reps, you just don't have that kind of time to play with games this year. This is a really important season for them. Now, if they were in a rebuild or, they were at the bottom of their division without a real chance to compete in the postseason, then maybe. Then you let a guy get out there and get his reps, get his legs under him, learn how to play at that level. They just can't afford that right now. They got to go out there and win games.
This is a roster that we've talked about it. Fred Warner talked about it when we interviewed him down at Levi
Super Bowl
Stadium.
time, man.
It's Super Bowl or bust. So you really don't have time to develop. I know in a perfect world, like we were just talking about earlier, they would keep all three quarterbacks. But because we saw what Brock Purdy was able to do with this offense, because we've seen kind of the high floor of a Brock Purdy, maybe the ceiling will never be as high as someone like Trey Lance because he's got the big arm, he's got the athleticism, blah, 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 blah. I'm sure this is what Tom Brady heard his entire life after where he got selected in the NFL draft.
Right.
But the bottom line is, Paulie, as soon as you're drafted, it doesn't matter what round you're selected in. It matters what you do on the playing field. And the 49ers know this better than anybody else, whether it's with guys like George Kittle, Elijah Mitchell, Fred Warner, all these late-round draft picks that they have hit on. So in their opinion, they're more productive with Brock Purdy at quarterback because what we were alluding to earlier in that first segment was in this Kyle Shanahan offense, you need somebody who can just deliver the mail.
Correct.
A guy that can be a consistent mailman every day. Don't lose your mail lost in the ether web or whatever. And that's why we played that cut on the leadoff spot. Jimmy played good enough to win because there was a lot of times where Jimmy was a game manager, which I know some people take as an insult, but in this offense, surrounded by Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk, Trent Williams, the list goes on and on and on. You don't need a superstar quarterback. You don't need somebody with the high ceiling of a Trey Lance. You need the high floor of a Brock Purdy. And obviously, the 49ers think that Sam Darnold has a higher floor as the backup quarterback and would be a safer option in a scenario where Brock does get hurt versus a Trey Lance.
You know, another kind of, I thought, interesting wrinkle of yesterday was the fact that there seemed to be, I don't know, not a lack of, I guess maybe a lack of kind of understanding and awareness about what was going on. For example, like when Fred Warner spoke to the media, like he basically said, like, I don't really know what's going on. We came out to practice and Trey's not out here. I guess Hargrave spoke too, but I didn't hear his cuts. Did you hear Hargrave's stuff?
I saw some quotes from him, but he didn't practice yesterday, so he essentially said, I wasn't on the field either. I don't know what's going on. Nobody did.
Did you hear the Fred Warner stuff?
I did,
yeah, because he was just kind of confused. He was like, I don't know like where he was or I don't know what's going on. They spoke about how much he loves Trey. I don't think that's up for debate. I think the teammates really like him. I think he's a well-liked guy. I think the coaches like him, the players like him, and he has been dealt a rough hand. I don't know if there's anything else he could have done, Marcus, to like really improve his chances for having a future in San Francisco. Like, I don't know. Again, it was about his health. He was never able to showcase.
And that's the thing. When the only thing he could have changed was staying healthy, but then that leads again to some of these social media arguments that maybe his career wasn't handled correctly with Kyle Shanahan running him up the middle and quote-unquote getting him hurt. Again, I don't know if that's a road that we go down with Kyle Shanahan. I don't want to put the blame on him. They drafted him because of his running ability.
I mean,
they wanted to use him in that role. They did. He got hurt. I mean, are we blaming Kyle Shanahan for his rookie season when his finger bounced off the helmet of a Raiders player in the preseason game?
Of course not.
And that slowed down his development for the entire year. So, you can pick and choose what you want to blame people for. But the bottom line is Trey did not stay healthy, and he did not take advantage of the opportunities like we saw last year with Brock Purdy.
Hey, man, Marcus, I'm starting to realize, we actually have like a lot of really important obligations / responsibilities on the show. It's a very serious show, as you've noticed.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, we try to keep the comedy to a minimum and get,
no riffing allowed.
No, zero riffing. We like to move forward with serious, hard fact news. Hey, the thing is, though, seriously, you know what I'm realizing? We probably should record the Giants score yesterday because we haven't had a chance to bring in Denzel. We haven't had a chance to hear Bobby Weir with the bombs away. Why don't we do that, dude? Before we do the guest list, let's at least record the Giant, because it was a great Giant game. Just happened to be coinciding with this crazy Trey Lance story that broke out yesterday afternoon. But a real nice Giant win. So, Marcus, you want to walk me through it? You got final scores, home run tallies, all of it. I'm ready to go.
Well, here's the thing, Paulie, Matt, because we all know the score is not official. That win is not recorded.
You got to make the call.
Until we call in to Rob Manfred and say, hey, Rob, I heard you're still talking to the A's and John Fisher about moving to Las Vegas. We still don't like the move, and we still don't like you clown. But I'll call up to tell you that the Giants won yesterday, despite Camilo Duvall blowing a game in back-to-back days. Here comes Paul DeYoung. Here come the San Francisco Giants. Put it in the books, Manfred. 8-6 final score. San Francisco Giants get the win.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man.
Enthusiastic fire emojis.
There you go. Give me that spatula, Marcus. All right, so now we got some bombs to record.
Well, that's the thing. As you heard John Brebbia say, runs are cool. And shout out to John Brebbia. I heard he's doing a rehab assignment right now with the San Francisco Giants. Looking to get back him in the bullpen games. But yesterday, it was the hottest hitter on the face of the planet. Wilmer Flores with leadoff home run, Paulie Mac, number 18 on the season.
I got to say, thank God for Wilmer Flores, man. I mean, that is like the one consistent bat. It was funny, too, because they were talking yesterday. I heard Fleming. I don't know if you caught this during the broadcast. He was talking about how when Casey Schmidt first came up and he was really hitting the ball, like, Wilmer sat down for a couple of weeks. You remember that? Like, Wilmer was not on the field for, like, a good stretch there when Casey Schmidt first came up. And I'm just so glad that Gabe finally realized this is a guy you have to have in the lineup every day. You got to have his bat out there.
I mean, Paulie, we were talking about the month of July where he had the second highest OPS in baseball, only behind Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, Paulie Mac, there's some big Shohei Ohtani news this morning.
That's another thing. We got maybe on the other side, we'll get into the Shohei thing, too.
We'll get into some Shohei stuff, the torn UCL, and what that means for his free agency moving forward. But first, Paulie
Give
Mac,
me my bombs.
We've got to record the second home run of the day, making it San Francisco Francisco Giants debut. It's Paul DeYoung, a.k.a. Paul DeBomb, yesterday, hitting his 14th home run of the season, but his first as a San Francisco Giant.
Bombs away. Oh, very good, man. It's nice to hear Bombs away. It's nice to hear Denzel. I feel like they're long-lost friends. We don't get to hang out with those guys that much anymore, the way the Giants have been playing. Nice to have an off day today, and then tomorrow night. Hey, I'll pump this up one more time, too. Levi's Concert Summer Stage. Please do come out at Seals Plaza before the game. We'll be out there from 5 to 7 p.m. with Mustache Harbor getting our yacht rock on. So we'll get that whole vibe going. They have a bar out there. The band plays for 2 hours, and they end right at 7, so you can walk right into the game and not miss a pitch. It's real cool.
Now, Paulie Mac, did you guys plan this out to have Mustache Harbor playing on Friday night, the same night that Spencer Strider is going to be on the mound for the Atlanta Braves?
I know.
The guy that has probably the sickest mustache in Major League Baseball.
By the way, we're going to have to talk about that with Krug tomorrow, too. That's a hell. Oh, we can talk to Sean Estes today, but nice matchup.
Strider
dude.
versus Logan Webb. That's box office. That's like game one of a postseason series.
And it kind of is going to have a playoff vibe, too, because, you got two really good teams getting after it, and the Giants really need some wins. So we look forward to that. All right, if I could, Triple E, if I could get some horns, we'd like to walk through the guest list. You want to showcase that artwork today, Marcus? Greg Silver put this together. Right on, Greg. All right, so tell us, walk us through the art project. Who do we have today, Marcus?
All right, Paulie Mac. To kick off your guest list on August 24th, Paulie Mac, I do want to give a shout out to my mama, Denise Boucher. It's her birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday.
I'll give a shout out to my mama.
All right, Denise.
Everybody knows the water boy loves his mama. I love my mama.
Mama said knock you out.
So shout out to my mama. I'll be meeting up with her for lunch today, Paulie Mac.
Maybe we play tribute to your mom today. We'll play great mama songs.
Mama, I just killed a man.
Okay.
Put a gun up to his head. Sorry, Paulie Mac. I'll stop singing. I'll leave the singing to you.
No, please join in. I love it, man. I love it. But anyway, good mama songs. We'll give you some on the other side.
All right, 808 KNBR.
Yeah.
But our guest list is going to start off today, not with my mama, but with Sean Estes, 7:35 today, kicking off your power hour.
Murphy's going to be bummed that he missed Marcus singing Freddie Mercury, by the way.
I have to
singing
that.
Queen.
Put it in the cooler of content.
The man.
Yeah,
very
exactly.
good, man.
Nice.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Sean Estes, 7:35. And then our big hit today is the 49ers GM, John Lynch, Must Listen Radio, asking all the questions and giving us all the answers on Trey Lance and his future with the 49ers, Paulie Mac.
Well, that's going to be big, man. That's going to be a big conversation.
It's
I look forward to that.
It's going to be a big hit, Paulie Mac. We'll bring that big hit energy to John Lynch today at 8 a.m.
Totally.
Then we'll do the cooler of content after we wrap up the interview with John Lynch. And then 9:15, we'll check in with our favorite, Matty Mayoko, live from 49ers training camp. And then 9:35, we top off the guest list with the one and only Hunter Pence talking some Giants baseball.
Sounds good, Marcus. Great. Marcus is in for Brian Murphy today and tomorrow. We'll round the week off together. And on the other side, we'll go through some of the sound from yesterday and also get ready to take a few phone calls because I want some Niner fan reaction to the Trey Lance news that he is now out of the picture, essentially, for that number 2 spot. It's going to be Sam Darnold with Brock Purdy as QB1. Your calls, some sound. Marcus Boucher, Paulie Mac, KNBR 680 AM 104.5, the sports leader.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
My advice is claw your way to stay here, because again, there's a lot of places that he would go that he's not going to find out those answers, and he's going to flail because he doesn't have the opportunity. And so just figure out a way to stay here, so he can continue to develop in a place, or if it is somewhere else, just pray that it's one of those, a dozen teams that can take care of quarterbacks.
All right, there's Steve Young from the Rich Eisen show yesterday. Man, everybody's got something to say about the Trey Lance news yesterday. We're also doing simultaneously, going to take some calls about Trey Lance right here in just a second, but we're also going to do the tribute to Marcus's mom today. I already compiled like a great list of mama-themed songs, so I brought in Ozzy for Mama, I'm Coming Home. Yeah! Thank you. Multiple Mama Trides coming in from Merle Haggard. I see you guys out there on the text line. Thank you. I got you guys with Quiet Riot, Mama, We're Crazy Now. You just might hear that one in a little bit. Even Greg Silver chiming in. Got a good Kravitz recommendation. That is a great track. Slash on guitar, by the way. My mama said.
We've got the 402 checking in, which I don't know where that area code is, but he's giving a shout out to Dear Mama by Tupac, a classic as well.
There's another one. Dear Mama, you can go Pink Floyd, Mother. We're going to do it all today. Anyway, happy birthday to Marcus's mom, Denise. She's on the road right now?
She's on the road, coming down to the 408 meeting up for lunch today,
Well, thanks for having this kid. He's working out well for us here at the
here's
leader.
The thing, Paulie Mac. Denise Boucher coming into town. Trey Lance maybe going out of town.
Right. Well, as we simultaneously take care of Marcus's mom, we also want to get some phone calls here. So let's just dive into it, Triple E. Let me hear from who's been on the longest, Steve in Hayward. Steve, thanks for waiting around. We appreciate the patience. What's your feeling about the Trey Lance news?
Paulie! I've been wanting to say that forever, Paulie. Just want to give an honorable mention of the great Sam Spear, the late, great Sam Spear.
Oh, yeah.
And
great friend. Yeah.
Oh, amazing, man. I knew him, a good friend of mine. Anyway, Trey Lance, you guys are hitting every aspect of it. You and Marcus. Marcus, happy birthday to your mom. You guys are hitting every aspect of it. He's had the chance. He's a bit fragile, it seems. I don't think that Kyle has mismanaged him. You look at Brock Purdy. I mean, without the elbow, getting hit in the helmet. I mean, he's healthy. He's got the it factor. Trey Lance seems to stumble, and he seems to just not have that it factor. Sam Darnold, he's got the experience. He's played so much in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's a great take to have him back up, but we'll just see how it falls. And I just can't commend the 49ers for taking immediate action at the beginning of the season and saying, hey, let's clear the deck. We'll let Trey Lance do what he's got to do. But you know what? You guys the take you guys have on it, you and Marcus are right on.
Hey.
I'm going to leave it at that. Paulie!
Yes,
Steve. My brother.
You good. I appreciate it, Steve. And yes, any friend of Sam Spears is always going to be welcome on the Murph and Mac show. We still miss Sam every day. Really a great guy and a wonderful kind of friend to the show for many, many years.
Yeah, first live broadcast I ever worked on was Sam Spear.
See what I'm saying?
Running the board for my guy,
Marcus,
Sam.
I'm telling you, Sam Spear, man, he touched a lot of people, so that's great to hear. Let's keep moving. We got a lot of people on the lines. Let's go to David and Tracy. You're on KNBR 680. How do you feel about the Trey Lance news?
Hey, how you guys doing today, man? Good leadoff spot, Marcus. Paulie, you do a fantastic job filling in, man.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Just wanted to let you guys know. It just seems like 49ers Twitter, 49ers fan base is divided in this whole situation.
Yeah.
It's just kind of sad to see because it seems like they're creating a problem. Like everyone is making this and blowing this into a big proportion, making it a distraction, I feel like. And I'm gonna kind of side with John and Kyle for the moment because we found our guy. If Trey wouldn't have worked out and we never had Purdy, this would be a situation where we would probably see John and Kyle fired for the mishap. But they got blessed in finding Brock Purdy. We have our quarterback. We don't have to, be and complain about what ifs.
Yeah.
We have our guy. We have a Super Bowl ready roster. We just need to go get over that hump and win the Super Bowl this year, man. So thanks for taking my call, guys, and have a good one.
You got it, David. Thanks for the call, man. I pretty much agree with everything he said. And again, I don't think it's just a matter of Trey Lance not being able to stay healthy. I think that's probably the biggest factor in his entire story here in San Francisco, because he was never able to really showcase what they saw in him in the first place, like that athleticism you talked about. When he did try to use it, it wound up getting him hurt, and he missed an entire year. Then there was the broken finger thing. Whatever the cases were, whatever the injuries were, that's obviously, I'm preaching to the choir here, but if you can't stay healthy in the NFL, you're not really going to have much of a career. And all the guys at one time or another, if not every Sunday, take the field hurt. Like all those guys have injuries.
And that's the thing, to David's point, mentioning the fan base kind of being divided between Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. The difference is the argument you'll hear pro Trey Lance is he didn't get enough opportunities, Paulie Mack. He didn't have the playing time in front of him. But here's the thing you got to break down. You look at Trey Lance's career. Yes, there's 4 starts. He participated in 8 games for the 49ers. Look at Brock Purdy's career. 7-1 as a starter.
Yep.
Played 8 games. Now you throw in that extra 9th against the Miami Dolphins, but he had a small sample size also. The difference is Brock Purdy performed in those moments.
Yeah.
And he looked like he took the offense to a new level that Trey and Jimmy did not.
And I'm not suggesting that Trey Lance should have tried to have played with an injury or anything, but I am saying that is part of your life in the NFL. Like, look at Brock Purdy. So he got broken ribs in the first game he played. The very next week, he has to go start up in Seattle. Didn't even know he had broken ribs till he told Murph and I a couple of weeks ago. We went down to Levi Stadium, and you were there too, Marcus. So, again, you have to be able to manage injuries to some degree. You have to be able to stay on the field. And when you can't, a lot of times teams are going to move on, and that's kind of what we're seeing here with Trey Lance. Let's go to Mitch, all the way from New Jersey. Hey, the Garden State is in the house. What's going on, Mitch? You're on KNBR 680. How are you?
Good. Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, why did 49ers show their hand? Can they just say they're going to keep all 3 quarterbacks? Now you're going to get less. You'd be lucky to get a 6-round pick. I think he's still got some. It tells me that Sam's is he's with a good coach. I think he's doing well. He's going to be a very good backup.
Right.
I think a capable starter. And I still think Trey Lance could be something. He's so far. I think he's probably better than Josh Watson or Jamarcus Russell.
Right.
I mean, at least his work ethic. I know, but his health is the key. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Mitch. Good talking to you, man. And he raises good points there, too. No, Trey does not have those issues like Jamarcus Russell coming in out of shape and kind of with a bad attitude.
Not
like,
watching film.
No, Trey Lance.
Some codeine.
It's nothing like that. I mean, Trey Lance has never been like a behavioral problem. He's never had an attitude. His teammates like him. His coaches speak really highly of him. Again, I just think that it's a situation now, like you just said. Listen, they found their guy last year. And again, it was a matter of circumstance. Nobody expected Brock Purdy was going to come quarterback this team into an NFC title game, but that's what happened. And I think Kyle saw enough. I think John Lynch saw enough. I think most Niner fans saw enough to say, like, this is a guy running this offense that you feel pretty good about. Like, he's not Burrow, right?
No.
He's not Pat Mahomes. He's not going to be that kind of quarterback. But there are a lot of different ways to skin a cat in the NFL. You don't have to be that style of quarterback to succeed. Hell, Tom Brady stood in the pocket for 20 years. He never tucked it in and ran. So I'm saying, like, stylistically, yes, Brock seems to be a lot different from Trey. But I don't know. Again, like as Mitch was talking about the possibility of him staying on the roster, that would please me. I would like that. As a fan, as a Niner fan, but I don't know what the reality of that is, Marcus.
I don't know how realistic that is because Mitch is right. Trey Lance is only 23 years old. There's still a long career ahead of him. The question is it going to be with the Niners or somewhere else? And the question really is, where does Trey Lance want to be? Because I think me and you, Paulie, we agree. It's nice to have depth. After what we saw last year in the NFC Championship
you
game,
have to have
I'll
it.
take a Trey Lance. Hell, they can keep all 4 quarterbacks. Keep Brandon Allen as well. You need all hands on deck for this team. But if you're Trey Lance, who I believe shares an agent with Sam Darnold, if they meet up yesterday after this meeting with Kyle Shanahan and decide, hey, we don't want both of our clients as backup quarterbacks, the 49ers, you got to choose which one you want to stick with.
Right.
Sounds like they've made a decision to stick with Sam Darnold, so maybe it's Trey Lance, the one to initiate these trade requests, and maybe he's the one that wants to get out of town, vice versa, compared to what Kyle said yesterday with Tolbert Copes about how he would be open to keeping him on the roster.
It's going to be, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of interest he'll generate from other teams. Like, how many teams are going to want to take a chance on Trey?
Only God knows.
Well, that's definitely true. Shanahan there chiming in. But then again, the other part of that is, Marcus, how many teams are going to generate interest, or will he generate interest, and then what would they get in return for a Trey Lance? Like, I have no way to predict that. I don't know what his value is.
And that's the tough thing, Paul and Matt, because we're 4 days away from the deadline where the 49ers have to cut down to that 53-man roster. So if you're one of these teams that's engaging in these trade talks, why would you give up a 5th or a 6th rounder and then still be on the hook for the $5 million that Trey Lance is going to have to get paid this year?
Yeah.
Why not just wait until next Tuesday until the 49ers are forced to make a decision? Then you pick him up off the waivers after he gets DFA'd or whatever, and you get him for a much, much lower cost.
Yeah.
That's why I just don't think his trade value has been high, even during this offseason.
Yeah.
When there was
that's
rumors
reasonable.
about being traded at the draft. I don't know what his value is just because he hasn't played enough.
And it's hard to predict what it would be. You're exactly right. How do you kind of gauge his worth or his value? There's really not enough evidence there. So that's an interesting wrinkle.
And what kind of team is going to want to trade for Trey Lance?
You'd be taking a chance. Whoever does would be taking a chance on him.
Like, it's not a team that's on the verge of competing for a playoff spot or anything like that. It's going to be a rebuilding team. But then, again, at this point of the training camp, at this point of the NFL season, what jobs are going to be open for Trey Lance? And is he going to want to be a QB2, a backup quarterback somewhere else?
Well, you know what? He might have to do that.
Yeah.
Like, he might have to come in as a backup. I would expect that he will. I don't think anybody's going to say, like, yeah, that's my starting quarterback. Not at this point. I don't see it happening. I'd be surprised if it did. But then again, I tell myself, if you look around the NFL and you take a guy like Baker Mayfield, for example, like, that guy is maybe not going to be a starter, but maybe he will. He's done a little of each. He started. He's backed up.
He'll start this year for Tampa. Yeah.
But he's an employable quarterback in the NFL. And if you look at Baker Mayfield and you say, like, that guy's gotten a whole bunch of gigs, and he probably will continue to, because he's good enough to win you some games, Baker Mayfield. Is Trey Lance at that level? Like, is he of the same caliber as a Baker Mayfield, where enough teams will say, like, yeah, that guy can help us? I mean, he's not going to redefine the position, but he might be able to help our team win.
Yeah, and that's the hard thing, too, because at least Baker Mayfield was a Heisman Trophy winner. Like, he had a long career in college.
Fair point, man.
We don't know what Trey's done at the NFL level, at the college level. Hell, going back to high school.
No, that's a really good point. Yeah. You're right. Not only was he he won a Heisman, he won some really big games when he was an Oklahoma Sooner. Let's do one more call, then we'll take a break and come on back. Let's go talk to Orlando up in Napa. Orlando, you're on KNBR 680 with Marcus and Mac. How you doing today, bro?
I'm doing great. Hey, we are bros. I'm half Italian, half Scotch-Irish.
Attaboy, me and you, man. Yeah.
Hey, listen, I feel that Shanahan shot the gun too soon. Lance has been around 2 years. Darnold has just come in. He feels like that he deserves a little better than that.
Right.
He should have waited another week.
Well,
maybe even played him a few times in Friday's game.
Well, Orlando, I appreciate the call too. Let me talk to you off the air for a sec. I was surprised about the timing of it as well, especially that Tuesday Shanahan said he wasn't ready to make the decision, and the very next day he makes that decision. So, to Orlando's point, I was surprised. I expected he would wait another week, but it's something we can ask John about at 8 o'clock. John Lynch is going to join us, and that's one of the many things we could ask him today.
And just in case Orlando or anybody else there missed it, Kyle Shanahan came on yesterday afternoon with Tolbert and Copes and says that they still plan to play Trey Lance tomorrow night in the 49ers final preseason
which is also kind of curious,
So maybe this is the showcase opportunity for other teams to get a look at Trey.
I'll imagine how pissed he's going to be, too. Like, can you imagine being in Trey Lance's shoes right now, trotting out there tomorrow night, knowing that, like, they really don't want you, but you still got to go out there and run that offense.
And then what happens if Trey Lance goes out there and lights the world on fire? He's throwing 50-yard touchdown passes to Chris Conley down the sideline. He's ripping off 30, 40-yard read option runs.
Well, I'll tell you what happens. What happens if he does that is his value probably spikes a little bit.
Up,
I mean, it probably helps. It probably helps. And it wouldn't shock me if he does that. Based on the heels of what we saw last week, I think he can continue to improve. Yeah. Like, that was a real positive step. I'm not going to take that away from him. What I saw against Denver, I thought was really promising. So what would, tomorrow, get out there. It's an opportunity. Build on what you did last week, and then maybe his value spikes a little. Marcus, a big day to talk Niner ball. all throughout the day on KNBR 680, the sports leader. Want to remind everybody, tune in to Papa and Lund at 11:15 today for Ronnie Bell. Great story from this summer is Ronnie Bell's emergence, man. I want that guy on the Blanken roster. I might even get a Ronnie Bell question in with John Lynch. After the Trey Lance smoke clears, I might come off the top rope with a Ronnie Bell question.
Well, you have to. After what we saw with Ray McLeod and Danny Gray going down, that kick return, punt return job is wide open, and it looks like Ronnie Bell is carving out a spot on that 53-man roster.
Niner fans are really excited about this guy. And again, I'll remind you, he leads the Niners in this preseason in receptions and yardage, so he's having a real nice camp, and we'll see him again tomorrow night. All right, we're going to clear the decks for a sec. How about some sound on the other side, Marcus?
Let's play some Kyle Shanahan sound.
Okay, we'll walk through it, because I would like to kind of parse through that sound as well. You got Marcus Boucher, you got Paulie Mack right here on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
My advice is claw your way to stay here.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The news coming out of San Francisco 49ers headquarters on Wednesday really proved to be one of the more shocking developments of recent years. Trey Lance, the number 3 overall pick in the 2021 draft, no longer appears to have a home here with the 49ers. The club clearly deciding to move on. Sam Darnold won the backup job behind 49ers starting quarterback Brock Purdy, and so that leaves Trey Lance in complete limbo. The 49ers are exploring all options, and Wednesday on the practice field, Trey Lance wasn't even out there. His teammates didn't know what was going on, and the 49ers have remained largely quiet about what their plans are. But one thing is for certain. Trey Lance is now available in a trade, which, if you remember, just a year ago, he was considered the franchise quarterback, the guy who's going to be the quarterback of the future. Now that position is firmly held by Brock Purdy, with Sam Darnold as the number 2 guy.
Matty Mayoko, good friend of ours. In fact, he'll join us today at 9:15. It's a crazy show today, man. John Lynch is going to join us at 8 o'clock. We'll get into all the nooks and crannies of this big decision, this big news story about Trey Lance now really kind of being out of the picture. Sam Darnold is your number 2. Brock Purdy is your number 1. So we're going to get into it with John in just a little bit. Sean Estes at 7:30. Giant fans, listen, it's just one of these timing things. What a great Giant game yesterday. A huge win. Insanity out there. The lead going back and forth. Bryce Harper, by the way, that guy is on fire right now. Stay away from Bryce Harper. Beware of Harper. Throw a sign up like a dog. This guy's hitting everything he sees. Anyway, him tying the game in the ninth. Doval. Dude, we got to break down Doval. I just want to
blown saves, Paul.
I just kind of want to do this. I just kind of want to put that on the back burner for a little while because this Trey thing is such a big story. And I'd like to do some more calls. Maybe around 7:15 we'll have a chance we can open the lines up again before we bring in Sean Estes.
Yeah.
But anyway, Matt Mayoko at 9:15, Hunter Pence at 9:30. Very busy show. And again, like the reaction on the text line alone, Marcus, there's a lot of good points. Like here's a guy, 707. Good text. He goes, guys, what does it matter when Kyle makes the decision? If he knows, he knows. He sees Lance in practice every day. When you know, you know. I feel you, 707. I do. I guess the only reason that the timing matters at all is because he had spoken about it on Tuesday and like kind of gave us a timeline, and he blew it up and made the announcement the very next day. So that I think is the reason, 707, that the timing is actually a talking point.
Yeah, and I think the timing comes into play, especially when you look at what this does for Trey Lance's trade value. With him being now on the block, reported by Matt Mayoko, Ian Rappaport, and a bunch of guys from across the league, what does that mean for his future going forward? And was this something that the 49ers did not want to leak until week 1 of the season? And maybe Trey Lance's agent got the heads up, and maybe he's the guy who reached out to Tom Pelissero, who broke the news yesterday.
It's possible.
Maybe they put it out there so that the trade interest actually goes up a little bit to me. But in my opinion, by announcing it before your 3rd preseason game, that to me tells me that you're moving forward without Trey Lance, which to me, again, with that Tuesday deadline to cut down to your 53-man roster, it tells me everything I need to know that Trey Lance most likely will not be on this roster next week, Paulie, man.
Yeah, that is really odd. You're right, that aspect of it. But meanwhile, he's probably going to play tomorrow night. I mean, I expect him to play. Kyle actually addressed it yesterday with Copes and Tolbert. He goes, no, he's going to play.
It's the Trey Lance farewell tour, Paulie.
Yeah, a little bit, as well as the Marcus Boucher birthday mom tribute, which is going strong because we had the Lenny Kravitz right there with My Mama Said. And there's more where that came from. Bro, I got a whole playlist over here. You stay tuned. It's going to be a Boucher tribute all day.
Yeah, happy birthday, Mama.
Yeah, Denise, you enjoy the day. So, by the way, Marcus, let me remind you, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I know you have the cut sheet. Why don't you walk us through what you have there with the sound?
All right, well, Paul and Mac, we're going to get to this Kyle Shanahan sound with this exclusive interview with Tolbert and Copes. But first, I wanted to start off with the first man to speak to the media after this story leaked yesterday. No, it was not Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch at 49ers practice. It was Fred Warner, all-pro Fred, in the middle of that defense. And yesterday, he took a look around the practice field and noticed that Trey Lance was missing. Here was Fred's breakdown of what was going on and off the field yesterday at Levi Stadium.
I mean, honestly, I don't know much about the situation, like complete honesty. I came out to practice. I saw there was only 3 quarterbacks out there. Trey's not out there. So, I mean, I'm trying to ask around what's going on. There's not a clear answer right now. Obviously, love Trey. I don't know what's going on with him right now or what's going to be next. But, yeah, we just got to keep preparing, get ready. We have a game on Friday. Keep preparing towards Pittsburgh, getting better. But, with the QB stuff, I'm honestly not even sure what exactly is going on. So.
That's a tough spot, Marcus. They got him in a tough spot right there, especially when he doesn't have all the information, is what it sounds like, and he's got to go out there and face the media. That's not an enviable position to be in.
Not at all.
You don't really know what's going on, and people want to know. And he's like, well, I don't really know what's going on. But again, I take him for his word that he is really fond of Trey. Like, I've heard that time and time again. The players, the guys really like him. Like, it's not an ego thing. It's not a personality thing. It's just a football business thing.
I mean, look at the touchdown pass that Trey Lance had last weekend to Cameron Letu down the sideline, and we saw Brandon Ayuk running up the sideline onto the field, getting penalty flags thrown because they were celebrating it so much. But yeah, you're right. This is a tough position for anybody to be in, especially Fred Warner. Now, Paulie Mack, what do you give me for Fred Warner showing up on the practice field and not seeing Trey Lance? And me and you showing up to the show yesterday and not seeing Triple E in the morning.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Maybe Trey Lance's car got towed yesterday.
By the way, a couple things about Triple E and the absence of at KNBR Brian Murphy. So a couple quick things. There are conspiracy theories going around. Yeah, first of all, today, Triple E kind of tailed me into the garage. So we had that moment. He filled in where he usually tails Murph. Today he tailed me. So
that means he's 0 for 2 this week.
Well, we walked in together. We got to hear about his car being towed, which just really sucks, man. Leave Triple E's car alone over there. The kid's got enough going on. And then finally, the conspiracy theory that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan wanted to wait till Brian Murphy was out on vacation
100%.
Before they made the announcement.
Yeah, me and John Lynch are boys. Everybody knows that.
Have you ever noticed that every time Murph goes away on vacation, something like massive happens? Like something huge always happens when Murph is out. It's like you can count on it.
Yeah, sometimes I'm really on board with Murph, and then there are other times I'm not.
Shout out Dwayne Kuiper.
Yeah, but Paulie Mack, it's played out perfect for me. I got to interview George Kittle.
Hey.
I was supposed to interview Carlos Correa.
I was there.
Got to interview Kyle Harrison, and today we get to talk
I'll
to
serve
John
you up a
Lynch.
John Lynch today, Marcus.
Exactly,
Yeah. All right, keep them coming. What else you got for us?
All right, well, since we're going to talk to John Lynch at 8 a.m. this morning, I thought it was important to play that sound from you from the exclusive KNBR interview that Kyle Shanahan did yesterday on the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes. And here he was breaking down the conversation that he had with Trey Lance yesterday and the initial decision to go with Sam Darnold over Trey.
I mean, it was a hell of a battle. They were neck and neck for a long time, but just really over these last, 10 days and stuff, we felt Sam started to separate himself. And we felt he did it in practice consistently, and he's been getting better each day. Trey made it real tight. He made it tough. It wasn't an easy decision for us, but we felt the work that they both put in. This game, our decision was made before this game, so felt I owed it at least to Trey to tell him first and foremost. So I brought him in this morning and let him know, and now we're here.
So, Paulie Mack, it sounds like the last 10 days have separated Sam Darnold from Trey Lance, which basically means it's the 2 preseason games against the Raiders and the Broncos. Now, I'll ask you your opinion. Has Sam and Darnold looked head and shoulders better than Trey Lance, in your opinion?
Great question. I'd say probably no. I think that Sam Darnold has looked good. Yeah. He looks like he can handle himself out there. I think that it's a great question. I don't know that he showed, at least last week. Let's look at the Bronco game. I don't know that Sam Darnold showed me anything that Trey Lance didn't. In fact, I might even give Trey Lance a nod as far as like the better performance last week, because I think he was just more dynamic on the field. He drove him down with the clock ticking, and I don't know. He showed some pretty good instincts out there, I thought. So no, not really. Yeah, I don't. But again, like it's the size, it's his resume. I think the amount of football that Sam Darnold has played. Same thing when you mentioned Baker Mayfield. Like, you just look at all the games he's played, and that does matter. Yeah. Like, it really does. It matters to have experience in the NFL, and Trey's got so little of it. I guess that's a big part of this decision. But again, these are all things we're going to ask John Lynch in just about an hour.
Yeah, and Paulie, that was my takeaway, too, from those 2 preseason games. Even at the
what's
joint
your take on that? What did you think? Who was the guy that popped to you?
Well, that's the thing. It's like Sam Darnold didn't really pop.
Not last week.
But he did everything that Kyle Shanahan asked him to do.
That's exactly.
And that's my approach to this whole entire situation, is that they're going with the quote-unquote safer option, with the guy who has a higher floor versus the higher ceiling. Because, again, we've talked about it all morning long. With this roster, with the collection of talent that the 49ers do have, it's the number one job for this 49er quarterback to not turn the ball over. Now, that's an issue that Sam Darnold has dealt with in New York and even in Carolina last year, so I'm not over the hill on that side and that perspective as well. But what we saw from Sam Darnold was him performing like Kyle Shanahan wanted to see his quarterback
managing the
perform.
offense, managing the game plan, keep the chains moving, stuff like that. Like, he's not going to ask him to do, I think, too much. But how ironic is it, too, with all the – we've talked about this with Murph, like – the emphasis on the draft every year and how important and a massive of an event it is. And a lot of times, sometimes a Nick Bosa comes out and it works out and you got yourself a great player there. But how ironic is it that Sam Darnold, who I think, what was he, number 3 overall?
Also, yeah.
He's backing up the last guy drafted in the draft, like in Brock Purdy.
Well, it's just ironic. Brock Purdy's ahead on the depth chart, ahead of 2 guys that were drafted number 3 overall.
So it just goes to show you, man. But, I mean, I don't know that, going back to your original question, has Sam Darnold looked that decidedly better than Trey Lance? But again, Kyle sees him every day. Yeah. He sees him on the practice field. He sees him running the the offense against, different defensive looks. So I guess he's, like that one texter said, I thought pretty effectively, to 707. I think whatever it is, Shanahan's seen what he needed to see. Like, he's seen enough that he was ready to make that call.
And that's the big question for me, is what has changed so much over the last year, over these last 365 days, where Trey Lance last year at the end of the training camp was going to be your quarterback 1 moving forward, was going to be the face of the franchise. Now, the obvious answer is he got hurt and Brock Purdy showed up and balled out. So that is pretty much the explanation you need. But it's also interesting that day 1 of free agency, they not only went out and got Hargrave, they went and signed Sam Darnold. So maybe we should have been reading the tea leaves all along.
It's not a bad point.
Kyle Shanahan has been preferring Sam Darnold since the moment he signed him to the roster.
There were those whispers the whole time, too. Like, you heard that. Like, you would hear these, like, kind of rumors and whispers that, hey, they really like Sam, and Sam looks really good. You remember what Matty Miyoko said about, like, the arm, maybe the most talented arm we've seen. So those kind of thoughts were there. Those statements were kind of there right beneath the surface. And you're right. Maybe there was evidence the whole time.
Yeah, maybe it was right in front of our face.
Give me a few more of these,
it got put in the face of Trey Lance because Kyle had that sit-down conversation with him. Here he was talking about that conversation with Trey and why they decided it was a good idea for Trey to take the day off of practice yesterday.
Yeah, Trey's put his heart and soul into this, like a lot of players, like almost all players do. And these are conversations I have to have with guys a lot. They're never easy. They're really tough. But it's also always tough when the spotlight's on it, as much as it is with this situation, with it being Trey, with our quarterback, his pick in the draft. So I knew that was hard on him. We had such a light practice today, and watching how Trey was and when we talked, we just thought it was better, hey, take the day off, get away a little bit, clear your head some, and we'll talk later in the afternoon, and we'll get you back in here tomorrow. And especially the practice we had today was our shortest one of the year. First time we didn't do pads, and just felt it was the best thing for him.
So they give Trey a little bit of headspace, give him a couple, one day to cool off, but here he is tomorrow night. Kyle Shanahan also said on the Tolbert Cope Show that he plans to play Trey Lance in the 49ers' final preseason game down at Levi's.
And as awkward as that's going to be for a lot of people involved here, that is going to be kind of an uncomfortable situation, knowing that he's really not the guy they want. But at the same time, I think all the teams around the league are going to be watching how he handles this, because if he pouts, if he throws a tantrum of any kind, or, being excused from practice yesterday, that's one thing. If that were to continue, or there were any other behavioral things that would rise up, like, that's going to hurt him.
Yeah.
So he's got to go out there and be a pro. Like, even though this is not an ideal scenario, it's not what he wanted at all, you still have to be a pro, especially if you're trying to sell your value around the league.
100%, because there's going to be the body language experts on Twitter breaking down how Trey's carrying himself.
Everything he says is going to get, it's going to get broken apart and
it's
analyzed.
Also going to be broken down how much playing time he does get, because Kyle has not confirmed whether or not the starters and Brock Purdy will be playing. Now, he said in a cut that Sam Darnold will play and Trey Lance will come in after him, but then he also got to ask the question about Brandon Allen, a guy that did not get any snaps last week against the Denver Broncos. If he's going to be your quarterback 3, maybe he's getting more playing time, but then again,
I wouldn't mind taking a look at him.
That's the balance, though. It's like, how much do you play Trey Lance to showcase his skills, but then how much are you rolling the dice that maybe he has another one of these injuries, and then that plummets his trade value even more beyond that, Paulie Mac.
Right.
So that's the questions that Kyle Shanahan is going to have to ask himself. It sounds like internally he has answered the question between picking his QB2 between Sam Darnold and Trey Lance. And Paulie Mac, check out this long, extensive breakdown from Kyle Shanahan, kind of going into deep detail and laying out the entire Trey Lance timeline and why they have made this decision to go with Sam Darnold over him.
I also don't think, Trey, this means that he can't be with us or someone else ever in the future. This is just where camp went right now. We know what Brock did in his 7 games that he got to play, and that's why I was clear with all the quarterbacks here, and I think anyone who had asked me that, Brock had earned that spot. We weren't sure if Brock was going to come back or not, and we had the opportunity to add another in free agency with Sam, and those guys have been competing for the 2 spot, and Sam just beat him out on that, and it was a tough matchup for him, but he ended up pulling it off. And when you go back to 3 years ago, we made a commitment, looking at our roster and everything, that we felt it was important with our roster going forward that eventually we were going to need a quarterback on a rookie deal. deal if we wanted to keep this team. And we made that decision back in after the 20 season, and we weren't going to look back after that. And Trey was the guy we went with, and we thought we would mix him in and ease him into some stuff the first year with a couple packages and stuff, but we didn't believe anyone we would have taken would have beaten out Jimmy that first year, and that's kind of how it looked, starting early in practice. And Trey did play a little bit earlier in the year, but when he broke his finger, it really kind of messed him up and took away that first year for him, where he had to overcompensate on some things, and it really kind of hurt him working through that. And it affected him all the way into the offseason going into year 2. But year 2 was the time that he did have the job. We were giving it to him. We were 100% committed, and we were tailoring everything for him. And yeah, he was working an uphill battle because of his finger stuff that he went through the first year, and how that had slowed down his process of just where he thought he would be. So he was a little behind on that, but Trey, the type of guy he is, the competitor, what he could do with his legs, we still felt confident that he would get it as the year went. And then he broke his ankle in the second game. And when he did that, it took away another year for him to develop, and that was unfortunate. So he missed 2 years to develop, not to mention the COVID year of his last year in college. So now he'd gone 3 years without it, and that opened up an opportunity for Brock. And, we took Brock in the 7th round. Obviously, we weren't thinking we'd be in this position. But when Brock got that opportunity, he came in and he played at a very high level. Whoever would have been here with the way Brock looked, we were going to go with Brock. And that was the reality of it. And we gave him a big chance to win that 2 spot this year. I think we were pretty lucky to get Sam to come here on the contract that he did, just knowing how the rest of the league looks at Sam and things like that. But Sam chose to come here, and it was a very tough fight. But in the long run, Sam ended up winning it. And the more I could do that, once I knew that and I knew it was the case, wanted to make sure I told Trey as fast as I could.
And yesterday, Paulie Mack, they broke the news to Trey, and I thought that was a great job by Kyle Shanahan, kind of laying it all out on the table, breaking down the entire timeline from Trey Lance's rookie year where he injured the finger in that preseason game against the Raiders to his sophomore year where he looked like he was going to be the face of the franchise, breaking his ankle against the Seattle Seahawks, to Brock Purdy taking over and taking the job away from him, plain and simple, to bringing in Sam Darnold this offseason. There's Kyle Shanahan laying it all out on the table.
He did.
On why they've made this decision.
I mean, you really can't argue with his perspective of the whole thing. You got a guy who can't stay on the field. You got a guy who, in Brock Purdy, who was given an opportunity, and that's life, man. That's how life is. Like, I don't care if it's high school athletics or, a professional in the business world. Opportunities do come along once in a while. They don't come along often, but when they do, then it's up to you. You got to wrestle that thing down, and that's exactly what Brock Purdy did. They opened the door for him. He had an opportunity due to all these circumstances and injuries. He walked through the door, and he made people pay attention.
And he went out there and played through injuries as well, the broken rib.
That's the NFL, man.
The kind of quarterback that he is. And we've talked about it. I think that he did evolve the offense to a new level, taking over from Trey and Jimmy Garoppolo also. But yeah, now you look at Trey and his injury past and the fact that Paulie Mack, over the last 3 years, going back to his last year of college, where he played 1 game, that means he's played a total of 5 games over the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
That means with the 49ers, he has only been active for 8 games, started 4 of them, and Paulie Mack, he's thrown 102 passes in his NFL career.
It'd be like this. It'd be like Marcus Boucher. Hey, I want to work on the morning show. I'd be like, all right, cool. What kind of experience do you have? Well, I've done 5 shows in the last 3 years. 5 shows.
Well, Paulie Mack,
I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, Paulie Mack, I made a couple TikToks. Put me on air.
I'm not sure that's enough. Yeah. Hey, let's take a quick break. We're going to come on back. And, in fact, I wouldn't mind taking a few more phone calls. So you can line them up right now. 808 KNBR. Like to get 49er fan reaction on the Trey Lance news. We have John Lynch joining us at 8 o'clock, and we'll get into it with him. But I would like to hear from you guys because it's a mixed bag today. Some people are understanding. Some people are very critical, and there are some still very pro-Trey Lance guys out there that might feel like he's getting a raw deal here. So we'll take your calls. We'll talk to you on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher and Paulie Mack on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
With the QB stuff, I'm honestly not even sure what exactly is going on.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody. Paul and Mac saying good morning, and thank you for listening to Murph and Mac with Marcus Boucher today. Hey, my main man, Steve Moskowitz, joins us throughout the week, and he shares a lot of good tax advice and suggestions with all of our listeners. So it's a useful tool to have Steve on board. And Steve, the one thing I hear all the time, and people say, hey, when you talk to Steve, ask him what to do if you have unfiled tax returns and you're scared, you're nervous, you don't know what your next move should be. Steve, good morning. What would you tell those people?
Good morning, Paulie. Hand it over to us and let us take care of you. Paulie, it is such a common situation that people don't file tax returns, oftentimes for years. The number one reason people do it is just don't have the money to pay the taxes. The number two reason is there's been some major change in their life. They got divorced and their spouse handled the records.
Right.
Or their bookkeeper left. They don't know what to do. Now year two rolls around. They say, well, how can they file year two and they didn't file year one and they still didn't have the money, and it's a mess. I've seen it ruin lives and marriages and businesses, and it doesn't have to be. We've done so many of these cases. We know what to do to take care of you. And if you don't have the money to pay the taxes, that's okay. We'll make a deal for you. Just turn it over to us. Let us take care of you. And then you just enjoy a normal life.
Very well explained, Steve. And see, that's the thing. When you talk to Steve, you realize you actually do have a lot of options. There are different routes to get you on the road to recovery. And Steve is going to share those with you and do what's best for you and your family. So have the conversation with Steve. Talk about your unfiled tax returns with Steve directly at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. You can also visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sam Darnold is going to be QB2 for the San Francisco 49ers. You're right. There was a quarterback battle in San Fran, but it was not about Brock Purdy. Now that he is healthy, unquestioned, he is the starter for the 49ers, considering what he did last year. Instead, it was about the backup quarterback. Was it going to be Sam Darnold, or was it going to be number 3 overall pick Trey Lance, who a couple years back they traded all those picks, 2 first-rounders and more, to go up and get Lance? Instead, sources told me and colleague Tom Pelissero that it is Darnold in as the number 2 quarterback, which means Trey Lance was not at practice today. The 49ers are now exploring their trade options as it pertains to Lance. And despite Coach Kyle Shanahan saying just a couple minutes ago on KNBR that he'd be extremely happy if Lance was with the team, there is a real chance here that he gets traded. One team to keep an eye on, the Minnesota Vikings. Obviously, Trey Lance, a hometown kid from Minnesota. They did speak with the 49ers this past offseason about a deal. It's hard, and the Vikings do, in fact, right now have a backup quarterback, but at least it is a team to potentially keep an eye on.
All right, thank you very much, Triple E. I wasn't laughing at Rap Sheet. I was laughing at Marcus. He was doing like the synchronized dance steps. There it is again. Thank you. I hope you guys are watching the stream today because you're getting to see Boucher break off some moves on his mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Denise. We got to get back to the mama-themed rejoins in a minute.
Yeah, Denise
I'll
Boucher,
take a little.
she's the one that taught me all these dance moves, Paulie, man.
Yeah, good call.
She's the one that taught me the hand drive.
We do a little grease lightning with Grease Kapler. Sure, we'll do it all. Hey, I asked for some phone calls, Marcus. We got Sean Estes coming up in a few minutes. We'll get into the Giant win, which was a great one last night. Also, the Shohei Ohtani news, we barely had a time to really get into that. Oh. But we will. Mm-hmm. But this Niner thing, I think, is taking precedence right now. It will be leading us right up until the big hit at 8 o'clock with John Lynch. So that's going to be a big conversation. More Giant talk later in the show with Hunter Pence. Matt Mayoko is going to join us. So very busy show. Marcus, I think today is the kind of day, like when you come in, you get a story of this size, you get so many people with, like, passionate feelings. I just want to open up the phones, man. Let's hear it from...
That's great. We've had a bunch of great phone calls earlier. Now, Paul and Mac, before you go out to the phone lines, we just played a lot of Kyle Shanahan sound. One cut that we did not get to play was Kyle talking about the future of Trey Lance. So I say we lay this out for you, then we go to the phone lines. Here was Kyle Shanahan again on yesterday with Tolbert and Copes talking about the future of Trey Lance. What we just heard Ian Rappaport allude to, that Kyle Shanahan still sees a scenario where Trey could stick on the roster as the QB3.
I'm really hoping so. I mean, this isn't a thing that we're giving up on Trey. This is more of how Brock played in his 7 games, and that was decided before this season started. And then how good Sam's looked. They both looked good. But we do have to make a decision here, and you only get so many reps at it, and we feel, starting about 10 days ago, Sam really separated himself, and we got to keep it real in that way. I feel very, very fortunate to have both of them here. I really hope when it's said and done that all 3 of these guys are here, and you never know when that's going to come up. We needed 4 guys last year. Doesn't happen much, but if we can have Trey as an option here, I would feel extremely happy about that. And I think the other quarterbacks in our room would, and I think our team would. Trey's a very well-liked guy, one of the better people I've been around, and I do think he's going to have a lot of success in this league. It's been a tough road for him because the times he has gotten an opportunity, he ended up getting hurt and missed that window. And now he's sitting in this position, and we'll always try to do right for Trey. If there's a better situation that his heart's in and something like that, we're going to make sure not to do something that hurts him in that way. So that's stuff that I talked to him about this morning. That's stuff I'll talk to him about tonight and continue to talk to him about. But Trey knows how I feel about him, and I hope he ends up being able to be here, and that's the best thing for him. But we got to see what is the best thing from now until then.
And Paulie Mack, this was a quote that stood out to me from this interview. Because Kyle Shanahan made it pretty clear that he would prefer to keep him as QB3.
Yeah,
but
I'd like that too, to be honest.
He also says we're going to do what's best for Trey and what Trey wants.
And you heard the rap sheet cut that they might be playing footsie with the Vikings.
Exactly.
And,
so to me, that leads to speculation that Trey might have been the one to initiate this trade request, whether it was his agent leaking it.
Could be.
And again, I mentioned it earlier, both Trey Lance and Sam Darnold are both signed to the creative artist agency, so they have the same representative.
Yeah.
Maybe they found out the news about the backup quarterback move, and they called up Kyle and John Lynch.
A lot of intrigue, man.
Let's make a move.
A lot of intrigue.
Let's make a deal, Paul.
Well, I'll tell you what, again, we're about 35 minutes away from talking to John Lynch directly, so we'll hit him with that question and a whole slew of others. We'll try to get some good answers, and I'm sure we will, because John is very open. He's not going to hide anything. He's going to give us a real deal. So, Marcus, to the phones we go on a kind of reaction-based segment here. There's so many people that feel passionately about Trey Lance one way or another, so let's hear from him. First caller from Tracy. Looks like this is a gentleman named Hap, H-A-P, Hap. What's going on, Hap? You're on with Marcus and Matt. How are you, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, so I was just thinking about this even last year. What was the main reason why they got Trey Lance in the first place? It was because Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't stay on the field. He wasn't available. So now it's happening to Trey. He can't stay on the field. So it's a business decision. If he can't stay on the field, he's no good for the 49ers. Doesn't mean they can't keep him. It's just that he has to be available, and he's not. Unfortunate for him. Wish him all the best, but hopefully he stays with the Niners. That's my take.
All right, Hap, I appreciate it, man. I don't really disagree with anything he said, Marcus. I think that's been the primary reason that Trey Lance is in the position he's in is because he hasn't been healthy, honestly. Because if he could have stayed healthy, really shown what he was capable of, he would have had enough games under his belt right now that he'd probably be pretty far along. Never got a chance to develop.
And
I mean, you heard Shanahan say it too on the cut. It's like it's unfortunate, but the guy has had back-to-back injuries that have essentially cost him entire seasons.
And it's one of the oldest cliches in sports. The best ability is availability. And guess what? Brock Purdy is available for week 1 of the season.
Yeah.
That's why he's our QB1, and that's why they've made a decision now to move on to QB2 with Sam Darnold, and sounding like they're going to move on maybe with Trey Lance off the roster in potentially less than a week.
We're going to move on to Brett in Walnut Creek. Brett, you're on with Marcus Boucher and Paulie Mack on KNBR 680. How you doing today, Brett?
Hey, good morning, guys. Unfortunately, I think we all saw this coming some way or the other. Just to contradict the previous caller, the reason they got Trey Lance is they thought he was going to be the next Pat Mahomes. That he could run, he could pass, he's athletic.
Yeah.
And he is all those things.
Yep.
And he is all those things. But, he hasn't, injury, COVID, et cetera, hasn't had the opportunity. And when he's had the opportunity, hasn't really shown something that, we all know is the it factor, right?
Right.
And Brock Purdy, I hear people a lot say, oh, it's a small sample, he only played. I don't need a big sample to know if someone has it or they don't have it. It's kind of interesting. I liken a lot to Patrick Bailey and Joey Bart.
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
Joey Bart is the number 2 pick. He's going to be the next Buster Posey. And injuries a little bit and not performing when you had an opportunity.
That's right.
And Pat Bailey comes up, who's basically Mr. Irrelevant in baseball. And did I need to see 80 games to know that Patrick Bailey had it? No.
Yeah. No, it's pretty evident.
3 games.
Yeah. No, Brett, thanks for the call, man, and I appreciate it. It's a good analogy. It really is, because I feel that way, too. When Bailey came up, you could see it right away. Yeah. Essentially, you were like, wow, that guy – he just looks like he belongs up here, whereas Joey Bart's never really got his legs under him. It's funny, too. I got to see another text out here from 707. He goes, guys, if you really think about it across the board, not just the Niners, but think about some of these first-round draft picks that have kind of come and gone. Joey Bart, Trey Lance, and don't forget about Wiseman.
Yeah,
throw James Wiseman on the pile, too.
Well, that's why we had them all sharing an apartment down near the Bay.
Well, you know what? On that note, let's do it. I mean, I think we'll get back to the phones after this, but a little detour to Marcus's point. We didn't build all this for nothing.
Last year, audiences were captivated by a show so unique, so raw, so heartbreaking, that it speaks for an entire generation. Now your long wait is over because that show is back. Streaming exclusively at KNBR.com, it's Season 2 of Joey and Jimmy. It's Joey and Trey by the Bay. Last year, audiences fell in love with the pairing of Joey Bart and Jimmy Garoppolo in a San Francisco waterfront home. Now Jimmy's cashed his chips on the Vegas Strip.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. I love you guys. So, see ya.
But Joey's got a new roommate.
Kind of a breath of fresh air for sure. So it's been an awesome experience and definitely refreshing.
Both were first-round draft picks. Both had the world at their fingertips. And now...
We've always felt that Sam was a good fit for what we do offensively when you're a quarterback with the Niners.
Can two young men on the fast track to superstardom cohabitate without cracking up?
My first impression of him, I ran into him and I think it was a sauna. Yeah, me and him in the sauna, so we got to know him a little bit. Super good dude.
Or crapping out?
It's gonna be, it's gonna be a process, ups and downs, but I feel like I'm in a really great spot.
In a divided nation, there's one show that can still bring us together. It's Joey and Trey by the Bay, coming soon to KNBR's Murph and Mac Comedy Network.
All right, listen, just a little comedic detour right there. You got to laugh at the absurdity of life sometimes, Marcus. If you're not laughing, you're crying, and I'd rather be laughing.
I mean, Paulie Mac, we spoke it into existence, and now here's the problem. Joey had his first roommate move out, Jimmy Garoppolo, and it sounds like, Trey Lance is going to be joining James Wiseman, who was sleeping on the couch.
You know what I mean?
Who is Joey Bart's next roommate?
Well, that's what 930 is asking. 415, I'd rather, is checking in going, guys, does he have the roommate wanted sign up in the window? I'm saying he probably does.
Oh, you know who might be moving in?
Who?
Jake Moody.
Well, hopefully not.
I'm just saying. I'm the bad guy. I'm not the one missing extra points and field goals.
I'm going to go ahead and ask Jake Moody to make me a few kicks this year. Not so fast.
Jake Moody in the Bay.
One more call, just because he's been so patient. Give me Meadowman and Ventura really quick, and then we'll break and come back with Sean Estes. Meadowman, thanks for waiting. You're on with Marcus and Mac. How you doing, bro?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. What's on your mind regarding Trey today?
I would like to see them keep Trey, but you know what? I'm going to trust the decision of John and Kyle.
Yeah.
And, because, that's what York hired him for, and York's sitting on the sidelines just, watching like I was hoping he would. But I'm going to trust, like I said, I'm going to trust Kyle and John to make the right decision.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for checking in. And he's comfortable with it. I'm comfortable with it, too, to be totally honest. Last thing I would ask you, Mark, is I am comfortable with the decision of going with Darnold at number 2. Are you surprised by this at all? Is there any element of like, wow, I didn't see that coming? Do you feel like...
No, because I think, like we said earlier, we've kind of been following the cookie trail. We've been following the crumbles since they signed him on day one of free agency, to hearing Matt Mayoko talking about his arm talent, to hearing Greg Papa break it down. I mean, we've talked to a bunch of people from around this 49ers organization, and it sounds like they've been heading in this direction for more than a couple weeks now, even going back to OTAs where Sam Darnold seemed like he was in the spotlight to take that QB2 competition.
Well, let's do this. We've talked a lot of Trey Lance today. There's more where that came from, too, but first, a little conversation with Sean Estes, because there was a hell of a Giant game yesterday in Philly. Seesaw affair. We got Paul DeYoung making an incredible debut. My guy Meckler's out there having a big day. Alex Cobb, too, bro. Thanks for being the stopper again.
Another one.
This guy, dude, another one. Great call, Marcus. Anyway, Sean Estes on the other side. We'll get into that Giant game. And then right after Sean, we'll talk to John Lynch. We got a busy morning for you right here on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
That it is Darnold in as the number 2 quarterback, which means Trey Lance, who was not at practice today. The 49ers are now exploring their trade options.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Cincinnati Reds Wednesday, August 30th. First pitch, 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Paulie Mac saying good morning, and thank you so much for listening to Murph and Mac today. I want to talk to all my friends out there suffering with joint pain. And don't feel bad. You're not alone. You're not unique. A lot of us are in the same boat. Sore neck, sore knee, sore back, elbow, ankle. Am I leaving anything out? I mean, that's what happens, though. You age, you get injuries, and they linger, and next thing you know, you're finding that you have to address it. And you have to address it, hopefully, without prescription painkillers, without multiple doctor visits. That's where QC Kinetics comes in. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. They are open right here in the Bay Area. They offer lasting relief to people with joint pain. And again, there's no surgery involved. There's no drugs involved. There's no doctors and downtime involved. We're talking about regenerative medicine from QC Kinetics that uses highly concentrated healing agents from your own body. So the treatments actually restore and repair damaged tissue in your aching joints to allow you to move around without the pain that's been bothering so many of us for so long. Over 100 clinics nationwide with QC Kinetics right now. They've treated thousands of patients, and they've had great success. So if you're dragging around pain in your knees, shoulders, hip, back, elbow, any area, try to check out these new treatments. They will really help your body restore and repair itself. Schedule a free consultation with locations in Pleasanton and San Jose by calling 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN. Again, that's 877-70-REGEN.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Mac's Power Hour. On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Murph and Mac.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, kids, we are making the connection right now with Sean Estes, kicking off this Power Hour. It's going to be a doozy because we'll talk to Sean about the game in Philly yesterday, which was an incredible game. Marcus, I'm putting that in my top 5 ball games of the season, maybe even top 3. It was a barn burner, man. Back and forth it went. Giants finally get out of Philly with a win. It was hard-earned and hard-fought, but they got one. They're going to enjoy the off day today, and then tomorrow night you got a great pitching matchup with the Braves coming in. They'll see Logan Webb, and we're looking forward to that. But I think we are connected. Okay, we're good to go. Sean Estes joins us every Thursday. We love our conversations with Sean. And, Sean, I say good morning to you today. We got Marcus Boucher filling in for Brian Murphy, so you're going to be hearing from him as well. But, dude, what a ball game in Philly, man. How's it going, Sean?
What's up, Sean?
Hey, yeah, well, yeah, great game. They won a game. I mean, more important, right? But, yeah, had a little bit of everything. What's up, Marcus? How are you, buddy?
I'm good, man. We're doing great, especially after watching Paul DeYoung step into this lineup yesterday.
What a debut.
And really breathe some life into this Giants offense. Now, this is a guy that was just DFA'd by the Toronto Blue Jays after going 3 for 44 in Toronto. Sean, his first game with the San Francisco Giants, he has 3 hits, a home run, 4 RBIs. What'd you think about the Giants' debut of a Paul DeYoung?
Well, he won the game for him single-handedly with his bat. I mean, obviously it was much needed jolt that he provided yesterday, and a little surprised. You know, you come into a new into a new clubhouse, put on a different uniform, the 3rd uniform he's worn in the last month, and then hey, go get him, right? It's a weird feeling. I've done it before. I got traded from the Mets to the Reds. I put my uniform on the first day, and I went out and had to pitch against the Astros. And it's a surreal feeling because, first of all, you don't really know any of the guys. You're even, I mean, maybe you've crossed paths with them. Maybe there's a buddy or two that you work out with in the offseason, whatever. But it's a new team, and now you're going out there and you're trying to help them win a game. I know it's just baseball, but it really is a weird feeling mentally to go out there, and it's kind of an out-of-body experience because it's been a little bit of a whirlwind for him, but for him to be able to, to just go out there and do what he did yesterday was pretty special, and obviously pretty important for the club because, single-handedly he won that game for him with his bat, and he made some nice plays defensively as well. So, yeah, nice spark right there by Paul DeJong, and nice pickup by Farhan. Just a guy that a lot of people were talking about getting at the trade deadline. Even.
Yeah.
And now that Crawford's, on the IL and there's a need for some offense at shortstop, they said, what the heck? Let's see. It's worth a flyer, and it paid off yesterday.
Incredible debut, Sean. In fact, I can't remember a guy making his debut with the Giants and having that kind of immediate impact. I mean, I'm sure there's been a couple of other ones, but that's right up there at the top. And then also, we're creating credit.
I had to go back and see Beltran. Yeah. Remember when Carlos Beltran in 2011? I mean, he didn't have a great debut.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a great run before he got hurt with the Giants. He had over 300, and he was on fire. But his debut, he went 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. I had to go back and look because I thought that he had a pretty good debut, but it wasn't. Like I said, it's tough to come over right away. There's a lot of pressure you put on yourself to go out there and perform. You want to make an impression right away. So you're absolutely right. Great debut, one of the best I've ever seen.
I feel like we should also talk about Alex Cobb, Sean, because, I mean, this guy, if we're going to give a lot of credit to DeJong with the bat, we got to give Alex Cobb a lot of credit for just kind of calming the waters, really getting into a groove out there. And him being a stopper, Sean, a position he's been in other times throughout this season where the Giants have not been playing great ball, and suddenly it's up to Alex Cobb to kind of put a stop to that and get him back redirected on the winning track. And he did it again yesterday. I mean, he's been a really, really valuable piece this year.
He has been. I mean, he's been pretty consistent. He's gone through a little bit of a rough patch as of late, but he's a veteran guy. He understood what that game meant to his club, and that speaks a lot. That speaks volumes to just his character and just his competitiveness because he hasn't been great on the road this year. His home road splits, I mean, they're pretty significant, right? He has not. It's no secret he has not pitched as well on the road. And really hasn't pitched as well in day games. You take his day and night game splits. So now you're up against the perfect storm, right? You got a day game on the road, and not only that, you're pitching against one of the hottest teams in baseball. And to go out and do what he did yesterday, you can consider a 4:00 game, not a day game, but it's still in my opinion a day game. And he went out there yesterday and he dealt, and he really did. He took the responsibility of going out there and being a stopper, put the team on his back, and he gave him 5 solid innings outside the back-to-back home runs, which you kind of expect the Phillies to hit some home runs. He was phenomenal. He was almost perfect. So it's exactly what that club needed, and moving forward, I think that's a big confidence boost for Alex Cobb. Just to kind of understand, like, okay, I'm not that bad on the road. I'm not that bad in day games, right? I can get good lineups out. So moving forward, that's going to be a huge outing for him as well mentally.
Well, here's another guy we got to talk about. Another arm we need to talk about, Sean, is Camilo Doval. So he had a tough time yesterday. He had a tough night 2 nights ago. I feel a little bit worse about yesterday than I do 2 nights ago because that ball went off his glove, and it just so happened that it was in a place where, the Giant defenders couldn't get to it. A couple of runs score. It happens. I don't know, but yesterday, what did you see? How does Camilo Doval look to you right now? For me, Sean, he doesn't look entirely comfortable where he's just totally relaxed and dealing out there. But for your eye, what are you seeing with him right now?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at the big picture and the fact that, he's blown 4 saves in a row. I mean, I don't really look at, the blown saves is how you're blowing them. It's what's happening around you. I mean, a couple of them weren't his fault. And then, also, won 2 of those 4 games. So ultimately that's the goal, right? But then you look at the last couple games, and to me that's what just didn't look like very Camilo-like. The 2 games against the Phillies that he blew. I just feel like that right now he's maybe he's going through. I mean, they call it the dog days of August for a reason. I mean, he's logged some innings this year coming out of the bullpen, and you get tired. I mean, your body gets tired. I don't care how young you are. You know, you go through some arm fatigue, you go through some body fatigue, and then you get out there, you don't feel your best, and you try to create velocity, right? You try to throw harder. And what happens is that if it's not that easy cheese like we're used to seeing Camilo throw, it becomes more of an effort, and you end up losing command with all your pitches. And I feel like there may be some of that going on. And then also, you know, I think he's second-guessed some of his pitch selection. The slider just wasn't there yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, he threw a ton of fastballs 2 days ago. He didn't throw any sliders at all, hardly. And then yesterday he threw all sliders. So it was almost like he's kind of caught between about what he wants to do as far as pitch mix.
Yeah.
You know, when you go through a phase like that, you're probably best to just trust your catcher and really just see the glove, know what you're going to throw, and execute the pitch. It takes all the thinking out of what pitch you need to throw in that situation. Trust the catcher. I mean, I think that these guys, and Cobb and Webb have done it. They've allowed Bailey to call their games for him. This kid he's mature beyond his years. I think he has such a good feel for the game that Camilo at this point just needs to trust Patrick Bailey. And I think that'll get him right back into sync. Because, I mean, he did hit 100 yesterday, but like I said, 100, you know, if it's in there, but if there's a lot of effort behind the 100, a lot of times you're not going to have command with it. And to me, that's just what's going on right now. He doesn't have a lot of command or a lot of confidence in his pitches. But the one thing you can control when you're going through it is your body language. And I just don't. I haven't loved his body language the last couple of games. And that's, to me, I know he always seems, you know, it's tranquilo Camilo, right?
Yeah.
He's always just kind of in control and nothing really phases him. But you're starting to see a little bit of frustration, maybe a little doubt, maybe lack of confidence right now. And he'll get that back. He's just going through a rough patch right now, and I think I don't think we need to worry too much about it. They'll be able to talk to him, give him support like they talk about. And I think at the end of the day, you know, when September rolls around, I think Camilo will be back.
And Sean, I'm glad that you brought up the pitch selection by Camilo Duvall, because it's something I noticed on Tuesday and Wednesday night as well. Going back to Tuesday and him relying on that fastball, like you said. And I noticed as well, I don't know if it is arm fatigue, but he was hitting 97, 98, 99 miles per hour, which is nothing to scoff at, but it's not the 103, 104 that we've seen out of Camilo Duvall throughout his career. Then you pay attention to the Gabe Kapler post-game comments, where he was pretty critical about the pitch selection from Camilo Duvall and how he's not mixing in enough sliders. And then yesterday we saw 13 of his 17 pitches were sliders. He had problems competing in the strike zone. Do you think Gabe Kapler's post-game comments affected the way that Camilo Duvall approached last night's save opportunity?
Well, I don't really think that Camilo probably heard what Cap said on the media to the media, but I guarantee you that he sat down with Nick Ortiz and they had a little discussion with him just about the pitch selection and implementing his slider more. I mean, if you remember when he came up to the big leagues, they thought his slider was so good they wanted him to use it more than his fastball, and he did do that. And it ended up hurting him because he became too predictable. And as soon as you started throwing that two-seam fastball with movement to go along with the cutter at 100, in addition to the slider, and he started to mix those pitches up to become less predictable, that's when he became an all-star closer. So I think that you can almost, you know, sometimes you got to be careful what you say to young guys. I mean, because he really is still a young guy. Because, you know, they may take that to heart and be like, all right, you want me to throw my slider more? I'll show you how. I'll throw my slider more. I'll throw it 13 out of 17 times. I think more than anything, it was just him trying to find a slider because he just didn't have a feel for it at all last night. And he knows he's going to be a pitch he's going to have moving forward. So, you know, I just didn't like a lot of the shakes. You know, I thought I saw him shake quite a bit in the first game against Philly, and it's like, you know what? Trust Patrick Bailey, please.
Yeah, right.
I mean, yes,
right.
But you also have to be convicted in the pitches you're throwing as well.
Yeah.
And if he didn't feel like that he had a good slider that first game, well, that's why he stuck with the fastball. But if you can't get the adrenaline in Philly and Citizen Bank Ballpark and that atmosphere, and be able to pump some triple-digit numbers in a big game,
right,
then to me that just tells me that there's probably a little fatigue going on, and he's trying to stay within himself, and it almost makes it look like he's a little lackadaisical. But, you know, all closers go through it. I mean, we saw Kimber, one of the best closers, you know, in the last decade, you know, come in, and he couldn't find the zone yesterday. So And he's gone through rough patches in his career as well. So I think it's just a small sample size with Camilo, and I don't think anybody needs to really worry too much about it.
Yeah, Sean Estes joining us on the UMA guest line this morning, as he always does on the Murph and Mac show on Thursday mornings. And the Giants were able to survive that Camilo Duvall blown save last night and survive the kind of menace that was Bryce Harper this entire series. I know we want to ask you a couple questions about Kyle Harrison as well, but I thought the Bryce Harper story has been extremely intriguing this year, especially since he played in the World Series last year without a UCL ligament in his elbow. He returns from Tommy John surgery in less than 6 months. And now, Sean, we're getting some other UCL news as Shohei Ohtani left the game yesterday for the Angels with a torn UCL. I'd just love to get your perspective, your breakdown on Shohei Ohtani and what that means for him in the future, especially heading into free agency next offseason.
Well, it's definitely going to change the offseason, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Big time.
I don't really know the significance of it. If they're already saying it's a tear, that's terrible news for one for him, because tears will, depending on the significance of them, that they can heal down in an offseason, but it's just really kind of a sign of things to come, right? It's almost like and I'm sure he's going to get a bunch of different opinions. But it's almost like you go fix it, right? You don't waste your time. They're not going to do that this year, more than likely. I don't know what they're going to do, but it just really does change the whole offseason because the value that he brings, and the money that he's going to get this winter is going to be because he's a two-way guy, right? And so you can pay a guy to hit, but not going to be as significant as if he can be a top end of your rotation as well, and so that may change a lot of opinions on Shohei going into this winter and certain teams and how they value him. I personally value him pretty high just as a hitter alone. I would want his bat in my lineup.
Yeah.
But you're not going to have to pay him as much now. If the elbow's an issue and he can't, he's not going to be able to go out and compete on the bump for a minimum of a year. But like you said, Bryce Harper comes back. And that's the thing about hitters is that, he doesn't take you as long as you don't have to throw. Now you can DH, right? In all of baseball now. So he'll be able to hit,
right,
as he's rehabbing his elbow. It just is a matter of when's he going to be able to get back on the bump and actually compete and get guys out. So that's going to change a lot. But that's huge news. It's something I've been always skeptical about just with what he does. And and just what he's done has been nothing short of phenomenal this year and last year. I mean, since he's been a big leaguer. But you just wonder, like at some point, it's got to catch up to him. When you as a pitcher, and I say this all the time, sometimes it takes you 5-6 days to recover from one start to the next, and then sometimes you don't even recover, and you're battling in a season. You go through a 3 or 4 start stretch where you just don't feel it, and all of a sudden you keep your second wind. And you're back. But when you don't give yourself really a chance to recover because you're in the lineup and you're on your legs and you're running bases and you're hitting home runs and your legs and your lower half are such a big part of your mechanics. And he does use his lower half extremely well. At some point, you're going to have fatigue on the lower half as well, and it's going to affect what you do because you're going to have to create other places. And it's going to be you're going to try to have to create velocity with your arm because your legs are tired. And then what happens with that is you compensate. You end up fatiguing your arm and you end up getting hurt. It's just, I just felt like that the pace that he was going at, it just sets up for injury.
Yeah.
I don't really know any other way to explain it other than nobody's done it before. Right.
Yeah.
And so there's no barometer. Like there's no guy you can say, well, this is how we did it for work for his workload to manage it. And now here they're trying to get to the playoffs. He's pushing, It's unfortunate.
It is.
You kind of just felt like it was going to happen at some point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a realistic way of looking at it. And you're right. It is unfortunate because probably the greatest baseball story of the season has been Shohei Ohtani on the mound and at the plate. So we'll see how it goes. But it is, like you said, the best word is probably unfortunate. Now, Sean, before I let you go today, man, I got to get your kind of review of the debut of Kyle Harrison, who we saw finally take the mound a couple of days ago. There was a lot of anticipation. I mean, Sean, I'm sure you heard the reports. We kind of likened it to when Timmy came up or Bumgarner, guys like that. I mean, it was that much of a buzz around this kid's debut. So watching him work, give me your impressions. What did you see out there?
Oh, I loved it. Oh, I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait to see him pitch, one. Two, I wanted to see how he was going to handle that first inning. And, I thought he handled it great. Obviously, he's pitching against sort of the hottest hitters in baseball and Harper, and you're not going to expect, a first breaking ball that the guy sees for him to hit it out of the ballpark. I mean, that's just, I think prior to that, he gave up a hit. It was a hitter. I don't think he walked a guy in the first. I liked how he pounded the zone. I was worried that he might be all over the place, because that's kind of been, he's been in a good place mechanically, before he came into a start the other day. I think he felt pretty confident that he could throw strikes, but your debut, obviously pitching in Philly, with the team trying to get to the playoffs. I mean, there's a lot of pressure there, and there's a lot of adrenaline that first inning. And sometimes you can't even feel the baseball. You don't have a good feel for the baseball. I guarantee that his heart was beating out of his chest. He was just trying to keep things in check. And not only that, but you're not allowed to take a breather, right? You have to get the ball and go. You got the pitch clock to worry about. I mean, I know he's done it in the minor leagues, but if there's ever a start that you want to be able to step off the mound and maybe take a little bit longer to regain your to get your breath back, it's in your debut, right? And it wasn't allowed to do that. So I was just wondering if things would speed up on him and if he would lose command of his fastball. But man, quite the opposite. I mean, he punched out the side in the first, and on just like against hitters, right-handed batters at that are good fastball hitters that had no chance against the fastball. Mm-hmm. And you're thinking, well, this guy must throw 102, right, for that to happen. Well, it doesn't. I mean, he threw anywhere from 94 to 98 that first inning. That's great velocity from the left side, don't get me wrong, but it was the first time we really got to see how good his fastball is in person, at the big league level. And I thought it was funny because hearing Patrick Bailey's comments after the game, these guys speak a totally different language these days, right? Yeah. It's back in the day it has been like, yeah, he had a good fastball today. They couldn't catch up to it. Almost looked like it was taking. Patrick Bailey's like, no, he's got a great three-quarter release. It creates approach angle. He's got a good two-plane break, both vertical and horizontal. I'm just like, wait a second. Can we get a translator right here?
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, the shapes. Yeah.
and then that's what you'd probably say back in the day was like, yeah, his fastball's a lot like such and such. And then would he finish it off with, I have to say a comp would be Josh Hader. Well, that's a pretty good fastball right there from the left side. I mean, the guy's been a pretty darn good closer and dominant closer for a long time. So pretty good compliment, to hear a guy like Patrick Bailey talk about, Kyle Harrison's fastball in those terms. But I was just impressed by his poise, impressed by his fastball, and he's just going to get better.
Yeah, wrapping it up here on the UMA guest line with Sean Estes this morning. John Lynch swinging a bat in the on-deck circle. He'll join us in about 3 minutes to talk 49ers, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold. But, Sean, before we let you go, I wanted to get your opinion as, of course, a left-handed pitcher. With the success that the lefties in the Phillies lineup had against Kyle Harrison, you mentioned that fastball and the 5 strikeouts that he had. They were all against right-handed hitters. So was there anything that you picked up about his performance against the lefties? I know there's been some speculation about whether or not maybe he's tipping his slider a little bit. What was your takeaway seeing the success that guys like Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber had against Kyle Harrison?
Yeah, I don't make too much of it because he dominated lefties in the minor leagues. But, I don't think they had anything. I think it was more of, okay, here's our approach is that, the fastball is going to be tough to hit. We're probably going to see a breaking ball within this at bat because, lefty on lefty, you're going to show off the breaking ball the first time you face a guy because you feel like that you have the advantage at that point with that matchup. And maybe it was a situation where let's go up there and sit on a breaking ball because we're going to get it at some point. They've seen that, the numbers in the minor leagues is that, hey, he has a tough time commanding his fastball at times. So, let's look for a pitch, see if we can get it. And it seemed like that, obviously Harper hit the first breaking ball. He saw Stott got a hit. I can't remember who the other lefty was. Schwarber. I don't make much of it. If they did have something on him, guys, which just would blow my mind, it makes even what he did against their right-handers even more impressive because if one guy knows it in the lineup, everybody knows what's going on. And if they know what he's throwing his slider, then if they know when he's not throwing his slider. So they know a fastball's coming. And those righties, if they knew a fastball was coming, it didn't seem like it, right? The swings that they were taking, the takes that they had, the strike 3 takes, they didn't know a fastball was coming. So to me, that just tells you that they didn't know what his slider, they didn't have any, he wasn't tipping. So I don't worry too much about it, but they'll look at it. I mean, Andrew Bailey will sit down and he'll see and they'll break down like maybe something he's doing a little bit differently with maybe his glove, maybe his arm angle, maybe he drops down a little bit lower with his breaking ball. I mean, that's tough to pick up at the plate, but some of these hitters are pretty good. Bryce Harper's one of them, and they can pick up subtleties. That's what makes them so good. I know Barry Bonds is one of the best out of it. Other guys couldn't pick up things that he could, and he feasted on those things. So I don't make too much of it. I just think it was a little bit, like you said, another small sample size like Camilo's last 4. I think Kyle Harrison will be fine against lefties.
Sean, listen, man, we appreciate all the insights. We appreciate talking to you every Thursday. We got John Lynch in the on-deck circle, so we're going to have to move on to John. But have a great weekend, Sean. Thanks for all the insights today. We'll do it again next Thursday, bro.
Okay, fellas.
Thanks a lot. Sean Estes, everybody, right here. You catch him every Thursday at 7:30 right here on the Power Hour. But now it's time to connect with 49er General Manager John Lynch.
Now, this is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper. Ground ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. He's humble.
Coach Walsh, without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's a man of honor.
When we huddle up as a team and huddle up as a people, as a great nation.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful.
San Francisco!
Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Mac.
My sources tell me he was saying, listen to Murph and Mac.
Well, that's probably the smartest thing, yeah.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, kids. Hey, listen, this is what we've been waiting for. This is going to be the first of many conversations with General Manager John Lynch we'll have this year on the Murph and Mac Show. Now, today, a little bit of a different setup. We've got my main man, Marcus Boucher. He's in for Brian Murphy today and tomorrow as well. So, John, for the first time in the 2023 season, I want to say good morning to you. Welcome back to the Murph and Mac Show. You got Marcus in today for Murph. How's everything going, John? A lot of news to talk about.
Morning, John.
Yeah, it's eventful. It always is this time of year. And how you doing, Paulie, Marcus? Exciting time of year, though. And getting close to that opener in Pittsburgh, and things are shaping up well.
Okay, man, so let's just dive right into it. Listen, the obvious story, the big story is the battle for number 2 has been decided. It's going to be Sam Darnold, and there's, John, as you know, a lot of reaction on both sides now. So for starters, I guess I'd just like you to share your feelings about the decision to go with Sam Darnold over Trey Lance.
Well, I think I'm really, really proud of that entire quarterback room, both Trey and Sam, because they knew what was in front of them, and they knew the competition was going to be intense and real, and I think they both embraced that. And I thought we saw the best out of both of them, and they each had their moments, but was really excited to see Sam Darnold and his talents. You could see from afar how talented of a player he is, how talented of a thrower. And then you wonder, how is he going to mix with us? And we thought he could thrive in our system. I think he's done that. I think Trey made incredible leaps and bounds this year, and I think his games showed that. He really, I give him a lot of credit, because we didn't tailor an offense that highlights a lot of the things that Trey is able to do. Mm-hmm. And I think he grew from that. He just played within our offense and still showed some of his ability to move around, made a lot of plays. Ultimately, Kyle and our coaching staff, they're tasked to make tough decisions. And believe me, this one was painstaking for them. They came to a point where they felt like Sam had won it, and nothing was going to change that. And so, out of their respect for Trey, they called Trey in. Never did we think all that would get out. It's things don't stay quiet for long in today's world. And next thing you know, everything that transpired yesterday transpired. But I can tell you that Trey handled it incredibly well. with class. He was devastated, and rightly so. When you put your heart and soul into something, and it doesn't come to fruition, you're going to be devastated, and that's the type of competitor he is. But we're in a good place. He'll be back in the building today, and we're moving forward.
Great, John. No, that's great stuff right there. And also I thought it was interesting yesterday. Kyle said that really over the last 10 days or so that Sam had kind of separated himself and showed that separation between him and where Trey was. And I'm just wondering if you could maybe elaborate on that a little bit. Like, what did Darnold show Kyle that maybe Trey wasn't showing at this point?
I don't think that both things have to be true. I think Trey can be showing really well. There's just ultimately, there's so many, everything's evaluated, Paulie. It's meeting time, it's practice, it's walkthroughs, it's overall grasp. So I know that I talk with Kyle every single day, multiple times a day. I know how excited he was about Trey's development. Now, the good news for everyone, I think I can tell you how excited he is right now on what Sam can be. The other thing I continue to go back to, we know what we went through last year. So there's a reason we brought Sam in. Obviously for some insurance with Brock being possibly not there, at the start of camp. We just didn't know that. But also, even if Brock was there, we wanted to be insulated such that we had true depth in that room. And so we know that we have that. And, as to what, made Kyle make the ultimate, I think ultimately coaches just get a feeling that, and convicted with multiple evaluation points. And he felt like it was time. And once Kyle's like that, he didn't want to keep Trey. He didn't want things to be awkward. He's got too much respect. And as I said, Trey handled it well. I had a good chance to talk to Trey and excited to have him back in the building today.
Yeah, 49ers general manager John Lynch on the UMA guest line this morning. And John, I wanted to ask about that conversation that both you and Kyle had with Trey Lance yesterday. It sounds like you were in the room for that conversation just to get the reaction from Trey Lance, how he handled the news being broke to him, and if it was a mutual decision on both sides to not have him not participate at practice yesterday at Levi's.
Yeah, I talked to him separately. I talked to Trey later in the day. Kyle, felt like, and I agree, that's a coach's decision, as to depth chart type things. And so Kyle called Trey in. They had a really good talk. It wasn't negative at all. I think, as I said, I used the word, it was a gut punch for Trey. He had really gone for this thing and felt like he was playing well, which he was. And so I think it was a mutual decision just to go home and take some time. And then, once he was home, I think, like as Kyle communicated yesterday, we had our lightest day of the year. The day before was our heaviest load of the year in terms of volume and reps. Yesterday was no pads. It was a light day. And, Trey, was with getting that news, we decided it was best for him just to stay home for the day. He'll be back here today, and everybody's in a good place. And Trey's a pro. And so, like he's done every day that he's ever been here, he's gonna do his best to be at his best at all times and to make his teammates better. And we're confident with that, and Trey's in a good place there.
And John, as you mentioned, after this meeting happened between Kyle and Trey yesterday, the story got out to the media, and I believe it was Ian Rappaport who reported that you guys are exploring all options with Trey Lance moving forward. So I would love if you're able to walk us through what some of those options are, whether it's a trade, a release, or even maybe the possibility that Trey is still on the roster week 1 for the 49ers.
I think that's the most likely option. As I said, we're very happy with Trey. That's probably the most likely option, is that he's here. If we could find a landing spot for Trey that is a really good one for him and, works for our organization, that's not something we turn a blind eye to. But that's not where our focus is right now. I think our focus is on Trey getting back here and us being the best football team. We're getting close to Pittsburgh, and that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, there's viable options for all players, but right now Trey's a part of our team, and we're going to move forward with that in mind.
And John, I saw another report yesterday from Diana Rossini from ESPN, who reported that you guys have been shopping Trey Lance as far back as the NFL draft. So I just wanted to give you a chance to address that report and whether or not you guys have had Trey Lance on the trading block for the last couple of months.
That's not accurate. So, people are going to, if I responded to every report, I'd have no time in my day, but that is not accurate.
Last thing on Trey, John, for tomorrow night, and really just kind of springboarded off what I heard Kyle talk about yesterday. The expectation, I guess, is that he will play tomorrow. Is that still the understanding that Niner fans will get to see Trey Lance on the field tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. He's our number 3 quarterback as we stand right now, and I think that would be the expectation, that we see him after Sam's done tomorrow, and we'll look to finish our preseason in a really good way versus the Chargers.
Yeah, it's interesting, John. You speak very highly of Trey, and I know his teammates feel the same way, and Kyle said a lot of good things about him, as you did today. And it was interesting just last week when Trey jogged out there to get under center, like the crowd reaction he got. So there are a lot of people that have like a lot of strong feelings for Trey Lance, and I'm sure that'll be evident again tomorrow night. But as you know, man, there's a lot of other pieces and a lot of other moving parts right now to this summer. So let's do the obligatory Nick Bosa update. Where are we with Nick Bosa? That's the guy everybody's waiting to see. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of concern, John, but I don't know. You tell us. What's the status of Bosa?
Well, I think concern's a relative word. I don't like the situation. Since our tenure here, we haven't had a holdout to anywhere towards this magnitude. So not something I'm comfortable with. We're working really hard to try to change that. We're in good communication with his reps. He's a special player. He's going to get a special contract. I can tell you that. But yeah, we're getting closer and eager to bring this thing to a close. But I think I'll leave it at that. We've talked from the beginning, Nick and myself and his representatives, about let's keep this thing in house, and so we'll continue to do that. And just know that we're working diligently to try to bring it to a close.
Oh yeah, Niner fans are eagerly awaiting the culmination of that.
Yeah, I think everybody's been keeping an eye out for Nick Bosa, whether it's at training camp or during these preseason games or week 1 leading up to that matchup against the Steelers, John. And I know you've mentioned it before, how most players need about 3 weeks to get ready for the regular season. Now, I think we both agree that Nick Bosa is not like most players, but where do you think Nick Bosa currently is, if he will be ready for week 1 of the season, and if you guys are expecting to get a deal done before week 1?
Yeah, I think the key word there is most. When I say most players, Nick's a unique physical specimen. Nick also is, prides himself and is as special as anybody I've been around in terms of keeping himself in great shape. I think Nick will be ready. That won't be a problem. We got to continue to plod forward and bring this to a resolution.
John Lynch joins us on the UMA guest line. John, another great story that's emerged this summer is just the development of Ronnie Bell. I mean, this guy's fun to watch. He's obviously a primary target for any of the quarterbacks that have been on the field. He leads the team in receiving yards. He leads the team in receptions. Been a lot of fun to watch him kind of jump off the screen, John. Give me your thoughts and your feelings and any intel you have on Ronnie Bell. And do you think we'll see him on the roster?
Yeah, there's a tough standard in that wide receiver room because there's a bunch of competitive and talented dudes, and we love this idea that when they get the ball, the play's just getting started. And I think when Debo's in that room, when Brandon's in that room, it's pretty easy to fall into tow. But we also know what we're looking for when we're looking for. And Ronnie's a guy who, as a punt returner, as a receiver, as a guy with the ball in his hands at Michigan, made a lot of plays, and we like that. And, there's some things Ronnie can continue to improve in. He's got a long way to go, and he's going to be called on a little more with Ray McLeod with his broken wrist. Ray's been our primary return man. Ronnie is shown to be very adept at catching them. That's the most important thing. You secure the punt, and then been very effective in gaining yards. So Ronnie's going to be important to us. He's got to continue to finish this thing off in the right way, but we're very excited about the early returns on the young man.
Yeah, Ronnie Bell definitely has been one of the storylines so far for 49ers training camp, but there's also been a couple stories written about another rookie out of Michigan, and that, of course, is Jake Moody, your kicker, who you drafted this year, John Lynch. Now, there's been a lot made about the 2 missed field goals that he missed in Las Vegas and the missed extra point last week. I thought he did a great job kicking the game winner last week against the Broncos, but I would love your breakdown on what you've seen so far from Jake Moody and if there's any concerns about his preseason struggles.
With respect to Jake, we thought he was a special talent when we got him out of Michigan. We thought he was one of the better kicking talents in a long time. And when we say talent, when you're talking about a kicker, you're talking about ability to kick with accuracy, with length, so you can expand that out. But also his mental fortitude. Did a lot of work on him. I think, again, you talk about all the different evaluation points, and he's been incredibly consistent throughout camp out here on the field. I think in his first game up in Vegas, it didn't go probably as good as he was accustomed to it going, and he worked through that. And so I think we're encouraged that he's back on track, and, I think he's going to be a really special player for us for a long time around here.
John Lynch, 49ers GM, joining us on the Ooma Guest Line this morning. Just a few minutes with John, taking some time out of his schedule to talk to us this morning. And John, I hate to circle back to the quarterback conversation, but it seems like we always do this in sports talk radio. I wanted to ask you one more question about Trey Lance, about those options that you guys will have over the next couple weeks, and if Trey Lance or anybody from his camp has reached out to you to request a trade.
Like I said, Trey's back in the building, and we're going to work. That's we're still finishing training camp up. Trey understands that. We understand that. That's where we're at.
Hey, final thing today, John, is, it's funny, all this time we're talking, and there's so many conversations going on. We haven't even talked about QB1, man, Brock Purdy. And, Murph and I were down at camp, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks ago. We had a really good conversation with him. He just seems to me, John, like he's ready for this. He seems grounded. He seems healthy. I don't know. Just give me your impressions of Brock Purdy coming into camp for the first time as QB1.
Unbelievable. My respect for the way he handled this offseason.
Yeah.
All the different trials and tribulations that, from going back to Texas to get his surgery, only to be told, hey, you need to go home, you're not ready yet. And then that being a little behind on what we thought our initial timeline. But he never wavered. He said, I promise you I'll be there. And sure enough, he was. And I think that's a credit to his work ethic, to his belief that he could. And, to him being a special athlete as well. Those guys tend to heal faster. And so he's done a tremendous job being on top of his program. I really give our health and performance team and all the people that worked with him. It took a bunch of people being on the same page. He had a really, really great plan, and that's come all the way into training camp, and done a really good job of being ready. And we're excited to see it. I think even last week out there on the field, in the practice field, I started seeing like his best practices of the year. So it feels like it's peaking at the right time. And if we can get the guy that was back there last year playing at the level he was, and then typically guys take a natural jump in year two, we're really excited about Brock and everything he brings to the table.
Awesome, John. Yeah, the Niner fans are excited too, and you're right. As soon as he hit the field last week, he looked very smooth. The whole offense was moving nicely, so very excited for Brock Purdy. John, listen, we appreciate it. We know it's a tough morning. We appreciate all the honesty and all the information, and we look forward to the conversations. We'll talk again next week, John. Thank you.
It, John. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Paulie. Thanks, Marcus.
You got it. John Lynch, everybody, 49er general manager on a busy day. The story is Trey Lance is now really out of the picture in terms of the quarterback situation. Sam Darnold is your number 2. The future of Trey Lance is still kind of up in the air. We talked to John about it. We'll come back and do some reactions on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher, Paulie Mack right here on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about his decision to go with Sam Darnold at QB2 over Trey Lance. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, we're back, Marcus. Yeah, the Power Hour continues now. Pretty crazy day, man. Good conversation with John Lynch right there. Listen, I think he told us everything he possibly could about this story. Like, the one thing I would take away is it sounded like he did not intend for this to really become public, nor did Kyle. Sounds like he got out of the building yesterday, maybe.
Those were the words that John Lynch just pretty much broke down for us, saying that the story got out, so it sounds like it was not leaked by the 49ers, which again brings up the question, which I had to ask John Lynch, was this a story leaked by Trey Lance's camp, and is Trey Lance the one behind all of this requesting the trade? And I get that John's in a hard spot right there. Of course, if you're in the market of trading a quarterback or trading any player, you don't want to come on 50,000 watts and tell everybody you're going to do it. So yeah, maybe there is still a possibility. John Lynch said it himself. Maybe the most likely option is that Trey still is on the roster week 1.
I think Kyle Shanahan yesterday called that the ideal scenario, like to keep Trey as your number 3. And listen, man, if we learned anything from last year, it's that anything's possible. He could wind up on the field in that scenario at some point. Now, whether or not that's going to happen is an entirely different matter. But yeah, as a Niner fan, I would love to see him stay on the roster. I think you got a real nice stable of quarterbacks if that were to be the case with Brock and Sam and then Trey. I think you're feeling pretty good about going into the season like that. But do you expect that? I kind of feel like that's not as likely of a scenario as maybe him getting moved.
I don't think so, because again, I think the angle that I'm looking at this is the angle of Trey Lance, of him watching this starting job slip out of his hands since that injury against the Seattle Seahawks, and now watching Sam Darnold come in from out of town. They bring him in, and just Paulie, the fact that so much has changed for Trey Lance over the last year. I mean, we were getting ready for the week 1 of the season last year, talking about whether or not Trey Lance can take this team to a Super Bowl. Now we don't even know if he's going to take them to week 1 in Pittsburgh.
It's pretty wild. It's been a pretty wild ride, the whole saga of Trey Lance. And you can even throw Jimmy in there. It's been, the whole quarterback situation for the Niners has been like the one kind of variable that they've not really been able to pin down. And I think they're finally hoping that Brock Purdy is going to be that guy where they don't have to wonder about, who's behind him or who's going to be coming in next week. Like, they need a QB1, and hopefully that is going to be Brock. I feel like we should get some reaction here. Niner fans, if you want to chime in, you heard what John Lynch had to say. We had some very passionate calls earlier in the show. Marcus and I opened the lines up early today, and a lot of Niner fans had a lot to say. So 808 KNBR, if you want to jump in and you like what John Lynch said, you don't like what he said, you do like the decision, you don't like the decision, whatever the case might be, this is the time to talk about it. So you can line them up, and we'll get you on the air. We'll also walk through some of the Lynch sound in case you missed the piece. We'll get to that in just a few minutes. We'll give you some of the highlights. But I don't know, big takeaways from stuff John said, Marcus?
I think it all goes back to the conversations that they had with Trey Lance. I was glad that John clarified that he talked to him separately, and it seemed like he had a pretty good reaction.
It sounded
but then again,
that way.
We're not in the building. We're not in the room, and that's why we're asking these questions. That's again, it goes back to, it's probably going to sound like I'm repeating myself, but I don't know if Trey Lance is the one who wants to get out of town now, because again, we've now heard Kyle Shanahan say they would love to have Trey in the quarterback room. You just heard John Lynch say, yeah, it's the most likely scenario. He's still on the roster week 1. Now, of course, that's not the narrative going around on the national stage right now, and that's why I asked him about those reports from Ian Rappaport and Diana Rossini, just so we can get to the bottom of all this, and I thought John did a pretty good job clarifying and saying what he could say, Paul.
He did sound none too happy, too, that this news got out. Like, I could tell that was not his intention yesterday, and I remember... that's the one thing John Lynch does not tolerate or stand for is leaks, so I'm sure he's not very happy about that.
And that's the question. How and why did it come out at the timing that it did?
Well, let's go back out there, because I know you guys have a lot to say. We see you on the text line. I see the phones ringing. Let's just start with Peter in Pacifica. The Power Hour is underway, and we're reacting to John Lynch's conversation regarding Trey Lance. How you doing, Peter? You're on with Marcus and Mac. What's going on, man?
Hey, thanks a lot. Honored to be on the show. Hey, I'm a big fan of the Lynch and Shanahan regime, but man, when he talks when you guys just interview him, all I heard was just, want, coach speak, double talk. It just got on my nerves so badly. I I'm a big Purdy guy, but you cannot give up on Trey Lance. That's ridiculous. This guy, you gave up all that draft capital. He's shown flashes. He's played, 4 games? He's been hurt in 2. 1 was a monsoon. This guy, if you trade him away for nothing, he's going to come back and haunt us for the next decade. And it's just a horrible move for Darnold.
Yeah.
We know what he is. All due respect to him, he's a very solid NFL quarterback, but you know what he is. You know what his ceiling is. You kind of know what his floor is. Trey Lance, you have no idea. You cannot give up on this guy.
Reasonable points, Peter. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. We appreciate the call. And Marcus, that's kind of echoing what you were saying earlier about Sam Darnold. Because Marcus asked me earlier in the show, he goes, Paulie, do you think you saw anything from Sam Darnold that you didn't see from Trey? And I don't know if I could really answer that. I don't think the answer is yes. I think I actually might have seen more from Trey last week than I saw from Sam. But like Peter just said, with Sam Darnold, he is a proven commodity, and you know what you're going to get if the case should come up where he's out there.
That's what it comes down to. You know the floor of a Sam Darnold. You might not know where exactly
Trey's still an unknown.
Is.
He's still an unknown.
You don't know. You don't know where that floor is. You don't know where that ceiling is. And in this system, with the 49ers, with all the playmakers, with McCaffrey, Debo, Brandon Ayuk, everybody surrounding him, George Kittle as well, you need somebody who's going to take care of the ball and quote-unquote be that game manager. I know a lot of people frown at that verbiage with a quarterback, but when you have this defense, when you have these playmakers, don't turn the ball over. Paulie Mack, I'm pretty sure in the last 27 49er football games that they have not thrown an interception. They're 24-3 in those ball games. They're just going to rely on someone like Brock Purdy, who only threw 4 interceptions last year, even though everybody made a big deal about him throwing 10 interceptions in preseason.
I was not one of those guys.
He threw 4 of them last year. And again, I'm not completely sold that Sam Darnold is a savant at taking care of the ball, and he won't have a turnover issue as well.
Yeah.
But it does seem like Kyle and John have made their decision based on who they think has the higher floor and who's the safer option as a backup quarterback.
The other thing is, too, Marcus, is the Niners, all they really need to do is just go out there and start winning games, and people are not going to be talking about this.
No.
I mean, the story will become the season and the team that's out there on the field, not where's Trey. So they have the ability to kind of control this really just by going out and doing what we expect, which is for them to win a lot of games this year. We expect them to be in not only playoff contention, there are Super Bowl aspirations here. So go handle your business, and this story will kind of quiet down.
And that's why I do think it's easy to come out and give the hot take that, this is the worst trade in NFL draft history.
Well,
but how much has it really set back the 49ers? They were in the NFC Championship game last year with Brock Purdy, with Trey Lance rehabbing
It's an interesting point you make,
So they've been there before.
Had a lot of success
it'd be
without
great
him.
if the 49ers stayed at 12 and got Micah Parsons. We don't know what they would have done with those draft picks, but the bottom line is they're still in a position, not only last year, but this year to go out and compete for a Super Bowl also.
And I want to go to the phones, too, but to your point right there, I mean, there are people that say, look how far they went without Trey Lance, and then there are those that would say, well, if Trey Lance were quarterbacking in 2019, they probably would have beaten the Chiefs. I'm not one of those guys. I don't know how you can really gauge that, to try to predict what he would have done, because he never got a chance to mature, and he never got the reps, and he never played enough games. So again, speculating on his ceiling is kind of what we're doing. I mean, there's no real way to put a finger on it and say, he'll advance to this point, or he's going to become this kind of player. We still really don't know.
And that's a good word to use, is speculate, Paul Mack, because going back to his career at North Dakota State, going back to his high school days, it's the stat that blew my mind a couple weeks ago that a guy like Geno Smith, who was the comeback player of the year last year for the Seahawks,
they were a playoff team,
had more pass attempts last season than Trey Lance has had in his high school, college, and NFL career combined, Paulie Mack. The dude's thrown 100 passes for the 49ers.
All right, back to the phones, Marcus. Let's go to Tony. He's been hanging for a while. Tony, you're on with Marcus and Mac on KNBR. Let's talk Trey Lance. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. Why don't these two geniuses just admit that they made a big mistake in drafting Trey Lance instead of making excuses for him? I think they thought that they could turn this guy into a quarterback. 300 and something college passes, and they draft him number 1. I mean, I don't know anything about the draft, but I know enough not to draft the guy number 1 when he only threw 300 and something passes.
I would say it was a calculated gamble. To your point, Tony, it was far from a sure thing. You're not wrong about that.
Now, Tony, with the 49ers naming Sam Darnold the QB2, and with these trade rumors and speculation, do you think this is Kyle and Shanahan kind of owning up and saying that they made the wrong move by maybe trying to get Trey Lance out of town?
Well, I don't think Trey Lance deserves to be out of town. I think if anybody deserves to be out of town, it's their general manager for making such a stupid move. Boy, if he was back east or something, he'd be thrown out of that position in no time. But the media covers for these guys, and
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, I think they're good people, but admit you made the mistake and get on it. People, if they admit they make a mistake, people understand more what they're doing.
And Paulie Mac, I get what Tony is saying.
Thanks for calling
Tony. In this morning,
thank
Tony.
you.
But then again, like, are people calling for John Lynch's head because he went out and traded for Christian McCaffrey? Because he went out and found Fred Warner? Like
he
we
drafted Nick Bosa.
All these other
you're
pieces.
Right. It's
like,
always,
again,
you're going to have hits and misses. That's not abnormal.
And to the point we were just saying, like, how much did this really set the 49ers back? Again, it would have been great if they had the 3 extra first-round draft picks.
Yeah.
But here they are playing in the NFC Championship game
It's a very good point you make there, Marcus. And the other thing is, too, to keep in mind, and I think we're going to hear from one of these voices now, not everybody is upset about this news. There are some that think this is the right course the Niners should be taking. So to that point, let's hear from David in Berkeley. Sounds like he's a pro-Darnold guy. David in Berkeley, welcome to KNBR. You're on with Marcus and Mac. Pardon me. How do you like the decision about Trey and Darnold?
I think it says a lot for the team to say, look, they did say we made a mistake. They're saying we made a mistake, and we're moving on from it. And what we don't see is the practices. So if they thought that Trey Lance had any type of real value, they would assess that not in the games you see for a half an hour on the weekends. It's what you see every single day. And they know what they see every single day. I called FP the day they traded for Darnold, and I said, go back and watch the Lions game versus the Panthers last year when the Lions had to win that game to make the playoffs.
Right.
Sam Darnold single-handedly carried the Panthers with no talent around him. He had no talent with the Jets. He had 3 or 4 offensive coordinators in 3 or 4 years.
You're right, man.
They know that if this guy was playing against the Eagles last year in the NFC title game, that there's a real good chance they make the Super Bowl, because there's not a lot of things that Darnold can't do. And he unfortunately was in a real bad situation. They're owning up to their mistake right now. And they're saying we made it, but they're adults. They're big boys, and they're saying it's time to move on and focus on the next thing, and that next thing is getting to the Super Bowl.
I appreciate it, David. Very well rational phone call right there. Thank you for your thoughts. And I don't know that I disagree with a lot of what he said. I think they kind of are telling you that, I mean, they're not going to say, hey, everybody, we made a big mistake, but they've made the decision to go with Darnold, which kind of says the same thing.
And I think some of that admission of guilt was when they signed Sam Darnold this offseason. Now, a big reason for that was the uncertainty with Brock Purdy and whether or not he would be ready to go for week 1 of the season. But by now, we know that Brock Purdy is ready to go. Sam Darnold's ready to go. And to that last caller's point about how he finished the season off in Carolina last year, guess who he was
playing good football, by the way.
Guess who watched all those snaps? Steve Wilkes, the new defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. So that's another connection right there.
Nice.
So maybe that had some of the input on the decision to go with Darnold over Lance also.
Marcus, the phones are blowing up, man. This is a serious reactionary kind of day we're having, which is why we want to hear as many voices as we can. So let's do one more, and then we'll take a quick break. Lisandro is checking in on the Trey Lance decision. Lisandro, you're on with Marcus and Mac. How you doing today, bro?
Good, man. Just thanks for taking my call. I was just, I kind of agree with the first caller. Don't give up on Trey yet. But I wanted to talk about the John Lynch interview. It's kind of interesting to hear how I got that he was kind of putting most of this decision on Kyle. He was like, oh, well, the coaching staff makes the deft decisions. And I don't know if you guys kind of caught that.
Well, it's an interesting perspective, Lazardo, because it's something that we talk about a lot with the San Francisco Giants, and whether or not you give credit or blame to a guy like Gabe Kapler, or if you look at the tools that someone like Farhan Zaidi handed him. So whether or not it's John Lynch drafting these guys, Kyle Shanahan is going to be the one making these decisions. And it does sound like, from a quarterback perspective, he decided to go with Sam Darnold over Trey Lance.
I follow all the, the fan pages, and everyone's split, right? There's a bunch of people calling for Kyle or John Lynch are on the hot seat and da-da-da. So it was just interesting to kind of hear that angle. But I totally agree. I'm totally behind Brock Purdy. I think they shouldn't give up on Trey Lance, though. Thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate it, Lisandro. Thanks for checking in, man. And for the rest of you guys, just hang tight. We'll try to take some more on the other side.
Yes, shout out to Steve and Dre. We'll get to you on the other side.
Yeah, Steve and Dre, you guys hang tight. We appreciate you guys lining up like this, because this is the kind of morning we actually do want to hear from Niner fans. There's a lot to ponder and a lot to process. Marcus Boucher, Paulie Mac carrying on the Murph and Mac show. Marcus in again tomorrow for Murph. Coming up on the show today, we got Hunter Pence, Matt Miyoko still to join us. Marcus, we haven't even looked into the cooler content. We'll kick that around as well. Lot going on. Busy Thursday morning right here on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
I love it. I want a Brock.
Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, Triple E, thanks very much. You got Marcus Boucher in for Murph today. The Murph and Max show carrying on. Busy morning. Wow, we had a lot going on, man. The whole Trey Lance, Sam Darnold thing is kind of taken over the show, and understandably, we're here to do that, and we're here to talk to you guys about that. But Marcus, duty calls. We got a cooler content we need to address, but then I want to go back to the phones, and we also have Matt Mayoko coming in. We'll talk more about this entire situation with Matty. I know he's been down there, of course. And then Hunter Pence talking Giant baseball. Or just around 9:30. I hate to feel like we're kind of putting the Giants on the back burner, but this trade story is much bigger today. But I don't want to leave out the fact that the Giants had a hell of a win in Philly yesterday. Really entertaining ball game. I'm putting it in my top 5 most entertaining games of the year, Mark.
I'm calling it the Paul DeYoung game.
Dude, you should be calling it the Paul DeYoung. With a sprinkle of Meckler and a little bit of Alex Cobb seasoning, they got the job done.
Meckler out here making sliding plays out in left field.
A lot of fun ball game.
Tagging up and scoring on that extra insurance run. Oh, great game overall from the Giants. We'll talk more baseball this morning with Hunter Pence at 9:35.
Give me some cooler,
right,
Marcus.
Paul and Mac.
What do we got?
It is time for the cooler of content because you know the people love some content. And let's stick on the 49ers content since we are talking about Trey Lance so much because it seems like yesterday the story started to leak out or got out, as John Lynch just told us. And next thing you know, there were a ton of reports and photos taken at 49ers training camp, and Trey Lance was missing. All you saw on the field was Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy, and Brandon Allen, which, of course, led to some confusion from a lot of fans.
There was confusion.
And I think it also led to some confusion.
Because it was confusion.
Thank you, Coach K.
Triple E. Thank you, Coach K. And also, thank you, Fred Warner, for giving us this soundbite of him being confused at the podium after 49ers practice and not seeing Trey Lance on the field.
Because it was confusion.
I mean, honestly, I don't know much about the situation, like complete honesty. I came out to practice. I saw there's only 3 quarterbacks out there. Trey's not out there. So, I mean, I'm trying to ask around what's going on. There's not a clear answer right now. Obviously, love Trey. I don't know what's going on with him right now or what's going to be next, but yeah, we just got to keep preparing, get ready. We have a game on Friday, keep preparing towards Pittsburgh, getting better. But with the QB stuff, I'm honestly not even sure what exactly is going on.
So basically, it sounds like Fred Warner is one of us, Paulie
That's
Mack.
a tough spot they put him in, too. I mean, like Fred Warner having to go out there and address these questions and try to answer them without really being armed with any real information is just, it's not an enviable spot to put a guy in. So my compliments to Fred Warner. He's a great dude, obviously great player, captain, and he's a guy you're going to go to for answers for situations like this. But again, clearly he didn't know what was going on.
No, and it's something that I've noticed throughout training camp because I've been at every preseason game. I was at the joint practice out in Las Vegas.
As you will be tomorrow night, by the way.
I'll be there tomorrow night to maybe watch the swan song of a Trey Lance. But Fred Warner has really moved into that captain role, as you're talking about. It seems like multiple times, whether it's people asking about Nick Bosa, people asking about Trey Lance, Fred Warner is kind of the voice of this defense. Not saying he's more important than a Nick Bosa, but I think equivalently they are the two best players on their defense. So it's always good to hear from Fred Warner, even if he doesn't know what's going on, Paulie Mack.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, listen, do we go back to the phones? You want to keep Cooler in up for a little while?
Well, here's the thing. I'll slip in a little bit of Cooler because I know a huge fan of the Cooler of content is our guy, Steve Young.
Okay,
who was actually called in to give his thoughts on the Cooler of content. So I thought we'd throw Steve in the Cooler today because yesterday he stopped by the Rich Eisen show to give his opinion on the Trey Lance, Sam Darnold situation and to talk about the advice that he would give Trey heading into this portion of the season.
My advice is claw your way to stay here because, again, there's a lot of places that he would go that he's not going to find out those answers, and he's going to flail because he doesn't have the opportunity. And so just figure out a way to stay here so he can continue to develop in a place or if it is somewhere else, just pray that it's one of those, half a dozen teams that can take care of quarterbacks.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, what team is going to take care of him? Like, I don't want to go back to the Dan Orlovsky hot take that, I've seen enough from Trey Lance and he can't play in Kyle Shanahan's system. But it's a question that I asked Greg Papa when I was filling in for him a couple weeks ago. If Trey Lance can't play in this system, what system can he play in? Because Kyle Shanahan has an extremely friendly quarterback system. We've seen it throughout the years.
Well, I think Kyle's system does what it affords quarterbacks is the opportunity to have, like, potential receivers in multiple spots on the field. Like, that's the one thing about Kyle's offense. He has a knack for getting guys open. So there's always going to be, your primary read, a secondary read. In other words, these quarterbacks have options, and you're right. It is when it's being run efficiently, it can make the quarterback look real good.
And that's why going back to that draft class 3 years ago, I remember once the 49ers moved up to number 3, there was a lot of speculation whether it was going to be Mac Jones, Trey Lance, or even a guy like Justin Fields.
Listen, I remember vividly sitting on my couch during the COVID shows, and we were basically slam dunking Mac Jones as a Niners pick. Like, that was 99% done. At least we thought so.
And I remember going through that draft process, and a lot of people asked me my opinions on who I'd rank at the quarterback, who was going to be the most successful quarterback out of all those rookies. And my answer was pretty much any quarterback that Kyle Shanahan drafts because of the offensive system, because of the talent surrounding these guys. Turns out it was one of the quarterbacks that Kyle Shanahan drafted. It was Brock Purdy, just not Trey Lance, Paulie Mack.
All right, well, let's finish up these sounds, and then we'll come back and do some more calls,
exactly.
Marcus.
I got one more piece of sound from you from Steve Young on the Rich Eisen show, and here he was actually giving Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch credit, something that our guy Tony did not do when he called in last segment, about them actually not saying waving the white flag, but owning up to their mistake and being willing to move on.
One thing I give John Lynch, the GM, and Kyle Shanahan, head coach, credit is they can move and shake. They are not locked in.
Right.
That's how they've managed Jimmy G and with Trey and all the rest of it. They've figured out a way to make it happen, and they've gotten close to Super Bowls every year. And they've got the most out of Jimmy. They're going to get the most out of Brock, and I think they still can get the most out of Trey. So I think Trey has it. Let's say Trey has another kind of developing game where you see something you're like, wow, that was special, or that was because the last couple of drives last week were like, let's do that more, and that was awesome. And so I think it's possible that he could have a big game, and then you know what, we're going to continue to develop him.
Yeah, and Paulie Mack, that's the question I was asking earlier. If Trey Lance comes out Friday night under the lights at Levi Stadium and balls out, what does that mean? Does it increase the likelihood that he does stay on, or does it raise his trade value before the 49ers got to make those roster decisions next week?
Seriously, bro, you talk about like can't miss TV. Yeah. I've never thought I would apply that to a preseason game, but this whole preseason, man, there's been so much intrigue. I really haven't missed a snap of this preseason. Tomorrow night, bro, when Trey goes jogging out there, it's going to be like like pandemonium in the city. People going ape-ass for him, people going ape-ass against him. It's going to be a real scene down there tomorrow night, man.
Mac, let me put it for you in this perspective. You know I'm a seam head. I love me some baseball.
You do? Yeah.
And tomorrow night at Oracle Park on the corner of 3rd and King,
I'll be there.
You're getting one of the best pitching matchups of the season between Spencer Strider and Logan Webb.
You're choosing to pass that one by.
I'm deciding to go to a 49er preseason game at Levi Stadium instead just to see what happens with Trey Lance.
Actually, as crazy as this might be for one night, that actually might be the bigger story. Isn't that crazy? With no stakes at all.
Nothing.
The only stakes here are going to be regarding Trey Lance's future and will his value spike. He's got to go out there and play well. I mean, it's in his best interest. He's not going to pout. He's got to go out there and be a pro and try to do as many good things as he can if he's going to try to find himself a new home. So, lot to get into, man. There's a lot going on today. We're going to break on the other side. If you have more thoughts, we'll take your calls at 808 KNBR. Marcus has a lot more sound to walk us through. So, we'll get there. We're going to do it together, kids. It's Marcus. It's Mac on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody, it's Paulie Mac saying good morning. Want to talk to you about the good guys. Listen, we've got America's favorite car show returning to the Bay Area. It's the 40th anniversary season. We're talking about cool cars, cool people, good times, and, of course, the biggest hot rodding party of the summer. I got to get Marcus out there. He seems like a hot rodding guy. I could just see Marcus like, I don't know, one of those fins in the back. He's revving up the motor, doing his demolition derby. Good guys, 36 West Coast Nationals. They have over 3,000 of the West Coast's finest 1998 and older hot rods, trucks, customs. All the muscle cars and classics will be on display. Also, the 40 Years of Excellence display. That'll be really cool. They'll be showing off some of the top award-winning cars in Good Guys history. And obviously a great environment for the kids. Bring the kids out to the free kids zone. Lots of vendors, the swap meet, cars for sale corral, lots of live music as well. So there's no shortage of things to do. And then on Sunday, they're going to see which ride takes home the top awards of this weekend. So get your complete details. Go ahead and register your vehicle, purchase tickets over at good-guys.com. And then come out this weekend and hang with the good guys. It's where real car people come to play.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, boys, we are back on KNBR 680. Marcus Boucher in for Brian Murphy. The Murph and Mac Show carrying on. Busy morning today with John Lynch, the conversation we had with him almost an hour ago. Not in a great mood today, John, I understand. I mean, it sounds like this is not information that he wanted to hit the general public, but it's out. And listen, we got to talk about it, and you got to ask the questions, and we did. And, just an unfortunate time for Trey Lance. I mean, that's how Kyle Shanahan kind of categorized it yesterday, or described it, rather, saying, it's unfortunate that Trey got hurt twice. It's unfortunate that he couldn't stay on the field. But these guys have they got a business to run. They got a team to run, and they're in the business of winning football games. So Brock Purdy's your QB1. Again, as I said, Marcus, I think the best damage control they can do here, if you even want to call it that or describe it as being that, just go out and win football games. Yeah. People are not going to be talking about Trey Lance, I can promise you.
And to your point, because we've talked a lot this morning about kind of the split fan base and how there's two different perspectives.
It really is.
The guys that were pro-Trey Lance, the guys that were anti-Trey Lance. Here's something that should be pretty crystal clear. I think Kyle and John both wanted to see Trey Lance succeed. They drafted him thinking that he was going to be the face of the franchise.
Yeah.
The problem was he didn't capitalize on those opportunities. And the old cliche pops up once again. The best ability is availability. Trey Lance has not been available. Brock Purdy has. Brock Purdy has played through injuries, and now he's recovered from his offseason injury, and he's good to go for week 1 against the Steelers, and that's why they're making these changes.
That's it, Marcus. So let's get back out there. I know there's a lot of people with a lot to say. We'll give you some John Lynch sound in a second, but I just want to clean up the phones real quick here, Marcus. It's a good day to take some calls. Dre checking in. Dre, your thoughts on Brock Purdy, on Trey Lance, this whole Niner thing. How you doing today, Dre?
Doing good, Paul. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure, man.
First off, I wanted to say before we get to Trey, thank good for Brock. Brock's our rock. I have confidence the man's going to stay healthy this year. You never know what can happen, but as long as he's behind center, I am confident in this Niner team. Now, as far as it comes to Darnold and Trey, I don't trust either of them. Darnold's got more experience, so let's go with them. Like the caller said not too long ago, hey, I think the Niners made a mistake. They gave up a lot of draft capital in Lance, and it hurts, but sometimes you make a mistake. Right now, between those two, it's kind of like voting for president. Either one of them guys, I don't trust.
Yeah. Hey, Dre, I feel you, bro. Loud and clear. Thank you for the call, too. Very funny. I needed that laugh right there.
That was a great call from Trey.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if they do feel like, it's not going to happen with Trey, you got to cut your losses. It's a decision they've made. And again, Kyle saying that his ideal scenario looks like having all three of those guys on the roster. Again, whether or not that's actually going to happen kind of remains to be seen. So I'm seeing people on the text line now that actually missed the piece. So why don't we do this more? Because we have some sound from the John Lynch interview. If you have a cut, maybe you can walk us through some of it.
For everybody that's checking in this morning on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, we got you covered.
Way to be a pro, by the way, Marcus.
55 minutes ago, about an hour ago, about a week ago, that John Lynch stopped by the Murphy Mac Morning Show this morning with me and Paulie Mac and broke down these decisions on why the 49ers have decided to move in the direction that they're going with Sam Darnold as their number 2 quarterback. Here was the full cut from John Lynch earlier this morning, explaining that decision and talking about the process that he's gone through with Trey Lance and what's going on with the future of number 5 in the red and gold.
Well, I think I'm really, really proud of that entire quarterback room, both Trey and Sam, because they knew what was in front of them, and they knew the competition was going to be intense and real, and I think they both embraced that. And I thought we saw the best out of both of them, and they each had their moments, but was really, really excited to see Sam Darnold and his talents. You could see from afar how talented of a player he is, how talented of a thrower. And then you wonder, how is he going to mix with us? And we thought he could thrive in our system. I think he's done that. I think Trey made incredible leaps and bounds this year, and I think his games showed that. He really, I give him a lot of credit because we didn't tailor an offense that highlights a lot of the things that Trey is able to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he grew from that. He just played within our offense and still showed some of his ability to move around, made a lot of plays. Ultimately, Kyle and our coaching staff, they're tasked to make tough decisions. And believe me, this one was painstaking for them. They came to a point where they felt like Sam had won it, and nothing was going to change that. And so, out of the respect for Trey, they called Trey in. Never did we think all that would get out. It's things don't stay quiet for long in today's world. And next thing you know, everything that transpired yesterday transpired. But I can tell you that Trey handled it incredibly well. With class, he was devastated, and rightly so. When you put your heart and soul into something, and it doesn't come to fruition, you're going to be devastated, and that's the type of competitor he is. But we're in a good place. He'll be back in the building today, and we're moving forward.
All right, listen, I think we all agree on the fact that Trey Lance is a stand-up guy, and he was dealt some really difficult news yesterday. And again, going back to the point, Marcus, it sounds like John Lynch did not expect, nor did he want that information getting out yesterday, but it is out. I mean, he said that's the world we live in today, and he's right. It's hard to keep anything under wraps these days. So it's out, and we're kind of processing it and going through it. Best thing Trey Lance can do right now is just get out there and play the best possible football that he can, make himself look as good as he possibly can.
Yeah, and Paul and Mac, to your point, we know these leaks always come, whether it's inside the building. Hell, look at the Warriors last year with the Draymond Green Jordan Poole video that leaked out. These stories are going to get out to the public eventually.
Yep.
But from my perspective, since they both mutually agreed that John Lynch told us that they agreed that Trey Lance would not participate in practice yesterday, I think the cat was out of the bag once people started snapping photos of Trey Lance not being on the field. Like, this story was going to get out eventually.
No question.
I know there's been a lot of questions.
I mean,
about
it would have come from Mayoko or Lombardi or Barrows. Like, they would have all.
Mike Silver.
No
whoever.
question.
Yeah, exactly.
No question. All right, so we'll go back and forth. We got more Lynch cuts, but I want to take more calls as well. So, Moselle and Sam Rafael, you're on with Marcus Boucher and Paulie Mack. It's KNBR. What's happening, Moselle?
What's up, guys? How you doing today?
We're good, man. We're trying to piece through this or parse through this whole Trey Lance story, Sam Darnold, number 2. I don't know. What are your thoughts on the matter?
Well, I was actually thinking of a different route of what was going on because everybody keeps talking about the injuries and, Trey got hurt and he didn't capitalize on this and that. But nobody's talking about the fact that Brock Purdy did get hurt after 8 games. Now, although it's a fluke of an accident, we don't know yet that Brock Purdy is this Iron Man of the NFL.
Right.
And, until he gets out there and slings that ball around, we just don't know those type of things.
So what do you say? So in other words, are you uncomfortable with Brock as your QB1? Is that what you're saying?
Well, he's not my QB1. I have a different perspective as not a Niner fan. No, I'm just saying, hey, the kid played great.
Yeah.
But it could be Jimmy G 2.0. Jimmy G, he came in and he seemed to play great. And I think he had one stat where he won a bunch of games without actually throwing a touchdown. So it's helpful that defense is there. But I'm just saying, what if Brock gets hurt? What if Darnold gets hurt? Trey, I think, since he wasn't so developed, I think he, in a way, to get cut or not pushed back for someone like Sam Darnold, who really, I don't know. I don't. He's had his opportunities as well.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
I don't know.
All right, Moselle, thanks for the call, bro. We appreciate it. By the way, you were being a pro. Let me be a pro as well and remind you, grab a pen, jot this down, Marcus. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumula media station.
Great job, brother.
Oh, thanks, Marty.
Well, to Moselle's point, he brings up the injury at the end of the season for Brock Purdy, but he did not mention the injury that happened going into his first road game where he goes up to Seattle with the broken ribs.
Won a game, too,
so to
on the road.
Moselle's point, who knows? We're not saying that Brock Purdy is an Iron Man, but again, in the NFL, what quarterbacks are?
It's a really good.
There aren't too many that make it a full 17.
Really good point you bring up. And I mean, if you're looking for evidence of Brock Purdy's toughness, there's Exhibit A right there. Not only that, not only does he go up to Seattle and play with a broken rib and get a win. That was his first ever road start. So you talk about like obstacles.
In a hostile environment.
No question.
Against a division rival.
In front of the 12s, division rival, first road start, broken rib. He walks out of that with a win. That right there tells you a lot about who Brock Purdy is.
But also to Mosell's point, you never know what's going to happen with your quarterback position. And that's why I think me and you have been on the same page of keeping all three of these quarterbacks just so they don't run into another scenario what we saw in the NFC Championship game last year. And that's why it sounds like Kyle Shanahan would be open to the idea of keeping Trey Lance on the roster. And it's something that we actually asked John Lynch about earlier this morning. I asked him, with all these options and possibilities on the table, including a trade, including a potential release that the 49ers would be on the hook for about $5 million for, or if there's a possibility that he could be back on the 49ers roster week 1 in Pittsburgh.
I think that's the most likely option. As I said, we're very happy with Trey. That's probably the most likely option, is that he's here. If we could find a landing spot for Trey that is a really good one for him and, works for our organization, that's not something we turn a blind eye to. But that's not where our focus is right now. I think our focus is on Trey getting back here and us being the best football team. We're getting close to Pittsburgh, and that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, there's viable options for all players, but right now Trey's a part of our team, and we're going to move forward with that in mind.
Well, John Lynch there kind of expanding on the entire matter. Again, the scenario of having him on the roster with Darnold and Brock, I love that.
Yeah.
I just don't know how realistic that is, but if that were to happen, I think that's the best case scenario for the Niners and for if for Kyle.
Exactly, and I think that's best case scenario for 49er fans. Now, is it the best case scenario for Trey Lance? That's the big question.
Well, and also, I started thinking about that, just that one angle of there is the other side of this, Marcus, where if he were to stay on the roster, then you're enabling this whole thing to continue. This whole, I don't even know if you want to categorize it as a controversy, but whatever it is, there will be more noise. There will be more drums beating. Whereas if you move Trey or if he finds a new home, it's over. That's it. It's all over.
Yeah.
But if he's still on the roster, Brock Purdy has a bad game, throws a couple of picks, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to hear all that noise kind of rev up again. So that's something else they've got to consider, how to handle that part of it, just keeping Trey on. What does that mean? Because there are a lot of tiers to that.
Yeah, absolutely, Paulie Mac. And that's why I don't want to say Trey Lance is a distraction, because he hasn't been distracting any of us, but there are still people out there across the country, across the world, who thought this was a QB1 competition. Which, again, Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday and clarified it for the 100th time.
He said it a million times.
He's like, I don't know how much more clear I got to be. Brock Purdy's our QB1. If he's healthy, he's QB1.
Yeah.
But to your point, there were still the national hot takes from across the country, from your Dan Orlovskis, from your Marcus Spears, from your Michael Lombardis, talking about, it's an open competition. Trey Lance is struggling. He's not performing. No, that was never the story. But to your point, if Brock Purdy does struggle at some point this year, you never know what happens in a guy's sophomore season. Then the Twitter people are going to start chirping. and then they're going to start. But same thing. Even if they do trade Trey Lance and Brock Purdy does have a little bit of a sophomore slump, you're going to get those people checking in saying, see, this is why I told you not to trade Trey Lance.
And I would be totally understanding of the 49ers not wanting to have to deal with that kind of situation. The last thing you need is that kind of noise going on while you're trying to put together a Super Bowl caliber year. So, man, there are a lot of ripples to this whole thing. And again, tomorrow, making matters even more intriguing, Trey Lance will play tomorrow. It sounds like he's going to play. And again, I think if you are Trey Lance, you just have to do your best to be a pro right now. Go out there tomorrow night, take the snaps that you're getting, and just try to make yourself look as good as possible. Try to make some plays.
Paulie Mack, he's got to put some plays on tape, because we've mentioned the number of snaps that he's taken in NFL, how many throws he's had. He's just very inexperienced. So this Friday, it's an opportunity for maybe the 49ers to have a showcase game for Trey Lance. But again, there were rumors and reports going back to the NFL draft this year that maybe Trey Lance was being showcased all offseason long. It's a report that was reported yesterday by Diana Rossini from ESPN, and I made sure to give John Lynch the opportunity to address this report. Here was his response, Paulie Mack.
Okay.
That's not accurate. So, people are going to, if I responded to every report, I'd have no time in my day, but that is not accurate.
Not a little salty answer there from John. And I get it. I'd be salty too if there were a lot of untruths floating around that I had to kind of address. So John's usually pretty good with us, but I understand. I understand him being salty
it's
today.
It's a tough spot to be in, especially if they are trying to trade him right now. That's why later on in the interview, I asked him if Trey Lance and his team has requested a trade, and he gave us the pretty generic answer saying, yeah, he's in the building right now. Do we have that cut, Triple E?
Yeah.
Let me know if we have it. But John was like, yeah, Trey's in the building. He's going to play on Friday, and that's the bottom line, and that's the way we're rolling right now, Paulie Mac. No, it looks like Triple E doesn't have that cut. But anyways, it was great from John Lynch. You can check out that full interview on KNBR.com. We'll make sure to clip it up for you and play some of it for you later, Paulie Mac. But that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't know. What was your big takeaway from John Lynch breaking down this decision?
Well, truly, my biggest takeaway was not the decision. Like, I understand that part of it. That's just football. That's evaluating talent, looking at what you have and saying, all right, I'm going with this guy instead of that guy. That, to me, is the easy thing. The part that my biggest takeaway is probably that there might have been a leak here and that this got out, previous to them. And that would have actually lined up with what Kyle said on Tuesday, where it did become a little confusing that on Tuesday, Kyle said, I'm not going to really make my announcement until next week. And then the very next day, this story kind of gets out. So to me, that was the takeaway, is that this is not the way they wanted to address this. No. This is not the timeline in how they wanted to deal with this. So they probably would have liked to have gotten this game played tomorrow night and then talk about it maybe next week, because you've got 2 weeks before opening day in Pittsburgh. So it would have been a much more kind of, relaxed timeline and a more kind of normal timeline. But now that it's out, it just puts a lot of weird kind of energy in the universe. And also tomorrow night, as I say, I think it's going to be kind of odd. I think Trey's going to hear a lot of passionate applause. I think some people are a little indifferent. And I think there are some people that are good with Brock Purdy. It's just a really interesting time. And Trey, it's not Trey Lance himself. He's not being divisive. It's just the situation and the people that were hoping to see what he would turn into, because you've mentioned several times like his ceiling and trying to predict what that would be. We still really don't know. That's the problem.
We got a couple of flashes in preseason, him throwing 50-yard bombs down the sideline to Danny Gray, and even in the preseason this year with those 2 late game scoring drives against the Broncos last week, he showed you some flashes, showed you some hope, and that's why I do think it's interesting that the timing of this announcement was leaked today. It was obviously going to come out eventually, but to the argument of the Trey Lance supporters, why would you make this announcement before week 3 of the preseason if this truly was a QB2 competition? Do you buy into that argument at all, whether or not Trey was given a fair shot at winning this QB2 role?
Well, again, I don't know. That's a good question. It's hard to say. But, again, you got to keep in mind that these guys watch practice every single day. It's not just the games themselves, the preseason games. I mean, they see stuff on the field every day.
Correct.
I think that would probably help them reach their decision. And hearing, again, just considering what we actually do have and what Kyle actually did say. Kyle said yesterday, look, over the past 10 days, Sam Darnold really separated himself from the next guy, which would be Trey. And that, to me, is pretty interesting right there. So it sounds like the decision really was made. They weren't waiting to see what he was going to do tomorrow night, Trey Lance. They already knew where they wanted to go.
No, and my counter argument to the question I just asked you, Paulie Mac, was look at the number of reps that Brock Purdy got last year, and look what he did to capitalize on that opportunity. Again, in the past 3 seasons, Trey Lance has participated in 8 games for the 49ers, started 4 of them. Guess what? Brock Purdy last year had 8 starts, went 7-1 as a starter, also came into the game against the Dolphins. So you compare their 2 sample size, Brock Purdy straight up took the job and ran with it. Trey Lance did not. I know those injuries played a factor into it, but if you're looking for a sample size, that's it. And Paulie, bottom line is, life's not fair.
No, it's not.
Trey Lance got all the talent in the world. He's 23. He might have an opportunity somewhere else. I just don't think it's in San Francisco.
Well, he's young enough that he can still prove his worth, and he's young enough that hopefully he will. I expect him to get another chance somewhere. Again, I look around at the NFL, and Marcus and I talked about this earlier. Guys like, and I'm not picking on this dude, but guys like Baker Mayfield, like guys that are capable quarterbacks, maybe not as a starter. No. Maybe he's not going to win you, a Super Bowl or take you deep into a playoff run, but he's good enough to win you a few games if he's a backup guy. And if I look at a guy like Baker Mayfield, I think there is definitely room for a guy like Trey Lance out there in some capacity. Maybe he's not QB1. Maybe he is a backup. But when he gets his chance, show us what you can do.
And how many times have we seen in the NFL a change of scenery for a quarterback, and it makes a world of a difference? Whether it's someone like Alex Smith going to play with Andy Reid out in Kansas City, whether it's Rich Gannon going from Kansas City to Oakland to play with the Raiders. Yeah. We've seen this multiple times. Maybe it happens with Sam Darnold coming over to Kyle Shanahan's system.
It could indeed. So, Hey, man, the decision's been made. Sam Darnold is your number 2. The Niners do have a game to play tomorrow, so there is going to be a lot of intrigue there. And, Marcus, you got to raise a great point, dude. Huge Giant game going on tomorrow. By the way, in the middle of all this Trey stuff, I glanced down at the text line, and this guy goes, hey, when are you dudes going to start talking Meckler?
I need some Mech in my life.
Dude, you know what, bro? Let me give you a little courtesy laugh track there. I do want to talk a little Meckler, and we will, actually, because we're going to have Hunter Pence on at 9:30, so we'll get off the Niner thing for a second, but not just yet. On the other side, Matt Mayoko is going to join us. He'll have a lot of good insights, I'm sure. He's down there every day. He has a real feel for what's going on. So stay tuned. Marcus Boucher in for Brian Murphy on the Murphy Mac Morning Show. We're going to talk to 49er insider Matt Mayoko next on KNBR 680 and 104.5, the sports leader.
Trey handled it well. I had a good chance to talk to Trey, and excited to have him back in the building today.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
It's Trey Mania, as the 49ers have announced that Sam Darnold will be QB2, which raises a lot of questions for the future of Trey Lance. Well, lucky for you, Kyle Shanahan stopped by the afternoon show yesterday, and John Lynch stopped by the morning show earlier today with me and Paulie Mack. So to hear both of those interviews and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. We now return with Murph, Mac, and Mayoko. NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Mac Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by UCSF Health, redefining health.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I don't think those, that both things have to be true. I think Trey can be showing really well. There's just ultimately, there's so many, everything's evaluated, Paulie. It's eating time, it's practice, it's walkthroughs, it's overall grasp. So I know that I talk with Kyle every single day, multiple times a day. I know how excited he was about Trey's development. Now, the good news for everyone, I think I can tell you how excited he is right now on what Sam can be. The other thing I continue to go back to, we know what we went through last year. So there's a reason we brought Sam in, obviously for some insurance with Brock being possibly not there, at the start of camp. We just didn't know that. But also, even if Brock was there, we wanted to be insulated such that we had true depth in that room. And so we know that we have that. And, as to what, made Kyle make the ultimate. I think ultimately coaches just get a feeling that, and convicted with multiple evaluation points, and he felt like it was time. And once Kyle's like that, he didn't want to keep Trey. He didn't want things to be awkward. He's got too much respect. And as I said, Trey handled it well. I had a good chance to talk to Trey, and excited to have him back in the building today.
All right, hey, thanks, Triple E. That was John Lynch, as heard just about an hour ago, right here on KNBR with Marcus Boucher and Paulie Mack, and that was his response to the question I asked him. We're going to bring Matt Mayoko in just a second here. When I asked him, Kyle referenced a separation that Sam Darnold had established over the past 10 days, and I just said, what did that involve? In what capacity did he separate himself? That was John's answer. Let's say hi to a great 49er insider, good friend of the program. He is Matt Mayoko. He's down there every day as a 49er insider covering the team. So, Matty, eventful morning, brother. How you doing today, man?
Hey, morning, Matt.
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're doing good. I mean, tell me your view of this whole thing. I mean, it sounds like there was an element of surprise that this came out yesterday, and maybe you could walk us through it, like how you got the news and where it broke and et cetera.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it was an element of surprise. I don't think the actual announcement or news that Sam Darnold was a number 2. I don't think that was a surprise. I think, every sign had been kind of pointing in that direction. And, I know from my standpoint, I would either say it implicitly or explicitly that Darnold appeared to be in line for the number 2 job. Kyle Shanahan had spoken on that the day before and said that he would make an announcement at some point before the first game of the season. And then the NFL Network reported the first, kind of wave of news was that Darnold was the number 2, in which I was able to quickly confirm that and also realize that Trey Lance wasn't out there at practice. And so, but I don't think the 49ers did themselves any favor. Kyle Shanahan did not address anything until late in the evening on KNBR, and John Lynch waits almost a full day before saying anything. So, it really kind of left Trey Lance twisting in the wind a little bit and kind of hung him out to dry, because when he's not on the practice field, your mind immediately races to, did he leave the team? What's the professionalism of that athlete? And the 49ers did nothing to kind of take that away from Trey Lance. And, you hear John Lynch talk about it this morning. He said that Trey handled it well, but he also said he was devastated and it was a gut punch to Trey. So it's the first time that I can ever remember a player moving one spot down the depth chart, and then he doesn't go to that practice that day. So the 49ers just left themselves wide open to all kinds of rampant speculation that they didn't need to. They could have said all this stuff about, where Trey stands, why the decision was made. They could have done all that stuff immediately, and they didn't. So it is curious, though, think about the Jimmy Garoppolo situation, how the 49ers handle these situations. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo said goodbye to everybody after the 2021 season. Next thing you know, he's doing this sideshow, literally, throwing behind the bleachers. He was kind of ostracized from the team, wasn't going into meetings or anything else. And then what happens? He ends up sticking with the team, taking a pay cut, and ended up starting significant games. So now with Trey Lance, Kyle Shanahan kind of suggested that they will do what's right by Trey Lance, and so you kind of get the sense that if Trey Lance decides, I don't think this is the right place for me, what will the 49ers do? Will they allow him to leave, even if a trade doesn't materialize? Would they release him? Listening to John Lynch on your show earlier,
yep.
He said the most likely scenario is that Lance remains on the team. So it's really interesting. I can tell you one thing that I have heard to be true.
Sure.
Is that right after the season, we're talking immediately after the 2022 season, Kyle Shanahan told Trey Lance exactly where he stood, that Brock Purdy, if healthy, was going to be the starter this coming season. And Trey Lance, got defiant and said, it's not going to turn out that way. Basically said, I'm going to force your hand, and I will be the starter of this team. And it kind of all kind of makes sense. The pieces kind of fit together to hear that, it was described as a gut punch, that he was devastated, that he not only is not the starter, which really hadn't been in question, but now he's not even the number 2 guy.
Right. And Matt, that was one of my big takeaways this morning when we did talk to John Lynch, was him talking about how he did not think that this story would get out. And to your point, I mean, everybody was at the practice field yesterday and saw that Trey Lance wasn't out there, which of course led to a lot of speculation. And I don't want to put you in a position to speculate, but I wanted to get your take on how you think this story got leaked. If we're connecting the dots and following the cookie crumbs, it does seem more likely than not that this leak might have came out of Trey Lance's camp to maybe force a trade, or at least to drive up some trade talk and value ahead of the cut down next week for the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if the 49ers, it's the partner of all NFL teams, NFL Network. So I don't know if the 49ers wanted it out there. I don't think it hurt them to have this out there, because now they don't have to make 31 phone calls. If any team is interested in Trey Lance, as of about noon yesterday, the entire world knows that he can be had for the right price. So I don't think it hurts the 49ers. It does. Why the secrecy? What I don't understand is, I don't understand, why does there need, why couldn't the 49ers have just said, why couldn't they have been proactive and created their own narrative, created their own way of, hey, look, Sam Darnold's a number 2. And I think everybody would have understood that any number 3 quarterback is available for the right price. And that's something I've been saying all along, is that, hey, Trey Lance's future with the 49ers is not guaranteed. If he's the number 3 guy to open the season, that's a signal to every team that he's available. I don't think it hurts the 49ers that news got out, yesterday as opposed to today or tomorrow or next week. It doesn't hurt the 49ers that everybody knows that that Sam Darnold is the number 2 quarterback. It doesn't hurt Trey Lance, just that the news got out, because you know what? That's reality. Sam Darnold is the number 2.
Yep.
Trey Lance is the number 3 for now. So I don't understand why there was this cloak of secrecy, especially when he wasn't even on the practice field yesterday.
No,
and players walked out there and they saw that there were 3 quarterbacks and they started looking around and go, okay, well, there's a number 13.
Yeah.
There's number 14.
Yeah.
There's number 4. Where's number 5?
Well, and
so
go ahead, Matty. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that they created way more drama than needed to be created just by the way they decided to clam up and not say anything yesterday.
No, it's a really good point. Matt Mayoko is our 49er insider. He's our guest on the UMA guest line. And I got the impression, Matty, just watching, and to your point about how, that not only the coaches and John Lynch, but how his teammates reacted. I saw Fred Warner speaking to you guys yesterday, and I really got the impression sincerely that he had no information. Like Fred Warner didn't seem to know what was happening. So that I thought was kind of an odd look and an odd position for Fred Warner to be in on top of everything else.
Absolutely, especially when he's the only person. Basically he was the spokesman for the franchise. He had the answer for John Lynch and for Kyle Shanahan. So
right.
It was a unique and odd situation. And Fred is a total pro, and Fred handled it very well. And Fred is the guy you want out there speaking for your team. But I don't, it just added to the bizarreness of the day.
Yeah.
In that it just, there was this level of secrecy and deception, and we'll just let your mind go wherever you want it to go, when they could have just easily cleared up everything immediately. And all the stuff that was said, all the stuff that Kyle Shanahan said yesterday, 5 hours after Trey Lance was shown to not be on the practice field, and almost 24 hours later, John Lynch addressing it here on KNBR. I mean, everything could have just been avoided by just coming clean. Maximum disclosure, minimum delay is always the correct way to handle things from a PR perspective.
Yeah, and Matt, it felt like Fred Warner was kind of like 49er fans yesterday, just a little confused and not really what's happening right now or in the future with Trey Lance. And
and I would say this, Marcus, it's not a good look for a team that has been so transparent to have a team leader. And I'm just using Fred Warner as the metaphor for the entire team, but it's not a good look for a team that it has prided itself on being so open and honest with their players, to not be open and honest when it comes to something that, it's not it's not national secrets. It's not classified information.
No, it's not.
Teams name starters. Teams have backups.
Yeah.
That stuff is not privileged information known by only, a handful of people. That stuff is public information based on who has a uniform and trots out to the field.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Wrapping it up here with Matt Mayoko, a few more minutes on the UMA guest line. And Matt, I just kind of want to get your opinion of how you think this all shakes out. With the reports that all options are on the table, whether you think Trey Lance will get traded, whether or not they keep him on the roster like John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan talked about, or the scenario where they might have to cut him before next Tuesday when they cut down to that 53-man roster, and what those financial ramifications would be, man.
Yeah, geez.
Yeah, I mean, his salary, his contract, 4 years, $31.4 million, fully guaranteed. So the only way the 49ers save any money is if they can work out a trade. However, I mean, what's the trade market for Trey Lance? I mean, the 49ers are known to be a very quarterback-friendly place to be. Kyle Shanahan is known to get a lot out of the quarterbacks, and it's just a great system. And so if the 49ers, a team that was fully invested in Trey Lance and needed to make this work because he was the number 3 overall pick and they traded up to get him, if they're willing to turn the page on Trey Lance, then why would any of the other 31 teams out there say, well, if the 49ers don't want him, then we really want him. We must have him. Like, no one's going to say that. And so, I mean, I kind of go back to, why did the 49ers sign Brandon Allen? He was the number 2 quarterback for the Bengals the past 3 seasons, and he came to the 49ers as the number 4 guy. So, to me, that was insurance in case they were able to move Trey Lance. The other part of this equation is at 23 years old and receiving the gut punch yesterday, does Trey Lance want to be with the 49ers?
Right.
And does he have to decide what's the best situation for him? And frankly, after sleeping on it and looking at this with a clear mind, he's probably going to come to the same conclusion that Jimmy Garoppolo came to, the past 2 years. Remember, when the 49ers made that trade to go up to number 3,
right,
before they even selected Trey Lance, they called Jimmy Garoppolo to tell him, we have traded up to number 3. We are going to take a quarterback. And the first thing that crossed Jimmy Garoppolo's mind was, well, maybe I don't want to be here. Maybe trade me.
Right.
Well, then you kind of take a deep breath and you think, okay, what's the better situation? And I think for Trey Lance, he's 23 years old. He needs a lot of reps.
Yeah.
He needs to be in a situation where he's comfortable. Well, guess what? Anywhere he goes, he's going to be going to a team where he didn't take part in training camp. He's going to be starting from square one. And is that really a better situation for him than riding out this season, seeing how it goes? And you never know. You never know. History has shown us you never know when the guy who starts the season as number 3 might end up getting on the field and having an opportunity to prove himself.
Man, oh man, no, you're not kidding, Matty. We learned that lesson last year. So listen, hey, great stuff today, Matty. Thank you for everything. And I'm sure today's going to be pretty eventful too. We'll let you get to it. So thanks, Matty. We'll talk soon, bro.
Appreciate it, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the eventful part will be Friday night. If Trey Lance indeed is there, as everybody says he will be.
Yeah,
I think you're going to see a thunderous ovation for Trey. He's a popular guy. I mean, I don't care what. Social media is toxic, and I don't think that's real reflective of
I agree.
The fan base.
Mm-hmm.
What is reflective of the fan base are the crowd reactions at Levi Stadium, and I can guarantee you that Trey Lance will be probably the most popular guy in that stadium if he plays on Friday night.
Wow, but Matt, have we ever had a more intriguing preseason, Matty? I can't remember where every game is almost like a must-watch kind of situation, because you're right. I said that to John, too. I said when we had Lynch on, the way the crowd reacted last week kind of caught me off guard. I was slightly surprised by how passionate the applause was just simply when he trotted out there. And to your point, Matty, tomorrow night it's going to be bedlam down there, man. And it's a preseason game. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, it is crazy. Hey, as the 49ers turn.
That's it, Matty. Hey, and thanks so much, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks, guys.
You got it. That's Matt Mayoka, one of our favorite Niner insiders. Great guy, great source of Niner information. And boy, it sounds pretty messy down there.
Yeah.
It sounds like this is not... It is. It's just been an awkward kind of day and a half. I mean, I guess this broke yesterday afternoon, so not even 24 hours ago. But, boy, this cycle of Niner news has been kind of odd. I mean, and the sooner they get a handle on this and control the situation. And like he said about Jimmy waking up and saying, I probably should get out of here, Trey Lance really might be feeling the same thing. Yeah. Like, you know what, let me just get to a new home. Let's start fresh. Let's start all over again and maybe kind of go from there.
And it's an interesting perspective hearing it from Matt Mayoka, who's obviously around the team every single day. He's around every single practice. He knows what these back and forths are like. And it's also interesting that he pointed out that both John and Kyle did not speak to the media after the practice yesterday, but they spoke on KNBR. Both those podcasts are available on KNBR.com. Tolbert and Copes had Shanahan yesterday. We had John Lynch this morning.
Final thing here. I just want to read a little bit of this text from a guy named Spiceman. What's up, Spiceman 707? I like what he said here, and I think this is pretty accurate. A good way to close the segment. He goes, guys, the truth is the Trey Lance era, he's just not had enough experience, nor has he had enough reps. Especially on top of that, when you consider he hardly had any development really even at the college level.
Nothing.
So that's the thing. He is an unproven commodity. We like to think there's a high ceiling there as far as his potential goes, but honestly, who really knows? We'll come on back. We're going to have to break in the Trey Lance discussion because we're going to talk Hunter Pence on the other side. Finally get back to Giant baseball. Marcus, we're going to satisfy those people out there waiting to hear their Meckler stories.
You got a Meckler fix,
bro, what do you want? Paul DeYoung? You're about to get it. You're going to get Alex Cobb. It's all coming. Hunter Pence on the other side on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Swing, line drive into center field, base hit. Coming in to score is Schmidt, rounding third right behind him, also scoring Bailey, and Meckler goes to third. What a game for Paul DeYoung, his first game as a Giant. He throws. Swing, there's a high fly ball, shallow left. Is Meckler, does he see it? He's having trouble. He staggers. Now he's found it and makes the catch. The game is over. Meckler threw the palms up at one point as if to say, where is it? As we're in the twilight here in Philadelphia. And then, just in the nick of time, he seemed to re-find it and gathered himself under it. And the game is over. The Giants win a wild one in Philadelphia.
I'll tell you what, I think everybody got their money's worth yesterday in Philly. All the paying customers, man, you saw a hell of a ball game. Hell, I got my money's worth at home, Marcus, watching that bad boy. I mean, Alex Cobb went out there and did work. Paul DeYoung's debut. Let's talk about all of it with Hunter Pence. He's our good buddy. And, of course, you've been enjoying him in the booth with Flem on this road trip. Hunter Pence, you're talking to Paulie Mack, and Marcus Boucher is in for Brian Murphy today, so you'll hear from Marcus, too. How's it going, Hunter? How you been?
What's up, Hunter?
Well, hey, what's happening, Marcus? What's happening, Paulie? Everything's good.
Yeah, dude, what a game yesterday. I mean, probably one of the more exciting ball games of the year. And as far as the timing goes, Hunter, I mean, that's a game that they really needed. But let's start with the arrival of Paul DeYoung. I mean, this guy gives you probably one of the more memorable Giant debuts, that I can really recall, Hunter. I don't know that I can recall a more memorable one. But just, I mean, him showing up with the bat at the right time. And also guys like Meckler. He had a hell of a game yesterday, too, with the bat on the base paths and then defensively at the end. So, I don't know, just the importance of getting that one before they get the day off today, Hunter. Maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, it was a pivotal win. It was somewhat of a season kind of breaker right there. And you kind of hit the nail on the head. I mean, Paul DeYoung, that's quite the entrance. I mean, that's like just unbelievable way to show up. And I know he had, he got traded to Toronto and it didn't go that well for him, but it just feel like it's a perfect fit. And it was so cool to see him come in, hit the home run, get the, obviously the late inning big knock that opened it up. And, Meckler as well, like we're all excited to see him. He rose up from high A this season. And, he was seeming a little unmatched, maybe thinking a little bit, maybe pressing, and for whatever he did, he came in and yesterday, every single at bat, whether he had quite a few good hits, but he was on time, soft takes, great swings, perfect line drives, hustling everywhere, making plays. I think that's kind of the Meckler that they were anticipating. I think of like Altuve when he got called up from Double-A, he was hitting so well, and we're like, wait, how did this guy get here so quick? Where did he come from? And usually those guys that sneak up like that are some of the most electric talents, because it's only been 1 year in the minors for Meckler. And, I have a feeling there's something special about him, that's for sure.
Nice.
Yeah, and Hunter, to your point, I literally just saw Wade Meckler playing for the River Cats a couple weeks ago out in Las Vegas when they were taking on the Aviators, and the man that was actually on the bump as the starting pitcher that day was Kyle Harrison. So you gave us a great breakdown of Meckler. I wanted to get your opinion on what you saw from Kyle Harrison on Tuesday night and what you thought of his big league debut.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty impressive to say the least. There's the it factor. You talk of like the Lincecums, the Bumgarners, the Posey, and they're just, you can see that he's got electric stuff. He's just got a lot of charm as well. He's fun to root for. He's easy to root for, but just some of the most ridiculous flexibility and just a power arm. He creates a really wild angle. And there's a lot of room for growth with there's going to be a lot of polish with just learning the game, talking with Webby, talking with the great staff that the Giants have, and you just feel like the sky is kind of the limit, the ceiling. There's a lot to be excited about, and he was just, his first 5 outs were all strikeouts. Obviously, Bryce Harper welcomed them to the big leagues with a 2-run homer. The same thing happened to Tim Lincecum.
Yep.
So I think that, this is one of those franchise players that we're very lucky to have in our organization. It's going to be really fun for Giants fans and for San Francisco to get to follow this young man. And he really is, just got something special around him.
And Hunter, those 5 strikeouts definitely stood out to me, but it stood out for a reason that you and Dave Fleming were breaking down on the broadcast. All 5 of those strikeouts came against right-handed hitters, and lefties were actually 5 for 5 on the day.
Yeah, that was wild.
So obviously, as somebody who took at-bats in the big league level, who have seen plenty of pitchers before, and a guy that was at the ballpark watching Kyle Harrison. Now, I know there's been some speculation on whether or not maybe he's tipping pitches with his sliders a little bit. Is that something that you noticed behind home plate in the broadcast booth? And if there's any explanation of why lefties had more success in the lefty-on-lefty matchup against Kyle Harrison?
Yeah, there's a lot of angles, and I think you would need a little more time in the lab to really put that together. Now, just from the naked eye, and I'm not the best at picking up tips or whatever the case may be, but there is, if someone slows down their arm or just hits a totally different arm angle, if you're not releasing in the same slot, and this is a lot of times with young pitchers that haven't completely mastered their craft, and Kyle is dripping with talent and tools, but fine-tuning the small things and making sure that your release point is the same tunnel, the same window, the same spot. So it just seemed like his body was maybe slowing down a little bit, but it did feel like the slider wasn't really fooling too many hitters at all, lefties or righties. And I just think that is a weird window of every lefty got a hit and every righty got out.
Yeah.
But it could just be the angle that he was throwing, and lefties just had a better angle to approach it versus the righties. Because sometimes there's certain lefties that are really tough on righties if they create, a certain angle, but it becomes easier depending on just the side of the plate that you're on.
Talking baseball with Hunter Pence on KNBR 680. Hunter, another arm I want to pick your brain on a little bit is our closer, Camilo Doval. Had a couple of rough nights in Philly. I don't know. I mean, to me, the untrained eye, he just looks a little bit uncomfortable. He doesn't look as relaxed as I've seen him in previous efforts. So I don't know. What are you seeing with Camilo Doval? Is there anything to be concerned about here, or is this just a little bit of a rough patch he's hit in your eyes?
Well, I definitely think there's a concern, and I don't think it's a concern of what he's capable of. There's a concern of kind of the confidence hit a little bit. The command is a little bit off, and maybe they've overpitched him. Maybe he's just thrown through some stuff because, it was misses were big misses.
Yeah.
And it really, and you didn't see necessarily the 102, he's sitting around 98, which is still really hard, but it just makes you worry and wonder if they've maybe overthrown him, maybe give him a little bit of a break. But I think yesterday was the first time I ever saw Camilo actually thinking on the mound. And I'm not sure if that could be pain that he's not telling people about or what the case may be. But he walked 2 hitters when you have a 3-run lead to get to Bryce Harper, the best hitter in the league. So he didn't have any feel. And so that's the thing is, the concern is let's get it, make sure he's healthy, make sure he's telling us the truth, and let's get his confidence back and let him know, how good he really is, and let him know that it's okay to tell us if you need a day, take a day.
Right.
And, you're our guy, and we're going to, you're the anchor to this whole thing. And we, his arm is an arm that can, it's one of the best in the world when he's healthy and when he's right. And there's no doubt about that. So we just got to get him back to being himself. And however that is, it's going to take a little bit of work, and I'm sure the Giants are doing everything to get him back on track.
Yeah, Hunter Pence joining us on the UMA guest line this morning. And Hunter, I'm actually glad that you brought up the name Bryce Harper because we saw him have success against Kyle Harrison. We saw the home run last night against Camilo Doval also.
He's on fire.
I want to ask you about how impressive it is to see Bryce Harper do what he's doing this year, less than a year out from having Tommy John surgery, and also what you thought about the news yesterday of Shohei Ohtani with a torn UCL and the Angels' decision to play him in the second game of the doubleheader, and if you think it's a good idea that he's taking the same approach as Bryce Harper, who played in the World Series last year with a torn UCL.
Yeah, so that was a lot of questions at once there. Let's start with Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
I've never seen someone that locked in. That was, you think of Seager in the World Series for the Dodgers in 2020. But Bryce Harper, literally yesterday, every ball off of his bat was 110 plus. And it didn't matter who was throwing to him. It was some nasty stuff. Obviously even Kyle Harrison, he is just it's like Barry Bonds level. You think of when he hit 70-something. If he's putting up those at-bats day in and day out, you just got to walk him. Like, it was literally like, I don't care who's throwing, just walk him. Walk him with the bases loaded. Don't pitch to this guy because it's absolute a masterpiece, and his at-bats are insane. It's almost like he is a magnet to putting himself in a position for that big moment and kept coming through. And so I think you just got to tip your cap when someone is doing that kind of work. That's a masterpiece of baseball hitting, and he's locked in. So that's all I can say about that is what a show he put on. And by the way, I want to steer away from the question for just a second because I want to mention this, and I thought about it more and more, and I even texted him after the game. He's a good friend of mine, but the catch that Austin Slater made in center field to save the game was like, that is absolute heart, determination, passion, sacrifice. Like, the Giants fought so hard to win that game, and they had taken one of the biggest heartbreaking, spirit-breaking losses the night before. And, you know, both the series against the Braves and the Phillies on the East Coast, they could have won both of these series. You know, they had comebacks to knock them out. And that play right there is a definitive moment that we are not going to give up. Like, everyone's, you know, we're in a tough month, we're in a tough stretch, and like, that's what turns the corner, because they can get hot and rattle off. They've won 10 in a row this season. Like, and that was a earned victory. And he literally dove into the fence to catch the ball. Could have broken his arm, wrist, anything, ribs. That was just a collarbone. I've seen careers ended on that play. And he's so to me, I think we need to show some love to the fight of this team and how much they're putting into it. They were diving. Meckler, a crazy diving catch in the same inning. The Young also playing great defense. So you see so much grit in this team, and I just feel like it should be mentioned more. Like, that play by Slater was one of the coolest plays I've ever seen in a definitive moment. So I love that. And then back to Ohtani.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, I was going to say 100%. I'm so glad you brought that up. You're right. The Slater catch was huge, and it did kind of get lost in the wash a little bit because of what came after it, but you're all over it, man. I mean, that game does not happen. They don't get the win without that catch, plain and simple.
No, and that was a pivotal win because, like, I mean, you're flying back to San Francisco. If you lose that game and you only got one win out there, and you're falling even further back, like, this was a very, very defining moment for a playoff push, and it was almost like the Giants were like, we will not be denied, and that was, you know, that mindset personified.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's witnessing greatness. That's witnessing care. And this is a dude that was 0 for 27 and then had 2 knocks. Like, he's grinding. Man, I really love this team's grit. And they've taken a lot of, they've just taken a lot of gut punches, and they keep coming back. And that, to me, is like kind of the resolve it takes to win a championship. And that was one of the coolest games of baseball I've seen, following up how bad it went the night before. So I am absolutely just like honored to be a part of that series in Philadelphia, and so excited to watch the rest of this season. I feel like they deserve to get into the playoffs. I know that the work has been put in from not only the players but the staff. Like, it is immaculate how much they go to squeeze every last drop out of the fruit, get every last ounce of drop out of that juice, that orange juice. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, but to Ohtani, I have. You know, he has a chance to create some baseball history, and you know, he's often like similar to like Bryce Harper, like.
Oh, okay. Well, Triple E, why don't you fade him down
where
and just
he can go?
Oh, there you go. Okay. Go ahead, Hunter. You're
What's
good.
that?
No, you're good. We lost you for a second, but you're good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm headed to Williamsport right now for the Little League World Series home run derby, so I'm out in the middle of some farms right now. I'm not sure I got the best reception.
It's all good, man. Hey, but we actually have to wrap anyway because we got to hand it off to the next show. But Hunter, great stuff, dude. We love having you on the show, and keep up the great work in the booth, man. We're digging your stuff up there. So we'll look forward to the next broadcast and the next conversation. Enjoy the Little League World Series, Hunter, okay?
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all having me.
Thank Hunter Pence. Hunter. We'll talk soon, man. Hunter Pence, everybody on the UMA guest line. Yeah, sorry about that, but we are running out of time, and we had to move on. So there you go. Good takes from Hunter Pence. We should have mentioned the Slater catch. This is one of those things that just kind of got lost today with everything else going on. What would that be, you ask? Oh, not much. Just the Sam Darnold, Trey Lance controversy of the millennium, setting all kind of records for callers and text.
Yeah.
Everything exploded
The Trey
today.
mania.
Yeah, and G Pops and John Lund are going to take over in just a couple of minutes. I know they're going to have a lot to say about this as well. So stay tuned. A lot in front of you today, right here on KNBR 680 and 104.5, the sports leader.
Taking a lot of gut punches.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Triple E. Hey, very good work today. I know it was very busy in there. I want to thank Greg Silver as well. Marcus Boucher, you're crushing it.
Thank you.
Johnny Lund is in the room. I see Greg Papa on the screen there, so I know you guys have a lot in front of you today.
Papa!
I feel like I want to leave you guys to it, but any closing words for the Murph and Mac audience? We'll take them now, John. Your thoughts?
Good to see you, boys.
Yeah,
and the
you
musical,
too.
and the
You
musical
too.
accompaniment is fire, man.
Not a bad track.
That's the question,
I like
John.
it.
Will Trey Lance survive? Will he survive?
How does he like Minnesota in the win?
All right, G-Pops, the floor is yours, buddy. I'm going to let you guys drive this bad boy home and enjoy the conversation today. There's a lot going on. John Lugg, Greg Papa, coming up next on KNBR 680, the sports leader.
With the QB stuff, I'm honestly not even sure what exactly is going on.
It was described as a gut punch, that he was devastated.
It was a gut punch for Trey.
Taking a lot of gut punches.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Swing next to McGlinchey. They're going to boot the quarterback left. Here he goes, deep downfield. Trent Sherfield's got it. Trey Area.
So his first throw's incomplete on a drop. The second one's a touchdown. House call.
Second down, Ray goes in motion, now lines up to the right of Trey in the shotgun. Long snap, it's a handoff to Ray. No, Trey kept it. Beautifully done by Trey Lance. He's so good, like Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, at holding it at the mesh point. But Ray took it wide, and then Trey's down.
Yep.
Trey's on his back as he took the handoff there, and Trey
Jordan
Lance is
Willis
hurt.
hit him, and it's not good.
But yeah, I think at the end of the day, it was a fairly easy decision for me to be able to come here and just be able to go to work. And that's what I'm most excited for, is to be able to work with Kyle and, Brian Greasy and all the coaches on this staff. And again, all the players, the great personnel that is around.
I mean, it was a hell of a battle. They were neck and neck for a long time, but just really over these last, 10 days and stuff, we felt Sam started to separate himself. And we felt he did it in practice consistently, and he's been getting better each day.
I think that's the most likely option. As I said, we're very happy with Trey. That's probably the most likely option, is that he's here. I think our focus is on Trey getting back here and us being the best football team. There's viable options for all players, but right now Trey's a part of our team, and we're going to move forward with that in mind.
Oh, a lot to unpack. It happened at the end of our show yesterday before we got into Giants baseball, so we have a full discussion about it today. But Trey, we have 4 A stories today. We have Trey Lance, Nick Bosa, and something that John Lynch said when he was on this morning right here on KNBR. Shohei, as you were so fearful of, he's got a major injury, and the Giants win, and Farhan can thank me for Paul DeYoung later. But we have a ton today. So 4 A stories, a tremendous guest list, which starts with Dan Fouts at 10:30. Ronnie Bell at 11:15. We will replay the meat of what Kyle said to Tolbert and Copes yesterday at 10:50. Marcus Thompson, 12:15. David Lombardi, 12:30. But people want to hear what you have to say first and foremost. So what do you make? And let's just start with Trey. What do you make of it? Oh, good morning, my friend. I'm sorry. I'm going too fast.
So it all went, we were wrapping up our show yesterday. The news broke, and my thing was, why did you have to tell them who's 2 and who's 3? So we left, and, the Giants took over at 12:05 and went out and watched practice. And I had a long conversation with Kyle Shanahan. Practice didn't start for about 20 minutes, so we had time to chop it up. And my first question was, why did you have to tell him who's 2 and 3? I mean, there's an old saying my father used to always say is, when you know you are going to make a decision, you should make it immediately. But in sports, things come up. Like yesterday was the last practice at training camp. Sam Darnold could have gotten hurt. There's a preseason game tomorrow night. He could get hurt. Why did you have to do that? And Kyle is just honest. Players can say whatever they want about him, and he airs them out, and he's tough. But one thing, he is honest AF. He just lays it out. He said, that's what I felt, and I felt like this is the time to tell him. He told me all about the meeting and the repercussions of it. We were trying to figure out how it got out of the building, and Sam Darnold and Trey do share an agent, Jimmy Sexton from CAA, who also another wing of their organization, and A. Ralt represents Nick, and they're powerful people. They represent Shohei, and we'll get into the impact of that, and that is just chilling. And I am worried about Camilo Duvall. I know he says he's not feeling anything, but what the hell happened to his slider yesterday in Philly? But as far as it relates to Trey, it was shocking, a gut punch and all that. He's a competitor. Guys lock in and they compete. But I can't say I'm shocked by this based on them signing Sam Darnold, John. I mean, March the 16th, the first day of the new league year, we get we're shocked. Javon Hargrave's going to be a 49er. Really? The best defense in football just got the premier defender in football in free agency? And then Sam Darnold's available. And he takes the deal, and it's structured to incentivize him based on play time. I wonder if Brock Purdy did not get hurt in Philadelphia. Would the 49ers have gone to get Sam Darnold? Would Sam Darnold wanted to come here, knowing that position's locked up? But it did happen, and now Brock's good to go, and we didn't know about that the entire offseason. The moment they got Sam Darnold, I mean, you and I talked about it, and there's a lot of non-believers in Sam, and I know about the turnovers in college and the pros, but I saw him eliminate that to a great extent last year in Carolina with Steve Wilkes as the interim head coach, now the 49ers DC. And if you can just coach the turnover out of this guy and get him to see the field, he's a starting quarterback. I thought he could push Brock Purdy in the sense that I didn't know if Brock was going to be healthy, and Sam still got some room to grow. He's still learning the offense. It's not there for him yet. He's getting better and better and better. He'll be better. Today's a walkthrough. He gets better every day. He'll be better next week. And, hopefully Brock is able to play. But if he's called upon, you want Sam to be ready to go. But I just saw Sam as a starting quarterback in this league, one of the best throwing arms we've seen around here. But the unfortunate thing for Trey, John, and his career has been up and down and all around, and we'll detail it over the next 4 hours. We've seen it all. I think he is playing the best football he's played easily, going back to college, and probably better as a thrower. I go back to his early time in camp, his rookie year. I don't know. He was carefree, and he just let it go. He ripped it. One of the great natural throwers. That first Saturday practice that I saw his rookie year was just wow, what a throwing arm. And we've seen some great arms up close, obviously. And we're going to talk to one, the great Dan Fouts will join us at 10:30. Love to get his thoughts on development of a quarterback. And then, the Chargers were playing him tomorrow night, going down to Costa Mesa, and Trey struggled. It's just all of a sudden, you aren't in Fargo anymore, young man. This is different. This is Derwin James and Joey Bosa and, Asante Samuel Jr. and all those guys. And it got big for him right away. But then he had the injury against the Raiders. He had the severe ankle injury last year that we played the call from the home opener against Seattle. And it's been an up and down road. He is here today. He is going to play tomorrow night behind Brock. Brock may go the whole first quarter, then Sam will go maybe the second and third, and then we'll see about Trey. I admire Kyle for his honesty. You should always tell the truth. You shouldn't always be telling it. And I was like, why'd you have to tell him now? And he said, it's obvious. That's where I'm going. And then, what if Sam gets hurt? And then you reel it back in. And that's where you have to be a pro, and Sam was there yesterday, and so was Brock, and so was Brandon Allen. And let me tell you, Brandon Allen, this whole thing gets complicated next week because of Brandon Allen. If the 49ers let him go, I think the Cincinnati Bengals will jump on him. I think they will sign him, and you're going to have a hard time getting on the practice squad. I could be wrong, but I think that's where it's going. And let me tell you, last year it started with Trey. It went to Jimmy. I don't know which quarterback offseason has been more interesting, dramatic, and hairpin turns, this one or last year. Really, all of them since I joined this franchise has been incredible in 19. Going back to 18 when they traded for Jimmy on Halloween night. It's just the ever-ending saga of trying to find the next Joe and Steve here. It's unbelievable. But, last year you went from Trey to Jimmy to Brock to Josh Johnson and then nobody. Then you're the fugitive, the one-armed man with no arms. And you're up against the great defense of the Eagles you can't play. So, you may look at it and say, you're not going to need that. Well, Brandon Allen can run this offense. He runs this offense as well as anybody in this building because he's been in it his entire professional career, with Denver and the Rams and obviously in Cincinnati. They don't want to let him out of the building. So we'll see. The great David Lombardi was just on NFL radio. Will join us later on. We'll break down, what the implications are. It's like that game my daughters play, John. What is it? Marry 'em, kill 'em, F 'em. What is it? Do I have it right?
Yeah, you have it right.
I don't like playing that game with my daughters. It's very odd, by the way. Very, very weird.
Yeah, that is.
Trade them, cut them, keep them. And there's implications for all of them. I don't think they'll cut them, nor should they, but they don't want to lose Brandon Allen. And if they can't trade him, can you keep him and keep 4? And how do you play that? Because everybody's in shock around here after the championship game. If we don't have enough quarterbacks, we need more. And you may have to play a third or a fourth. As ridiculous as that is, that's what they've been looking at here. You had a little bit of an aftershock from the earthquake in Philly in the whole year. So it was complicated. I do admire Kyle. He told this to him in private. And then Trey's got feelings that, whether he told his agent, Jimmy Sexton, or Sam Darnold told Sexton, they have the same agent, but it makes it all weird. It goes back to Trey, or Jimmy and, Tom Brady have the same agent, Don Yee. I mean, it's just weird. It's like the agents are, there's a lot of them out there, a lot of good ones out there, and we'll see how this plays out. But he's back in the building today. And when we were talking, you hit it right away. You thought, if the agent was involved, and that's where I think it came from, Jimmy Sexton. I don't know. So I got out of the building yesterday. Now they're going to try to reel it back in. And the question is, how do they go forward, today with a walkthrough, tomorrow with a game? And then more importantly, Tuesday, they got to make these decisions. They got to get down to 53. So do they keep Trey on the roster? What do you do with Brandon Allen? Obviously, now we know Brock and Sam are 1 and 2, which really is not a big surprise. Just the thing was, would Brock be healthy? And obviously, he's completely healthy. So now they got to figure out the 3 and 4 spots in the QB room.
All right, we got a ton to get to. Text line is wide open. We'd love to get your thoughts on this whole situation. Anything you want to hit or your opinions on this whole Trey Lance situation. 415-808-5627. 808-5627, 808 KNBR. Give us your thoughts on the text line and this whole thing. Why this case is so intriguing. We'll get into that conversation. Unfortunate set of circumstances for Trey Lance. And what do you do now? We'll get into all those conversations before Dan Fouts is the first of many great guests for us today. Dan Fouts is going to join us at 10:30, and obviously we'll talk to him about the development of a quarterback. Of course, we'll bring him in because they're taking on the Chargers, and Dan has a Bay Area tie as well, so he knows all about what's going on here as far as quarterbacks. We'll talk to him at the bottom. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
John Lynch, 49ers general manager, he joined Marcus and Mack. Murph out, Marcus Mack. He says Diana Rossini's report from The Athletic regarding Trey Lance is inaccurate. She had reported that they had conversations with the Vikings earlier this offseason. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I think it was a mutual decision just to go home and take some time. And then, once he was home, I think, like as Kyle communicated yesterday, we had our lightest day of the year. The day before was our heaviest load of the year in terms of volume and reps. Yesterday was no pads. It was a light day. And, Trey, was with getting that news, we decided it was best for him just to stay home for the day. He'll be back here today, and everybody's in a good place. And Trey's a pro, and so like he's done every day that he's ever been here, he's gonna do his best to be at his best at all times and to make his teammates better. And we're confident with that. And Trey's in a good place there.
Hello, friends. That is John Lynch, general manager of the 49ers. He was on this morning. If you missed John Lynch this morning, if you missed Kyle Shanahan last night, they explained everything. Just go to knbr.com. So I'll do this very quickly, and then we can discuss where we are with Trey Lance now. Dan Fouts at the bottom of the hour. So drafted third overall in 21. Everybody knows 318 career pass attempts at North Dakota State. Jimmy injured a lot, wanted to reset the number at the position. Lawrence and Wilson come off the board. They could have chose Lance, Fields, or Jones. They take Lance. Trey looks promising, and as you said last segment, the Chargers joint practices happen. Injured his finger in the preseason versus the Raiders. Mopped up in a loss at Seattle after Jimmy hurt the ankle. He started week 5 at Arizona. They lost 17-10. Kyle criticized too much running. 16 for 89 rushing, 15 for 29. They lose the game there, and he gets hurt at the goal line. Gets a late start in week 16 versus Houston his rookie year. Had that memorable play, that deep over to Debo. They win 23-16. He goes 16-23 in that one. 22, he's named the starter, starts versus the Bears in the rain. They lose 19-10, 13-28, 154. Rushed it 13 times, started the next week at home against Seattle last year. 2 for 3 early, fractured the ankle on a running play to the right. Jimmy comes in, plays well, hurt versus Miami. Brock Purdy enters, and the rest is history. 262 snaps to this point, 4 starts, 102 pass attempts, 54 rushes, and that's where we are.
Okay, now where do we go?
That's the question.
Well, I mean, along the way, I think the finger injury against the Raiders set him back his rookie year, and then the plan was always to redshirt him. I personally think he needed 2 redshirt years and, maybe more. So he's just not developed as a quarterback. He needs to play and get better. There's no doubt. So the question is, he's number 3 on this football team right now, and he's got another guy behind him that they believe can play. So how do they do this? And Kyle has said, we're going to do right by Trey in so many words, and so did John. We'll get into it with David Lombardi later. There's implications with trading him. There's implications to keeping him. There's cap implications to cutting him.
Yeah, I sent you those. Yeah, we got those.
Yeah,
numbers.
We know them, Bob. The numbers are the numbers. They know all those. And you've also got, a deadline coming up on Tuesday. And, Nick Bosa's contract is out there. And John was asked many times by Boucher and Paulie this morning when he was on at 8 o'clock about that. And you could tell in John's voice, it's time to get that done. They want it to be done. The other contracts they've done here may have dragged a little bit into training camp, but not like this one. They want it done. And I think they want it done by Tuesday, when they have to cut the roster down and be cap compliant. And Lombardi will break that all down. He's so good with the numbers. So, I mean, the bottom line is, Trey was a high draft pick. Going back, and it wasn't that long ago, he was in the 2021 draft. So, based on that, who liked him coming out of college? Who are those guys that are still in position? When you look at, the backup quarterbacks in the NFL, and I'd even look at the threes. I look at everybody's quarterback room right now, 1, 2, 3, and a lot of teams obviously have 4 in their quarterback room. With the new rule about the emergency third quarterback being available to you, now not every team is going to use that. You can still put a guy in the practice squad, and then you can't bring him up on Saturday to Sunday, but you may not always want to use that because it does count against your 53. The by and large, the model was to have 2 on your 53, 1 on the practice squad. Now that you've got this emergency third quarterback available to you on game day, and it's a free spot to do it, will teams put 3 on their roster? And then I think Trey would fall into the category as a perfect number 3 quarterback. He would be a developmental guy. And in some situations, he could push to be the number 2. So no one's going to give him a starting job. Right now, you're not going to trade for him and start Trey Lance on, September the 10th on that Sunday. That's not going to happen. But if you liked him coming out of the draft, is there enough positive that you've seen or not enough negative, maybe the way to say it, to sway you where you just wouldn't now? If you liked him coming out of the draft, you were going to have to take him in the first round in 2021. Now you may be able to get him for a day 3 draft pick. And he's on the end of his contract, so you have to make a decision about the 5th-year option. He makes decent money being a high pick, obviously. But is there anybody out there? And then would the 49ers have to take some of that money back? So the first scenario would be if they want to do right by him, could they find a trade partner for Trey? And they've been open about it. They're going to work with him. Kyle said that. John didn't want to go too deeply into the details this morning, but I think they're open to do business. So, the team that we've heard is Minnesota. Kwesi Adofo-Mensah is their GM, and obviously he worked here. He was not here when Trey Lance was drafted, but there were some rumblings, and he's from Minnesota, that Minnesota, may be in play for him. I think there was some interest with them in the offseason, but it just never got to that point before the draft. And the 49ers, they didn't know about Brock yet. They didn't know where he was health-wise. They just got Sam in the building. How much is he going to be able? How quickly can he pick up our offense? But when you look at the Vikings quarterback room, Kirk Cousins is their starting quarterback. His contract does expire at the end of this year. Ironically, the former 49er Nick Mullins is their backup quarterback. Ironically, he's one of only 2 quarterbacks in history to come, and now Brock would be the third, Clayton Thorson being the other one, and Nick to have the UCL internal brace, Tommy John surgery. And then a guy named Jaron Hill is their third. They got another one that's number 4. Just checking with the Vikings, John. I don't know where the interest is there realistically now. They love Nick Mullins, and I know we got to take Nick Mullins over Trey Lance. Well, here we go again. Nick may be throwing the ball with more velo, coming back off the Tommy John, not having the full-blown Tommy John, having the internal brace procedure. I think Brock Purdy has more velo on his ball, whatever that thing is in there. You can see it with Nick, but they love Nick. But would Minnesota be in play? Would that be something Trey wanted? The irony was he was not given a scholarship to play at the University of Minnesota. He had to go to Fargo, North Dakota State. Could he play quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings, being from Marshall, Minnesota? Would he want that? Atlanta is a team also out there, John, when you look at just the way they play with their head coach, Arthur Smith, bringing in Bijan Robinson. They have Desmond Ridder as their starter. Taylor Heineke was a borderline starter, so he's a solid number 2 for me. That would be more a third quarterback. They have Logan Woodside there. So the first thing is, would they trade him? Is there a team out there that would take him? How would they handle the money? Would you have to take money back? What's the draft pick compensation coming back? And the other thing we'll get in with David Lombardi. David and I were texting this morning. Maybe you don't want a draft pick back if you're John Lynch and Kyle. Maybe you want a player back. The one thing that concerns me about this team, John, is the depth in a lot of positions, in particular in the offensive line. You'd have to look at these rosters a little more. Is there a backup offensive lineman? Right now, you're starting 5 in the offensive line. John Feliciano will be your backup interior guy at center at both guards. Who's your backup tackle right now? I think that's what they're trying to sort through, to be honest. They got a couple of candidates, Jalen Moore and, veteran guys here and there. I honestly, I don't know, who's going to be the backup tackle, how that's all going to work out. But in any event, maybe it's not a draft pick you're looking to trade Trey for. It's a body you would take back. So this is what they got to figure out now. And I think the real, the deadline is going to be, how are you going to do this by Tuesday at 1 o'clock our time, right at the end of our show, when you got to get down to your 53-man roster, because I don't think anybody here wants to cut Brandon Allen.
All right, we'll get into all that conversation and more. There's a ton to get to, a lot of layers to the Trey Lance onion, which will continue. Text line is one open. You got thoughts, questions, comments, 415-808-KNBR, 5627. We'll read the best ones after Dan Fouts. Of course, he was a young quarterback, developed Hall of Famer. We'll ask him about the development of young quarterbacks and preview the Chargers and the 49ers, which is the final preseason game at Levi Stadium tomorrow night. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Cincinnati Reds Wednesday, August 30th. First pitch 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
It is the big, and I do mean big, national sales event going on right now at Modesto Toyota. My good friends at Modesto Toyota. And it's time to go places with great savings on that new Toyota you want with no, and I do mean no, dealer markup. And get this, I was just there last Wednesday, about 8 days ago. Their new cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving every day. You check out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com like I did. And last Wednesday, I was picking up my new RAV4 Hybrid 2023 white, nice-looking black wheels. Very, very cool. That's what I did. I looked at the incoming vehicles. I got the one I want, and I checked it out at ModestoToyota.com, ordered it, and there it goes. Last Wednesday, I went and picked it up. So that's what you do. You reserve it, and that's all with no dealer markup. It's that simple. Now, they've been family-owned at Modesto Toyota, owned and operated since 1965. So when I drove off the lot, I knew that they were going to be behind me the whole way. They've grown because they take care of you, the customer. That means getting a great deal with a very best price and, of course, great customer service. So it's a great time because it's the big national sales event. So you go to Modesto Toyota for that big savings on those new cars, SUVs, or trucks you want. They're arriving every day. I saw the big trucks. They got a bunch of them out there. So there's no dealer markup. So it's the great time. Get a great deal right now. Modesto Toyota, where I get my Toyotas. I just told you that. Where I got my son's Toyota. Only at ModestoToyota.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Thursday. Tomorrow night, the finale in the preseason. We got the Chargers and the 49ers. Dan Fouts will be there, our good friend and Hall of Famer. former Chargers quarterback. 3rd-round pick, by the way, pick 64 out of Oregon. Turned that into a great career. And we'll talk to him about developing young quarterbacks, which the 49ers will try to continue to do, and the Chargers have done as they got their guy signed long-term, Justin Herbert. And Dan Fouts joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Sign. How are you?
I'm good. Real good. Thank you guys for having me.
Thanks for taking the time. We appreciate it. Give us your thoughts as a guy who was, again, 3rd-round pick out of Oregon. You turn that into a Hall of Fame career. Things are a lot different in trying to develop quarterbacks, but the 49ers kind of in a roundabout way got to Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy, who's their starter now, and Sam Darnold's going to be the backup, and now Trey Lance, who they took 3rd, is going to be 3rd string, and now we don't know what's going to happen with him. It's crazy how this whole quarterback thing works, isn't it?
Well, it's all unique to every team and every player, really. When you think about, a guy like Tom Brady going in the 6th round, and a guy like Johnny Unitas who got cut from the Pittsburgh Steelers. So there's no formula. It's kind of hit and miss sometimes. And the ironic thing for the 49ers is they hit it big with Purdy and apparently did not with Lance.
Welcome home, Hall of Famer. Great to hear your voice. Can't wait to see you tomorrow night. And I know working the game on TV tomorrow, you've had a chance to watch the 49ers' first 2 preseason games, and you've watched Trey's limited, playing time in the NFL. Everybody's got an opinion on this guy, from former league executives to people who are breaking down tape on social media about quarterbacks who aren't really shouldn't be doing it. You're a Hall of Famer, one of the great pure throwers to ever walk the earth. Just what do you see, Dan, from Trey Lance?
Well, I think the first word is athletic, and a guy that can make plays outside the pocket and ad lib. And I think that what has happened in the league is that's become something. You look at Patrick Mahomes and what he does is really unprecedented, and so teams fall in love with, let's try and find the next Patrick Mahomes. Well, there's only one of them, so it's, as I said, it's kind of hit and miss sometimes, but it's a copycat league, and it's rare that teams go out looking for a Tom Brady pocket passer. But if you look at the Super Bowls and winning quarterbacks, they're primarily guys that operate out of the pocket.
Dan Fouts joining us. So when you came in 73, and I know things are a lot different, but I'm looking at the numbers here. You had Johnny Unitas, as you said, who was 40 years old on your team. He started 4 games. You started 6. And nowadays, you went 0-5-1. You completed 45% of your passes for 6 touchdowns and 13 interceptions. They would have probably nowadays thrown you on the scrap heap with those numbers, wouldn't they have?
Well, I would hope so. But, I was making $23,000 and I was worth every penny.
That's a great answer.
Yeah, you flipped it around. But to John's question, we're seeing quarterbacks, and Anthony Richardson with the Colts. Is he ready to play right away? You had the greatest mentor in Johnny U in 73 in San Diego. The great Ken Stabler was behind LaMonica and Blanda. He went up to a league in Spokane, Washington for like 5 years. Do we rush these quarterbacks? And you played a lot, up at Oregon. Some of these guys are, one and done as starters. Are we rushing them right to being a starting quarterback in the NFL, Dan, because of how much money we're paying them as high draft picks?
Well, that's part of the equation, Greg. Obviously, the owners put out that money. They want to see a return for it. But, if you look at the quarterbacks that have played in college and stayed in college, didn't come out early, and a primary example of that is, of course, Justin Herbert, who stayed at Oregon for 5 years and stepped into, the starting role when he's forced off the sidelines when Tyrod Taylor gets, a punctured lung pregame. And from that point on, he's been absolutely fantastic. But he had all that experience learning how to play quarterback at Oregon. And sometimes I think the rushing of guys not only making them number one, but not seasoning them enough in college.
Dan Fouts is joining us. Chargers and 49ers will finish up the preseason tomorrow night at Levi's Stadium. More on Herbert, like you said. I just remember I watched him a ton like you did, I'm sure, at Oregon, and he stayed 4 years. And then I watched him on Hard Knocks, and I remember him throwing a ball like into a net, and you're kind of like, okay, maybe this kid will be kind of good. I mean, it just seemed like you said, when Tyrod Taylor had that mishap with the doctor in the lung and so forth, all of a sudden it was like, I've Mahomes has a lot of arm talent, but man, the way that he could fling the ball, it was like, wow, it just seemed like from day one he was great.
Well, he's a big guy, very athletic. He sees the field very well, and he really can reach the entire field with every type of throw. And now they've got Kellen Moore as their offensive coordinator, and he promises that he's going to use that arm. But remember, Herbert last year played with broken ribs, and that affected their passing attack a great deal. They were number 32 in yards per attempt at 6 yards of throw. So that will increase this year, obviously, and that's a smart thing to do because the Chargers are really loaded at wide receiver.
Yeah, I think as opposed to when he threw for 5,000 yards his second year, Dan, and he was over 7 and 7.5 as a rookie. To John's point, Joe Willie Namath, gave us the first 4,000 passer back in the AFL in the late 60s, and then you with Coach Coryell, 4,000 yards every single year. But this guy comes in right away like Mahomes, and he throws for 5K. And the pure throwing ability, whether it's Broadway Joe, yourself, or Dan Marino, or Elway, or Mahomes, as far as a pure thrower of the football, where do you rank Justin Herbert and all the guys you've played against, played with, and broadcasted games of?
Well, that takes in quite a few, Greg.
Or watch when your dad was in the broadcast booth with the Niners.
There you go.
Why did Kittle throw the ball as well as Justin Herbert?
Well, he threw a beautiful ball, as did John Brody, especially when it was completed. But,
where's our COs when we need them? Come on.
Yeah, there you go.
The thing about throwing is it really doesn't matter what it looks like. It matters how it ends up. If it's caught, it's beautiful. And the guy that taught me that was Unitas, because he didn't always throw spirals. And he would laugh and he'd say, well, when you throw it with a little wiggle on it, it gives the receiver more ball to look at. And so I bought that, and, that was okay for me, too.
Dan Fouts is joining us, Hall of Famer. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader, getting you ready for the last preseason game, Chargers and 49ers at Levi's Stadium. So, obviously, last season, the way it ended for Brandon Staley and this crew, and everybody always looks at the Chargers and says, man, look at all this talent that this team has. So, they're up big at half. They lose 31-30. I don't know if there's any kind of residual effect, but certainly I would imagine that it probably puts Brandon Staley in a pretty hot seat position now.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, I think that the big thing is they open the season against Miami in Los Angeles, and will there be a hangover from that horrible playoff loss? That's the question that I have. None of the starters have played in the preseason, and none will play tomorrow night against the 49ers. So these guys, their last time out on the field was that loss, and that's a huge loss, especially when you consider the fact that it was in the playoffs and they had such a huge lead at halftime. So that's one thing that I'll be looking for as they start the season against the Dolphins.
Yeah, they were up 27-0 and blew that lead, and Jacksonville got beat with a field goal at the end, which leads to, in your day, you would play preseason games. And the 49ers, Kyle's young, but he's still old school. Brock Purdy and the starters, he's not going to play Trent or McCaffrey, but I think George Kittle will play maybe a quarter, Dan. And Sean McVay started this in L.A., and obviously, your coach, Brandon Staley, is from there, being the D.C. What are your thoughts on a lot of coaches just not playing their guys at all in the preseason, and then how do you expect them to be ready to play on opening day?
I couldn't agree with you more. Back in the day, we played 6 preseason games, okay? And there was 14 regular season games. And we had to play because there was 6 of them. But, players want to play, whether it's a preseason game, a scrimmage against another team, or a regular season game. So I think the seasoning, again, it's important to get to the rhythm, to get up to speed. I mean, the speed of the game in the regular season is so much greater than the preseason because you're playing against the very best. So I've always been a big fan of players playing at least some in the preseason, but each coach has his own way.
Dan, always great to catch up with you. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow night, and we'll talk to you soon.
Take care, guys. Appreciate
you too.
it.
That's one of our favorites. He's vastly underrated.
Great broadcaster. Underrated. I mean, he and Ian Eagle were as good as you get, right?
Yep. Excellent. I mean, excellent as a broadcaster. as you can see there, tongue-in-cheek funny. Great, underrated quarterback. Nobody talks about him with the greats, but that Chargers offense was amazing. And he's a local guy.
I mean,
How does he
honestly,
get better
his
than that?
dad is Bob Fouts, who was the original voice of the 49ers going back to the All-American Conference. And Dan would hang in the booth with him and watch, why Tittle and Joe and John Brody. It's a great story. He's not underrated in my eyes. I mean, he was the standard. Eric Coryell and his coach went into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And it's just amazing. Bill Walsh obviously changed football with a short passing game in the 70s due to an injury in Cincinnati. But Don Coryell, going back to his days with the St. Louis Cardinals and that team and Jim Hart, but when he got hired in San Diego, they're kind of like the Run TMC Warriors, John. Maybe the most exciting team to not win anything, and they didn't get to a Super Bowl, but they were there every single year. And the one, it could have been the 49ers against Dan Fouts and the Chargers in the
so
Super
damn
Bowl.
cold in
Wasn't for
Cincinnati.
that freezer bowl. He tried to throw a check down to the right flat, and the wind just took it away and blew it right in the Ohio River all the way to Kentucky. And, Kenny Anderson was able to figure it out. But as far as pure ability, and he was a jewel of a broadcaster. I mean, there have been a lot of guys that have had great careers as a player, Hall of Fame player on the field. His father was a broadcaster, but he had a great run and the pop culture to hang with Ian Eagle, all those years. The what was it? The Bird and the Beard.
Mm-hmm.
Ian Eagle with Dan Fouts and the Beard. I mean, I miss him on Sundays, and I watch both of their preseason games, and I'll rewatch the game from our game on Friday because he knows the game so well inside and out, and he's sneaky funny as well. Great broadcaster.
Remember, he was on Monday Night Football for a while. I mean, the guy, he's
That's
just
right.
really, really
With
good.
Al Michaels, yeah.
I mean, he's outstanding. So gave us some great insight. And as we said, I mean, his rookie year, you couldn't do this anymore. I mean, he started 6 games.
Well, he was behind Unitas. They weren't going to play him right away.
He completed 45% of his passes for 6 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. They would have run him out of town.
Peyton Manning's rookie
They would have
year.
run him out of town.
Peyton Manning threw 28 interceptions his rookie year, and he went 3-13, and he started every game.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes a while.
That's the whole point. And so nowadays, and Trey falls into this, him coming out, we'll get into this whole thing. We've discussed it a million times about lack of passing, and now there's, he needs time to develop and time to play, but there's no time to play on a team that's a Super Bowl contender that's got 2 guys clearly ahead of you, and it's just he's been dealt a tough hand, and life sure as hell ain't fair.
Well, he's got time. He's just, Dan was.
He has a time somewhere else. He has an opportunity
I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to trade him, honestly, John. I know you're going to want to come up with a trade, but somebody's got to be willing to take the player back. I'm not sure that'll be available to them. So we'll see where it all plays out. I mean, everybody thought Jimmy Garoppolo was gone last year, and he boomeranged back at the building. And at one point, I'm screaming, "Thank God Jimmy Garoppolo's here. He's saving your year." So I know yesterday was emotional for him. I'm going to go out and watch walkthrough now, and I assume Trey's going to be there. We're going to hear from Kyle and his comments yesterday with Tolbert and Copes, and then my conversation with Ronnie Bell from yesterday. That guy is electrifying, amazing. But when they made the trade up to go from 12 to 3, keep in mind the 49ers the year before. Obviously in 2020 Jimmy got hurt, but going back to 2019. They were 7 minutes and 13 seconds away from winning the Super Bowl. The next year, Nick Bosa gets hurt, Solomon Thomas gets hurt, Jimmy gets hurt, Kittle gets hurt. You crash and burn. It's a pandemic year. It's just weird. You win 6 games. You wind up with the 12th pick. They traded up to 3. A team that was in the Super Bowl that recently never drafted that high in the history of the NFL. And what do? You try to reset the quarterback room. You're going to move on from Jimmy after a year for 2. And at the time, I said that this is the riskiest draft selection in the history of the NFL. Not to trade from 12 to 3. Teams have done that. Mike Shanahan did that to get RG3, and then he wound up taking Kirk Cousins later in the same draft in the 4th round to cover his bed. But to take a guy who had played so little college football, essentially being a 1-and-1 and done, 1 year, 1 game and done, and to do it at a program, we're going to see Easton Stick play against the 49ers tomorrow night. He'll play almost the whole game, if not the whole game. And then Carson Wentz, obviously, from North Dakota State. But it was a risky pick. This guy's not from Ohio State. He's not from Alabama. He doesn't have to be, but he didn't play there like Carson Wentz and Stick, 3-4 years. He played there 1 year and 1 game. And it was risky. And he was not ready. I don't think he's still ready to be a starting quarterback in the NFL because the injuries derailed his early part of his career. But there's a lot to explain. When you look at it, this team was ready, built to win the Super Bowl before they drafted Trey Lance. They were 7 minutes away. It was the Wasp play, 2-3 chip jet Wasp and Tyreek Hill, and all of a sudden you blow a 20-10 lead. You get hurt the next year, you come back, you're drafting high, let's go up, and Matthew Stafford goes to the Rams that year. Deshaun Watson goes to Cleveland, let's go up and get Trey. So when you look at it, it seems like, how the hell did this happen in such a short period of time? But when you look back on it, it was a really risky draft pick to take him that high. And now we'll see where he's at. He has to go back and reset himself in that room. He gets paid a lot of money to be the quarterback on this team, whether he's 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yesterday was emotional. He'll do his job today and then go out and play tomorrow night. So it all seems weird in the modern world we live in. But when you look back at it with perspective, and you and I have been here every day of this, it's not shocking, really.
No, it was a huge Hail Mary, and it at this point doesn't seem like it's worked out. And it doesn't mean Trey's going to be a bust. It probably just means that he's going to have to try somewhere else. And as you pointed out, he's probably going to have to redshirt another year. It's just going to be difficult, but we'll get more into that whole situation. Kyle Shanahan did speak for the first time since the whole situation went down yesterday with Tolbert and Copes, who did a hell of a job talking to Kyle Shanahan about it. We'll play just the first few minutes of it so you can get the gist of it, and then we'll discuss further. And then Pop's going to jump out, see what the walkthrough looks like, and we'll hear from wide receiver Ronnie Bell, who's been all the talk of camp outside of the quarterbacks. We'll do all that coming up next. Don't move. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why I think that Trey is squeezed, because I think that Kyle has fallen for Sam to as a developmental project to be something great as well. And Sam has that size and strength and arm strength, and end of fourth quarter kind of can go up against Jalen Hurts and Patrick and Josh and in those championship games, Super Bowl games, and kind of do stuff. So theoretically right now, I think that's why Trey is so squeezed.
That was Steve Young. He was on with Rich Eisen. You'll hear him this week, too, with Tolbert and Copes, and he'll give us his opinion on what's going on with Trey Lance. Of course, Steve is no stranger to quarterback controversies, the biggest one, despite this, and with social media and everything, this becomes bigger. It isn't bigger, but it just becomes that way because of the way we do things nowadays. But I want to play a few minutes of Kyle Shanahan yesterday because it was the first reaction you got from the organization after the news broke that Trey Lance was going to be 3, and he was disappointed and he missed practice. So Tolbert and Copes did a great job in talking to Kyle and getting you answers. And then afterwards, I'm going to give you the latest, some opinions, some thoughts on how we got here, where we're going, what's the best for both parties, all that kind of stuff. Text line is wide open. Give us your thoughts, 415-808-5627. I'll read the best ones. 415-808-KNBR. Here is Kyle with Tolbert and Copes yesterday.
It's time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Thanks for joining us, Coach. Always appreciate it.
No problem, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing good. It is now about the time guys, maybe even including the coaching staff, is thinking, are we done with camp yet?
Definitely. It's you definitely get sick of camp. You're so ready to go for week 1. You got to. Not all the decisions are made, but the majority of them are. But there's still a few key spots, those last 5 spots, the practice squad spots, a couple guys competing at certain positions that you got to let it play out. We just had our last practice. They got one more opportunity in the game. But the end of camp is near, and then the real stuff starts.
Yeah. So the news today was you had selected Sam Darnold to be the number 2 quarterback over Trey Lance. Tell us what went into that decision.
Just really starting back from OTAs all the way to now. I mean, it was a hell of a battle. They were neck and neck for a long time, but just really over these last 10 days and stuff, we felt Sam started to separate himself. We felt he did it in practice consistently, and he's been getting better each day. Trey made it real tight. He made it tough. It wasn't an easy decision for us, but we felt, with the work that they both put in, this game. Our decision was made before this game, so felt I owed it at least to Trey to tell him first and foremost. So I brought him in this morning and let him know, and now we're here.
Obviously, when you drafted him, you move up to number 3 to get him. The idea was to have him be the franchise quarterback. It didn't work out that way. What do you think led to where we are now, that led to him not being the guy that you maybe had hoped he would be?
It's there's 3 years of it, so it's a whole story to it. But, I also don't think Trey, this means that he can't be with us or someone else ever in the future. I mean, this is just where camp went right now. We know what Brock did in his 7 games that he got to play, and that's why I was clear with all the quarterbacks here, and I think anyone who had asked me that, Brock had earned that spot. We weren't sure if Brock was going to come back or not. And we had the opportunity to add another in free agency with Sam. And those guys have been competing for the 2 spot, and Sam just beat him out on that. And it was a tough matchup for him, but he ended up pulling it off. And when you go back to 3 years ago, we made a commitment, looking at our roster and everything, that we felt it was important with our roster going forward that eventually we were going to need a quarterback on a rookie deal if we wanted to keep this team. And we made that decision back in after the 20 season, and we weren't going to look back after that. And Trey was the guy we went with, and we thought we would mix him in and ease him into some stuff the first year with a couple packages and stuff, but we didn't believe anyone we would have taken would have beaten out Jimmy that first year, and that's kind of how it looked, starting early in practice. And Trey did play a little bit earlier in the year, but when he broke his finger, it really kind of messed him up and took away that first year for him, where he had to overcompensate on some things, and it really kind of hurt him working through that, and it affected him all the way into the offseason going into year 2. But year 2 was the time that he did have the job. We were giving it to him. We were 100% committed, and we were tailoring everything for him. And yeah, he was working an uphill battle because of his finger stuff that he went through the first year, and how that had slowed down his process of just where he thought he would be. So he was a little behind on that, but Trey, the type of guy he is, the competitor, what he could do with his legs, we still felt confident that he would get it as the year went. And then he broke his ankle in the second game. And when he did that, it took away another year for him to develop, and that was unfortunate. So he missed 2 years to develop, not to mention the COVID year of his last year in college. So now he had gone 3 years without it, and that opened up an opportunity for Brock. And, we took Brock in the 7th round. Obviously, we weren't thinking we'd be in this position. But when Brock got that opportunity, he came in and he played at a very high level. And whoever would have been here with the way Brock looked, we were going to go with Brock. And that was the reality of it, and we gave him a big chance to win that 2 spot this year. I think we were pretty lucky to get Sam to come here on the contract that he did, just knowing how the rest of the league looks at Sam and things like that. But Sam chose to come here, and it was a very tough fight, but in the long run, Sam ended up winning it. And the more I could do that, once I knew that and I knew it was the case, wanted to make sure I told Trey as fast as I could.
Just to put this to rest, because there seems to be some confusion, if Brock were healthy going into camp this year, he was a starter, correct?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Just to put that to rest, there seems to be some confusion out there.
I don't know why there's confusion. You've said it like 7 times.
I know.
It actually blows my mind that there's confusion, because I feel like we've said that like 100% consistent since day one. But yeah, there is confusion, I guess. So I'll keep saying it.
All right, so there is part of Kyle Shanahan with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. It was the only time he has spoken on the subject. I'm sure he will today, but give us your thoughts. 808-KNBR is the text line, 808-KNBR. I'm sure you have an opinion before you heard Kyle there, because everybody has an opinion on Trey Lance. So let me start at the beginning here. I understand why the fan base has such an affection for him, because he's taken 3rd overall, and you trade the picks, and Trey is likable, and you want to see your guy succeed, and then you throw in social media, and it's been divisive, this whole thing, and it's Team Trey, and Sam Darnold isn't necessarily a 49er. I know technically he is, but what I'm saying is he was drafted by the Jets. He went to Carolina. He came here. He hasn't shown you anything. So as a 49ers fan, you're going, who's Sam Darnold? I've just seen him suck on NFL Sundays. He's not anything. So you want Trey ahead of him, and Brandon Allen you hardly know, and you do know Brock Purdy, and you like him a whole lot, but still, you want to see that 3rd overall pick and all the investment you made into Trey Lance, or the team made into Trey Lance, and you as a fan, pay off. That's what you want to see with a high pick. First and foremost, even if Trey Lance had gotten all the opportunities, remember, it's 50-50 whether a quarterback makes it in the first round either, and then it goes down from there, right? So there's a lot of busts. And then you look at what Trey Lance had against him, as Kyle Shanahan just said. He comes in a pandemic-shortened year and plays in 1 game. The year before that, 28 touchdowns, 1 interception in a lower division, and they just trucked everybody because they were just that much better. There's a kid in Green Bay that's pretty good that he was throwing to, and they were just better than everybody else. He didn't have to really be an expert at an NFL offense. It was 1 read and run. That's what their offense was, 1 read and run. So you go to the NFL, and you got to do a totally different thing in an intricate offense. And oh, by the way, you look great, and everybody was kind of rumbling, if you remember this. I remember Matt Mayoko coming out with us. He's looking good. He may be able to unseat Jimmy. This is a rookie. Goes down to Chargers joint practices. They throw a bunch of stuff. He loses his confidence. He breaks his finger against the Raiders. Changes everything. Kyle gets blamed for running him too much in Arizona. He gets hit in the head there. Gets a late start against Houston in that game. We kind of got excited about that. The next year comes, okay, he's going into his 2nd year. He's the starter. Goes against Chicago. And again, I know, but this is just the way it goes. Bad luck. Life ain't fair. It's a monsoon in Chicago, especially after they fell behind, couldn't come back there. Then he breaks his ankle against Seattle, and everybody's bitching and moaning that Kyle ran him against Seattle. And then in that whole time, it's Jimmy, then it's Brock. Brock emerges, and now Trey doesn't have a chance. I mean, that's essentially what has happened. Now, let me give you a little perspective on this. One thing that has been talked about so much with Trey Lance is nobody knows, nobody knows, nobody knows. You don't know, and I don't know. But the organization does know. They watch him all the time. And here's what I do know from the people who do know. His processing isn't fast enough. His accuracy isn't good enough. He doesn't see it, doesn't read it, doesn't rip it. It's a problem. And if they could give him time to develop, and we have Dan Fouts on earlier, in 1973, completed 48% of his passes with 6 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. He was terrible. But that was back in the day, and they just let guys develop. That's just what happens. This team is in a Super Bowl window. I would say that they are desperate to win a Super Bowl. They don't have time. Like they decided last year, we're going to let Trey rip. And if he's going to make mistakes, that's just the way it's going to go. But he got hurt. Life ain't fair. He got hurt. But they have seen. You have not seen. I have not seen. They have seen. And they are experts. They haven't seen enough decision-making quickly. They haven't seen the accuracy. When I say accuracy, I mean really inaccurate. And I'm not ripping Trey. I like Trey, and I would hope that it would work out for Trey here or somewhere else. I like Trey. He's a likable kid. But all I'm simply saying is they don't have time to wait. And I get it. And I get the fact that you don't like Sam Darnold. And look, I'm not a Sam Darnold guy. I've been consistent with that from the front. I've seen him in NFL games. I've seen him turn it over a ton. I'm extremely skeptical of whether Sam Darnold can get it done behind Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy's not even a done deal because he hasn't played a lot. So that's why the rest of the NFL is kind of skeptical. They love the 49ers roster, but they look at the team and they go, probably Brock Purdy's going to be okay. And maybe Sam Darnold's going to be because Kyle Shanahan is just that good and the people around him are that good. And I don't know anything about Brandon Allen other than he gets his credit for being the backup to Joe Burrow. Okay. But if Kyle Shanahan trusts those guys more than he does trust Trey Lance, which he does, clearly, and Kyle Shanahan is pretty much a straight shooter, and that's why he told Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, that's why it got out through an agent yesterday, because Kyle Shanahan felt like he needed to tell these guys. This is the truth. And Kyle's been telling you the truth the whole time. He's been effusive in his praise of Sam Darnold. A lot. And he's been the same way, of course, with Brock Purdy. And when it comes to Trey Lance, it just hasn't been as much. Because that's what they're seeing in practice. So to the old adage of, or not an adage, but to the old thought of, we don't know, we don't know, we don't know. You and I don't know. They've seen him a ton. And this is why they've made the decision that they've made. Okay, so that's all in the past. You can agree or disagree, but that's just what's going on. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. So that's where we find ourselves. So here's what you care moving forward. Do they keep him? Do they not? John Lynch came on this morning and said, we'd like to keep him. Remember, that's what John Lynch is going to say because you don't want to lose leverage. You're not going to come on the air and say, you know what, we'd love to trade Trey. Call us now. I don't know if the report on Diana Rossini, who said that Minnesota and the 49ers had talked, and they had been trying to trade him in the preseason. John Lynch on KNBR this morning said that was not true. I'll take him at his word. It's not true. But now as they sit right now, here becomes the problem in trying to trade Trey Lance. Now I'll give you the financial numbers in a second because I looked at them this morning, but what you care about as a fan is, will they, should they, how could they? Well, here's the problem. And I know what you're thinking. We gave up 2 number ones, and he was the 3rd pick, so we got to get something for Trey Lance. We got to justify this move. No, you don't. Isaiah Simmons was traded today by the Cardinals for a 7th rounder to the Giants. It's just at some point you just say, we got to move on. It's just the way it goes. I'm sure they don't want to move on from Trey Lance, but here's why you can't get much for him. Because this year he makes $9.3 million, and it's a red shirt for any team that he goes to. So a team has to have $9.3 million, and there's only a handful of teams that he could go to. I mean, Tampa Bay's starting Baker Mayfield. I liked what I saw from Sam Howell of Washington, but are they convinced on him? Minnesota doesn't have anybody really other than Nick Mullins behind Kirk Cousins in the last year of his deal. So, look, there's a handful of teams that could be interested in Trey. But are they going to redshirt him for $9.3 million this year? That's a problem. And then next year he makes over $10 million, and then the year after that, you got a 5th-year option to worry about. And you don't know anything about Trey Lance. The 49ers do. They watch him in practice all the time. Other teams don't. So then they go back to their evaluation of him coming out of college, and it says there was a pandemic and he played 1 game and came out of the NFL draft as a 20-year-old. We don't know. We don't know. He was dominant at a small school. He hasn't played very much. The evaluation probably hasn't changed, but the problem is, well, the 49ers now going into their 3rd year with Trey Lance, a team has to start over with him. So that team is going to have to pay $9 million this year, $10 million the year after, and then make a quick decision on a 5th-year option. They don't know. And that's not a great place to be. So that doesn't mean that team then is going to turn around and give you like a 2nd or a 3rd round pick. It just doesn't make sense. that team is taking a massive risk too. Now, they didn't trade 2 number ones and the 3rd overall, all that kind of stuff. But their quarterback room, they're thinking to themselves, well, we're taking a big swing too. So you're not going to get a lot for Trey Lance. So for those out there thinking we're going to get a lot for Trey Lance and they're going to recoup something, they're probably not. The reason they would trade Trey Lance is, as Kyle Shanahan said last night or yesterday with Tolbert and Copes, and as John Lynch said this morning with the morning show, they would be doing Trey Lance a favor. Hey, you know what? It hasn't worked out here. There's really not an avenue for you to get better. The only way you can get better is to play, and there is really nowhere to play here because they've made the decision on Brock Purdy, which I think most of us agree with. Brock Purdy is better than Trey Lance right now for a Super Bowl contender. You can debate Sam Darnold. I'm with you. I'm not a Sam Darnold guy, but he has outplayed Trey Lance in training camp. He has. And Kyle Shanahan trusts Sam Darnold more. And by the way, if you're driving around going, why the hell are we talking so much about the backup quarterback? Because since Kyle Shanahan got here in 2017, they've made it through the season with one quarterback once. 2019, they went to the Super Bowl. In 4 of those 6 seasons, they've used 3 quarterbacks. And in one other one, they used 2. So chances are they're going to need 2 quarterbacks this year. So that's why we're talking about it so much. And also the fact that it's just Trey Lance and it's intriguing. And we've been intrigued by Trey Lance forever. And the frustrating part, I think, to you as a fan that overrides everything is you don't know. And I don't know. Like, is Trey Lance any good? It's like Spicoli in Fast Times. I don't know, Mr. Hand. I don't know. I'm going to put that on the board for all of us to enjoy. I don't know. And so we hate that as fans. If somebody's good, cool. If somebody sucks, great. We know. But we don't know. We don't know about James Wiseman. That was frustrating. We don't know about Trey Lance. That's frustrating. We don't know. I don't know. Exactly. I'm going to put that on the board for all my pupils now. All of my classes to enjoy. I think that's the line. But that's what's frustrating. I get the whole thing. I get that you're on Team Trey. I know that you're frustrated. I get all those things. But the likelihood is that Minnesota or Washington or Tampa or some of these teams or Atlanta, somebody who doesn't have a big, good, long-term plan at quarterback will say, we'll give you a conditional 7th-round pick. That's what Isaiah Simmons went to the Giants today for, a 7th-round pick. I think it was the 9th pick overall. So it's up to the 49ers now. They want Brandon Allen. Apparently, Brandon Allen is the 3rd-string quarterback and more trusted even than Trey Lance. Don't get mad at me. I'm just delivering the news. They can't straight-out release. Now, they could release Trey Lance, and I'll give you the financial numbers in a minute. I'm not sure that you care, but we have them. They can save about $5 million by – let me simplify it like this. If they cut Trey Lance, it's going to cost them an additional $5.3 million. If they can trade him, they'll save about $5 million in the cap this year, which is kind of important. That's really important. So that's kind of a big deal. So give me your thoughts. Text line is wide open. That's where we stand with Trey Lance. It's a risky. I think it's even risky to let him go, but I don't think he's ready to play this year. I'm not sold on Trey Lance, or I'm not sold on Sam Darnold. I don't know enough about Brandon Allen. I don't think I want a 30-year-old putting the hopes on the 49ers trying to go to a Super Bowl, but they are a Super Bowl contender, and things just didn't work out. Whether it's the risk to take him that high, coming off the pandemic and not playing, the injury against the Raiders of the finger, which threw everything off, the Bears game in a monsoon, breaking his ankle against the Seahawks, Brock Purdy emerges. I mean, who could have known? They took a risk. It didn't work out. And by the way, it's because Jimmy was hurt all the time. Injuries, opportunities. Brock Purdy's your starting quarterback. So anyway, give me your thoughts. Text line is wide open. And the bottom line to this point is, do they keep him? Do they trade him? They're not going to get value. They're not going to get a 3rd-round pick. They're not going to get a conditional 4 because he's going to be redshirted this year for some team who's going to pay him $9 million, which isn't quarterback money, but it's still a significant amount of money. And then next year, $10 million. Maybe he's in the mix, but nobody knows if he can play. And then the year after that, you got to make a 5th-year option call on him. And oh, by the way, nobody knows if he could play. So to think that a team is going to take that kind of risk, pay that kind of money, especially for a redshirt year, then turn around and give you a good draft pick, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's kind of, in a small way, it's like the financial situation that the Colts find themselves in with Jonathan Taylor, the running back. You're not going to give Jonathan Taylor a ton of money and give the Colts a couple of 1st-round picks because you're going to give them a ton of money. A team is going to pay Trey Lance $9.3 this year, $10 next year to find out if he can play. That's not conducive to also giving the 49ers a high draft pick. So Give me your thoughts. All right, Ronnie Bell. Pop had a chance to talk to Ronnie Bell. We'll hear from Ronnie Bell as well. If it's not about the quarterbacks, it's been about Ronnie Bell. And oh, by the way, we haven't forgotten about the Bosa situation because John Lynch was on this morning with the morning show, and I tweeted this out earlier. The Bosa story is actually kind of getting buried today. Trey wasn't going to play this year. Nick Bosa needs to play. And for the first time, I heard John Lynch be a little bit concerned about this situation. And if Nick Bosa misses early games, then they find themselves potentially in the same place they've been in the last couple of years, which is having to play catch-up. Remember, if they win either in Chicago, in Denver, or against Atlanta, 3 bad losses last year, if they win one of those games, that NFC Championship game is not in Philadelphia, it's here. So that's how important early season games are. Can't just give them away. And if Nick Bosa misses early season games, that's 100 times the story that Trey Lance is. Anyway, you can give me your thoughts on that as well. Ronnie Bell next, wide receiver for the 49ers, who's been great for the most part in preseason. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
I don't know if you heard this, but the 49ers, they named Sam Darnold as the number 2 quarterback. Now they're exploring options with Trey Lance. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Your good friend John Lund here, and my good friends from the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? That's not fair. Some aren't even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are different. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been doing that for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. Makes sense. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us here in the Bay Area, so be careful. And let's work together to make sure the Bay is a safer place. Now, feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm is secured. You're going to need to sit down for this. Ready? They've secured over $1 billion. That's $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And you pay nothing up front. No hourly fees, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. That's nice. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, there's a tough standard in that wide receiver room because there's a bunch of competitive and talented dudes, and we love this idea that when they get the ball, the play's just getting started. And I think when Debo's in that room, when Brandon's in that room, it's pretty easy to fall in the toe. But we also know what we're looking for when we're looking for. And Ronnie's a guy who, as a punt returner, as a receiver, as a guy with the ball in his hands at Michigan, made a lot of plays, and we like that.
That was John Lynch this morning talking about Ronnie Bell, who's going to join us in just a second. Pop will be back. He's out at the walkthrough as we're getting you ready. And tomorrow, long day tomorrow, by the way. Not that you care. I mean, I'm not digging ditches and I'm not bitching and moaning. I'm just saying we start at 10 a.m. at Levi Stadium and then got an hour off. I'll go heavily drink. And then at 3 o'clock, I'll be back and we'll do pregame and then the game and then the postgame. And that'll be on our sister station. And I don't know why it's not a sister or not a brother. 810 The Spread. And there you go. And that's where we'll be early in the season. Giants baseball on the big stick, and then we'll be down with 49ers games. And so the last one, couple of weeks, and you got Pittsburgh and the Rams, and we're off and running. So we're going to get back to All Trey all the time. The bread. 810 The Bread. We're going to get back to All Trey all the time in just a second. And by the way, we played Kyle for you last segment. We got a little bit of John Lynch that we're going to tell you. We're going to play you, but I want to play you the stuff that I think is most relevant from John Lynch in a little bit, which is the Bosa stuff, because that's as nervous as I've heard John Lynch so far. So we'll play some Ronnie Bell for you. Pop's going to come back at 11:30. We'll get back on some Trey Lance. JT's 11:50. So maybe like 11:30. Let's do this at the bottom and play a little bit of John Lynch on Bosa, because to me, to be honest with you, I know that this Trey Lance stuff is very intriguing, and we've been doing it for years, and this seems to be coming to a head, and I get it. I get it, and I know why you're intrigued by it and all those kind of things, and Team Trey and third overall pick and da-da-da-da-da. But Nick Bosa potentially missing early in the season versus Trey Lance, who was never going to play this year unless there was a catastrophe like last year. The Bosa story is bigger. May not be more compelling or fun or whatever, but the Bosa story is bigger. So we'll play some of that for you and what John Lynch said this morning, because it is a little bit concerning. But one of the stars of training camp outside of quarterback talk is Ronnie Bell, the rookie out of Michigan, and they have some injuries at wide receiver, so Ronnie Bell could figure prominently, especially early in the year. He's going to return. He's going to be on teams. He's going to be on the field. 7 catches, 114 yards, and a 43-yard play on the last drive that set up the game-winning field goal. Here is the rookie from Michigan with Pop, Ronnie Bell.
So can I call you an honorary member of the Yak Bros? You know about this group here, Debo and Brandon and George. You had 73 yak yards on the game the other night. Are you a yak bro?
I'm doing my best. Definitely, I would love to be a part of that group, part of that, squad. You know what I mean? And so to be a brother with them and the Yak Bros would be dope. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
And that's something you wanted to work on in the offseason. You weren't happy with your yards after catch at Michigan your last year?
No, not this last year. I wasn't. So yeah, it was something I definitely, took a lot of pride in and focused on in this offseason.
Well, how do you get better at that?
Getting stronger. Working balance. Stronger and balance. Yeah, those two things.
Well, one of the main members of the Yak Bro, one of the best in the NFL, is Debo Samuel. He's kind of taken you under your wing and mentoring you. What has he done with you as a rookie?
Definitely just kind of helped me keep my head steady. My first rookie camp, my first NFL anything, and trying to figure out my ways, figure out like a rhythm, to get into, and really just the best way to keep your head steady throughout the dog days of camp. And Debo has done a great job with me just to kind of keep my head above water and keep myself feeling good and kind of keeping my confidence with me. And it's definitely, I think it's working.
Yeah, you've made some splash plays, there's no doubt, this preseason, but the two that you've mishandled have gone for INTs. What are your thoughts on there? Because when I watch you catch the ball in the jugs, and as far as punts and kickoffs, you're one of the most natural catchers of the football. What's happening with those?
Definitely, just not for a second. You can't take your foot off the gas. You can't relax. I feel like I've caught myself relaxing, and it's come back to bite me in the butt. And in this league, with people as good as they are, you can't afford to relax for a second out there. So definitely just gotta tighten that up.
You got Debo mentoring you, and you got your dad.
Yes,
so
sir.
tell me about your dad. Your dad coached you when you were a youth, catching the ball, fielding punts, everything?
Yeah, so my dad, he coached college football when I was a youngin'. I think he started coaching when I was like 4 or like 6 or something like that. So, and yeah, he was a return coach as well. So when I was like 7, 8 years old, I was out there catching punts from college kickers. And, so I feel like that's, a reason why I've always been pretty good at that. And then, yeah, just, my dad working with me on receiver my whole life. And then when I finally was able to play football once I got older, it was just a lot of fun, and just wanted more and more of it. And he's just worked with me every level of the way, through middle school, high school, college, and now.
You're a pretty good overall athlete. I hear you played a little point guard in basketball back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day, I was a point guard. Yeah, I was holding it down.
So you were pretty good. You were actually going to go play college basketball?
Yes, sir. I was committed to go play at Missouri State my senior year. And then, Michigan came in late December, offered me a scholarship and switched the whole thing around.
What was it like playing for Harbaugh?
It was a whole lot of fun. And, being a part of that, that culture, that such a great program, and playing in the big house, is nothing like it.
Point guard, quarterback's the point guard of a football team. You play quarterback at all growing up? Well, the reason I asked, that double pass the other day in practice was sweet.
I always felt like I could play quarterback. I always kind of kept that in my pocket, just in case you ever need it, you know what I mean? So I always kept my cannon loose and ready to go.
Did Harbaugh ever have you throw the double pass in college?
I had one. We had a couple that we called, but I only got to throw one, and we didn't get it completed. So gotta fix my average, my completion percentage, at the next level.
So you've looked great the first 2 preseason games, to be sure. This third and final one against the Chargers, what do you want to do?
Definitely just keep stacking. Like I said, you can't relax for a second, and I got to keep just building on what I'm doing every day in practice, every day in meetings, every day in the games. Just continue to stack.
All right, that is Ronnie Bell. He's had a great preseason, again, 7 for 114 last week. That 43-yarder that helped set up the game-winning field goal. He's had a great camp outside of, for the first couple of games. He did have a ball go through his hands. Brandon Allen late against the Raiders. And then the last one last week when one of Sam Darnold's passes went through his hands as well. So fix that. And he's been pretty stellar throughout. Hopefully they got a steal in Ronnie Bell. All right, we will flip it from all Trey all the time. And we'll get back to Trey in a minute, and Pop will join us. But I think there's a bigger story here, which is Nick Bosa. And for the first time, when John Lynch joined the morning show this morning, he showed a little bit of concern when it came to Nick Bosa. And again, look, Trey Lance is the story of the day. I get it. But Nick Bosa is the bigger story. I'll tell you why, and you'll hear from John Lynch. You can decide. Next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, I mean, I think concern's a relative word. I don't like the situation. You know, since our tenure here, we haven't had a holdout to anywhere towards this magnitude. So, not something I'm comfortable with. We're working really hard to try to change that. You know, we're in good communication with his reps. He's a special player. He's going to get a special contract. I can tell you that. But yeah, we're getting closer and you know, eager to bring this thing to a close. But I think I'll leave it at that. We've talked from the beginning, Nick and myself and his representatives, about let's keep this thing in house, and so we'll continue to do that. And just know that we're working diligently to try to bring it to a close.
That was John Lynch, general manager of the 49ers, this morning with the morning guys, Pop and Lund. Thanks for joining us. Pop at walkthrough right now. We'll get him back in a little bit, and we'll continue to talk some Trey Lance. Text line is wide open. Love to get your thoughts on the Trey Lance situation. We had Kyle Shanahan exclusively here on KNBR, as we do every couple of weeks. That rotates with John and Kyle. So if you're new, if Kyle's in the morning, John's in the afternoon. If John's in the morning, Kyle's in the afternoon, all that kind of stuff. So that's how we do it. So Kyle Shanahan was your first response to the whole Trey Lance situation. You can hear that at KNBR.com. John Lynch talked about both the Bosa and Trey Lance situations. You can hear that at KNBR.com. But let me surmise one thing. And I know that the Trey Lance story is sexier and longer and stranger and all those kind of things, from North Dakota State, 3rd overall pick, traded all the picks, comes in with a pandemic, really didn't know the guy, hurts the finger against the Raiders, ran too much against the Cardinals. Everybody's crying about that. Get monsoon in Chicago, hurt against Seattle. Brock emerges. Like, we know the story, and it's just a weird one. And life ain't fair, right? And now the fan base, a lot of the fan base is crying that we didn't get to see Trey and we can't trade Trey. And so that's where we find ourselves. So I understand that it's a sexier story. But the bigger story, to be honest with you, is what John Lynch just said there about Nick Bosa, because Nick Bosa is, outside of the quarterback position, the most key player on this team. The passing game for the other team, there's nobody else that can get the kind of pressure that Nick provides for this team. He was the defensive player of the year last year. You know, all those kind of things. Without Nick Bosa, I don't know that they can beat Pittsburgh. Without Nick Bosa, maybe the Rams game is close, even though I don't think the Rams are going to be very good this year. But you get what I'm saying. These are losable games without Nick Bosa. Just go back and look at the games Nick's played as a Niner and not. There's a vast difference in the defense and the way that they can defend the pass. Nick makes you hurry. I mean, it's just that simple. And that's why you connect, obviously, as you well know as a football fan, the pass rush and the secondary, and Nick makes everybody better. So while the Trey Lance story is intriguing, and I understand why, and I understand why we talk about it all the time, and I'm a big believer, and you can't talk about the quarterback enough because the ball's in his hands every single play, even if it's the backup. So I understand the intrigue in it. But Trey Lance, unless there was a catastrophe like last year, and there very well could be, but unless there is, Trey Lance wasn't going to play this year. Nick Bosa is going to play this year, but is he going to play on time? Is he going to be there for the Pittsburgh game? Is he going to be there for the Rams game? Because if he misses the first couple of games, one of the big themes for the 49ers in this offseason is we've got to get off to a better start. Got to get off to a better start. Can't lose like a game like Chicago last year, 19-10. I don't care if it was a monsoon. Can't lose to a team like Denver. You win one of those games, one of those first couple of games against either Denver or Chicago. And remember, Chicago had the first overall pick. They were the worst team in the league. They traded to Carolina. Denver was the fifth worst team. They traded that pick in the Russell Wilson deal to Seattle. So you're talking about two of the worst 5 teams in the league and the worst team, and they lost that game. So there's no gimmies in this league. And if they win one of those games, they play in the NFC Championship game here. So getting off to a great start is paramount to their success this year. We've talked about it a ton, and it's a huge talking point for the 49ers. So again, John Lynch's quote this morning was, I don't like the situation. Since our tenure here, we haven't had a holdout anywhere towards this magnitude. Not something I'm comfortable with. We're working really hard to change it, eager to bring this thing to a close. And maybe they've done a tremendous job, and he said this at the beginning when they had their first press conference of the year, that they're going to keep this thing quiet and in-house, and they've done that. So maybe they're really, really close. But we just played the cut for you, and it's the first time I've heard John Lynch concerned. So to me, I understand the Trey Lance story and why it's such a big deal to everybody, and it's kind of coming to a head right now, and it's the lead story today. But Nick Bosa's the bigger story because they got to get him in. And he is going to play this year, and Trey Lance probably wouldn't have. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, fresh off the field, my good friend, Greg Pop.
I don't mean to interrupt, John. You've been on a roll for the last 40 minutes.
Just hanging out.
You're better as a one-man band.
No.
You're a solo artist.
I need you.
No.
Running out of gas. What's going on? How was it?
I heard what you said, and I just saw John. John's dressed differently for a walkthrough today, although it's a Friday. Maybe he's taking his wife out for lunch or dinner. Or today's a Thursday. I'm all screwed up with the days. Maybe he's meeting Brian Aralt. Maybe he flew into town from CAA. I don't know. What you heard from John, and John's savvy, obviously. He knows that it's not only the morning show audience on KNBR, and we're going to replay it, but it gets circulated on social media, everything you say. And that gets to the offices of Brian Aralt, his agent. And the word I would use is that John's agitated. You could hear it in his voice. He's not often. He's usually very charming. He was agitated twice. Once, the second time when Boucher asked him the follow-up question about trading Trey, he got a little, that was enough on that. We're moving on. And by the way, I saw Trey. He's here today. He was part of walkthrough. But as far as the length of it, there's a different tone with John from when we first heard him early in training camp. And John said, I don't talk to the media a lot. He has a deal with Kyle once the season starts that, Kyle's the spokesperson of the organization. And John comes out and talks periodically, but he has the periodic hit with us here. But he may take a podium and they want to keep it in-house. But he's sending a message to everybody, including Brian Aralt and Nick, and it's time now. It's time you're here. They're going to play a preseason game tomorrow night. His brother's going to be here. He won't play, Joey Bosa. Joey had the same agent at CAA. It's all part of the great Tom Condon, and Tom's son works there, and Aralt and Todd France. They had to change agents. When his brother was a rookie, to get that deal done, going to Todd France. So let's just see where it goes. Kyle's going to have a party at his house Friday night after the game on Saturday night. The game is on Friday night.
Do you get invited to that?
No, they know better than to invite me there. I have a prior commitment anyway, John. I can't make it. So anyway,
I love how you just spun that. No, I couldn't have gone anyway.
No, so anyway,
very busy.
And David Lombardi will talk about this on Tuesday or later on. But Tuesday when they cut, they don't have to get the Bosa deal done, but just to structure the roster. And now all of a sudden, it's not the projected top 51 on your roster and all that. It's the actual guys you put on your roster. Now you have to be cap compliant, and it's different. So they don't have to get him done, but in redoing his contract, they're hoping to bring his cap number down this year. It could impact, whether or not they're able to keep a player on the roster or not. So in any event, What I would say is that John was sending a message to everybody today, including Brian Ayrolt. He was still respectful of their confidentiality, but I think he's agitated. You could hear it in his voice. They want to get this deal done.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that was the first time, and I read the quote. We played it. I don't know if you heard it, but we played it. And maybe let's play it again. But it's just we talk about this all the time. It's the tone in someone's voice, in the way that they say something. This is what John said this morning, and we'll continue to discuss.
Well, I mean, I think concern's a relative word. I don't like the situation. You know, since our tenure here, we haven't had a holdout to anywhere towards this magnitude. So not something I'm comfortable with. We're working really hard to try to change that. You know, we're in good communication with his reps. He's a special player. He's going to get a special contract. I can tell you that. But yeah, we're getting closer and you know, eager to bring this thing to a close. But I think I'll leave it at that. We've talked from the beginning, Nick and myself and his representatives, about let's keep this thing in house, and so we'll continue to do that. And just know that we're working diligently to try to bring it to a close.
So you hit it right in the head. I mean, it's what he said, but it's how he said it. It's in stark contrast to the way that he sounded in that first press conference. And I certainly respect the fact that they've kept things quiet, and both sides deserve credit for that. But I think, like you said, he's frustrated. And I understand why the Trey Lance news today is bigger. But unless there was a catastrophe like last year, and there could be, Trey probably wasn't going to play. But they got to get off to a great start, and they need Nick Bosa to do that. So to me, I'm not overly concerned, but certainly I'm starting to get on that road.
Well, when you're John Lynch and you manage a roster of 90, and then you cut it to 53, and the next day you had a 16-man practice squad and it's 69, and all the coaching staff and all their situations, everything's important. Who's your quarterback room is vitally important here. But to your point, Nick Bosa against the Pittsburgh Steelers, I mean, they have a Defensive Player of the Year award winner on their side as well. He was 2 years ago when he got Strahan's record, T.J. Watt. And they got a great defense. I was talking to Kyle yesterday at length, and after we were talking about Trey and how it got out and why he told him and all that, it immediately went to Pittsburgh. And last year, you got to respect the Chicago Bears, but you thought that may be the worst roster in the NFL. They wound up having the number 1 overall pick of the draft. When it was all done, they traded it. But the 49ers lost that game. But we knew going into the game, playing on the road with the rain, it was going to be challenging. This is a different deal. This may be the most difficult road game of the year that they're going to play. And I know they got to play, in Seattle on Thanksgiving night, but those guys, you have time. This is the first game of the year. This is why he's playing his guys tomorrow night. And I think Brock and the starters, I think Kittle will play maybe a whole quarter and then go on to Sam. And, we'll see if Trey gets anything late. But they need to get their guys ready to play this game. Pittsburgh, everybody's now on, the Kenny Pickett train. They think he's going to – and he looked good against the Buffalo game. He threw the ball well. He's had 2 good preseason games. They want to run a ball with Najee Harris. That big receiver's a problem, George Pickens. They added Allen Robinson. They got to Deontay Johnson, Freiermuth, the tight end. They're a good team. And then on defense, they've obviously got T.J. Watt, who had an injury, season last year. Alex Highsmith. Those are 2 great rush ends. They got Cam Hayward inside. They got Marcus Golden in the nickel, and they got one of the best, for safeties in football in Minka Fitzpatrick, and the young corner looks really good. Joey Porter's son, and they got the old vet, Patrick Peterson. This could be a hard game. Pittsburgh could win the AFC North this year. I know they just missed the playoffs barely last year, John, after a slow start. So everybody understands this, and I would think Nick would be on somewhat of a pitch count anyway, because it's the first game of the year. He was not going to play in the preseason, so your cardio is just not up. But I know he's in insane shape. But still, you're not going to play him the volume of snaps, percentage of snaps in week 1 that you would later. And T.J. Watt likely the same for their guys as well. Ogunjobi, they got a good team. But everybody knows how good this team is. I don't think he's going to miss the game. I'm not saying that. But I think, and David Lombardi will break it down more, you want to get this done now. And certainly by Tuesday when you have to cut the roster, because if you can save a player or 2 or 3 based on restructuring Nick's contract, you want to be able to do it. So I think what you heard in John Lynch's voice, he's sending a message to Brian A. Ralton, CAA, indirectly to Nick as well. It's time. You could hear that he's agitated. He wants this done.
Are you like me? Are you have a concern level here?
I'm not involved with the talks. He could show up on Labor Day, Monday, practice on Wednesday, and go. What's the concern? I mean, he's the one guy that
either A, gets in too late.
He's not going to miss a game.
B,
he's going to play.
He can't be effective.
He will be effective.
Or C, because he comes in so late or not at all that they lose to Pittsburgh.
I think you may lose to Pittsburgh anyways.
But I like my chances a lot better if he's chasing. Of course, there's
no doubt they're a better team, and he's not going to play the volume of snaps anyway. Opening day, he's just not. He's just none of these guys are. They're going to need time off. The offensive line, you watch, if they have a long drive to open the season, they're going to be sucking wind. It's just these guys are not prepared. They're not hard and calloused, as John would say, to play the first game. That's why maybe why they lost in Chicago. And Trey missed the corner route to Tyler Kroft, and you didn't have a big enough lead when it was 10-0, and you bust a couple of times, and all of a sudden the rain hits, and now you can't throw the ball to come back. Yes, this is going to be a hard game. There's no doubt. Trent Williams is a great player. Christian McCaffrey's a great player. The best player on this team is Nick Bosa. No, he's going to be paid the highest in the history of the franchise. There's no doubt. It's obvious to everyone. They could sign him Sunday morning the 10th, and he could go out and get 3 sacks. But you don't want to go that route. Plus, you're also susceptible to other injuries.
Well, that's my concern.
All of it. I could tell Debo last year was not going to have a great year. And I worried about soft tissue injuries the whole year and his weight. You could see it. Nick's not going to fall out of shape. He's not going to do that. But just putting on cleats, shoulder pads, he's tightly wound athlete. What was the rap on him coming out of Ohio State? Injury. He had missed his whole final year there to a core muscle injury, the ACL going back to high school in Florida. You just don't want anything to set him back. But this is the cost. This is professional sports. He's going to sign a massive contract. They have to get it right. So you could hear in John's voice, it's now. It's time. Let's do this contract. And David Lombardi in a little bit, John, will explain why, there's no hard deadline to Tuesday of 1 o'clock, but I think they'd like to restructure his contract, and that could impact, who they keep as far as on the 53 on Tuesday.
All right, we'll get more into that, and of course, we'll pick up Trey Lance again. If you missed Kyle Shanahan yesterday, we'll play a couple of those cuts and react off of it, and what is the future? We know what the past is for Trey Lance, but what is the future for Trey Lance? We'll get into that conversation as well, and what could the 49ers potentially get in a trade? Would they even move him, or did they learn their lesson last year with Jimmy Garoppolo and the catastrophe that happened with the quarterback room, and they would actually keep him? We'll get more into that in the noon hour, but let's take a Giants break. Our good friend JT Snow is going to join us coming up next. Farhan can thank me for Paul DeYoung anytime he would like. We'll talk about the performance and why that was such an important win over the Phillies yesterday. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The pitch. DeYoung cranks one deep left field, and it is gone way up into the bleachers. Paul DeYoung makes an impact right away. His first Giants game and his first Giants home run, and that was no cheapie.
I told Farhan about Paul DeYoung weeks ago before he went 3 for 44.
Credit for him? They tried to trade for him, John.
Told him 3 for 44 with the Jays. We could have just avoided all that.
You
the
also
Paul
wanted
DeYoung
to
game.
trade for Shohei Ohtani and give up the whole farm system. How do you feel about that now?
One
Where's
for
that
two.
going to go?
1 for 2. Yeah, that's not so good.
That would have been catastrophic.
Stop bringing up those kind of things. Papa Lund, thanks for joining us. We're going to take a detour and talk some Giants. That was a massive win against the Phillies because now if they're tied, they've got the tiebreaker 4-2. We don't have to get into tiebreakers now if they had lost that game. And after Bryce Harper hit one off the foul pole, things were not looking good for the Giants, but Paul DeYoung comes through again. Wade Meckler, nice catch. Finally, Austin Slater gets a hit. He made a nice catch in center.
Yeah,
it was incredible.
The wall.
So a lot of guys to give credit to as they're heading home now against the Braves, but that was a big win against the Phillies. Let's talk to JT Snow, our good friend All About It, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Not much. Thanks for having me on, Greg, John. Good to be on with you guys.
Can we? I want to ask you a question before we get to Giants. Shohei Ohtani probably lost a lot of money today or yesterday. The UCL. So you go from this two-way guy that you're going to pay as a hitter and a pitcher, and now all of a sudden he's probably going to have another Tommy John, and he's just going to be a hitter. I mean, how crazy is that?
Yeah. It's crazy. He lost a ton of money today. I was reading that story this morning, and it's a lot of stress on your body. I mean, not a lot of guys can do it. So now what do you do, right? Sign him just as a hitter. I think his pitching days may be done. And so maybe the contract goes in half, right? I mean, nobody's going to sign him to pitch. But guys come back from Tommy John throwing harder. But that's just it's a lot of work on your body. I saw him. I was in spring training with Joe Madden back in 2020 when COVID hit. Joe Madden brought a bunch of former Angel players back. I had a chance to meet Shohei, just phenomenal person, a freak as an athlete, and a guy that you really pull for. And I think baseball needs a guy like that, right? We need a superstar. We need to get the young kids gravitating towards baseball. They seem to like the football and the basketball. And now this happens. So hopefully he's okay, but it's, I think it just cost him a lot of money today.
Yeah, I mean, there were signs, though. The guy's been battling arm fatigue for a while, and he actually played in the second game of the doubleheader as a DH yesterday, JT, after he got the news that he was going to need Tommy John. Now, what are they going to have to do? What's the extent of it? Could they do the Brock Purdy internal brace? Probably unlikely on a pitcher. Does he shut down his year immediately to have it done, to get back as a pitcher and everything? So a lot out there, but he's a great hitter. Yeah. I think in a roundabout way, and we all compare him to Babe. Maybe he becomes Babe, and he has to give up pitching, and he becomes. And I've been saying, I'm not saying he's Barry, and Barry was a teammate of yours, but I'm not saying he's not. If he just concentrates on hitting, maybe plays the outfield, right or center, or plays the DH, could he be this generation's Barry Bonds, JT?
Well, I think he could. I mean, I think depending on what ballpark he goes to, he's a left-handed hitter. I think the guy has capabilities of hitting 50 home runs. I don't know if he's going to do that at Oracle Park with the right field and the right center, but if he goes to the right, all of us lefties hated Oracle.
Yeah.
We all hated Oracle
except
Park.
for one guy.
Yeah, and he had a little assistance with some stuff, but we won't get into that.
You just did.
But the place costs, we all talk about as left-handed hitters. That place costs us 8 to 10 homers a year, and probably 8 to 10 doubles a year because the right fielder's in the gap. But I don't know, live and learn. It's okay. But I think Shohei could be a 50 home run guy. When you see him, and I saw him in person on the field and in the cage, and when you see the sound of the ball off the bat and the way he drives the ball, like, he can hit 50.
JT Snow is joining. So does this, because the rumors had been, obviously the Angels would be in it, the Dodgers would be in it, but a lot of people speculated the Giants would be in on it. I wonder if you would still do something like, okay, we're going to pay you as a hitter, and then we'll incentivize you if you ever get back on the mound, or maybe becomes a closer, or maybe, as you said, maybe he's just done. But now it's just you're paying him as a hitter, and then if you're a pitcher, then that's a bonus on down the line, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, that's why they pay those guys, Greg Johnson and Farhan,
Right.
the big money to make those decisions. I don't have to make that decision, so but when I saw that this morning, I was kind of bummed out because he's so fun to watch. He's so good for the game. And now I don't know how much he's going to pitch in the future. So it's going to be an interesting offseason, right, to see what teams come up and ante up and decide how to play this out.
His story is amazing, and obviously he has, ungodly ability. But I think he kind of, because of coming from Japan and doing it there, he set up the guidelines of what he wanted to do here. In this age of load management and, players playing less, it was amazing to me the Angels allowed him to do both. He did them well, obviously, but the fatigue factor, now you have this injury. My question is, and you were a great multi-sport athlete. We know about your high school baseball career and basketball, but your football career was Rob Nen. Did you pitch when you were younger, JT? Could more guys, because look at what Mookie Betts does. Plays right field, second base, shortstop. It's unbelievable. We've seen guys, stop pitching and become hitters, Rick Ankiel. Could more guys do what Shohei Ohtani's been doing? Maybe not at his extreme level, but if they were allowed to do it.
Yeah, but I think one of the problems is now with the analytics, it's like if you don't throw 95 or, above, you can't pitch, which I totally disagree with. I'm not a big analytics guy. I grew up, I pitched. I actually played shortstop in Little League all through up until high school because nobody could catch the ball at short. I was a left-handed shortstop.
Really?
I did some catching.
You were a left-handed catcher?
A left-handed catcher. I caught with a first baseman's mitt, if you can believe that.
Wow.
There was no glove. But when I pitched, my dad, who I owe much of my success and everything to, he would not let me throw curveballs as a kid coming up. I could pound the strike zone with a fastball and a changeup. We didn't have travel balls, so we didn't get worn out. All these kids have a lot of wear and tear and innings on their arms. And back in the day when I played, we just played whatever season it was, right? We played football, and then we played basketball, and then we played baseball in the summer. I played soccer, all that stuff. So it's just so specialized nowadays that there's a lot of wear and tear on guys' arms and guys' bodies. And the funny story I was thinking about today, when I went to the University of Arizona at a high school, it was the only baseball scholarship that I had at a high school. But our coach at Arizona, his philosophy was to recruit players that played multiple sports. And then if I could just get them to play baseball only, there's going to be a learning curve, but they're going to get better. They're not burned out. And everybody I played with at Arizona in college, everybody played basketball or soccer or football in high school. And we all got better at baseball. And I was really thankful for the time that I came up because that helped me. I wasn't burned out. And when I went to Arizona as a freshman, there was a big learning curve. I got it, I got it stuck to me for a while, learning how to hit, 3-1 changeups and curveballs. But I got it after a while because I was an athlete, and we just don't see that nowadays. And we just see the specialized athlete grinding in one spot. So that's where it's at.
All right, let's flip it over to the Giants yesterday. And JT Snow joined us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Theater. And over 162 games, I'm sure as a player too, it's like either a big win, a big loss, you got to get over it. But from just a fan watching that game yesterday, that felt big. Because if you lose to Philadelphia as close as everybody is bunched up in that race, then now you got to go to their tiebreakers, and Philadelphia has the tiebreakers, and getting that first spot, which the Giants could still do, that means you get the games at home and et cetera. Now, maybe it doesn't come down to that, but also just a loss that way. They had the lead. Duvall comes in there. He would have blown another one. You got Harper hitting that home run off the foul pole. I mean, that would have just been a gut punch game. So for them to pull it out in the way that they did, Paul DeJong comes up first game as a Giant and gets that win. I don't know if it leads to anything, but it's certainly, just as we sit here right now, that seems like a big win.
It's a huge win. And I watched the last few innings, and you kind of had that sinking feeling when Duvall walked the first two guys, and then Bryce Harper's one of the best hitters in baseball. And then you lose the lead. But, with the new rules nowadays, you get the guy on second base in extra innings. You can kind of maneuver some stuff. But if they would have lost that game, I mean, that's a total gut punch, like you said. So they win. They got to come home now and face the Braves. They got the toughest schedule in baseball moving forward. But it's really interesting because I've been in those situations. You're in that clubhouse. You're on that airplane. And when you come down to this point of the year, it's a long season. But now everything with the new playoffs and the wild cards, now everything is just shrunk, right? It's just every game is big. We got to do whatever we can to win every night. Everyone's looking at the standings. Everyone's looking at how the Diamondbacks and the Cubs and the Phillies are doing, the Marlins behind you, and here come the Padres. It's a really, I think it's a great time of the year. Baseball is the only sport right now, so we can put all our attention on it and watch every game. And we watch what the managers do. We watch the moves they make. We watch the pitching moves. We watch the hitting moves. But that game yesterday where it seemed like they had it, they're cruising, then they lose it, and they come back. The team's got some resolve. I mean, they have some resolve. They can pull out some games. Paul DeJong, I thought they should have gone after him in the beginning at the trade deadline because I've seen him play in St. Louis, and he can pick it at short. He's going to get some hits. But now this is a fun part of the year because every game is huge.
Yeah, yesterday very simply felt like a playoff game, and I'm worried about Duvall. I mean, what was that slider yesterday? And he got crushed, but, he gave it up the day before in the Trey Turner hit, and that kind of spoiled the taste of the Kyle Harrison start, JT. And I know you were watching, and, electric stuff, obviously, with the four-seam fastball. But my question is, was he tipping his slider a little bit? I think he does drop down arm angle a little bit from, he's still low three-quarter on the fastball. Can a hitter pick that up? But Hunter Pence was talking during the broadcast, and you could see it. He was slowing his body down on that slider a little bit. Do you think he was tipping sliders? And in particular, he got all the righties out on Tuesday night. The lefties went 5 for 5 against him.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, right? You talk about pitchers, and there's a way now in baseball. We coddle the pitchers. We want them to pitch against a certain team, and we don't want to ruin their confidence. It doesn't really happen with position players, right? We just bring them up and throw them in there. But I totally agree with Hunter Pence. I was watching the game because I didn't know anything about Kyle Harrison. I haven't seen him pitch, and he's going to be good. I mean, his fastball, he's got fastball at the top of the zone, swing and miss. It reminds me when I came up with the Angels. We had a guy named Mark Langston that had a fastball that could throw by guys, Chuck Finley, these lefties. But it was funny because I was watching and I'm like, why are these lefties on his slider? And as a hitter, you pick stuff up, and imagine being a pitcher and there's 30 guys in the dugout watching your every move, right? Watching everything. And Hunter got it right. He was slowing his body down on his slider. Like, you can't really pick the arm angle up as a hitter because maybe in the stands or behind home plate you can, but you're 60 feet, 6 inches away. But when he slows his body down, and so left-handed hitters are always protecting against the pitch away, the slider away. So you can see that. You can see you're ready for the fast body for the fastball, but you kind of sit on the slow body for the slider. And then when you see slow body, you can lock on. And the left-handed hitters had some good at-bats off him. He blew away the right-handed hitters with the fastball up in the zone, and that's a special talent. Like, this kid's for 22 years old is really special. But I'm sure they went back and looked at it. But to your point, Greg, yeah, you can, as a hitter, you can see a slow body, and then in your mind it can click, and sliders coming, so you're protecting middle away. And if you hang a slider, it's just going to speed your bat up, and we saw that with Harper in the first inning hitting a home run. So you can definitely see when a pitcher slows his body down.
Great stuff. JT, thanks for the time, man. We appreciate the insight. We'll talk to you soon.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Take care. That is the great JT
Jack
Snell.
Thomas Snell.
And we talked a little.
You know how good his dad was as a wide receiver with the Rams?
We're good.
Number 84, so good. He's coming back. He'll be there this weekend for the Murph ceremony.
Yeah,
JT's on the Wall of Fame, and the great Mike Murphy's going in on Sunday.
All right, obviously we got a lot of Trey Lance to talk about, Nick Bosa, other things, a lot of A stories today with the Shohei stuff that we were talking about. That's going to be an interesting offseason now with JT. Always opinionated, our good friend, and I love getting his opinions at 49ers games when I see Marcus. Marcus Thompson is going to join us coming up next, and we'll get his thoughts on this whole Trey Lance situation, the past, the present, the future. We'll get into that coming up next. And then David Labarney will join us also from The Athletic at 12:30 to talk about some financial implications. We're going to know all those things next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
What does the future hold for the 49ers when it comes to Trey Lance? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP. They're going to help you with all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking about unfiled tax returns.
That's right. That is such a common problem. People that don't file for a year or 2 or 5 or 10. And the number one reason is they just don't have the money. So the first year comes around and they make a mistake. They do the wrong thing. They just don't file the return. And the second year comes around and they say, well, they still don't have the money. And how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And then year 3 comes around and they start living a criminal-like lifestyle. Don't fall into that trap. And if you have, let us get you out of it. That's the number one reason people don't file returns. They don't have money. That's okay. We'll go back and we'll file all the old back returns. We have everything that you need. And then if you owe money and you can't pay it, we'll make a deal for you. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them, and then you can have a normal life. You have a lot of company, and we want to take care of you.
You got to call right now, like Steve said, the unfiled tax returns and other tax issues, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Call Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP today, 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I mean, it was a hell of a battle. They were neck and neck for a long time, but just really over these last, 10 days and stuff, we felt Sam started to separate himself. And we felt he did it in practice consistently, and he's been getting better each day. Trey made it real tight. He made it tough. It wasn't an easy decision for us, but we felt the work that they both put in. This game, our decision was made before this game, so felt I owed it at least to Trey to tell him first and foremost. So I brought him in this morning and let him know, and now we're here.
That was Kyle Shanahan yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. John Lynch has spoken on the topic as well this morning with a morning show. Miss either of those, go to KNBR.com. This is the man's opinion that counts. Our good friend Marcus Thompson from The Athletic, at Thompson Scribe, joins us courteous of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Oh, man.
Where you been? You haven't written anything in 2 weeks.
I love this.
Where were you,
man.
Were you in Hawaii?
I was in Hawaii.
Not in Maui, were you?
No, I wasn't in Maui. This time we went to Honolulu.
Right.
But, I'm chilling this time of year. You feel me? Like,
I feel you.
Go crazy. So
I feel you.
I'm relaxing. I'm getting about as much action as Trey Lance.
Oh,
I literally felt you in Vegas. That's the last time I saw you with those joint practices. So that's right around the time when, Kyle kind of said the separation occurred. Did you see it on the joint practices? Just give me your thoughts on, and we're not, bickering over QB1 here. It's QB2 between Sam and Trey. What's your take on this?
Yeah, you could see it, right? You could more than anything, you could see the areas where Trey Lance struggles, right? And he's out there with the threes a lot. He spent significantly, for my little amateur eye on the other side of the freeway, it felt like he spent less time with the twos than Sam Darnold. So that was kind of a tip. But the little things that he was doing that Sam just seems to kind of have down by now, the quick reads, the accurate short throws, the knowing where to go with the ball, just the kind of aura of like poise and confidence. Like you could see that Darnold has that. You could just see the experience play out. So, and then when Trey obviously struggled mightily to start in that Raiders game, it was like, all right. I just feel like they're looking at this thing like we can't afford to deal with his mistakes because they're inevitable. They're coming. Like his rough areas that got to be ironed out. They just can't really afford to deal with that right now. And Sam, he looks pretty fine. He looks like a guy who's like been to 2 teams already and knows this is an important shot for him. So I see why they made the move.
Marcus Thompson joining us, obviously talking about the Trey Lance situation. So what now? We all know what the history is, and life's not fair, and obviously a lot of curveballs here from his inexperience to not playing during the pandemic to coming in to getting hurt. Last year against Seattle, hurts the finger against the Raiders. We all know the history, but Kyle did say that they try to do right by him. John Lynch said the same thing, but they do go through a lot of quarterbacks around here. So if you're the Niners, what do you do?
I mean, if I'm the Niners, I'd probably keep him. If I'm the Niners, I would have named him the number 2 just for the sake of his confidence and, like, an investment, even though, like, hey, when it was time, I probably would have switched to Darnold. But you ain't going to need a number 2, right? Like, you talking about week 7, you could have changed your mind at that point. But I feel like after what they went through, it's probably a good thing to have 3 quarterbacks. It's just not what is best for Trey. If I'm Trey, I'm sitting down in John Lynch's office and like, yo, you got to do me a solid. You got to send me somewhere. And I know the value isn't high, right? They're not going to get much for him. But if I'm Trey, I want to get out of here just because he needs snaps more than anything. And there just simply are no snaps. They don't have time to wait for him.
So in the last few years, we have seen the Giants, the Warriors, and the 49ers all have really high draft picks. With the Niners, obviously, they traded up from 12 to 3, but still, in the 2021 draft, they took a player number 3 overall in Trey Lance. The Warriors, during the pandemic time, the day that Klay Thompson tore out the Achilles, they took a player number 2 overall in James Wiseman. And the Giants, trying to find a catcher in the post-Joey Bart era, a post-Buster Posey era, take Joey Bart, who won the Johnny Bench Award, and he was the 2nd overall pick in the draft. Joey Bart's probably gotten the most runway in his sport, and he's still in the organization, but they have a minor league. The Warriors couldn't develop James Wiseman. They traded him. The 49ers, for whatever reason, and with Wiseman, injury was there as well, they're contemplating trading Trey Lance. So as you look at the 3, and maybe Joey Bart's in a different hopper, Marcus, maybe it's more Wiseman and Lance, just the era that we're in now, when you got 2 teams that want to win championships, Warriors and Niners, drafting high, not developing the guy. Just what are the lessons that both of these organizations can learn? Is there a commonality between what the Warriors did with James Wiseman and what the 49ers are doing with Trey Lance?
I think so, 1,000%. And my first piece in weeks is about to come out. It's about this. It's just so difficult when you have a chance to win a championship to look ahead and to think ahead. And you owe it to players who are championship worthy, right? Like James Wiseman was fine until Steph Curry came back and it's like, oh, wait a second, this guy's still really good. You could win a title. And now this idea of letting this guy play out and learn the lessons while these veterans, these elite players kind of sit and wait. Like that's just a collision course. It's very difficult to put players in that position when you need them to win now. You got all these players around. Like how do you look at Trent Williams, right? And Fred Warner and Kyle Juszczyk, right? George Kittle say, hey, man, we're going to get there in a couple of years when this guy's ready. And they're like, they're ready to win right now. Like Steph Curry, Draymond Green, they're ready to win right now. So the difficulty, I think the lesson is, if you have a championship contender, maybe putting a young player in that situation isn't the best idea. And I think the real commonality, I think you're right that Bart's a little different because like he got the opportunities. The difference is Wiseman and Lance both barely played in college. They didn't get out there to like run amok and develop all this game experience. So they both came to the situation with very limited experience and needed to get some experience in the NFL. So that's probably the more finer point lesson is that if you're going to do it, if you're going to get a young guy, make sure he's got a pretty solid collegiate resume before you take the risk, because those guys just haven't played a lot. Lance has 23 starts in 5 years, and Wiseman played 3 college games and played just like 40% of his rookie year or 47% of his rookie year before missing his entire second year. Like that, they just haven't played enough. So they need to be on teams that aren't trying to win a championship because they need to just get out there and play.
That's a great point. And I look forward to your piece. Marcus Thompson joining us, of course. Look for that piece in The Athletic, the comp with James Wiseman and Trey Lance. I think part of the frustration and what has made it so intriguing for fans in both the Wiseman and Lance situations is that they just don't know. Like, we want to know as a fan, like, this guy stinks or he can play or he's going to be really, really good. With Wiseman's situation, as you said, with all the injuries, he just never got an opportunity and he was shipped off, and people feel like, we just don't know. And it's the same thing with Trey. He's likely going to get shipped, and we just don't know. Now, the organizations feel like they know, but we just don't know if these guys can play. And I think that's where the frustration comes in, because you can't call Trey a bust. It's not fair. And you can't call James Wiseman a bust. It's not fair. They just, because of circumstances out of their control, not only were they inexperienced, but then they got injured and it compounded the problem.
and they both look so like they could be good, right? They both have this kind of, tangible potential where you're like, oh man, if they figure this out, this could be great. And back to Papa's question about the lesson, I also think the other lesson is you just, instead of trying to draft for what you don't have, like if you have a system, if you have a way of operating, if you have a philosophy that has you on the cusp of a championship, lean into that. Both cases, they drafted somebody to fill a hole in what they didn't have, but that player didn't have what they need originally, right? Like they went outside of how they normally do things and what they normally value, trying to juice the system and kind of go away from their system, right? Trey's different than what clearly Shanahan likes, right? Like that's just not his type of quarterback. So to me, another lesson is just lean into what you have. Don't try to prepare for the counter punch, man. If you got the right hook, just go with the right hook. And I feel like both teams kind of outsmarted themselves by saying, hey man, we could use more mobility, we could use some size, let's go get this, and kind of got away from what they were really about and had to go back to what they were about to really maximize their potential.
And as your point of what they look like, I mean, Trey looks the part of the futuristic quarterback, and James Wiseman is the futuristic big in the NBA. Conversely, and this is where the patience runs out, a guy who did not look the part after 3 years in the NBA, both physically and as far as on-court performance, because he got hurt all the time, is the guy who the other day, talking to Gilbert Arenas, comes out and says, I'm the greatest point guard of all time. You know Steph Curry as well as anybody. He's changed a little bit. 2 years ago when they won, he's a petty king, and now he's taking on Magic. Are you surprised that he said it? And do you agree with it, since you're a great historian of the league? And what's the fallout going to be for Stephen telling the world that I'm the greatest point guard of all time, even better than Magic?
It's not crazy. To me, I feel like that's how he's always thought. The difference is he's like old enough and accomplished enough to say it out loud. But Steph has been delusional, right? Like he's been that dude who has this incredible confidence. I mean, even he said, of course I'm going to say me, right? Of course I'm going to say me because that's how I think, that's how I operate. But I do think it's a sign that he's more comfortable with that type of pressure on his back. And I don't think that's, to me, what changed. He's getting to that age and that stage where he cares a little bit less about how things come off and a little bit less about the blowback, right? And I'm here. This is what I've been waiting for, Papa. Like, this is the Kobe Bryant, like, end of my career, I'm going to say whatever. We're getting closer to that. I mean, give me 2 years. That might be the best quote in the league, right?
So what's the blowback going to be? What's the blowback going to be?
It's going to be nothing if he's winning, right? I feel like it's all going to be the same blowback anyway. It's going to be the older heads. That's the issue, but that's always been the case. I think that's why he doesn't care that much. Back then, it was Oscar Robertson, It was all these other people saying, Isaiah Thomas saying he wasn't of their ilk. And now it's more of a conversation. He feels a lot better about it. But it was Michael Jordan coming out saying Magic Johnson. These current dudes are like, man, I don't know. I didn't see Magic Johnson. They kind of feel like it might be Steph. I'm an old head. I grew up with Magic Johnson, so I'm part of the crowd that he probably doesn't care much about because they've been against him from the beginning. So I don't think he's gonna feel it as much. But to me, I feel like if Steph is saying how he actually feels, that's what I'm looking for because I feel like he's always felt this way.
That's good stuff. Marcus, thanks, man. We appreciate it. I'm looking forward to 49er season. So, because you were always right on point with your predictions. I always love that. Love seeing you at games. So, looking forward to it, man.
I don't know, man. My predictions must be off because I had Trey taking them to the promised land. Ooh, that was wrong,
yeah.
Man.
Still time. You never know. Garoppolo came back a year ago at this time.
Good point. That's why, like, man, he got to be throwing on the side or something. Like,
he's here. I just saw him a walkthrough. He's here. He's in the building.
All right, man.
Good to have you back.
We'll talk to you soon, bro.
All right, peace out.
See you, man.
Take care, man.
At Thompson Scribe, and make sure that you look out for his latest piece. Hasn't written in a couple of weeks, but he's going to do the comp between Wiseman and Trey Lance. We've been talking about for a long time. I mean, it's certainly a lot of comparisons that are very accurate. So we'll get into that. All right, coming up next, our good friend David Lombardi is going to join us from The Athletic. More on the 49ers, more on Trey Lance, more on what's going on with Nick Bosa. Those are the big stories of the day. Don't miss them. It's next on the Sports Leader. I can see so well that I want to sing, but I was thinking to myself I was going to sing and then it was going to be really terrible, but I can see. It's really nice. How was that? Was that all right? It's because of the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are the leaders in modern vision correction. Now, I had this thing called CLR. It's called Custom Lens Replacement, and it really worked well for me. I'd had LASIK before. Didn't work as well. I wasn't as satisfied, so I went back and I said, what else you got? It's called Custom Lens Replacement, and it's really simple. Just takes a couple of minutes. Very safe, very cool, and they can really hone in on your vision for exactly what I needed. So that worked for me. Custom lens replacement. Now there's all sorts of things, LASIK, Smile, Evo, all sorts of different things. So go down and the consultation is free, by the way, so you have nothing to lose, to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and ask them what's going to work for you. Again, CLR worked for me. So ask them about that. But if there's other procedures, they do everything. As I said, the leaders in modern vision correction. So now I don't have to walk into a restaurant embarrassingly and put on my glasses and then put on my light on my phone in a dark restaurant. I can actually see driving down the road, oh, I'm going 85. Wow, I might want to slow down or speed up, or depending on what's going on. Anyway, point is that I can see, and it is life-changing. I'm not walking around the house looking for readers all the time, thanks to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. So whatever the procedure is that works for you, check them out. It is awesome. Custom lens replacement worked for me. It worked for Greg Pop as well. We both can see like younger men. I don't need glasses. I'm walking down. I'm like, look at me, no glasses. I'm very young. I'm feeling very good about it. Dr. Bendy, Dr. Ling, Dr. Joe Ling did my procedure. It was awesome. I say this all the time. It was life-changing. So check them out today. The consultation is free at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
I think that's the most likely option. As I said, we're very happy with Trey. That's probably the most likely option, is that he's here. If we could find a landing spot for Trey that is a really good one for him, and works for our organization, that's not something we turn a blind eye to. But that's not where our focus is right now.
All right, so a lot to unpack here. We've discussed a lot how we got here. Where are we going next with Trey Lance and the quarterback situation for the 49ers? Let's get the latest. Our good friend David Lombardi. Make sure that you're following and reading his great stuff at Lombardi himself, and he does a great job, the whole crew, with the Athletic and covering the 49ers, and David joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Doing good. It's not really a day off. We're not down at the facility, but still processing everything and getting ready for the cut down on Tuesday. This is obviously a really busy time. They've got to cut from 90 to 53. You obviously have the Trey Lance, Sam Darnold news in the middle of all that, and a game tomorrow night. So never been busier, but it's all good.
Yeah, so much for an off day. I'm actually here, and Trey Lance is back at the building, and he took part in walkthrough. So Kyle, told Trey yesterday, and you and I saw each other just as it was all going down, and I had a long talk with Kyle on the field about it. He was honest with him. He just told him that's where he saw it going, and didn't care about an injury that could, change the plan. So my question is, because they're kind of scratching their head here, Trey and Sam do have the same agent, and Jimmy Sexton from CAA. It doesn't much matter, but how does that go from the coach telling the quarterback something privately, and now all of a sudden it's for all of us to consume?
Well, John Lynch today on your radio station on KNBR said that the 49ers were surprised that it got out. So if that's to be believed, then it had to have gotten out through the agent, right? That's the only way that it's possible if what John Lynch said is true. So I'm guessing that Trey told his agent, Jimmy Sexton, we said same representation as Sam Darnold, or Sexton heard through Sam Darnold. But either way, it must have gotten out like that. I don't have confirmation of that. I'm just operating by the process of deduction there.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. I mean, the 49ers wouldn't want this news out, and the agent probably would to stir it up to potentially get out of here, so I could totally see that. Where do they go from here? Because obviously there's financial implications. There's got to be potentially teams interested. Maybe, Diana Rossini said teams that they had talked to the Vikings. John Lynch this morning said that wasn't true, whatever the case may be. I mean, obviously John wants to keep leverage, so we don't know who exactly is telling the truth here, but we all know the past. But what about the future? Do they keep Trey? Do they trade Trey? Is there a market for Trey? What do you think?
Well, let's just start with the basic truth, and this is the truth the 49ers operate by, and we've seen them operate by this. At this time last year, Jimmy Garoppolo was still on the roster. People were wondering throughout all of 2022, what are they going to do? Well, the 49ers view quarterbacks as currency. It's the most important position. They view them as assets, as they should. I mean, you saw last year they had to go through so many quarterbacks to get to where they went, and then they still didn't have enough quarterbacks because of the injuries in the NFC Championship game. So they contorted themselves a little bit with the salary cap to keep Jimmy Garoppolo aboard last year, and it ended up paying off for them. Trey Lance is a different situation, different variables, but there's still the same underlying truth. He's a quarterback. He is an asset for the 49ers. And, the reason that I bring that up is I don't know what the trade market for Trey Lance is right now. Before the draft, you have the 49ers would have been in a position where they would have been more receptive to accept picks in return for Trey Lance. The draft has passed us now. The 49ers are win now mode. They're looking for ways to make the football team better this year. Draft picks don't make the football team better this year. And there is a tangible value to having Trey Lance on your football team this year, especially since you ran out of quarterbacks last year. So he's quarterback depth right now, which has some value to the 49ers. So if you're going to trade him away, you better get some value back that I think has to improve you this year, right? So that means a player back, not a pick back, because if you're in win now mode, picks mean 2024 and later. They can't help you right now. You would need something that makes you tangibly better right now, which is why I think that Kyle Shanahan and especially John Lynch this morning emphasized that it's likelier that Trey Lance remains with the 49ers for this season. But a trade is obviously possible. The 49ers would just have to be, they'd have to get their price met. And the price is what makes the 49ers better right now.
And it may not be draft pick compensation, to your point. This is a thinner team. I think we'd all agree they're starters, and you take it out 15 deep on each side of the ball, so they're top 30 or better than last year. But they're not deeper. They're less deep. They can't. Right now, I'm wondering, who their 7th and 8th offensive lineman is. Sort of your point. Maybe you trade Trey or talk to people about trading Trey, because Kyle was open about the fact if Trey wants to go, we're going to do right by him. And likewise, John said that exploring options. I mean, what if you traded Trey Lance not for a draft pick, but a swing offensive tackle who they may not have on their roster right now, David?
Yeah, and that I've speculated here for a couple of weeks. Maybe the 49ers swing tackle isn't on the roster. And Chris Foerster, the offensive line coach, straight up said yesterday the 49ers need to see more from Jalen Moore, who entered camp as the top option at swing tackle. And then, behind him or competing with him, you've got Matt Pryor. But Matt Pryor hasn't even worked on the left side yet. He's only comfortable, at least as of now, at right tackle. So, you've got to definitely have some depth issues along the offensive line at a position where Colton McKivitz has to prove himself, and he's the starter at right tackle. So, yes, any championship contender can always use more O-line depth. I think I don't know who it would be, because I don't know who's going to be available. The roster cut down deadline is going to be an unpredictable time, as it always is. But the 49ers, I expect them to be on their toes, because this team, I don't think, is as deep, spots 30 to 53, as you said, as it was last year. So expect them to be on their toes, looking for ways to make this roster better, make it deeper, coming up on this Tuesday and in the days leading up to Tuesday, maybe even the days after Tuesday. And if Trey Lance is a piece that can help the 49ers reach that goal, they have been very open in saying that they would not be afraid to part with him. But again, he's an asset, and the only way that you give up an asset is if you get something that is worthwhile in return. And I think that's the strategy that the 49ers are going to stick by.
David Lombardi at Lombardi himself. We're talking the Trey Lance situation. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. I think what complicates it, and I agree with you on you guys on the player, because I don't know pick compensation if you can get it, because the problem becomes this: if I'm the trading team, so I'm in a redshirt Trey this year because he hasn't gotten the experience and he can't play and he's got to learn my offense. So at this juncture of camp, I'm going to take a $9.3 million cap hit. His cap is 9.3, so I'm going to trade for that. I'm going to sit him out all season long, and then I don't even know next year where he goes over $10 million. I don't even know if I can play him that year, and then I got to make a decision on a fifth-year option on a guy I'm not sure about. And then you want me to give you some sort of draft compensation. I would rather, if I'm a team, just speaking logically from the other team, and we always look at what the 49ers situation is, but if I'm logically another team, I'll give you a spare part where I have some depth and you don't, versus giving you a pick, because I don't know how you can match up compensation, because the team that is trading for him has to give up a lot and knows a little.
Yeah, and, so naturally, too, because Trey Lance is a developmental project, he only has 101 career pass attempts at the NFL level. Naturally, you would think that an interested team would be somebody who's has more patience, who's in more of a building mode, and that type of team would be more likely to be willing to give up a depth piece along the offensive line that might be more valuable to a contender like the 49ers. This is all theory, and obviously, it's just so hard to predict who's going to be available where, because there's going to be so many moving pieces. I mean, think about it. You got every single team's got to cut from 90 to 53 on Tuesday. So you multiply that by 32 teams around the league, it'll be a whole lot of players, shifting around. There's going to be a massive set of musical chairs, that game's going to be played. So all the 49ers can do right now, and this is what they've set themselves up with this offseason, with all their moves, all they can do is be on their toes, be ready to act, because it's going to be an unpredictable game. You want to give yourself as much option power as possible. And listen, by signing Sam Darnold, and Darnold's been really good this offseason. He's been exactly what they've wanted for that quarterback 2 spot, which is why they determined it before the final preseason game. Between signing him and signing Brandon Allen, who they like as a 2 or a 3 option as well, they actually give themselves that flexibility to not hurt that badly if they are able to find a trade partner for Trey Lance, right? The quarterback room is insulated. So you just have to enter these situations with as much option power as possible at your disposal, and then you let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, Tuesday is going to be the big day. We knew it was coming. It'll be a cut-down day in the NFL when you go from 90 down to the 53. Then the next day, the 16-player practice squad and all that, which also leads to Nick Bosa. And we heard John Lynch this morning on the morning show, David, and he sounded agitated a little bit with the slowness of the negotiations. So if you would, enlighten our audience on how Tuesday could be a possible tipping point as far as, putting your 53 together, trying to rework Nick's contract. And then also, one thing we're not talking about, because the comps have been Aaron Donald, obviously, the highest paid non-quarterback, highest paid defensive player in the league, or T.J. Watt as far as, outside guys. You got a guy in Kansas City that's a two-time Super Bowl champion that does play on the D-line, in Chris Jones, who has been very outspoken about his contract negotiation and threatening to hold out until the middle of the year. So explain why Tuesday is important. And are the Bosa negotiations tied to what Chris Jones is doing with the Chiefs?
Yeah, so on Tuesday, the 49ers are going to cut from 90 to 53, and the league's rules shift into another phase. In the offseason, only the 51 most valuable cap hits count against the salary cap. Then when you build your 53, you've got to be under the cap with not just your 53, but your practice squad guys, right? They're going to be signing those guys in the subsequent days, and the injured reserve cap hits and all that. Everything has to be under the salary cap. So it typically gets a little bit more expensive to fill out a team then. And Nick Bosa's current 2023 cap hit is projected to be about $18 million. They plan on the 50-year option, or he's under contract for the 50-year option. When the 49ers do finally execute this deal, it will almost certainly bring the cap number down for this year, because when you execute a long-term deal, you stretch the cap hit out over the life of the contract. So they can actually save short-term money, which will help them finalize and build this 53-man roster. I think they have enough flexibility. They can do enough different stuff to where it's not mandatory that they sign Nick Bosa by Tuesday, but I think it would certainly help. And, I mean, not just from a financial standpoint, it would just help from a morale standpoint. As you said, John Lynch sounded a little irritated. He said that, and this is true, the 49ers have never dealt with the holdout that's extended this long under this regime. The regular season is creeping up. You want to get this done. You want to, lock, load, and be ready to go. And from a financial perspective, it will help the 49ers once it's done. And obviously from a team building perspective, it's going to help when it's done. You are right. We used to think of these negotiations in terms of defensive ends and defensive tackles being two separate positions, but Aaron Donald broke that scale. Aaron Donald, as a defensive tackle, when he signed the highest contract out of any defensive lineman, made it to where, okay, well, now Nick Bosa is looking up at Aaron Donald's contract. People didn't expect that. And Chris Jones, being the two-time Super Bowl winner, being an elite interior pass rusher like Aaron Donald, is probably going to be at the very top of these discussions too when you look at the average per year list. So that is a whole other kind of looming thing in these Nick Bosa contract negotiations. He probably wants to sign. He probably wants to be at the top of the list, but he also has to be mindful of what Chris Jones might do. So I wonder if that is slowing things down. I do know that this is a lot of money. It's a big jump from where T.J. Watt is to where Aaron Donald is. But since Nick Bosa is the reigning defensive player of the year, he is entitled to be, a hard negotiator, or Brian Aralt is entitled to be a hard negotiator on his behalf.
David, great stuff, man. We'll see you tomorrow night. We look forward to the regular season. I'm sure we'll talk to you throughout, but great work as always. We appreciate it.
Yep, thank you. We'll see you soon.
Take the rest of the day off. Go swimming.
He'll probably jump in a lake. That's what he does.
Some body of water.
That's what he does.
Maybe the bay, not just a lake.
Exactly, something. Is it like Eric Burns? He jumps into the bay?
Yeah, he swims every day.
Big way. Ever since I saw Eric Burns jump in and they had that overhead when he was running and biking across America and they had that shark, no chance. I am not getting in there, man. Like I would have anyway. It's very chilly. At Lombardi himself, make sure that you follow him. And again, he, Matt Barrows, all those guys, they do a great job covering the 49ers. All right, top of the hour, we have an exclusive with the sound that you will hear. John Lynch, you only hear right here on KNBR and Kyle Shanahan. You'll hear right here on KNBR. They spoke both last night and this morning, so we'll let you hear the relevant things when it came to Trey Lance and that frustration that John Lynch showed. We'll let you hear that for yourself as well, and you can decide on the Nick Bosa thing. Plus, Steve Young has a little bit of advice for Trey Lance. We'll play that for you in the foreplay, less than 10 minutes away, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'll take a sixer at Old Milwaukee or Lone Star. Nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. My off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
My favorite part of that, and I always talk about this every Thursday because we play it, nothing snooty. Where it says nothing snooty. Now, I like snooty. You like snooty.
I do.
I like snooty.
You're less snooty than me.
Yeah, but I got my limits.
Pinky out.
I got my limits. Not going to drink cheap beer. I'm too old for that. Not going to drink cheap whiskey. Too old for that. Unless somebody gives it to me, then I'll drink it. But, I might pay an extra couple bucks. You learn that. When you're young, you can drink the cheapest beer ever. You don't get a hangover. You get a little older, that stuff on the bottom shelf, you go to the liquor store, the price goes up the more you look up. I'm probably like mid to upper shelf now. I'm not at the top shelf. I'm not at the bottom shelf. Now, when I was in college, bottom shelf. I didn't even look past. I was like Wolf Schmidt vodka. I didn't know if they make Wolf Schmidt anymore, but I was bottom. Like I could be crawling around like a baby in the liquor store because I didn't need to see anything above the bottom shelf. Now it's a little different.
Yeah, and today when we're thinking on this Thursday, John, we got to have one for our friend, and you sent me the alert, and I had to gather myself for a moment. I started to break down. We've lost the great Michael Urban, who passed away yesterday on his 55th birthday. Wow.
That's what I was told.
Wow. We all started together. I worked with Michael for years and years. When we started back in 2011, I wasn't your full-time partner. It was Herbs was part of it, and Matt Steinmetz was part of it. We rotated in, but I did, television with Michael for years, and just a big heart who battled a severe addiction all the years we knew him. And he posted something recently, and he would reach out to me periodically, and we stayed in touch. Where I thought he was doing better, but it's an insidious disease. He had other things that he had to deal with that is all a part of alcoholism. But wow, we got to have one today for the great Michael Urban, John, a good friend of ours.
Well, like you said, we all started out together over at the other place and started that thing from scratch, and he was a big part of it. And I moved to the Bay Area then, and he showed me around. He's a Bay Area native, was a Bay Area native, and showed me all around and everywhere I needed to go. And
he was a pitcher.
Yep, and wrote a great book, Aces, about he was very good friends with Barry Zito. And those guys, and covered the A's for a long time. Worked with you on NBC Sports Bay Area and Giants coverage. He was really good with that, and great writer. And I was in Houston, but took a couple detours, but just a great guy. And it's depressing, man. And like you said, it's if you're feeling a certain way, man, just reach out, try to make it through. And I know it's easier said than done, but he was one of my favorites, man, and I'm really bummed out.
Yeah, that one hits home. They all do, and we're losing people. It seems like we're at this stage where when we were young, we used to go to weddings, everybody's weddings. Now we're going to funerals. But this is a guy, who's a contemporary. We worked together on radio, TV so closely. He was amazing. The way he would analyze the game, and the friendship, and he went through hard times. There's no doubt. He reached out to me a lot on the personal level, and it's hard to help someone. You try as hard as you can. But again, he sent a post a couple of months ago that really uplifted everybody, and I think it spoke about a marking of sobriety. I don't know. I don't know. He just had years of alcohol abuse and depression. He battled it all. I think of his young daughters. He was such a great father, and he wanted to live for them. And in any event, just hard to get this news in the middle of the show that we've lost a guy. And I'm sure people in our audience know Herbs. He's been on the air on both sides of the aisle for a long, long time. Great baseball voice, and a good friend. So my heart is broken today, losing Michael Urban.
Yeah, and again, people on KNBR would know him. He did a lot of baseball coverage here and weekends, and then over at the other place he worked there for a long time. Like you said, NBC Sports Bay Area writer, a very good writer, and on TV and radio as well. So rest in peace, my friend. One of our favorite guys, Michael Urban. 1 o'clock hour on the way. It is Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Again, don't go anywhere because you're going to hear exclusive audio from both Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Kyle was on last night. Tolbert and Copes did a great job in talking to Kyle. The first reaction to Trey Lance getting the news that he had been demoted. By the way, one of the things is that, and I think there's some confusion here, and maybe you can clear it up because you were out at walkthrough today. Is Trey 4 or 3? And that's a big deal because if Brandon Allen's 3 and Trey's 4, you're not going to keep 4, and that would tell me they were going to move him. If Brandon Allen's 4, as you said earlier on in the show, I don't know that they can get him through waivers. I mean, this is where we haven't talked about this as part of the Trey Lance situation, but if Trey is 4, I think they're probably going to move him. If Trey is 3 and they're going to try to move Brandon Allen through waivers, then that's a whole different situation.
Well, Brandon Allen wears number 4.
Right.
But I mean, honestly, I think I brought this up on the show after the game in Vegas, and it's, to me, I mean, Sam Darnold just played a lot of football. And you heard Marcus Thompson, he was there in Vegas. I think it's no surprise that Sam Darnold is number 2. And Mike Silver wrote about this weeks and weeks ago. They like Brandon Allen. Brandon Allen has been in this building and impressed since, and they got him in May. Brandon Allen's been in this offense since the Denver days. Scangarello was the offensive coordinator there when he was there, and he was Kyle's quarterback coach. Same system. He went to the Rams. Sean McVay runs the same system, obviously. Zach Taylor was there. Zach's now the coach in Cincinnati and brought him to Cincinnati, and they run the same system. He knows this system better than any of them. It's not exactly the same, but they've all, lifted from Kyle. So they can run, Kyle can run his whole offense. With Brock Purdy, with Sam Darnold, and with Brandon Allen, he can run his offense. And so that's the real debate if you get down to a third quarterback. So that leads to, I mean, it's obvious you could say, and they're going to try to do right by Trey. Would they move him? He's a young 23-year-old quarterback that obviously has his best football ahead of him. But if they did do that, they would know that they don't have to cut Brandon Allen. And I think, Brandon Allen's been Burrow's backup the last few years. The bottom line is here, and we've been keeping an eye on the Bengals. Their quarterback, Joe Burrow, has a calf injury. And he'll be fine. But calf injuries, and he already had an existing calf injury when this one was aggravated in a non-contact drill in training camp. We know from Kevin Durant that the calf, if it's down low, is connected to the Achilles. So the bottom line is here, if the 49ers cut Brandon Allen on Tuesday, will somebody else pick him up, and specifically Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin, Mike Brown in Cincinnati? And I think that what I'm hearing is that the Bengals may do that because of Trevor Siemian and Jake Browning. The young quarterbacks have been unimpressive, is the word that I've gotten. So we'll watch the Bengals this weekend. So right now, that's what, would they be comfortable moving Trey off the roster one way or the other? And the answer may be possibly because they feel good about Brandon Allen, and they don't want to risk. It's kind of like what happened last year with Brock Purdy. They knew we can't cut Brock Purdy based on his tape in the preseason, even though he's Mr. Irrelevant. If we cut him, somebody's going to pick him up. We can't do that. We got to cut Nate Sudfeld. So they're kind of, I'm not saying it's the same exact, but there's a great degree of confidence here that if Brandon Allen has to play at some point, Kyle can run his same offense. All right, we'll pick some of that up before we get out of here at the top of the hour. But we told you we'd let you hear some of the sound. If you have not heard Kyle, if you have not heard John Lynch, let's make it part of the foreplay right now.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, let's start out with Kyle Shanahan. The guys did a great job. Tolbert and Copes yesterday with Kyle, and this was exclusive audio. He didn't talk to any other media yesterday. Here's Kyle Shanahan expanding on the Darnold versus Lance decision to go with Sam Darnold at number 2.
I also don't think, Trey, this means that he can't be with us or someone else ever in the future. I mean, this is just where camp went right now. We know what Brock did in his 7 games that he got to play, and that's why I was clear with all the quarterbacks here, and I think anyone who had asked me that, Brock had earned that spot. we weren't sure if Brock was going to come back or not. And we had the opportunity to add another in free agency with Sam. And those guys have been competing for the 2 spot, and Sam just beat him out on that. And it was a tough matchup for him, but he ended up pulling it off. And when you go back to 3 years ago, we made a commitment, looking at our roster and everything, that we felt it was important with our roster going forward that eventually we were going to need a quarterback on a rookie deal if we wanted to keep this team. And we made that decision back in after the 20 season, and we weren't going to look back after that. And Trey was the guy we went with, and we thought we would mix him in and ease him into some stuff the first year with a couple packages and stuff, but we didn't believe anyone we would have taken would have beaten out Jimmy that first year, and that's kind of how it looked, starting early in practice. And Trey did play a little bit earlier in the year, but when he broke his finger, it really kind of messed him up and took away that first year for him, where he had to overcompensate on some things, and it really kind of hurt him working through that. And it affected him all the way into the offseason going into year 2. But year 2 was the time that he did have the job. We were giving it to him. We were 100% committed, and we were tailoring everything for him. And yeah, he was working an uphill battle because of his finger stuff that he went through the first year, and how that had slowed down his process of just where he thought he would be. So he was a little behind on that, but Trey, the type of guy he is, the competitor, what he could do with his legs, we still felt confident that he would get it as the year went.
All right, so there's the explanation from Kyle, and what he's explaining there is something we all know, but it's just this was an unfortunate set of circumstances. That's why we are where we are today.
I think we know that, and I think it's been told, and there's no doubt moving forward. Brock Purdy is 1, and Sam Darnold is number 2. And I answer your question, I think, Trey's here to walk through, and I think he will play a little bit tomorrow night, maybe in the fourth quarter of the game, and then we'll see where it goes from there. And the one thing, Trey was, he was hurt, and it was a gut punch and all that yesterday. He's got to be a pro today. He's got to come back in the building. He gets paid a lot of money. He actually gets paid more than anybody in that quarterback room. So he may be QB3, but on the payroll, he's QB1, and it's his professional sports. And he's got to do his job, and I think he will. He's a solid young guy. It's hard for him, obviously, but it is competition, and let's see how he responds. And all I will tell you, because I was the one guy saying I didn't want Jimmy Garoppolo traded last year, and here he comes. They were able to rework the contract, and they did it. When did they do it? The day before they had to cut down, and that day is coming next week. So it's all out there for the world to consume today, and let's see where it goes next week and then maybe this weekend.
Here is John Lynch this morning on the morning show, asked about the most likely outcome with Trey Lance.
I think that's the most likely option. As I said, we're very happy with Trey. That's probably the most likely option, is that he's here. If we could find a landing spot for Trey that is a really good one for him, and works for our organization, that's not something we turn a blind eye to. But that's not where our focus is right now. I think our focus is on Trey getting back here and us being the best football team. We're getting close to Pittsburgh, and that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, there's viable options for all players, but right now Trey's a part of our team, and we're going to move forward with that in mind.
I want to go back to something that you and David Lombardi, not only today we were talking about with David, but you guys were texting as well, is he said something key in there which makes us the best football team, because that's why I asked you about the third and the fourth string. Because if Brandon Allen's third and Trey Lance is fourth, then the best thing for this team is to get some depth. As you said, this is a very top-heavy team, both financially and on the field. They lack depth in very key areas. We know that they're going to get hurt. It's not a matter of if, it's when. And they're going to need some depth on this team. And Trey is very hard to evaluate. There's only a handful of teams. The money that he makes is not obscene, but $9.3 million at this point to add. So there's only a few teams that can do that. If he's the fourth string quarterback, then adding depth is what is the best thing for this team right now. And I think they would trade him. I think it's different than Jimmy's situation, because Jimmy was proven and you knew that he could help you. If they get to that point with Trey, I don't know if he could help them. It's probably unlikely they get to his point, which would potentially be the fourth quarterback, and you need depth on this football team.
They couldn't trade Jimmy last year. He couldn't pass a physical. No one would take him. It's a different situation. And this year, we'll see. The reports were they're exploring all options. So, somebody's got to trade for him, would be the other side of it. And what would you give back? And then they could always rework his contract. Whoever, the acquiring team could restructure his contract and spread money out over time. I think this goes back to the evaluation and when he was coming into the league. and what you've seen from his tape, both in regular season and preseason games. So that's what they're figuring out is where who would take him, and I think they're open to trading him. To your point is the depth on the team, and what they're saying is Trey's a good guy. Everybody wants him in the building. He would be fine. But if they find, and Kyle was clear about, we got to do right by Trey. If he wants to go somewhere and someone wants to give him back compensation that they deem to be worthy, then they'll make a trade, and then they have no problem sliding Brandon Allen. And that's the point. They have full confidence. They would love a quarterback room, probably ideally of Brock, Sam, Trey, and Brandon Allen on the practice squad. But if you cut Brandon Allen, is Cincinnati or somebody else going to pick him up? And then would you be fine with a quarterback room of Brock, Trey, and Brandon Allen? And I think without question they would be.
The technical side on Brandon Allen is interesting. He's not subject to waivers because he's an 8-year veteran. But here's where it would come in. He can re-sign with the 49ers at his choosing. But he could also sign with the Bengals at his choosing. So in other words, he's not subject to waivers, but then he would potentially have a choice to make. Do you want to stay with the 49ers? Or if the Bengals enter the picture and were to offer him a better contract or a better situation in his eyes, then he could leave there.
So what you're saying is...
He can't be claimed.
Right. So it would not go through a claiming with a team with the worst record to be Chicago, right? They'd be the number one claiming team.
But he then could make a decision.
Right. And what the concern would be, Joe Burrow's hurt. He's got a bad calf. They're not... They like Jake Browning going into the preseason, but they're a little less enamored with him. They got Trevor Siemian. My question is, why was Brandon out there in May? The 49ers signed him after the draft. That could be money. It could be trying to move on. But the people in that building or close to it seem to think if Brandon Allen is available, and you're saying it would not, they'd have to wait in line. And
right. They
played in the AFC Championship game last year. They couldn't claim him. So this is even more of a concern of what you're saying. The Cincinnati could go get him right away and bring him back. And
they could say, exactly to what you're saying, they could say, look, we're going to offer you a number 2 job. They're going to offer you a number 3 job. And with the number 2 job probably comes more money.
Well, the 49ers may find a way to keep him here is the point. But would you, if Trey's still on the roster, are you going to have 4 quarterbacks on the 53? And you've got to put Ray McLeod, and you've got to put Danny Gray, and then, slide them to IR the next day. I don't know. I mean, John's been saying we want 4, 3 on the 53, 1 on the practice squad. So there's going to be a risk like cutting Brock Purdy last year where you just don't want to do that if you want to ensure that Brandon Allen is here, for later in the year. And they're comfortable with him because he's comfortable with Kyle's system.
One other thing, too, and I was looking at this morning at these websites that do these cap things. Another incentive for them to trade this year, not next year, not release him. So his cap hit, as you said, is $9.3 million, which is not a ton in a quarterback room. But for that team that is trading for him, you're going to pay $9.3 million to essentially have him for a redshirt year. So it's a fair amount of money.
They could restructure it, though.
They could. Absolutely, they could. But if he's traded...
And it's also, if you went back to so say the 49ers did not take Trey Lance number 3 overall in 2021.
Right.
Where would he have gone in the draft?
Probably in that same range.
So I don't know, but now I can get him... Not for the 3rd pick in the draft, but I can get him for a day 3 pick in the draft. I mean, that's cheap,
but
and then we'll develop him.
It is, but the thing is then you have to pay $9.3 million. Now, maybe you're going to restructure.
Well, if you drafted him number 3, you're going to pay him a lot more than that.
I understand.
Make $34 million on that deal?
But this is what you have to sell, and I think this is a little bit like Jonathan Taylor in that you're going to have to give him a big contract. You're not going to give the Colts all these draft picks.
You don't have to give Trey a big contract.
No, I know, but here's the comparison, though, is that you're not going to get both. So the fact that they're going to have to pay Trey this amount of money to redshirt, then next year he's on for $10 million, then you're going to have to make a quick decision on a 5th-year option. That's all finances for a guy who he's played 262 NFL snaps and hardly played in college. So I'm saying that you're not going to get a bunch of compensation back on an unproven player like that.
You're talking a day 3 pick.
Right. But what I'm thinking is what you guys said, which is for the 49ers, what is more valuable to me than a pick that is probably going to be based on how good, I'm going to give you a conditional 6, 7, whatever. I'd rather have the depth of that guy. And then the second side of this, especially as they're trying to get Nick, remember they didn't want to pay $5 million for Robbie Gould, which I don't want to go down the kicker trail right now. But if they trade him rather than, I don't think they're going to ever release him, but if they trade him, then they get actually a net savings this year of $940,000. and next year they get hit $5.5 million. They get hit $5.5 million if they release him, but the cap hit then becomes $14.6 million this year. So if they trade him, they'll actually save nearly $5 million, which doesn't sound like a lot of money, but that was Robbie Gould's contract, and $5 million would be nice to contribute towards Nick Bosa. So there's something there. It's something. It's $5 million bucks.
Of course it is.
So, I mean,
they're
that's
going to be right up to 5 cents when they have to get the roster down on Tuesday.
Right. So it's something. And I'm not saying that that's the reason why you would trade Trey. I'm just saying it's a residual effect potentially if you do. All right, let's hear from Steve Young coming up next. And then the big thing, like I said, this is kind of, I understand why we talk so much about Trey Lance and the quarterback, but really the biggest story of the day is Nick Bosa and something that John Lynch said with the morning show today. So we'll play those next two for you next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
John Lynch, 49ers general manager, he joined Marcus and Mack, Murph out, Marcus Mack. He says Diana Rossini's report from The Athletic regarding Trey Lance is inaccurate. She had reported that they had conversations with the Vikings earlier this offseason. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. What's happening? Thanks for joining us with these last two cuts. You want to hear these from Steve Young and then the situation with Nick Bosa. John Lynch exclusively this morning on KNBR giving us an update on that, and he is certainly frustrated. We're going to skip the caboose today because Adam Schefter said something really interesting, which we will get into at the bottom of the hour in regards to Trey Lance and what his potential future could be with the 49ers or another team. But Steve Young has an opinion on this. He was on the Rich Eisen show, Pop, and this is his advice to Trey Lance.
My advice is claw your way to stay here. Because again, there's a lot of places that he would go that he's not going to find out those answers, and he's going to flail because he doesn't have the opportunity. And so just figure out a way to stay here so he can continue to develop in a place, or if it is somewhere else, just pray that it's one of those a dozen teams that can take care of quarterbacks.
I think Steve wants to play here. Is he at his 60th birthday yet? I think Steve wants to come out of retirement. He wants to claw his way back to. He told me if he played in this offense, he would complete 90% of his passes. 90.
I guess I wouldn't be surprised. But
That's pretty high, Drew Brees.
What he said there is interesting, and I love Steve, but claw your way to stay here because of the opportunity, but the problem is there's not an opportunity. And
right now there's not.
There's not. But I understand what happened last year, but that's a comet. Like, they're not going to need 4 quarterbacks this year.
Oh, man.
I know
don't save this drop.
And I know.
They needed 5 last year.
I know,
John.
but that was last year. And I do know, too, that since Kyle came here, they've used 3 quarterbacks in 4 of 6 years. Some of that was by choice. And the only year they only used one was Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019. They went to the Super Bowl. I understand all those things. But if I'm Trey Lance, what I want is an opportunity because I don't even know if I can play. So the teams that don't have a long-term solution, and it's a short list, Minnesota, the Rams, Atlanta, Miami too has got concussion issues. Did Mike McDaniel like him or not? Washington, Sam Howell looked good the other night. Tampa Bay, they got Baker starting him. Enough said. I just want to go to a situation where I can play, and let's bring James Wiseman back into this conversation from when we were talking to Marcus about an hour ago, which is Wiseman's in Detroit, and Detroit said, go ahead, go play, and let's see what you can do. Now, I don't know what was learned about James Wiseman, but at least he got 30 games at the end of the season to see if he could play. I mean, that's what Trey needs, and for the foreseeable future, he's just not going to get that here.
Well, foreseeable future being the term, and what Steve is saying is if he does get a chance to play here, this is the best situation for him to be in. He's been in this system, Kyle's system, since his rookie year. So he's been here. If he goes anywhere else, and there are a lot of teams that are running Kyle's system. What if he does go to the Vikings? Kevin O'Connell runs a version of that system, obviously being with Sean McVay. But the terminology, just everything would be a little bit different. He'd have to relearn all the wide receivers, all the sweat equity he built up with Brandon Ayuk last offseason and Debo. He's been with these guys. So if he does, what Steve is saying is this is by far the best team you're going to get a chance to play on. Is Kansas City going to bring him in as a backup to Mahomes? I haven't heard that. You never know. Who knows where, he could wind up. Is Philadelphia going to bring him in as a backup to Jalen Hurts? I haven't heard that, but, who knows?
They could. Marcus Mariota stinks.
Okay, but whatever. Is Marcus Mariota better than Trey Lance right now? So in any event, he would be the third there. So, what Steve is saying as a competitor, yesterday was jarring when they told him, Sam beats you out, you're going to be the third. As a competitor, that's hard to deal with. But the reality is this situation is still probably the best that he's been in. So now he's just got to go back to work, and he did that today. I saw him at walk through, and he'll be around the team tomorrow, and then he'll figure out his fate. So I don't know what he told them if he asked to be traded. They asked John Lynch point blank that. He wouldn't answer the question. And it doesn't much matter what Trey Lance or his agent, Jimmy Sexton, want or ask for. The 49ers will do what's best for their organization, and they've done that the entirety of the offseason. It's like Garoppolo last year. I remember talking to Jimmy it was never in my mind at that point that they would re-sign him. But I said, where do you want to go? And remember, it was Seattle. Remember, it was the Rams. Had the 49ers,
if they had released him.
Had the 49ers cut, they weren't trading him to Seattle or the Rams. But all of that, I remember talking to Jimmy point blank about Seattle because the home opener was Seattle. And I thought, you're going to come back in here and play us? And he had a look in his eye, and he said, yeah. So if the 49ers released him, he was going to go to Seattle, or we had heard. And did you hear Andrew Whitworth on their preseason broadcast talking about Matthew Stafford's injury last year? And now the truth is coming out. Like, we knew last year, Matthew Stafford, and I don't know what he did. He didn't have Tommy John. He had something. He had the same injury as Brock with the ulnar collateral ligament, the UCL. It was bad. So, and look at how the year went for Stafford. So if the 49ers had cut Jimmy, we could have gone to the Rams. That was the fear. But the best situation for Jimmy ultimately to get the payday that he got for the Raiders, and it would have been better had he not got hurt against Miami. Jimmy would have made maybe double that.
That was Robbie Gold's fault.
What did Robbie Gold do?
Can only make 53-yarders, and Jimmy was fighting for a yard.
From outside.
If it was Jake Moody, he would have just stayed back.
See, there you go, John. There you go. So what Steve is saying is correct. Although Trey, to his point, wants to go somewhere and play.
But let me ask you this.
Tell me what quarterback room he's going to be in. And is he going to be up on game day to start if they trade for him right now?
No, this is a redshirt year, at least for half the year.
It depends on what. I don't know.
Well, he didn't know the offense. He can't. I mean, at
least initially it would be, but maybe towards some point of the year he could elevate to being.
What about this element of it though? Because we see this all the time. To me, I don't know Trey Lance, but to me, there's a frustration there. There's a psychology to this whole thing. He needs a fresh start. I mean, that's what I see.
Okay, but that may not be in the best interest.
I understand that. So but what I'm saying is that when Steve says what's the best situation for himself,
maybe
only he knows.
Well, Steve went he went to the LA Express and then he went to Tampa Bay.
But the fact that he went away from the team yesterday, he needed a minute. He's frustrated. Sometimes you just need to go somewhere fresh, and that may be the case for Trey, where he just may say,
not be.
"I got to go."
You all wanted Garoppolo out of town last year, and
not me. I wanted him around forever.
You love Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah.
I give you credit for that. You wanted him.
You have to do what's best for it. People get upset all the time in sports. They're always complaining, and he got upset. And I admire Kyle for telling him he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to make it. Then Trey made it public either by Trey going to the media or his agent going to the media. And now you got to deal with the backlash. Maybe indirectly they wanted that. Maybe they wanted the world to know.
The agent did.
Well, whoever it is, maybe the 49ers think ultimately the problem is if you cut them on Tuesday or, make them available, teams are paring their roster down. They're looking to delete from 90 to 53.
That's what I'm saying.
It's hard.
That's what I'm saying.
You let people know a few days, but they know. It's not like they're not making phone calls. So I don't know if you have to do it through the media. It just makes it more public. But ultimately, like Steve said, maybe we may have a conversation around Halloween where Trey Lance is the starting quarterback for this team for whatever reason.
They're going to lose 3 guys again?
2 guys.
I can't deal with it.
2 guys.
Is he 3rd or 4th string?
You always want
I know. That's what I'm saying.
We don't know right now. That's why they have football camp. It's competition. I don't know. We'll see. And there's a lot of money involved, but they went through this last year. Are you kidding me that it couldn't happen again? Quarterbacks
not happening again. Put me on record.
You are.
No, I'm just saying.
You say things you're going to have to take back.
No, when the strange occurs, it doesn't become the common. Like that
it's strange for football players to get hurt in the NFL.
It's strange to go to 4 quarterbacks in a season. When's the last time that happened?
So the question would be the 3rd.
Yeah. So that's why I'm asking.
Who do you want to be the 3rd?
That's what I'm asking you. That's why it's relevant.
I'm not making the decision.
That's why it's relevant that he's 3rd or 4th.
I've been telling you this for months. I told you this in the offseason.
But I'm saying it's relevant.
If he's 4th, unfolding in real time.
If he's 4th, I'm trading.
They're open to. They said they're exploring all options. They're open to considering it, but they're not going to make a bad trade, and they want to.
Well, and they're not going to lose themselves some leverage either. They're not going to say that we're open for business. I mean, John's not going to say that. Kyle's not going to say that. They're going to say they love Trey until they don't.
Didn't they kind of say that when they asked him in the offseason, would you trade him? The line, we trade. If Kyle wanted to trade John or John wanted to trade Kyle, we trade him. They're not going to say it because they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings around here. But they're open to it. Kyle pretty much said we're going to do right by Trey, and the word is they're going to explore all options. What are the options right now? Keep them, trade them, or the one thing you don't want to do is cut them. But what other options do you have besides the 3? Stash him on IR for the year?
You could do that. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. He wouldn't want to do that. His agent wouldn't.
Well, he has to play a football game tomorrow night. We'll see how that goes.
That's debatable whether he plays, because if you are trying to trade him, you don't want him to get hurt. Do you want to play him tomorrow night? If you're trying to trade him?
Right now, the plan is to play him. Maybe if you play him and he balls out, it increases his trade value. Or he also needs to just play to get better because he could be your third emergency quarterback in Pittsburgh on opening day. There's no absolutes here.
All right, we'll play that John Lynch for you in regards to Nick Bosa plus Adam Schefter was something interesting. We'll get that to you next on the Sports Leader.
Well, I mean, I think concern's a relative word. I don't like the situation. You know, since our tenure here, we haven't had a holdout to anywhere towards this magnitude. So not something I'm comfortable with. We're working really hard to try to change that. You know, we're in good communication with his reps. he's a special player. He's going to get a special contract. I can tell you that. But yeah, we're getting closer and eager to bring this thing to a close. But I think I'll leave it at that. We've talked from the beginning, Nick and myself and his representatives, about let's keep this thing in house, and so we'll continue to do that. And just know that we're working diligently to try to bring it to a close.
All right, I understand all the fun Trey talk, but the bigger story, Trey probably wasn't going to play this season unless there was a catastrophe, which happened last year. But Nick Bosa is going to play, obviously, the Defensive Player of the Year, and John sounds frustrated. Doesn't mean that a deal's not on the horizon or something's not close, but he is frustrated.
Without a doubt. The word I would say is agitated. That was a different tone. You know, and he's used the word forgive them for the fines. And I don't know if it's $40,000 a day or $50,000 a day, but he's been out a lot of days. It's August 24th. And you also get fined for missing preseason games. So, I don't know what the sticking point is, but they could hold that over him, and it's time to get him in here. I kind of thought with him playing his brother, the 49ers playing the Chargers, and Joey won't play tomorrow night. They're going to play either, guys. But he'll be here. He'll make the trip. It would have been nice to have Nick's contract be done, or as David Lombardi pointed out next week with the roster construction. And there's a few tipping points. And then after that, it's Labor Day weekend, and the guys go away, and they come back, and, most assuredly, you want them in by Labor Day Monday to be able to play Pittsburgh. So it's dragged out a little bit longer than John wanted it. You can hear this frustration, Kittle's deal and Warner's deal and Debo's deal. They got dragged out a little bit, but they were all done by this point. So this one, and this is the biggest contract in the history of the franchise. It'll be one of the biggest contracts in the history of the NFL. And I just wonder, the one question I threw at David Lombardi is because, we've been talking about the comps and the ones that are already done. And it's obviously Aaron Donald's contract and it's TJ Watt's contract that you're looking at. And, how do you structure those as far as, guarantees and average annual value? Those are the yardsticks you're looking at. But the one that's ongoing is Chris Jones of the Kansas City Chiefs. And, Chris plays an interior position, different than Nick, but, like Aaron Donald, but they also move him around in their front a lot. If I'm Chris Jones, don't typecast me as a D tackle. I can move out and play D end. They do it a lot, and they do it with Aaron Donald. That's how, Aaron Donald's a game wrecker, and they move him all around the front, and likewise for Chris Jones. I just wonder, and the thing that concerns me a little bit is Chris Jones in his social media post yesterday, John, that he could hold out till the 8th game of the year and all, he's playing hardball with them. Does Chris Jones have to get a contract done for Nick Bosa's side to get theirs done? The last thing they want is to come in and do a deal and then have Chris Jones vault over them. I don't know how that would impact them. Really, he's still going to make a lot of money. But how much is the Chris Jones contract snafu with the Chiefs impacting Nick?
I don't think it is, and the only reason I don't is Chris Jones makes $20 million. He's the 8th highest paid defensive tackle, so I see his frustration. He's 29 years old, and he's already got a contract versus Nick coming off the Defensive Player of the Year and after his rookie deal. I don't think that Chris Jones can say or make a case that he's better than or should be higher paid than Aaron Donald. Now, the second,
how many Super Bowls has Chris Jones won?
Patrick Mahomes, what?
You don't think Chris Jones has anything to say about that?
Yeah, he was a big part of it, but he's not. He's not Nick Bosa. He's not Nick Bosa, and he's not Aaron Donald. Nick Bosa's got the leverage because he's the Defensive Player of the Year.
Chris Jones thinks that?
Well, it's the truth.
He's a great player.
He is. I'm not saying he's not.
He's a great player.
I'm not saying he's not, but at 29 going on 30 is a lot different than Nick Bosa coming off Defensive Player of the Year and $25 million. He's not going to get paid more than Nick Bosa. And so he should get paid maybe more than Quinnen Williams. He's better than him, so he's at $24 million. And even if now is he saying that he's as you said along the defensive line, then should he get paid more than TJ Watt at $28 million? I mean, he's looking for that money. I don't know, but he's not going to get paid more than Nick. You think Nick's people are waiting?
I'm just saying, if I'm Brian Arrell, who represents Chris Jones? Is it CAA? Who represents him?
Look.
So, I mean, the one thing would be...
I'm saying he's underpaid. I'll go for that because he's the 8th
He's going to get a lot of money.
But he's not getting more than Nick Bosa. That's
what Nick Bosa's camp wants to make sure that happens. I don't know if that's important to them or not, but I'm just... that is another contract that's out there. And, you want to go last. Jalen Hurts went, and, Joe Burrow hasn't gone yet. Justin Herbert is gone. And obviously, Joe Burrow should get more than those guys just based on that and what he's done. Although Hurts did go to the Super Bowl last year, but Joe went a couple of years ago. I don't know. I'm not saying that it is or not. I'm just saying, is there a factor? Is part of the delay in what's going on with Nick related to what's going on with Chris Jones? Because they do play.
Yeah.
One's an end, one's an inside guy, but Chris Jones plays a lot of end. And you can give me all the stats you want. Nick Bosa has been to the Super Bowl and lost. Aaron Donald's been to 1 and won. Chris Jones has been to 3 of them, and he's won 2. He's a great player on that team.
Oh, yeah. I think he's really, really good. But I think the comp for Chris Jones is behind Aaron Donald and ahead of Quinnen Williams. I think the comp for Nick Bosa is higher paid than Aaron Donald. Because
why would you say he gets more than Aaron Donald?
Because
he's won 3 Defensive Players of the Year award and a Super Bowl. Nick has not done that.
A, he's up. Chris Jones is not. B, he's 25. Chris Jones is 29. He's got much more leverage. His deal is up. Chris Jones is holding out. I think there's a massive difference to that. So, and I don't think Chris Jones. I don't think you can make the case that Chris Jones is better than Aaron Donald. I think that right now, if you're the defensive player of the year,
he was last year.
If you're the defensive player of the year and you're 25 years old, I think that you have all the leverage in the world.
Yeah, you're making all these points. Chris Jones and his camp are making opposite points, and whatever the point is, there's a little bit of a yin and a yang, and it just how does that? They're comparable players, different but comparable. My question is more inquisitive. I don't know how is because no one's bringing it up. How is the Chris Jones negotiation impacting Nick Bosa's negotiation?
I think it's interesting. I think he's going to get paid, but I mean the reason why I think there's such a holdout and such a frustration with John Lynch. My thought would be is that they want more than Aaron Donald, period. And they want more in the guarantees because Donald's deal is only 3 years. They want more in the guarantees than T.J. Watt. And clearly they're not going to take a dime less than topping the guarantees for T.J. Watt and topping the AAV of Aaron Donald. And
how much do you – I could argue. And I love Nick Bosa. I actually think Nick's a better player than Aaron Donald. I've seen Aaron Donald take plays off. Nick never does. But as far as resume go, if this was a baseball arbitration and you were going to that, and it's not, then he would not get Aaron Donald money. Aaron Donald's accomplished more in the NFL. He's won 3 Defensive Players of the Year award, one of only 3 to do that in the Super Bowl. But that's not what they're looking at. But the question would be how much more? You're just saying more. Well, who knows what they're asking for? They could be asking for way more money and fully guaranteed. So you don't know. And the bottom line is training camp's over now. They broke camp. They're playing the last preseason game. And now you start to go into regular season mode around here. They're going to cut the roster on Tuesday. Now it's time to go. Rest of the time was camp time. Now let's get ready for Pittsburgh time. So there's a level of frustration, especially with the roster cut coming up on Tuesday and the salary cap implications there. They want their best player here now. It's time to go. This is a big year. They want to win a Super Bowl this year. So up until this point, Tree missed all of training camp, and he's going to miss all the preseason games. Fine, he wasn't going to play in that game anyway. But now there's a point where you flip the page. The media's not in anymore. Now we're starting to work on Pittsburgh. They want their best player here now. It's gone on long enough.
Yeah, I would agree. And like I said, I wouldn't say I'm overly concerned because I don't know what the negotiations are, and they said they would keep them quiet, so maybe they're closer than I think. It's just, as you pointed out, it's the tone of his voice, which
he was sending a message. John's a smart guy. He knows how to use the media. He was in the media. He was agitated. He knows everybody, and we're going to talk about it all day, and they're going to post it on social media, and it's going to get there. This went right to CAA and A-Rolt's office. And, we thought Nick was in Manhattan. Maybe he's there. Maybe they are close. Maybe they got close and they backed away. I have no idea what's going on here. But, I think the point came from John Lynch that it's time to get this deal done.
All right, we'll give you a couple of remnants before we get out of here. Tons of big stories today. Obviously, Trey Lance story topped everything. But as we pointed out, Nick Bosa is probably a bigger story, to be honest. Just maybe not as sexy. And we mentioned briefly when we were talking earlier about Shohei with JT Snow. That is a massive story as far as the baseball offseason is concerned, so tons of stuff. And, of course, the way that the Giants won, I know we say this a million times throughout 162 games, but maybe the biggest wins so far this season and then the Braves are coming through this weekend. So we still got a couple of things to get you before we get out of here, and then Tolbert and Copes at the top on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials, who work closely with professional builders and contractors. Aside from the highest quality lumber yards across the Bay Area, they offer services and products they believe in, like Simpson Strong Tie. Their code-listed, field-tested products help structures resist high winds, atmosphere rivers, and seismic forces. Their innovative products also include structural connectors, fastening systems, anchors, and products that repair, protect, and strengthen concrete. Imagine what they can do for your clients' homes and businesses. Another company Golden State supports is James Hardy, who offers fiber cement textured panels. It's like stucco, but without the mess, and they won't crack. You and your clients will love the fact that James Hardy textured panels are cost-effective, durable, easy to install, and resistant to mold, dry rot, and fire. So see the many options they have for your clients at goldenstatelumber.com, helping professional builders build better since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Big news day today. Obviously, a lot of Trey Lance talking. The guys will continue at the top of the hour with Tolbert and Copes. We gave you some information because John Lynch joined the guys this morning. A little frustrated with what's going on as far as the Nick Bosa negotiations. Those are the big two stories. Probably, if we didn't have those two things to talk about, we would have spent a lot of time on Shohei Ohtani. His number just came down. Unbelievable. As a hitter and a pitcher, people were talking $500 and $600 million. Now, at least for the foreseeable future, he is a hitter only, and he's a very good hitter. But pitching, I don't know, if a new contract, I think they'd have to potentially put in there like stipulations on if you do pitch or maybe he becomes a closer. I don't know. But what did he lose today? A couple $100 million?
Yeah, I mean, beyond that, the guy wanted to compete at the highest level, and what he's doing is historic. I've always had a problem with it, and I've told you it. Just the wear and tear in the body. I mean, it was a couple of weeks ago when we were in Vegas and the Giants were facing him. What was it, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago. He was pitching against the Giants. And arm fatigue and just watching him. So what happened yesterday is just terrible. And he already had a torn ulnar collateral ligament, the UCL. So he already had Tommy John surgery. So the first thing they got to do is figure out if he's going to have it again. I would think he would have it immediately. But he's not going to pitch next year. So do they shut him down? I mean, to me, he should be shut down. I can't believe he played the second game of the doubleheader yesterday after he got the news that he needs Tommy John. Now, I don't think they can do the internal brace like they did with Brock Purdy and Nick Mullins and Clayton Thorson because he's a pitcher. It's just not going to work. So if he has the full-blown Tommy John ligament replacement surgery, he's not pitching next year. So that takes that away. And then do you want him to pitch? Do you want him to start to make the conversion to being just an everyday position player? Could he go play the outfield and not just be a DH? Could he play right field? Could he play center field? So I honestly think as a hitter, and I've always had concerns about this whole thing because of the injury as a pitcher, but the timing of it is amazing. It is amazing. What if he did this? Well, what if they traded him? What if the Angels didn't get hot at that time? And Artie Moreno, when I was on vacation, I know that's all you and Marty's been talking about it for months. He'd give up everybody for Shohei Ohtani. What if the Giants had traded for Shohei Ohtani, and then he's a Giant yesterday pitching in Philly, and he tears his UCL? I mean, my God, what that would have been. And what if he did it a year from now, and someone gives him, whether he stays with the Angels or let's say the Dodgers had given him $698 million on a 12-year contract, and he's in year one of that contract, fully guaranteed, and he tears his UCL, and now they shut him down and he can't pitch for a year, and I don't know, they do bounce back. Do you want him to do it? But that's not what happened. And now the Angels, the very moment that they decided not to trade him, they start losing all the time. And a long losing streak they finally broke against the Giants. They bring Mike Trout off the IL for like an hour, John. They put him back on. And now they lose Shohei. Will this help them keep him? I don't know. But I know in the offseason that's all we're going to talk about, and we still will. But if he elects to have this surgery, and you got to shut him down immediately, right? And have the surgery.
He's playing. I read where he's
not going to have the surgery.
They're
going to delay the surgery.
I don't know that they're delaying it, but I had heard that he's still going to play.
So he's going to have the surgery and then go play after he has the surgery.
No, I think I don't know if they're delaying it. I don't know, but
he can't have the surgery. He can't have Tommy John surgery then go play baseball.
No, I know that. What I'm saying is he's not having it.
He's going to wait till October.
I mean, that's what it looks like. Well, they say he's still playing.
Well, he's going to be a free agent in the offseason and needs to have the surgery done immediately. Why would he delay the surgery? The whole thing's crazy. This is the part where, in an era of load management and GPS tracking and catapults, I mean, Cal Ripken Jr. would never play 2,632 games.
That device would be going nuts.
Right, you wouldn't do it because it's counterproductive. He needs a day off. He's tired. He's not going to be as good today because he's tired. To me, it's all crazy. But you're telling me he's not going to have the surgery and delay it to the offseason?
That's what I read this morning.
Why would he do that?
It says right here, source, Ohtani to keep hitting despite UCL tear.
That's crazy.
This is our good friend Alden Gonzalez from ESPN. Shohei Ohtani is expected to be with the Angels for the start of their upcoming road trip and plans to continue to hit in their lineup, at least in the interim.
So he's not going to have the surgery till October? Who would advise that? Who's advising this guy?
He's off Thursday. They begin a three-game...
Then is he saying he's never going to be a hitter again?
I don't know.
He's going to give up hitting forever?
I don't know that we're at that point.
So I saw Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper played with a torn UCL
thank God
last
we're done with
year.
that guy.
Well, he had the surgery done. How many months did he miss? So even if is he never going to have it repaired?
Don't know that.
Well, we don't even know the extent of the tear. Is it completely torn? I mean, we don't know any of that. You would think it would be bad. I don't know. I don't know who's advising this guy. Obviously, his agent from CAA. But as far as the Giant off season, they already flunked a guy because he couldn't pass a physical. Now you got this guy coming in with double the contract, and he's going to delay the Tommy John surgery and have it done in October. So will he begin the season on time? If he has, he's eventually going to have Tommy John surgery. That's amazing for a team that's losing like they are.
Yeah, they're not getting in the playoffs.
Well, if I'm them, I'd shut him down. Who's running that organization? Shohei or
well, he's going to be a free agent. I mean,
just shut him down. For the best interest in you, we're shutting you down because we're going to re-sign you in the offseason, and we want you to start the season on time. If he delays the surgery until the baseball season's over, first week in October, is he going to begin the year on time with them, or he's not going to go to spring training? When did Bryce Harper come back? And he came back fast. He didn't come back till May, right? And he has to play first base. He can't play the outfield. It's crazy.
I'll still take the hitter. Just cut half off and give me the hitter. I'll take the hitter.
Well, then don't have the surgery at all.
Yeah, I'll take the hitter. I still want him. Now I don't have to pay him as a pitcher, and maybe he comes back and Camilo Duvall's struggling. Maybe he's my closer next year. Who knows? Or 2 years from now. I don't know. Still want Shohei. Just not like that.
You are unrelenting.
Well, now I can pay him half. And maybe I'll put incentive in there if you can become our closer, and then you can be our eighth inning guy. And if Duvall ever gets it together, he can be my closer. And I'll go Shohei and Duvall.
You're going to put a contract in there where he tells you what positions he plays? Well, I'm
not doing that.
Have the team run the team.
Can he throw left-handed?
He hits left-handed.
Yeah, I know. So can he? Who cares about the right? Can he go Pat Venditti?
I warned you about this. I wasn't on board with this, and then he tears his UCL. It's terrible. It's terrible. And
so I'd be 1 for 2. Paul DeYoung good. Shohei bad.
That's one game. Paul DeYoung with one of the greatest debuts in Giants history yesterday, John.
3 for 5, a homer and 4 ribbies.
Wasn't quite like
you see the list of guys that had
two triples. Yeah.
You see the list of guys that had. He didn't have a Dick debut though.
Excuse me?
Alex Dickerson had a 6-state game when he first arrived. So he's and you know who had a better debut? I know Copes will know this.
Of course.
Opening day
I'm not going to tell you.
Opening day 2016. Who was the
opening day 2016?
Who was the new leadoff hitter they bought? And at the time,
was it Denard Span?
Denard Span.
Wow.
Denard
it was him or Austin Jackson.
He had a 5 RBI game, his first game.
Wow, 5 RBI game in his debut. Good deal.
Yeah.
All right, man. For people, real quick, by the way, we were mentioning Michael Irvin. Some people on the text line thought we said Michael Irvin. We did not say Michael Irvin, the former
closely.
Cowboy.
We didn't say that.
Urban, Urban.
Yeah, listen.
And rest in peace, my friend. Michael Urban, not Irvin.
We never work with Michael Irvin.
That. Yeah, we differentiate.
I think I ordered a pizza in a court of law one time with him.
Tomorrow, we are on 8-10 the spread for pregame. So I'll head down. I'll be where you are right now, 10 to 2.
Dude, how many hours are you at Levi Stadium tomorrow?
Well,
legit, how many hours?
10 to 2, I'll do the show. Then I'm going to find the closest bar, drink for an hour, then rejoin you at 3 o'clock. And
I got a bar in the radio booth, John. Gold Bar whiskey, all stocked. I got a case.
Does Kyle Shanahan kind of have the whiskey that?
He's got
it.
Believe me.
So I'll go into Kyle's office.
In the game, we'll have a solo.
Yeah, give me a hand tap. Give me a hand tap. One of those gold bars.
Exactly.
And then, Camilo, can you get out there and blow a save for me? I'd like to blow another one.
Yes. And then
what's wrong with him, by the way?
Dude, I don't know, man. He don't have it.
That slider was the worst. I'm worried about his arm. What's wrong with him?
Didn't slide, Pop.
Oh my God!
So we'll be on 8-10 the spread for pregame and postgame, and for the game where Fitz, Keena, and Dante will have the call. You'll be on the glitz and glamour of TV one last time, and then we get you back. So that'll be good.
I'll be here tomorrow in the studio at 10 a.m. I'm just going to live here. I'm just going to sleep here.
All right. Tolbert and Copes coming up next. I wonder if Tommy has another Shohei song. That would be good for the latest.
Yeah.
That's next on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
But I was making $23,000 and I was worth every penny.
Ohtani. You guys are wearing me out. Wearing me out. I'll show everybody my shirt today. Woohoo, let's go. Thought I'd break it out today. What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We're going to be joined by Susan Slusser today at 2:50. Kyle Shanahan. We'll do that again in case you missed it. Hear it from the head coach's mouth. Matt Barrows. So baseball, football, and then back to baseball. Larry Barrow will join us at 4:50. What's going on?
Oh, Matt Barrows. We're going football there.
Oh,
football
Matt Barrows.
So we will definitely get into we're going to replay the Kyle Shanahan for, as you mentioned. We got to talk about what John Lynch had to say today to Marcus and Paulie Mack. I mean, he elaborated a little bit more. We got more general manager answers out of him as far as Marcus asked him straight up if he had received a trade request or trade demand from people in Trey's camp, and he said, "Well, he's in house. He's here today." And I went, "Well, that was a yes or no question." You didn't say no, so. Didn't say yes either, but you didn't answer it. So we'll get into that, and it's a lot of picking through stuff here. There's the whole things were reported. The media was upset he didn't talk to them, but I'm like, nothing happened. He's still there. He's going to play in theory tomorrow, and he was apparently there yet again today. So, but first, you just mentioned the shirt. This was horrible news last night. I mean, I was laying there on the couch playing video games with Walter, producer for the Papa and Lunch show, and I was like, dude, I paused the game and I texted him, I was like, bro, you see this? And I sent him the link and he goes, is this real? I was like, yeah, it's Jeff Passan, bro. Like, he's out. So he's playing in a doubleheader, right? Yesterday it's a doubleheader for the Angels because I remember they were on early in the day. He's pitching. Yep. He pitched in the first game, correct?
Yeah, went about an inning.
Went about an inning, then he leaves.
Yep.
Did he leave the game entirely? You stay in as a DH?
That I don't know. They lost, so I didn't care.
They lost. And then the second game, my first knowledge of this second game is the interaction with he and Ellie De La Cruz at second. So did he double, or he pulls into second base at one point, Ohtani, and Ellie De La Cruz like reaches over and pokes his arm. He pokes his arm, and he's like, "Are you real? Are you a physical person?" Like they're joking. And then Ohtani says back to him, "There's the whole body language thing." And Ohtani's like, "Am I real? Like you see the ball you hit off the wall?" And then Ohtani acts it out like you were all off balance. Like they're messing with each other. Little did we know Ohtani's got a torn UCL at the time that he's doing that. This was like such a baseball language moment. Two guys from different parts of the world that don't speak the same language, and they're impressed with each other. But this is a devastating blow for all of baseball fans. I mean, this is the ticket to watch in baseball. There is nobody like this. I mean, we talked Barry Bonds, but that was here, and it was different when you went other places. Everywhere this guy goes, he's the Beatles.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt about it. It's I mean, what are you going to say? I mean, he goes down. Trout back on the IR. It's just, I mean, the hits just keep on coming.
Do they?
It's yeah. Well, not literally.
Yeah, okay.
But it's just, I mean, this is like, I would venture a guess of a lot of people don't talk baseball. A lot of stations don't talk baseball, but when they do, they talk Ohtani.
Yeah.
I would say half of all baseball conversations in America include Ohtani.
Is he the only baseball household name?
God, he might
like
be.
Aaron Judge might be close.
He might be.
Because of the home run chase a few years ago and who he is. Like, the Yankees are still a thing. You know what I mean? But for a guy playing on the Angels, has any Angel ever been a household? Like, Mike Trout's been the best player in baseball, basically till this guy.
Have they ever sold cat treats because of Aaron Judge? I don't think so.
No.
They do because of Ohtani. I've told this before, but it's so funny because if you watch Angel games like I do, the signage behind home plate.
It's Japanese companies.
Japanese cat treats. I'm like, what? What? Yeah, first off, cat treats. Hey, cat treats? We're talking about cat treats. You're talking cat treats here. We're selling cat treats.
Isn't it just food? I mean,
and
I've never seen that. Just dogs usually to make them do stuff.
Yeah, like Japanese cat treats. I'm like, whoa. But then you realize every Angel game is shown in Japan. And I'm sure they love Ohtani probably even more than we love Ohtani. So the impact this guy has had, because in no other sport can you name a guy who has done what he's done, like just never been done before, and then do it at the level that he does. It just hasn't been done. So, yeah, he's captivated everybody. And I think everybody has fallen in love with him because of his talent. He's good looking, super athlete, seems super humble, good teammate. I mean, what's not to love about this guy? So, yeah, when he gets hurt, you're right. All of baseball loses because that is literally the only reason to watch an Angel game. The only reason. Even if Trout were playing, as good as Trout is, that's not a reason to watch. Ohtani is definitely a reason to watch because he keeps doing stuff that we haven't seen before, whether it's 8 innings, 7 innings, 12, 13 strikeouts, or 460-foot home run. You just don't see that. We haven't seen it. We may never see it again. And now, the first thing I thought of was, of course, why not? Why not something else? Just pile on. Just more pile on. Then I started thinking, was yesterday like one of the worst days in Angel history? And then I went down the list in my head, and I thought, man, it's not even really that close.
Well, wait, what's the worst day in Angel history?
Well, I'll give you 4 that top this one easily.
Well, I don't want to. If we're going to serious, like Nick Adenhart's death is a huge one. Like if they're
Nick Adenhart,
yeah,
Tyler Skaggs,
dude, oh my goodness,
Lyman Bostock was shot and murdered. Oh my God. Donnie Moore.
Yeah, okay, you win. I got it.
I mean, I started going over.
This is not the worst day in Angel history. Ohtani's like still hitting.
As an Angel fan, I was like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of stuff that's happened.
He's still the best hitter in baseball.
Organization. This is. I mean, I didn't realize it until I started thinking about it. And that's the 4 I remember. There could be more. So, from a baseball standpoint, it couldn't have gone any. It couldn't have possibly gone any worse than it did when they decided to go all in.
From the decision
Ohtani.
To the moves to the execution.
I think they're 5-16 since the trade deadline. They have traded away 4 of their top 10 prospects. That wasn't a very good farm system to begin with. They get Giolito, who hasn't been very good. Moustakas has been really good. Crone hasn't been very good. And Grichuk has been, okay. Lopez has been good. I like Lopez, the late inning reliever they got with Giolito. So
Ronaldo Lopez.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Your return wasn't great. You gave away your top 4. We didn't give them away. You traded them away. 4 of your top 10 prospects in a farm system that wasn't that good anyway. Then Trout gets hurt. So he's out. Well, he got hurt before the trade deadline. Now Ohtani gets hurt, and Trout comes back, and then Trout goes right back on the IR. So anyway. We probably got 49er football to get to.
We do. We do. But
what are you trying to depress me right at the beginning of the show?
I wasn't trying. Derek wrote it down. He was like, dude, just talk about it now, and then we'll get to the good stuff. Yeah, he was like, just talk about this now.
Derek.
We do have an update.
Thank you.
We do have an update on Ohtani. 2 minutes ago, per Alden Gonzalez of ESPN, LA Angels star Shohei Ohtani is expected to be with the team for the start of their upcoming road trip and is planning to continue to hit in the lineup despite the UCL tear. So he is not at least going to have surgery right now. Boy, I don't know. What's he doing?
See, here's what and before we get to the 49ers, here's what I think is going to happen.
Okay.
Well, you know what? If Ohtani says he wants to play, you're playing him. This is the last year of his contract. Whatever he wants to do, you're saying, big fella, you got it. We're here for you.
Can
Whatever
he channel
you
it all
do,
into the bat? Is he going to be like, fine, I'll just hit 70 from here?
I don't know. Well, maybe we'll find out. But if you're the Angels and you want to have any chance of resigning him, then you just, whatever he wants to do, you do it. Hey, I want to pitch left-handed. Go get him, big fella. Take the ball and go lefty. Pitch if you want to. We'll do it for you. But my guess is, just a guess, but because of this injury, he will re-sign with the Angels and have like a 2-year out. Like a long-term deal with a 2-year out in it where he can get healthy. They'll wait for him to come back and pitch. They've let him be on his program and do what he wants to do, and I think that's smart. But I think he probably feels pretty comfortable there, unless he just doesn't feel like they can get him back to where he was. But that I thought that was, and I don't even know if that's a good thing actually, but I just thought whatever contract he signs, he'll probably sign with a 2-year out to say, you know what, I want to see if I can get back to where I was in a couple years, and then we'll hit the market one more time. Now he'll be 31 at that point, but that just kind of occurred to me like, that sounds right. 2-year out, get healthy, show what you can do 2 years from now, pitching and hitting, and then hit the market again.
I wonder if his drop-off, like if he stopped pitching and he's like, you know what, I'm just going to hit. I'll become a first baseman and I'll hit. Like, what if he did that? I wonder how much his drop-off would happen would we? He's still the best hitter in baseball. Like, he's the best hitter in baseball right now. So would he still get a $300 million contract, $350 just as a hitter?
Probably.
I would assume so, right?
Well,
and if you can throw him at DH, he's the best. So what he's doing right now, by the way, Shohei is not going to pitch for the rest of the year. He has been the best hitter in baseball. Leads the league in home runs, 44, 777, OPS 1069, and total bases with 310. And as a pitcher, he held opposing hitters to a 184 opposing batting average. That's the lowest opposing batting average of all 146 pitchers who have thrown at least 70 innings this year. So what's incredible is he showed us something was possible in a game that basically has been the exact same for 140 years.
Yeah.
Like, at its core, it's been the same, and he did it for 3 straight years. It's not like he just did it once and we're like, that was incredible.
Yeah. And I will say this, just to kind of tag it. The other thought I had was, is this going to discourage other teams from letting guys do this because of the workload? Are they going to look and say, you know what, it's just too much, too hard, injuries are bound to happen, and I know the Giants have a couple of them now, Crawford being one of them, and the guy they drafted this year, I can't remember his name, but he's a two-way guy, and I wonder if
Bryce Eldridge?
Is that what it was?
That's his name.
I wonder if teams are going to say, meh, you know what, that's too much. I don't know that it is or not. It's a really, really small sample size.
And there's no book on how to develop. We don't even know. Like, that's the thing too, is when you're in Japan, you basically are a professional from the time you're 18.
Yeah.
And you're there in the like they can eat up innings with you. They have your rights for a certain number of years. He didn't necessarily pitch for a long time in the minors. Like, Tanaka was like that.
Yeah.
They had just ran his arm into the ground. So by the time he signed, he had a couple of good years left. And that was just kind of it. But we'll talk more about this with Susan Slusser. Shohei Ohtani, the UCL tear. He is not going to pitch for the remainder of the season. That's a major.
We suck again.
Oh yeah, come on, man. Come on, man. Don't kick him while he's down. All right.
Oh no.
We got plenty more to get to. We were so late on this Giants game yesterday. Huge come from behind. Well, it wasn't even come from behind. It was blow it, then go ahead and win it in extra innings yet again after another Camilo blown save. But we didn't even have a chance really to react to what Kyle Shanahan had to say yesterday. We've got a little bit of that for you. We will play it in its entirety at 2:30. And also John Lynch spoke to the morning show, so that is coming your way. A little reaction. Excuse me, at 3:30. Yeah. At 2:30, we'll tell you about what John Lynch had to say. But next, a little reaction to Kyle's comments. We didn't sort of digest that and talk about what we thought he had to say, and then we'll get Lynch's thoughts next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's Sports Leader.
Fortiners general manager John Lynch joined Marcus the Waterboy and Paulie Mack this morning and said that reports that the 49ers had tried to trade Trey Lance all offseason are simply not true. Inaccurate, says John Lynch. Check out that full podcast. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I mean, this isn't a thing that we're giving up on Trey. This is more of how Brock played in his 7 games, and that was decided before this season started. And then how good Sam's looked. They both looked good. But we do have to make a decision here, and you only get so many reps at it, and we feel, starting about 10 days ago, Sam really separated himself, and we got to keep it real in that way. I feel very, very fortunate to have both of them here. I really hope when it's said and done that all 3 of these guys are here, and you never know when that's going to come up. We needed 4 guys last year. Doesn't happen much, but if we can have Trey as an option here, I would feel extremely happy about that.
That was Kyle Shanahan with Tom and I yesterday talking about the future of Trey Lance after it was, we keep saying leaked. It was reported that, and I think it says leaked. People are saying leaked because it didn't come from the mouth of the 49ers to the ears of the media.
Yeah.
It was reported by Tom Pelissero and whoever else, and Ian Rappaport, that Sam Darnold had been named the number 2. Matt Mayogo confirmed it with somebody in the organization. Then Kyle said as much to us. Did you have a key takeaway from that? Because that clip right there, the 7 to 10 days ago, or whatever he said, is when Sam really started to pull away from Trey, and that rankled. Every Niner fan was like, "Oh, really?" Because he was 1 for 7 in practice that day. I'm like, really? That's really, because I remember Trey's numbers in the first preseason game, and they were much better than his play was. So the numbers aren't indicative of that. It's not about what the numbers in practice are. It's about what Kyle is seeing and how it translates. I don't know what we thought of Brock Purdy at this point last year. Certainly not that he was good enough to do what he did.
No.
I'm going to trust Kyle's evaluation. And by moving Trey to the back doesn't mean he doesn't know how to evaluate QBs. Your key takeaway from that hit?
Well, it's something I think we knew, but when he said it, and I think it's a key aspect to all this, they gave Trey the keys last year. He was going to be the guy last year. It was his team last year. And he got hurt. And then everybody screamed about, why he always running him up the middle. It was interesting when he said, well, Geno Smith ran that play 3 times during the game. He just didn't get hurt during it. So I didn't even know. I mean, I knew Geno Smith did that kind of stuff. I didn't know it was like the exact play or pretty much similar.
I'm so sick of that argument.
I just over and over. Well, for some reason, people get so caught up in draft picks.
They do.
It's about the wins. It's about the losses. This is a really good football team. Who cares where your quarterback was drafted? Who cares? Now, if Purdy nosedives this year, then yeah, okay, I'll get it. But he was the guy last year. He was the guy. He was never going to be the guy the first year. Never. Just was not going to happen.
Kyle said that to us yesterday. He said, we knew that with where our roster was going, I think a lot of people are set on the fact that they traded up to get Trey. And I'm not convinced that happened. I think they traded up saying what Kyle said yesterday, we need a rookie contract in that position.
Yes.
There are 3 of them or 4 of them or 5 of them up there. We may as well go get one.
Yep.
Let's go get that pick.
Absolutely. So what are you going to do? You give the guy the keys. He gets hurt. Garoppolo comes in. Now, if Garoppolo would have continued to play and played well, hell, maybe Garoppolo's back here and he's the guy. Or maybe him and Trey are battling and not Brock Purdy, but he gets hurt. And then no one, probably including Kyle, could have expected Brock Purdy to do what he did. So what are you going to do at that point? Give the keys back to Trey? Go, hey, you did a hell of a job. Incredible. Team loves you. You won. You didn't lose. Meh. We're going to try somebody else again this year. It's just, again, Lemony Snicket's. It's a series of unfortunate events for Trey Lance. Not so much
Have
for
you
Brock,
seen that movie? You
not so
reference
much
it a
for
lot.
Brock
I've never
Purdy.
even seen it.
I've seen it. I don't remember it much. I just love the name.
It's a series of unfortunate. Yeah.
Lemony Snicket.
It's a book series.
It's a cool name.
Yeah. It's
Jim
Carrey, isn't it?
Jim Carrey, yes. And I love just a series of unfortunate events. And I think that's what happened with Trey Lance. Just a series of unfortunate events. And I did mention the analogy between him and Wiseman because I think they're very similar. Look what they both had to go through. COVID, injury, teams that are built to win now.
Lack of playing time in college.
That's absolutely.
Wiseman played like 6 games or something.
Yeah, seven games.
Yeah.
So they needed time, but it was hard to get time on teams that are trying to win a championship. But Trey got something that James Wiseman never got. Was like, hey, here, you're the guy. You're the guy. We're going to give you some runway here. Let's see if you can get it done. And then he got hurt. Like, Wiseman didn't even get that. But Wiseman had injury problems. And again, COVID set everything back. It just a series of unfortunate events that happened. And no conspiracy. If you actually think the 49ers drafted someone to have him not succeed, hey, you know what? I got a great plan. Let's give up 3 first-round draft picks to get this guy and then sabotage him and hope he doesn't succeed. That'd be.
It's a good way to show my value.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's a good way for me to get an extension.
And then you go, that's genius. Wow, I never thought about that. That's incredible. Now, if they didn't have Purdy, well, then okay, this is probably a much different conversation. But they do. They do. I don't know why the draft and people get to just latch onto these guys, and it seems to become more important than the actual win-loss record.
Yeah.
Like that's what it's
winning the draft.
That's what it's about.
Here's the thing too: is football fans know going into the draft that a vast majority are not going to hit.
Yes.
So why do you get so mad every year when they don't hit? Why do you act like it ends your season? Or this is the thing with the Niners too: is because they had that cheap quarterback spot. And I've said this to you. My analogy always is the 2010 Giants. Tim Lincecum made $500,000. Barry Zito made $26 million.
Yep.
He didn't even pitch in the World Series. Does anybody care that the money was allocated differently?
They shouldn't.
Why? Like, here's the thing: if you turn around right now and you trade Trey Lance, what's the lowest anybody would take right now for him? I bet you there are people out there right now in their car going a 1, a 2. You gave up 3 1s. I need a 1 back. If you got
that's gone.
If you got a 5, you'd be pissed until the Niners draft another Hufanga. And then what? Then you won't ever give him credit for having developed that talent. When they turn that around, or when they go and they use the 3rd rounder on Moody, and people are going, that's a 3rd rounder. Yeah, that you recoup because you've had minority hires that end up as head coaches or as GMs around the league. They have recouped those assets elsewhere and used them to get pieces that they need. I don't give a damn about where somebody's drafted. It doesn't mean Aziz Al-Shire was a great player for this team.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter that he wasn't drafted.
Who cares? Like I said, if you were in a coma on an island somewhere, you'd probably be dead because they probably have
Coma on an island.
Yeah, I mean, they
hydration.
probably don't have good medical services on an island. So let's say there was a doctor there keeping you alive.
The dentistry
So
system.
you came back, you're in a coma, you're on an island, you come back to the Niners, and you see Trey Lance on the team and Brock Purdy on the team. You have no idea where they were drafted, no idea where they came from. All you see is last year a quarterback who's really good. That's the team's averaging about 30 points a game with him on it, and they keep winning games. What would you say if you're a Niner fan? You'd be like, damn, that guy's really good. I like this team. Wow, how'd they get him? 7th round. He sucks.
Yeah,
I don't like it. Why isn't the guy was this guy? Oh, they traded 3 for. Why isn't he playing? Like that just again, it makes no sense. Like I think people invest so much time into anything that's not the game. It's about the game.
Yeah.
That's the whole that's the whole point.
You
of
play
this.
to win the game.
That's the whole point of this exercise. Try and win games, try and get to the playoffs, try and win a Super Bowl. That's it. Getting draft picks, hitting on them, that helps you. Hiring the right people helps you. Like all these things help you. But how it happens, who cares how it happens, just as long as it happens. And if Purdy ends up being the guy that we saw last year, and again, I'm still not convinced he will be. Give me another half season. But if he is, who gives a damn? What? Damn. You know what? That Super Bowl that one just didn't feel as good as the other ones because it came with a 7th round draft pick. You know what? I'm not going to the parade. I'm going to the parade.
The greatest quarterback of all time was a 6th rounder. Right? 199 overall. When you can do it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude.
Joe Montana, 3rd rounder.
Wasn't a first. It happens all the time. I mean, Brock Purdy would be an anomaly in the way that Tom Brady was. If you go out and you win multiple, of course, that would be alarming.
Yes. Hey, if he wins 1, that would be amazing for the last player drafted. Hey, look, it's already pretty amazing. Now, this story could go south. That's a possibility. I don't know enough about it. I haven't seen enough yet for my taste. Other people have. Other people have seen enough. Steve Young was on the show a couple weeks ago, said, I think this guy could win Super Bowls here. I don't know. Based on last year, yeah. But again, who gives a damn?
I don't.
Where these people come from.
It doesn't matter. Let's get them and see what they can do. Hufanga is great because he's great, not because the value pick was there.
So they whiffed on a pick that they gave up picks for.
They traded up to get Ayuk too. Are we upset?
That's never happened before. Come on. The Redskins, now the Commanders, how many picks did they trade for RG3? How many picks were traded for Carson?
It's probably not a great example. How many, by the way? How many title games have there been? Yeah.
How many? No, I'm just saying. It's happened before. Carson Wentz. How many picks did they trade for him? How many for
like 3? Right?
How many for Goff? I don't know if they traded anybody for Mariota or Wiseman. That might have been their draft positions anyway. But look, the point is, this isn't an anomaly that you trade up to get a quarterback, and the Niners traded up to get a quarterback because they weren't that good the year before, and they had the 12th spot, and they figure, you know what, if we're as good as we think we're going to be in the 20s. Let's take this time to go up and move up and draft a quarterback, which I absolutely agreed with at the time. And if you're going to take a swing like that, take a big swing on an athletic guy like Trey Lance.
And they did, and they shorted it up
it works out. And oh, by the way, just real quick, for people that think, oh, but you gave up the 3 firsts, have you seen all the 49er first-round draft picks over the years? It's not like they all hit.
The automatic one did.
So, the automatic one.
Bosa was the automatic.
So don't think like, oh, look how much better we could be with those 3 first-round picks. That's assuming that every pick was going to hit. Even in the first round, we know picks don't hit all the time. So don't think. Just enjoy.
Enjoy the game.
Deep breath. Enjoy the game. Who cares where they came from?
Enjoy the Trey more.
Just as long as they're winning. Maybe people are upset because they don't get to say Trey Area all the time now. Maybe that's why they're upset.
I don't get why people are upset. Do they really think you guys know that this wasn't a competition for the 1 job, right? Like everybody's aware of that. Like I've never heard so much drama around a guy who's made like 5 starts or 5 games in the NFL, and he's losing the number 2 job. We'll talk about what John Lynch had to say about that because we got a little bit more insight earlier today when he joined the Murph and Mac show with Marcus Boucher and Paulie Mack this morning about where Trey went, why he wasn't at practice. Was that a mutual decision? Did he leave on his own? And has Trey demanded a trade at all? John Lynch had all of that this morning on Murph and Mac, and we will play it for you next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Cincinnati Reds Wednesday, August 30th. First pitch 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I talked to Trey later in the day. Kyle, felt like, and I agree, that's a coach's decision, as to depth chart type things. And so Kyle called Trey in. They had a really good talk. It wasn't negative at all. I think, as I said, I used the word, it was a gut punch for Trey. He had really gone for this thing and felt like he was playing well, which he was. And so I think it was a mutual decision just to go home and take some time. And then Trey, was with getting that news, we decided it was best for him just to stay home for the day. He'll be back here today, and everybody's in a good place. And Trey's a pro, and so like he's done every day that he's ever been here, he's gonna do his best to be at his best at all times and to make his teammates better. And we're confident with that. And Trey's in a good place there.
That was John Lynch. Earlier today on the Murph and Mac Show, Marcus Boucher and Paulie Mack had John on, and you can hear the full interview on the all-new KNBR app and at KNBR.com. Interesting there. That question was about whether or not they knew Trey was going to go home. Like, did they send him home? Did they say, hey, take the day? Or was that unexpected? Was that something that they were not expecting to happen? I think we all assumed it was unexpected based on sort of the reaction from the media when they reported that, hey, Trey's not here at camp today. The Niners didn't say anything about it or put out a statement or an injury report or anything like that, which sort of led me to believe that Trey maybe didn't or was excused or said he needed to leave or whatever. But that seems odd that then it wouldn't be told to the team, and then Fred Warner gets up and talks. And it doesn't seem to line up if that were the case that it was mutual.
Yeah, I mean.
I don't know. It's just the whole thing is funky.
Yeah. I just was cracking up because when John Lynch was talking, he reminded me of, you ever watch American Idol?
Yeah.
So you know how when they say, great voice, it really hit the notes well. It's a no for me, though. It's like they tell you how good you are, and they go, yeah, it's just not.
I don't really have a reason.
It's not good enough. It's like, wait a minute. Well, you just told me how good I was, and now I'm not good. And that's just kind of the way it works. But I don't know why that flashed in my head. Who knows? I mean, I can only imagine how he felt. I've been cut before. He wasn't cut, but it sucks to get bad news. You pour a lot into this, and when you get bad news, it hits and it hurts. And he is definitely better than he was. There's no doubt. You can see the work that he's put in. Just wasn't good enough. I mean, this is the big boy leagues, right? I mean, there is millions of dollars on the line. That's what it is. I mean, as a coach, you're going to play the person you think is best for that job, period. That's what it is. Nothing to do with favorites. I've known coaches that really liked certain players, didn't play them. I've known same coaches that hated certain players, didn't like them, played them.
Need them.
You know why? Because they're going to help me win.
Fills it up,
and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to win. Doesn't make it any easier on the athlete. I mean, it always hurts to get that news, being told you weren't good enough. It does, especially when you put in a lot of work. So if you're Trey, you just keep working, and he's still young. He'll get a shot. Like I said yesterday, not like the 49ers have the greatest track record of rolling through a season with one quarterback. So you never know when you're going to get your shot. After what happened to Garoppolo last year, I believe just about anything now, especially when it comes to 49er quarterbacks. Anything is possible, as KG once said.
Anything is possible.
Yeah, exactly. God, what a marketing moment that was.
Yeah, what a weird.
I was like,
We're still talking about it.
Setting up the commercial, huh?
Still talking
already?
about it.
Fantastic.
Kissing the leprechaun down there.
So, yeah, I could see... I could see a bunch of possibilities. I could see where it's mutual. I could see where Trey was pissed and just left and just said, I don't want to be here today.
Or the agent says, hey, let's talk about this. Let's figure out what we're going to do next.
Could be. Don't want to get hurt. But I think, look, if you're Trey, any opportunity you get to go play, you got to take that out. You got to go play. I mean, how many times have we heard this? Trey needs reps. Trey needs reps.
You don't get that at the 3.
Trey needs to play.
Scout team is not going to help him.
No, I'm saying this weekend.
No, you mean tomorrow's game?
Yes, exactly. Like, I just want to put more film out there.
You think he plays tomorrow? I know Kyle said he'd like him to, which is what I would say no matter what.
I would want to if I were him. I would. I'd want to go out there and play just to show that I can build off what I did last week.
Can you help yourself more, though? If last week is the tape you have, your last 2 drives were pretty damn good.
I think you can always help yourself.
You're sure you can do
I think
more.
when you're that young and that inexperienced, I think you can always help yourself. And look, if the agent's telling you, there's just not a lot of people that are interested right now. The more stuff you can, because look, unless someone gets hurt after tomorrow, well, that's it. Yeah, unless you just want to wait around for other quarterbacks to get hurt.
Well, Paulie and Marcus asked John Lynch about this. They said, you said you were exploring all out. It's funny is the all outcomes thing was all part of the same report before Diana Rossini said the Niners had been looking for a trade partner maybe all offseason.
Mm-hmm.
He did acknowledge that the all options thing was out there, but he said the most likely option is the following.
I think that's the most likely option. As I said, we're very happy with Trey. That's probably the most likely option is that he's here. If we could find a landing spot for Trey that is a really good one for him and, works for our organization, that's not something we turn a blind eye to. But that's not where our focus is right now. I think our focus is on Trey getting back here and us being the best football team. We're getting close to Pittsburgh, and that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, there's viable options for all players, but right now Trey's a part of our team, and we're going to move forward with that in mind.
GM speak there. But also acknowledging sort of the same way Kyle did yesterday. I think Kyle said, we don't want to hurt him if there's something else out there. I think about Jeff Wilson Jr. last year when they acquired Christian McCaffrey.
Yes.
And they didn't want to get rid of Jeff Wilson Jr., but he knows he's not going to get the carries anymore. And he'd been the guy while Mitchell was banged up, and he was sort of splitting those carries. So he said, would you trade me? They found a good spot. They trade him out. They get a 3rd rounder back for Jeff Wilson Jr. So I don't know if my feeling is that when Kyle says 2 days ago, I'm not going to announce this week or I'm not planning to, and he was still planning to play Trey, probably wanted to get more tape out there like you talked about and doesn't want to announce in advance. So I don't know what goes into telling Trey this week unless it's just to prepare him and give him an opportunity to have a few other avenues. But this to me feels like it came from his camp because he went home. Then it's reported he's the number 3. Then there's reports about them shopping Trey Lance. John says it's not true. This is all the media back and forth in the NFL, but there is truth to some of it.
Possibly. But I do believe that the Niners, if they could find a good spot for him, they would. I believe that. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to do it out of the generosity of their own heart. It's not altruistic. I mean, they're going to want to get something back, just like Jeff Wilson Jr. last year. I mean, they got a nice pick back for him, and they helped him out, sent him to Mike McDaniel. Worked out beautifully for both teams, much like Damian Lillard. They'd like to send Damian Lillard where he wants to go, but you're an asset. We're not giving you away. We're not just going to get whatever back. I mean, we're running an organization here, and we got to feel like we're doing right by the organization. So never forget that most coaches don't dislike these players that aren't playing at all. And by all accounts, and even by Kyle's own words yesterday, they really like him. He's a good teammate. He works hard. But as much as you want to help somebody out, you got 53 other guys on that team. I mean, you're trying to win now. So if you could do something that makes sense for him, makes sense for you, then you'll do it. Like, I don't think they'd send him someplace that he didn't want to go if they just got a decent return. Like, I don't.
Ian Rappaport said Minnesota is the team to watch. It'd be a hometown team for him, and they have one more year of Kirk Cousins this year. So
yeah, that could be.
That's interesting.
That could be. But I do believe they would do something like that, but not at the expense of not getting what they feel like is value for their organization. It makes no sense to do that. It really doesn't. You may feel like you want to help somebody, and you might genuinely want to help somebody. Like, I have no reason to believe Portland doesn't want to help Damian get to where he wants to go. I have no reason to believe everything he's given that organization, they don't want to help him. But
not at their own expense.
But they're trying to win games. They got to sell tickets. They're trying to get assets back. So, just because you feel like you want to help somebody doesn't mean you're going to help somebody. And I don't think we've heard the last of Trey Lance either.
I don't think so either. I think, who knows what happens between now and the start of the one more game tomorrow is what throws me for a loop. Like we always do what's going to happen with these quarterbacks of the Niners. I'm like, I don't want to. Who knows what's going on, man? Brock's going to play tomorrow. You're going to get Sam. He said Trey will be in there after. Does Trey play? He was back out there today. One more from John Lynch before we catch up with Susan Slusser on the other side. John Lynch was asked pretty bluntly here about Diana Rossini's report on shopping Trey Lance since the draft. Have you been shopping Trey, looking for a trade partner all offseason? Here's John Lynch.
And, John, I saw another report yesterday from Diana Rossini from ESPN, who reported that you guys have been shopping Trey Lance as far back as the NFL draft. So I just wanted to give you a chance to address that report and whether or not you guys have had Trey Lance on the trading block for the last couple of months.
That's not accurate. So, people are going to, if I responded to every report, have no time in my day, but that is not accurate.
There you go. Says they were not trying to trade him since as far back as the NFL draft. I take him at his word. He said no.
Yeah.
So
what if he said, but 3 days after the NFL draft?
He says you got to be specific about the dates. He's like, what was the date of the draft again? No, we didn't do it that day.
No, that did.
It was a couple days after that. So we will get back into this. There's kind of want to play for you later too about whether or not Trey had, because there was a yes or no question asked later about trade. Did anybody there indicate he wanted to be traded? Has he asked for a trade? And John did not give the yes or no answer. Instead answered something else about Trey. So we'll get that to you a little bit later. We do have to catch up with Susan Slusser, who was out there in Philly for that Wild Giants game yesterday. Dude, that was a crazy game. I just saw that replay again of the
snatching victory from the jaws of victory.
That double play where Meckler scores before he gets backdoored at first. That's just a bizarre.
That was a heads-up play.
Bizarre game. Paul DeYoung makes his debut, and we got to talk about my guy.
Your guy.
Tried to tell you. I'll tell Susan Slusser next. I want you guys coming to me about who to pick up. Susan Slusser of the Chronicle next on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan joined Tom Tolbert and myself yesterday to discuss the decision to name Sam Darnold the backup quarterback and what lies ahead for Trey Lance. We're going to play that for you again at 3:30, and you can also hear it on the all-new KNBR app.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. You got to join it. You got to download the app or head on over to UnderdogFantasy.com. Reason being, I'm already winning this football season, except I did it last night. A little bit of baseball. You can get in on the action. We've also got some football games going down tonight. They've got great Underdog Fantasy games for you to play, especially the head-to-head pick'em game. That's where you pick two players, pit them head-to-head against each other, see if one is going to beat out the other for a given stat total. Sometimes it's fantasy points. If it's maybe two running backs, it might be something like a higher or lower total of rushing yards. You can do it for an individual player. You can pit them head-to-head. And if you hit all five of your picks, you can make up to, or hit all five of your plays there, you can make up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. Build your dream team today. Head on over to the easy-to-use mobile app at UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with promo code KNBR. And Underdog is going to double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgaming.org.
Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Tolbert and Copes to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Schlosser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
We do it every week. Catch up with Susan Schlosser, who covers the Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle. Giants coming on home after losing 2 of 3 to Philly in a wacky, wild, long one yesterday. And then a cross-country flight. Susan joins us.
Easy.
Susan joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's going on, Susan? How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing okay. It's we'll get into some Giants baseball, of course, but the big news, and Tom and I opened the show talking about it as he's wearing his Angels shirt here, is the loss for not just the Angels, but for Major League Baseball, Shohei Ohtani, in what was looking like the greatest season anybody, and may still be the greatest season anybody's ever played.
Yeah. I think all of us that have watched him this year, be it in person or on TV, are so thankful that we've had a chance to watch what he's done so far. And it sounds like he's still going to be able to hit. But yeah, you kind of hope that this second Tommy Johns are really hard to come back from. That is not a slam dunk, and you just hope he's so special that maybe he's one of the guys that can come back and at least be a semblance of his former self as a pitcher.
Nobody knows the trouble. And then Susan, as a side note, Trout goes back on the IR.
Just for kicks. just for good measure. Yeah.
Oh, just in case the foot missed both of them. Let me give you this one, too. God, it's just painful. It is painful. No, is he, not Trout, Ohtani. Ohtani's got to be the most well-known baseball player by far, doesn't he?
I think so. I mean, he's certainly the one. I sometimes feel like I lose perspective because I'm in it every day, but he's certainly the one that springs to mind first for me. And then when you add in international, yeah, it's got to be him right now.
Yeah, it's just a bummer. It really is. Let's get to the Giants, who snatched victory from the jaws of victory somehow yesterday. That would have been...
Alyssa told her to come from a headwind.
Yeah, I mean, devastating would have been an understatement on that one. That would have been a rough one. Let me ask you about Duvall, because I don't know if the numbers prove it out or not, because I haven't gone that deep, but since that Boston series, he's not like as sharp. He's not getting ahead of hitters. He seems like he's walking more guys. I mean, what do you see?
Well, my guess, because we did ask him yesterday if there's something wrong with him, flat out. When a guy's not throwing a slider, you think like, oh, is there something up with your elbow? He said he's fine. His velo is down a tick, which kind of would indicate there's maybe nothing major wrong with him, but maybe some fatigue. Now, he did have a week off, essentially, and really that was just because they were playing so poorly they didn't need him. And maybe it was the week off affecting him. So it's really hard to say. 2 of those blown saves didn't affect them. They won one. The other one, I can't remember what happened. But but the last 2, obviously they lose one and then have to come back and win in much more dramatic fashion yesterday. But it's weird. It's really weird. They keep telling them, throw all your pitches. He's shaking off Patrick Bailey, who is as good as it gets when it comes to calling games, and he couldn't explain why. He couldn't explain why to us. He couldn't explain why to Andrew Bailey or Gabe Kapler. It's almost like he gets some sort of tunnel vision while he's out there, and he just kind of wants to throw what usually it's a slider.
Yeah.
Usually he's way too slider happy. So it's absolutely mind-boggling to me. It's such a mystery.
Talking to Susan Schlosser on the UMA guest line, like in guys you've covered in the past, has there been a history or any sort of, is there any consistency with closers who sort of lose it within a season? I mean, we used to see this a lot, where a guy might lose it or go through a rough patch, and then sometimes they'll put him in a spot that's maybe not as quite high leverage, or it's a 4 or 5 run game, just to get him back into the rhythm or the groove of things. Do guys like that? Do they want to be thrown right back into situations? I wonder for a young closer how you navigate that and manage that mindset in the 9th inning.
I can't see them moving him right now. I mean, well, it's the Giants. I wouldn't rule anything out. Hey, make him an opener.
He might start. Yeah, he might start tomorrow. Right.
I'd be surprised. The guy's an all-star this season. If they seem convinced it's a pitch mix issue. If that's the case, that seems like it would be a fairly easy fix. So why is it not happening? I don't know. He was mixing his pitches a little bit better yesterday, although he got a little slider happy. He just wasn't in the strike zone. So again, I couldn't. This one is not like any of the other closers in a funk kind of thing that I've seen before. We've all seen that. This is
I think we lost her.
And like that, she's gone.
She's gone. Yeah, I don't think they're going to move Duvall out of the ninth. I was thinking about giving him an opportunity to pitch in the ninth where it's not a safe situation. Give him a couple opportunities to build the confidence back up. Because his last, we'd have to look, but his last 5 outings have not been good.
Yeah, that's usually the worst thing for closers, though. Put him in there with no juice.
And then he doesn't feel like he's got. That's what I was asking. I was like, I wonder if there's a track record. We've got Susan back on the UMA guest line. We lost you. What was the last thing she was saying there, Tom? She sounded like you got a flat tire and then you just you disappeared, Susan.
Yeah, I could hear you guys. It was weird. This is a different beast than anything I've seen before with closers. They all go through a rough patch pretty much every season at some point. This just seems so much in his head or something. It's so inexplicable. It's really not like something I've seen before.
Did you talk to Meckler after the game? Because I'm curious if panic ever set in on that last out.
Yes, he did lose it. He lost it for a couple seconds. He said he picked it up with about a second and a half left to go, which that's coming right at you at that point.
Oof.
But he said everybody had lost it. He checked with Paul DeYoung, who'd also lost it. So it must have that sky must have been doing something very strange at that point, or the lights. I'm not quite sure where they both lost it, but yeah, neither one of them saw it. Hairy situation.
Yeah, those 2 seconds probably seemed like about a half a day to him. Like, where is the ball? Oh God, there it is. Let me go get it. Heads up play tagging from third. I mean, if he wouldn't have hightailed it from third to home, that run wouldn't have counted.
Yeah, he never let up. He sprinted all the way through. How often do you see guys with 1 out and a sacrifice 5 just jog in?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the norm. He sprinted. I love that. If he gets hit in the face or something with the ball that's supposed to be the last out, after that week he'd had, that would have been such a bummer. But instead it winds up kind of a nice story yesterday.
Yeah.
Really, that was a rough week. And, he gives them an extra run just by being savvy and really going for it. I love that. That was the right thing to do, and guys don't do that.
Yeah, you know what jumped out, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, Susan, because it was a brutal week for him. And the Giants must really believe in him, unless they just think that he's a much better matchup against righties than Matos is right now. And I don't know that I can make the case, but whatever. But they must really believe in him, because that type of week in a pennant race, that'll get you on the bench or set back down in a hurry, and they didn't do either of those. They put him right back in the lineup.
Yeah, it's a platoon thing. It's really about the platoon matchup, and it's about Yastrzemski being out. I mean, Kapler said several times he's here because we have a need.
Yep.
So I'm not sure that that's saying like we believe in him. But they do really like his approach. They think his approach will translate at the big league level. He really did get jobbed on some calls in the first couple of games. Rookie straight up, that happens.
Yep.
And he stuck with the approach. He obviously has speed. So at this point, I think we all just wanted to see him have kind of a little bit of normalcy after such a tough time. But his head wasn't down. We went and talked to him after, he makes misplays the Harper ball and makes an error in the first inning and strikes out twice and lines into a double play. And he was a pro. And that's tough. That was his 7th game in the big leagues. He stood there. He answered everything very calmly, very thoroughly. Pro's pro. That went a long way for me. So you know what? I think he's got a shot.
Kyle Harrison goes 3 and change in his debut. Do you think he's a guy they're going to gradually try to stretch out here? Like early in the year, we talked a bunch about how he was only going 2 innings or 3 innings basically every time out. He got up to, I think, 4 or 5 a couple of different times, but mostly just in that 3-inning range. I'm sure pitch count has something to do with it, and they want to keep him on that first or second time through. But have you heard anything or any indication that they'll try to get as much as they can out of him?
I absolutely think they would like to stretch him out some.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to try to do anything extreme here, and with like 5 weeks left in the season. But I think they would like to get him up to the point where he can get through 5. They're just not going to do it at the cost of his health, so they'll just be checking in with him. He did have the hamstring strain. He's not that far removed from that, and still down in his pitches because of that. But if he's throwing effectively and feels good and feels strong, I think we'll see him probably pitching into the through the 5th, maybe if they're lucky, maybe even a little bit into the 6th. That would be a perfect scenario for them.
Talking to students less around the UMA guest line. So there was a handful of roster moves made because they had to get him on the roster. They bring Ryan Walker back. They option Jelly and Ramos down. And then when they get Paul DeJong for yesterday's game, they DFA'd Johan Camargo. Am I right in that I read, and this is hilarious to me, a few years back, they did a ceremony for Gene Segura's 200th career double. Remember that, Tom?
Yes, I do.
I believe, Susan, did they have a ceremony for Johan Camargo's National League pennant ring?
I think they did give it. It wasn't like a ceremony.
Okay,
I think it was one of those little before the game, here's your ring, and some guys came out and shook his hand and stuff like that. It wasn't a let's all pause and remember Johan Camargo, It was, and you know what? I like Camargo.
I did too.
He brought a little bit of energy to the clubhouse. Great personality kind of guy. And a switch hitter who plays multiple positions pretty well. For me, that's a useful big league piece. So I hope he winds up somewhere and helps somebody.
You know what? I was just watching the replays of the game again. There's so much stuff that happened in that game, but how about Slater's catch in the bottom of the 9th? I mean, my goodness, I don't know if he just kind of threw his glove out there and it landed in his glove, if he had a good idea where he was going to be, but here's the wall. Wall's coming really, really quickly. If that hits the wall, could bounce off, game's over at that point. I mean, that was an amazing catch.
That was such a huge play. And, talk about a guy who needed a good game.
Yep.
He hadn't had a hit in 17 games. Some of that's coming off the bench, but still. And he's a very good fielder, but he tends to be a little injury prone, as we know, and you've got that wall coming up that fast, and he's been dealing with a bad elbow a lot of the year, various other things. He's not a guy you think, okay, he's going to slam super hard into this wall and everything will go great. But that's what he did. He went for it and did absolutely no concern for his body or his physical well-being, and really that saves him.
And I'll be real curious to see how he does the next few games at the plate because, he threw a perfectly placed lob wedge into left field, then hit a little dunker into right field. He didn't hit the ball hard, but he got rewarded with 2 hits, and sometimes that'll get you turned around. I agree with you. I thought the catch was massive, but those 2 hits, even though he didn't scald them, they both ended up with him on first base, and maybe that's something that kind of, how momentum and confidence work in sports. Maybe that's something that gets him going.
Well, it's funny. He told me before the game, we were chatting about, has obviously not been hitting, and he said, look, hey, I could go out there and get 2 hits today, and then everything's fine. So that's what he did.
Yep.
So I just need to chit-chat with him before every game, and he can tell me what he's going to do that day, and we'll see if it happens.
There you go. Crystal ball. Let's go.
Yeah. We can just make sure you let us know because I got some action I got to get before if you talk to him before the game. Susan, before we let you go, you got to see the Braves and the Phillies up close this week. The Braves, by the way, they have a series coming up with the Dodgers Labor Day weekend. The Dodgers are breathing down their neck. That's going to be a hell of a series potentially to take over the number 1 spot. Obviously Atlanta's a contender. Philadelphia, are they catchable for the Giants? Any weak spots you think the Giants could end up sneaking in there, staying either the number 2 or the number 1 wild card?
Yeah, this bunch that are all sort of jammed together in the wild card race, and I'm throwing Philly in there.
Yeah.
They've all got some weaknesses. The Giants really could have taken 2 of those games. they've got a very good lineup, obviously. I'm not convinced on some of their pitching. I'm not convinced on their bullpen. I think they could be caught. But, I think they've got a better rounded team than the Giants do, and maybe some of the other teams in contention. The Diamondbacks are coming on hard, and they're the team that all year I've kind of been like, ooh, that's a team that if they get hot could be dangerous. Young, fast, physical, and they look like they're on the move. So it's going to be fascinating. The Giants have got to, we talked to, I think, a week ago and said, they really need to go at least 3-3 on this trip. Yeah, they go 2-4. They cannot let things slide much more. They got to get going here.
It is pedal to the metal time as we get close to the final month of the season. Before we say goodbye, Susan, I wanted to ask you. I know you'd heard about it. Derek talked to you about it. We just heard about the passing of Michael Urban, who I know you worked with when you were covering the A's, and he was with MLB.com. I worked with him when I was an intern here at KNBR at the patio and doing weekends in the park stuff. It was one of my first gigs here, and he passed away today. And we're just thinking about him, and I know you knew him and worked with him, so I wanted to get your thoughts on, or not thoughts, I just wanted to put it out there and acknowledge him. Right.
He made the press box such a more entertaining, fun place to be, just as a bigger-than-life kind of personality. I always enjoyed his writing and his reporting, but when he was doing radio stuff, that, for me, was such a great medium for him because his personality really could come through on the air, and there was a heck of a lot of it, man. He's going to be so missed because he just kind of made everything that much more fun. And he, whoever you were, he would make fun of you. Didn't matter. He was really tight with the big three,
yep.
And I think some of it was because he did not mind. He would just rip them to their face, very, just to be funny, and they loved it. They absolutely loved it.
The Unicorn Hour with Barry Zito.
Yep.
KNBR listeners, the Unicorn Hour. And Tom, the huge toilet bowl down in Anaheim. The huge toilet bowl. So thinking about Michael Urban today. Susan, always great when we can catch up, and we will do it again next week. And we got a big series starting tomorrow. So enjoy the weekend. We'll talk to you next week, Susan.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Susan.
Good stuff there from Susan Celeste. Giants back in action against the Braves tomorrow. Yeah, dude, the Dodgers are coming. But we don't have time to get to that now because we have to get into the hottest segment in the history of sports radio.
Oh, brother.
And that is the NBA Grab Bag. It's coming your way next on the Sports Leader. Hall of Fame quarterback Dan Fouts joined Papa and Lund today and told the guys when it came to the Chargers 49ers tomorrow, well, it's the last preseason game of the year. Can't hold anything back now. That podcast and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app. Wow, Brett, you figured that out all by yourself?
American Canyon. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
That sound can mean one thing and one thing only. NBA season doesn't start for, boy, we're getting close, though. Is it next month? Is it late September, or do we get our first October? It's late October. It gets moved later. Did it get moved later and later? Is that what happened? They move it back?
No, earlier.
They move it up. That's what it is. Because it used to be like second week or first week of October.
Yeah, it used to be like Halloween.
Yeah, first week of April, you'd get out of there.
And now it's like 18th, 19th, something like that.
It's crazy. It's crazy. 24th is the date this year.
That it is?
But everybody who's anybody knows the NBA starts on Christmas Day, Tom. I mean, except this year.
Yep.
Except this year it doesn't. The NFL will still be going on Christmas Day. NBA grab bag for Thursday, August 24th, 2023. We do have our hit with Kyle Shanahan from yesterday. We've got that for you. We will replay it on the other side. But first, in your NBA grab bag, let's start with some Steph Curry in the NBA. Where else would we go?
We're actually going to start in the NBA?
Usually we do.
Wow,
it's the NBA grab bag. Steph Curry is sitting with Gilbert Arenas. And he's we're doing this pod. This was interesting. And he's asked by Gilbert. It's sort of funny. Gilbert asked Steph, "Hey Steph, are you the greatest point guard of all time?" Here's what it sounded like.
Are you the best point guard ever?
Yes. I would have to, yes. It's me and Magic. That's the conversation.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I would. That's
like
fine. It always bothers me when guys are too humble. Like, just say what you think.
And I think Steph is to the point now where he's saying, like, 5 years ago he wasn't saying
probably wouldn't.
5 years ago he
probably wouldn't have been 5 years ago.
That's what I mean. Right. 5 years ago he might not have been. I mean, 4 titles now. What he's become, what he's continued to do beyond the titles. It's I don't know if there's anybody else. We talked about Ohtani changing the game of baseball. There's not many guys like Patrick Mahomes. What he's doing is incredible, but he's not like. He's a different quarterback, but he's not like changed the game of football. The game of football is a passing game, sure, but he's insane. Steph Curry changed the game of basketball. Shohei Ohtani showed us that an element of baseball was possible that we didn't know existed.
Yeah, you know what? I just think those are the two best point guards of all time. I mean, there's some really good ones out there.
Like Stockton's a different mold, but
he
he's
has
there.
different type. Isaiah Thomas
he
is
doesn't
definitely
get the love,
there.
huh?
Yeah, there's some really, really great point guards, but those are probably the two. Look, if you want to play the parlor game, like who's better, go ahead. You take one, I'll take the other. That's fine by me.
How about Gary Payton, the glove?
The glove.
Well, because Michael Jordan did that Barstool thing. He did it with Stephen A. He texted Stephen A. He was like, Magic's better than Steph. Here it is.
I have to read you a text that I received this morning. 5:54 a.m. Good morning, sir. Although greatest of anything is always a debate, I beg to differ on greatest point guard of all time with what you said. Magic Johnson is easily the best point guard of all time. Steph Curry is very close, but not in front of Magic. You must define point guard to really have a serious debate. From Mr. Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
Wow, how about that?
And he...
Wow, easy, Mad Dog.
Was that Mad Dog?
They buried, that was Mad Dog. They buried the lead there. If I was Stephen A. Smith, I'd be like, dude, he called me sir.
Yeah, I know, right?
Michael Jordan called me sir. Very, very good. Again, it's impossible because the eras are so different. They are so different. Would Magic have been Magic if he played in today's era? No. It would have been even more difficult for him.
Would the era have happened without Magic?
Him to guard.
You know?
Would Steph have been Steph in the 80s? No, he wouldn't have been. So they were both great. They're both all-time greats. I've never got into the debate who's the greatest. It doesn't pique my interest. It just doesn't.
Who was the best you played against? Because like you played against Magic, would you have said he when you played him was the best, or like in your mind when you saw him
best
like
point
that?
Guard?
Like when you were on, like you might have thought that about Magic, but when you saw him, were you like, yeah, he's the best, or were there other guys you're like, damn, that guy is damn good?
No, Magic was the best.
Was absolutely
Magic was the best.
Against.
Yeah, Isaiah. I think I played against Isaiah. Yeah, I played against. Yeah, of course I played against. He was incredible. Stockton was incredible. Incredibly dirty too, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, the people look at him and go, "Oh, good-looking little white kid." He did probably no. He was dirty.
He might be in that 18-man
He would
indictment, by the way.
knee you and he would elbow you. It was like, God dang. You go through a Stockton pick, you just went through a pick.
Yeah.
And I hated it, but I was like, damn, I respect that dude. He's 6 foot, probably $170, and sticks his nose in there
Like, what the hell are you doing?
against anybody. I was like, you got to respect that. You don't love it. When you're limping out, you're like, oh, God dang.
How about that?
About that. Oh, my God.
Nicely done. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
How about this one? Bishop Sycamore, the fictitious high school football team that played a game on ESPN against the IMG Academy in 2021 on ESPN and then made national news because it was pretty clear early in this game that this team should not have been on the field with IMG Academy, which then starts begging the question, who are these kids? What is this school? And we find out that a lot of the kids were 20 years old, 21 years old. They thought they were in a prep school. The documentary, BS, what's it called? BS Sycamore?
BS High?
BS High, that's it. Yeah, BS High. It came out on, it's about 2 hours, came out on HBO last night, and it is fantastic. You're going to walk away feeling completely different about this. One, we don't know the story. I mean, anybody's on Twitter ripping kids on a football game on TV. What are you doing anyway?
Sad.
Get a life.
Sad.
But for what these kids went through, this guy's a con artist. This guy preyed on their dreams and their hopes. He's screwed kids over. He's taken out hundreds of thousands of dollars in PPP loans that kids found out about while filming the documentary. When the documentarian is like, "Did you ever take out a PPP loan?" He's like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Yeah, there's $300,000 in your name."
Dude, my man was having him stay at hotels and leaving without paying.
Dude, he's getting blocks of hotel. I mean, this thing is insane. And he tells you, by the way, that the school's not done. They never had a campus. They never had accreditation.
No.
They also, by the way, registered as a religious prep school, which then precluded them from any governing by
Correct.
Columbus
The
or
Ohio,
the state of
OSHA
Ohio.
or something
OSHA,
like
yeah.
that. Ohio.
By the way, he had some comments on OSHA, your boy. He didn't like OSHA.
He didn't like
He's
OSHA.
like, they're just some organization. I was like, yeah, I mean, they set the age
yeah.
limits for everything, dude.
Dude, how about what the kids were eating?
They were eating. He was, by the way, one kid said he ate pizza and pasta for
Every night.
every single night. Another kid is
That
talking
macaroni and cheese they showed?
They never went to a
Ooh.
class. They never had a class. At one point, they sent them to adult night school, for kids who had come out of juvie and
Yep.
had come out of didn't graduate high school to get their GED. And kids are getting screwed. They did not go to an accredited school. They played against kids that were too young. And so some of the credit issues now are happening to kids. Like that one kid who's the quarterback of the team. Hugh Jackson then recruits him to come play at Grambling State.
Yes. Yep.
Then they have to pull the scholarship because it's something with his transfer, something about his eligibility or whatever
exactly.
it is. And Bomani Jones has some great stuff in there. Bomani Jones does a really good job of sort of analyzing what the scope is of this. And he says the difference here that's ironic is it's not that different than what schools like Alabama are doing. They've just got a facility. He says, no, there's nothing here against the law because nobody believed anybody would ever try to make up a fake school. But what's wild is I'd forgotten some of the details. They played IMG Academy on Sunday, best team in the nation. On Friday night, they played another game. They played 2 games in 3 days.
Yeah,
High
they
school
played
football.
IMG on Sunday.
And a
then
team on
Friday
Friday
against
night.
a team in Pennsylvania, a really good team. They lost that game, too.
They'd never won a game in 2 years or 3 years.
2
when they
games
played
in
that
3
game.
days. I'm pretty sure most football coaches wouldn't recommend that. 2 games in 3 days. And then kid goes down. Knee injury.
Oh, dude.
Turns out to be an ACL. They call out the trainer.
It's the quarterback's mom.
Team mom. Team mom,
dude.
Runs out there, holds his hand,
She doesn't have any gear.
I'm pretty sure that's not going to cut it for a knee injury.
Do you
but
remember the broadcasters when that happens? He goes, "That's number 54 done." We don't have a 54
yeah, we
on
don't
our
have
roster.
a 54.
They didn't have another quarterback.
It was if you watch this,
it's unsafe.
You'll want to jump to the TV and choke the coach multiple times because he laughs all the time. He smiles yeah, I pulled one over on you. I got the and he thinks he's I don't know if he thinks people are buying it when he says he does it. He did what he did for the kids to get them a second chance. Who are you fooling?
The weirdness is what was the end game?
Fooling?
And he says we won. We got to ESPN. We won.
I know what the end game was for him. Famous.
Yeah, he wants to be. He still does.
Famous.
Still wants
He's
to be famous.
such a narcissist and such a con man. He's like Victor Conte. I mean, who does what they do? What Victor Conte did and what this yo-yo did, Roy, whatever his name is, who does that And not only doesn't hide, they're like the face of a documentary. Like, how much of an ego do you have where you completely screwed other people, but you're still going to go on and sell yourself in front of the camera? That's a special type of narcissist right there. It really is.
First scene, he's sitting down and he says to the documentarian, "Do I look like a con man?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Hey, do you want it?" He's like, "What? Seriously, do I look like a con man or do I not?" And the guy's like, "You look good." And he's like, "I asked a very specific question." I was like, "Yeah, you look like a blanking con man, bro." And the more you talk, the more. Once he started talking and he had this energy, I was like, "I don't trust this guy for a second."
No, nor should you.
What about people like that? They show up at work the first day and they're your best friend. You're like, "Get the hell away from me."
Yeah.
Stay the hell away from me. More going on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Leaves the high school gridiron. And I want to tell you about this one here. Remember I told you back in probably May, the 16-year-old catcher in the minors for the Padres?
Yes.
His name is Ethan Salas is his name. Anyway, so he plays in rookie ball. At 16 years old earlier this summer, he gets moved up to low A. Tom, he plays 48 games in low A. He's the number 5 prospect in all of baseball already.
Okay.
17 years old. By virtue of he plays 48 games in Lake Elsinore. He hits 267 and 837 OPS. Here's what's wild. 43% of his hits were extra base hits.
Wow.
So then he goes up to high A Fort Wayne for 9 games. Then they call him up to double A this week. He's 17 years old in double A, youngest player in double A since 2014. First at bat, walk-off double. He came off a 27-year-old. Walk in this year alone, from age 16 to 17, at the professional level, he's got a walk-off knock, a 4-hit outing, and a multi-homer performance, and he's been at 4 levels of the minors this year.
That's pretty good.
That's incredible. He's a catcher, so I don't know how quickly
Padres,
he
you
gets
said?
it. Padres. Here he comes. Here come the Padres, by the way. And he's a catcher. It's a position they would be happy to add to their roster. So there you go.
I don't even know who their catcher is. Still Nola?
No, they were Gary Sanchez. Has been catching for
that's
them
right.
Much of this year.
The Giambi. No, that's Giambi. What did he call Gary Sanchez?
The Sanchino.
The Sanchino.
Gary. Oh, he is scary.
That's right.
That's going to do it for your NBA grab bag. I had, by the way, dude made a great video about more fantasy football punishments that we have never talked about. We'll get those to you a little bit later because we didn't have time in the grab bag. But we did talk to Kyle Shanahan yesterday, and then John Lynch came on today and talked all about the Trey Lance situation. We played it late in the show yesterday. We're going to have it for you on the other side. What did Kyle Shanahan have to say in its entirety about Trey Lance's future and Sam Darnold being the number 2? That's coming your way next on the Sports Leader.
And pitch swung on, hit it high in the air to left center field. That ball is going to be heading to the left field seats. It is gone into the bullpen in left center. Gary Sanchez hits a long 2-run home run. He is the Sanchino. And according to Pete Caldera, I just get carried away.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
We got a chance to do something this year, man. We know what's ahead of us. You guys feel me? All right, guys.
Here we go. 9-0-3. 1, 2, 3. Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
Fun to watch you guys, man. You guys got after it in every aspect. I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Thanks for joining us, Coach. Always appreciate it.
No problem, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing good. Doing good. Is now about the time guys, maybe even including the coaching staff, is thinking, are we done with camp yet?
Definitely. It's you definitely get sick of camp. You're so ready to go for week one. You got to. Not all the decisions are made, but the majority of them are. But there's still a few key spots, those last 5 spots, the practice squad spots, a couple guys competing at certain positions that you got to let it play out. We just had our last practice. They got one more opportunity in the game. But the end of camp is near, and then the real stuff starts.
Yeah. So the news today was you had selected Sam Darnold to be the number 2 quarterback over Trey Lance. Tell us what went into that decision.
Just really starting back from OTAs all the way to now. I mean, it was a hell of a battle. They were neck and neck for a long time, but just really over these last, 10 days and stuff, we felt Sam started to separate himself. We felt he did it in practice consistently, and he's been getting better each day. Trey made it real tight. He made it tough. It was an easy decision for us, but we felt, with the work that they both put in, this game, our decision was made before this game, so felt I owed it at least to Trey to tell him first and foremost. So I brought him in this morning and let him know, and now we're here.
Obviously, when you drafted him, you move up to number 3 to get him. The idea was to have him be the franchise quarterback. It didn't work out that way. What do you think led to where we are now, that led to him not being the guy that you maybe had hoped he would be?
It's there's 3 years of it, so it's a whole story to it. But, I also don't think, Trey, this means that he can't be with us or someone else ever in the future. I mean, this is just where camp went right now. We know what Brock did in his 7 games that he got to play, and that's why I was clear with all the quarterbacks here, and I think anyone who had asked me that, Brock had earned that spot. We weren't sure if Brock was going to come back or not. And we had the opportunity to add another in free agency with Sam. And those guys have been competing for the 2 spot, and Sam just beat him out on that. And it was a tough matchup for him, but he ended up pulling it off. And when you go back to 3 years ago, we made a commitment, looking at our roster and everything, that we felt it was important with our roster going forward that eventually we were going to need a quarterback on a rookie deal if we wanted to keep this team. And we made that decision back in after the 20 season, and we weren't going to look back after that. And Trey was the guy we went with, and we thought we would mix him in and ease him into some stuff the first year with a couple packages and stuff, but we didn't believe anyone we would have taken would have beaten out Jimmy that first year, and that's kind of how it looked, starting early in practice. And Trey did play a little bit earlier in the year, but when he broke his finger, it really kind of messed him up and took away that first year for him, where he had to overcompensate on some things, and it really kind of hurt him working through that. And it affected him all the way into the offseason going into year 2. But year 2 was the time that he did have the job. We were giving it to him. We were 100% committed, and we were tailoring everything for him. And, yeah, he was working an uphill battle because of his finger stuff that he went through the first year, and how that had slowed down his process of just where he thought he would be. So he was a little behind on that, but Trey, the type of guy he is, a competitor, what he could do with his legs, we still felt confident that he would get it as the year went. And then he broke his ankle in the second game. And when he did that, it took away another year for him to develop, and that was unfortunate. So he missed 2 years to develop, not to mention the COVID year of his last year in college. So now he had gone 3 years without it, and that opened up an opportunity for Brock. And, we took Brock in the 7th round. Obviously, we weren't thinking we'd be in this position. But when Brock got that opportunity, he came in and he played at a very high level. And whoever would have been here with the way Brock looked, we were going to go with Brock. And that was the reality of it. And we gave him a big chance to win that 2 spot this year. I think we were pretty lucky to get Sam to come here on the contract that he did, just knowing how the rest of the league looks at Sam and things like that. But Sam chose to come here, and it was a very tough fight. But in the long run, Sam ended up winning it. And the more I could do that. Once I knew that and I knew it was the case, wanted to make sure I told Trey as fast as I could.
Just to put this to rest, because there seems to be some confusion, if Brock were healthy going into camp this year, he was a starter, correct?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, just to put that to rest, there seems to be some confusion out there.
I don't know why there's confusion. You've said it like 7 times.
I know.
It actually blows my mind that there's confusion, because I feel like we've said that like 100% consistent since day one. But yeah, there is confusion, I guess. So I'll keep saying it.
I think it's been out there.
It's the NFL. Yeah, that's what happens.
Most people should probably know that. And here's one thing I don't know if I've heard you address, but I hear it all the time. Just to hear you say it, people always complain that Trey got hurt because you ran Trey up the middle all the time, and I'm just wondering if you would address that.
Yeah, we try to do things for all of our quarterbacks that we feel gives them the best chance to be successful, and that was one of the number one things that Trey did in college. That made them an undefeated team, made him a national champion, made them extremely hard to beat. That was one of the things we loved the most about him. That's one of the things Trey likes the most about his game. Running up the middle, running to the sideline. I mean, they're all opportunities to get hurt. I know I do hear that, the stuff you just got to deal with, but those are things that gave Trey a very good chance to be successful. And when he does get in games, those are the things that separate him, and simplify defenses and stuff. And yeah, you got to be careful with it. You can't rely on that too much, but also, people do talk about it when someone gets hurt. I mean, I go back to that game and the play that we ran, and people don't realize Geno Smith ran it 3 times against our defense on the other side of the ball, but he didn't get hurt on them. So those are part of it, but those are the things that you can't do that with every quarterback, because some don't have that skill set. Trey does, and that's why he was successful in college, and that's why so many people were into him, because they feel he has the skill set to do that and the skill set to do more once he can develop a little bit more in that area.
I was just going to say no one cares about the process. They all care about the result.
Yeah.
And whatever happens, that tells you whether it's good or bad. That's the furthest thing from the truth. Just real quick, last one for me on Trey. Do you have any expectations one way or the other whether he'll be here when you guys be a member of the 49ers when you guys play the Steelers?
I'm really hoping so. I mean, this isn't a thing that we're giving up on Trey. This is more of how Brock played in his 7 games, and that was decided before this season started. And then how good Sam's looked. They both looked good. But we do have to make a decision here, and you only get so many reps at it, and we feel starting about 10 days ago, Sam really separated himself, and we got to keep it real in that way. But I feel very, very fortunate to have both of them here. I really hope when it's said and done that all 3 of these guys are here, and you never know when that's going to come up. We needed 4 guys last year. Doesn't happen much, but if we can have Trey as an option here, I would feel extremely happy about that. And I think the other quarterbacks in our room would, and I think our team would. Trey's a very well-liked guy, one of the better people I've been around, and I do think he's going to have a lot of success in this league. It's been a tough road for him because the times he has gotten an opportunity, he ended up getting hurt and missed that window. And now he's in this position, and we'll always try to do right for Trey. If there's a better situation that his heart's in and something like that, we're going to make sure not to do something that hurts him in that way. So that's stuff that I talked to him about this morning. That's stuff I'll talk to him about tonight and continue to talk to him about. But Trey knows how I feel about him, and I hope he ends up being able to be here, and that's the best thing for him. But we got to see what is the best thing from now until then.
Talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. We do it every week throughout the football season. Were those conversations with Trey about the not being the number 2 guy and about what you said about his career going forward, where there could be a good situation, whether it's here or you'll continue to have those talks? Did any of that play into him not being at practice today?
Yeah, I mean, it's always, Trey's put his heart and soul into this, like a lot of players, like almost all players do. And these are conversations I have to have with guys a lot, and they're never easy. They're really tough. But it's also always tough when the spotlight's on it, as much as it is with this situation with with it being Trey, with our quarterback, his pick in the draft. So I knew that was hard on him. We had such a light practice today, and, watching how Trey was and when we talked, we just thought it was better, hey, take the day off, get away a little bit, clear your head some, and we'll talk later in the afternoon, and we'll get you back in here tomorrow. And especially the practice we had today was our shortest one of the year. First time we didn't do pads, and just felt it was the best thing for him.
So you said you envisioned the Nick Bosa thing working out kind of the way it's worked out. When you envisioned it, did you envision at what point is he going to sign? Or did your vision take you down that road?
Vision quest we're going, with Bosa.
No, I just know usually with D linemen, looking at how, these have gone in the past, thinking about it over the summer and stuff. I didn't come in thinking, hey, there's a chance we're going to get this done by day one. He's not going to miss a practice. I came in with the understanding that it'll be a process and it'll probably take most of camp. And when you do that, that's how I came into it. So I haven't sat here thinking about it every day. Obviously, love Nick and want him here as soon as possible. But I knew it would take some time, and it has gone that way. And hopefully, it won't go much longer.
Do you still have plans to play Trey on Friday against the Chargers?
Yes, I do. Yeah, as he comes back here and we get all this situated. But I plan on Trey going in right after Sam.
So what are things, last preseason game? It used to be the third preseason game was kind of the dress rehearsal, and then the fourth preseason game, everybody would sit. Being that there's only 3 of them now, and you have 2 weeks out before the first game, how do you treat week 3? Starters, not starters? How do you envision it playing out?
I'd like it to be a little similar to last week. Last week we played most of the starters, really just one drive. We'll see how it goes in this game. We just finished our week of practices, so that's the stuff we'll discuss. But possibly another drive, 10 to 20 plays. I think they all got like 9 to 12 last week. So I see a little bit more, but depends on how the game's going. Each guy's different. So I'd say starters as a whole, but there might be 1 or 2 or 4 who don't do it, and there might be 1 to 4 who do it a little bit more than that.
Is Debo even lighter than he was his rookie year?
I think he's about where he was his rookie year. He's he's a man of his word. He said he was going to come to camp ready to go, and he has. And he's been real impressive out here. And he came in such good condition that he's been able to. He hasn't had any setbacks. He's been able to practice throughout this, and Debo just keeps getting better and better each day. He's put the work in, and it's paying off.
Hey, we appreciate the time. Always enjoy the conversation. Know it's a busy time of year, and we appreciate you stopping by, and best of luck this week. And we'll look forward to talking to you, and next time we do, it'll be time to get ready for the regular season.
All right, guys. Sounds good.
Thanks,
Talk
Coach.
to you later.
That was Kyle Shanahan, who joined us yesterday, and we didn't have a chance to really pull that apart and talk much about it. We did with Matt Mayoko, and we will do so again with Matt Barrows, who covers the 49ers for The Athletic. Oh, Matt Barrows. He joins us next, and then we've got some baseball to get into and more to wrap up from the Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, and the John Lynch situation. Matt Barrows joins us next on the Sports Leader. The San Francisco Giants have an off day today. They start a 3-game series with the Atlanta Braves tomorrow, and the 49ers are playing the Chargers in their final preseason tune-up tomorrow. That's all going to be heard on the KNBR family of networks. More information trending on KNBR.com. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, what do you do if you've got unpaid tax returns?
You call us and we take care of it. This is a very common problem. People that don't file a tax return for a year or 2 or 5 or 10 or more, it's a very common situation. And a lot of times clients think they're all alone. You would be amazed how many people say to me, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? And the answer is literally thousands and thousands and thousands. It's a very common case. And the number one reason people don't file returns is they just didn't have the money. And then they make a mistake, they do the wrong thing, they don't file the return. And then year 2 rolls around, and they still don't have the money. And they say, well, how am I going to file year 2 when I didn't file year 1? And then year 3 rolls around, and then it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. And I've seen 2 suicides over this. I've seen a boy given up for adoption. I've seen countless marriages that were otherwise good ruined, businesses ruined, lives ruined, and none of that has to be. We can file all the returns that we need to file. And then if you can't pay it, that's okay. We'll make a deal for you. And then other reason is something changed in their life, got divorced, the bookkeeper left, they don't know where the records are. That's okay. We can get all the records the IRS and the state has on you. Bottom line is, let us help you. Let us give you back your life.
Thanks so much, Steve. Don't let it get that far. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we spoke to Kyle Shanahan yesterday. We just replayed that for you. And Marcus Boucher and Paulie Mack this morning caught up with John Lynch for his weekly conversation. And then we get to check in with one of our favorite writers. He covers the 49ers for The Athletic. It's Matt Barrows joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
I'm doing well. I'm glad I'm not waiting around like I was yesterday for the big Tolbert and Copes scoop. With your interview of Kyle Shanahan. Bravo yesterday.
Yeah, dude, we sometimes you blow a game in the ninth inning and you just you string everybody along for a bit. You make it rule number one, make them wait. That's it. So
why was everybody mad at us, Matt?
Dude, Derek was getting texts too. Like, yeah, this isn't ideal, Derek. I was like, Derek didn't give up the home run. It's not his fault.
Oh, man.
But it was a whirlwind day, huh, Matt? I mean, the news kind of happened fast. Stuff seemed like it was kind of leaking out. And the day before that on Tuesday, Kyle had said he didn't plan to announce who the backup quarterback was going to be. And then they get out to practice. There's no Trey, and we find out it's Sam. What was your reaction to all that and how it played out yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, that's what made it so dramatic. It was just such a sharp reversal from what he had said on Tuesday, which was, I've got no reason to make this announcement any time before this, prior to the Steelers game. That's when he would have to do it. And beyond that, he said, this is something that could change throughout the season. It could go, start out with Sam Darnold as number 2 and then switch to Trey Lance. And it's something that it's a competition that's not going to end just because training camp has. So, the next morning it's entirely different. It's Sam Darnold is number 2, Trey's number 3, and not only that, Trey Lance isn't even at practice. So it kind of created this big drama about where is Trey? Is this the last time we've ever are ever going to see him in the Bay Area? Is he off to somewhere else? And I think the dust has settled on that. And Lance was back in the building today as they're getting ready for the Chargers game tomorrow. And it looks for all the world as if he'll be the number 3 quarterback in that game, and will go into the season as such. And the 49ers are very much hoping that he remains on the team on Tuesday when they have to pare down this roster to 53 players.
Are there any teams out there that you could see making an offer that would be acceptable to Trey and to the 49ers? And to be clear, it doesn't have to be acceptable for Trey. The 49ers could deal him anywhere they want to. I get the feeling they wouldn't, but who knows? Do you see that materializing at all? Is there a market for him?
I don't. I mean, nothing's out of the realm of possibility, and we do still have these last games coming up for all these teams, so something could happen.
Yeah.
In these preseason finales that are playing, but it's very hard to see him getting. Let's just talk from Trey Lance's perspective. Training camp's over. The off season is done. It's hard to see a scenario where he would be anything better than the number 3 quarterback wherever he would land. Now, maybe his future prospects would be better in a city, but as far as 2023, I don't know if he's going to find a better scenario than the 49ers, which, of course, has been a team that's had a lot of quarterback injuries over the years. And as far as the, what the 49ers might get offered, if you believe that there were some discussions in the spring, which has been reported, and the 49ers didn't pull the trigger then it's hard to see whatever offer was being discussed at that point getting better at this point because of what I just said. I mean, there's no run up to the season anymore. There's no way for Lance to really learn a new team's offense. And by the way, the 49ers just announced that he lost the number 2 quarterback battle to Sam Darnold, which doesn't necessarily kind of scream, yeah, we got to go pick this guy up. This guy's our guy. So all those things make me think that no, a trade isn't going to happen. I'm not saying it's out of the realm, but probably unlikely.
Let me ask you this, and I want to get your thoughts on this, because this is what I was talking about earlier on the show, that when I think of Trey Lance's journey so far with the 49ers, I keep thinking of this movie, Lemony Snicket's, a series of unfortunate events, for those people that remember the fine vehicle for Jim Carrey. Look, he wasn't going to play the first year because he was raw. They needed to get him ready to go. Then you get the keys to the car, right? Here you go. Take over the franchise. You're the guy. And I forgot to mention he hurt his finger, the fractured the finger when he played. I think it was the first year when he played those few games. Then he breaks his ankle when he was the guy. And then all of a sudden Garoppolo's back, which that was still mind-blowing to me. He gets hurt, then Brock comes in and does what he does. I don't know. I think people thought they ran him in the middle too much. They didn't develop him enough. I mean, would you agree, or maybe not, that they gave him an opportunity? It's just, unfortunately, he got hurt, and then Brock Purdy came and played out of his head. No one could have ever envisioned that coming to fruition, and here we are.
Yeah, I agree with you. We're where we are because of injuries plus Purdy. The finger injury, and I remember when it happened, the last preseason game of 2021, he hits his finger against a Raiders defender's helmet, and it's a fracture. And I remember him sloughing it off, and it's not a big deal. And he was on the injury report for a little while, but he came into that first game in Detroit, and he actually threw a touchdown. And it seemed like that finger injury was not going to be an issue, that they were going to kind of continue with that plan, that first-year plan, which was to kind of sprinkle him into games.
Yep.
Bit by bit, give him a little bit of playing time. Still Jimmy's team, still his offense, but we're going to slowly but surely work Trey in so he gets those repetitions that he was badly lacking. But over the course of the season, that finger injury became so bad that they didn't want to put him into those situations. It was really problematic, and it was so problematic, and it bled into the 2022 offseason, where he got to spring practices that year, and the 49ers looked at each other and said, this guy isn't throwing as well as he did coming out of North Dakota State. That really set him back more than people know. I mean, in a way, it was worse than the fractured ankle, which he needed surgery for. I looked at his foot one day. That thing was blown up. He looked like the Michelin Man. That was a serious, serious injury. But the finger, as innocuous as it seemed, like a little chip of the finger, had repercussions that really basically, set him back maybe a year and a half almost, which is why we are where we are today.
Yeah.
Talking to Matt Barrows on the UMA guest line. We've talked so much about Trey. Like Kyle says 7 to 10 days ago, it's when Sam Darnold started to pull away or pull ahead of him in that QB race is what he said. Then, of course, everybody goes back to the notes and says, well, Sam was 1 of 7 that day. They're looking at the stats and stuff. I'm going, okay, but is there anything that you saw around that time? Did you see a noticeable change in maybe Sam pulling away from Brock at that time, or excuse me, from Trey at that time? Or is this something maybe that's just inside with Kyle and the coaching staff?
Well, I mean, they're looking at things at a level that we aren't.
Of course.
I had it like this. I actually had, going into those joint practices with the Raiders, I had Lance, slightly ahead of Darnold at that point. I thought Lance was doing a better job. Darnold had some nice practices, but was more inconsistent. Obviously that game was not a good one for Trey Lance. I don't think the practices were all that good. He didn't get all that many reps, and when he came in, he had trouble getting rid of the ball. I think that the finger issue, which I just said was problematic going into 2022, he had started to work on that in the spring and had made some really great headway with Jeff Christensen, the throwing coach, and he went back to Christensen in June before training camp and got even better. And the 49ers were very happy when he started training camp. But when you're in those situations, and the Raiders' defensive line was beaten up on the 49ers' offensive line, I think that he started to revert a little bit to the kind of pre-Christensen issues, which is understandable. It just became clear to the 49ers that Darnold was the better thrower, and that they weren't going to have those issues that Lance is still, working his way through. Now the completion rates, I mean, I thought that they were pretty similar in the practices. That 1 for 7 day, there were a couple of drops Cameron Latou was still in drop mode at that point. He's worked his way out of drop mode, but he was still very much in it at that point. And I remember that practice. Darnold missed a couple of really nice, aggressive throws where he made the right read down the seam, was sort of attacking the defense. He just missed the throw. But in my mind, I was like, okay, that's what Kyle Shanahan wants to see. Obviously, he'd rather see the completion. But the fact that Darnold was recognizing the open receiver and going to the right guy, going for the jugular, I thought that, in my mind, okay, that's what this coaching staff is looking for. And maybe I was right with that.
All right, let's get your take on your thoughts on Bosa, because the Bosa concern meter for me was like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and then it jumped from 0 to 2. Like, I'm like not super concerned, but it's like, we're kind of starting to get to the point where you're not concerned, but you're a little bit. I'm thinking about it now. I don't think I've ever. I didn't think about it at all, Matt. Now I'm starting to think about it. Like, well, damn, maybe if they don't get signed next week, like next week to me is like huge, because in the next week after that is leading up to the first game of the season. Like, where are you at with this? I still don't think it's a huge concern, but it wasn't even a concern like a week ago. Now it's at least a little bit on my radar.
Yeah, the needle is starting to flicker a little bit on the old meter there. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, 3 weeks before the season is where you start to see some of these deals get done. With running backs and other veterans who held out. The Jadeveon Clowney and some of these other defensive ends who took a long time to sign. 3 weeks before the season seems to be the point where these guys are saying, okay, I need a 3-week runway to get ready for week one.
Yeah.
I don't think that Bosa needs that, just because, I've documented this, his off-season regimen is as rigid as it gets. But, it's not just him. It's what he could have. I'm working on a piece about, the 49ers' weaknesses going into this season. And they're not a lot. This is a very strong roster, the strongest one this century. But there are weaknesses. And if Bosa had been here, I think that he would have helped them at least address those weaknesses, make those weaknesses a little less weak. And I'm talking about offensive tackle. He would have been going against Colton McKivitz every day of the week. And Colton McKivitz would have gotten better, or at least better prepared to face T.J. Watt in week one. I just don't think that there's any way around that. I think that he would have been great for Drake Jackson to learn from, and probably from Cleveland Farrell to learn from as well, even though they're part of the same draft class. Him being here would have helped this team more than him not being here. So that's the big missing element to this point. And to your point, from here on out, I think, Bosa probably wants to be here to get ready for Pittsburgh.
I'm curious. I just thought about this. Joey Bosa, when he signed, did he hold out at all, or was it like last minute? I thought he held out a little bit.
And he got the richest contract at the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I didn't think that this was going to last the way it did, because same agent, and the 49ers have a much better reputation than the Chargers do about, getting these deals done quickly. So I looked at the Bosa deal and I said, okay, this is going to happen on, July 29 or something like that. And here we are at the end of August, and it's still happening. I mean, I can only imagine, Nick Bosa has been the more accomplished player of the two at this point in their careers.
Yes.
He's got the Aaron Donald contract in the middle there. Frankly, I have no idea what the holdup is. Both sides have gone underground on this. They don't want to talk about it, and that's fine. But it's starting to get to crunch time here.
Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody's even a little bit worried. And the funny thing is usually, and I know we had Kyle on yesterday, and Tom, you'd sort of followed up with him about his comments the other day where he said, I'm not concerned because I know the kind of work he's putting in. And it seems like it all comes back to him being ready for the season. That's not any of my concern, Bosa being ready for the season. It's Bosa being here. And that hasn't happened yet. It sort of seems like that's the narrative every time we talk about the concern with him not being here is about, will he be ready? Like, I expect him to show up and just start hitting QBs, but he's got to get here first. So it is odd that we're this far along and not really any update or word on it.
Yeah, I mean, the precedent for this is 2019 when he was a rookie. He hurts his ankle the first week of training camp. Bad injury, and doesn't really practice until the Wednesday before they go out to Tampa Bay to take on the Buccaneers. And of course, he has a sack and 3 quarterback hits in that game, and he's still dealing with the ankle in that game, and he's a rookie. So I think that basically has assured the 49ers that, even if this guy has a minimal runway to the season, he's still going to be effective in Pittsburgh.
When you talked to the players last year after Purdy took over, the one thing that stood out to me, other than the fact, Matt, that it looked like the game was slow for him already, he looked comfortable already, which was, for a guy drafted where he was drafted, it was like, wow, that's impressive. The other thing that was impressive were how the other teammates talked about him, specifically Trent Williams. I don't remember Trent Williams being all that glowing about anybody else. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't, but what did Brock Purdy do to really sell these guys? He won, of course, and that helps, but were there other things, command, leadership, getting in and out of the huddle? Just what was it about Purdy that veterans, like long veterans, were like, yeah, this is the guy?
Well, I know that Jimmy Ward and Fred Warner really talked him up for how he had been running the scout team that year. The number 2 guy runs the scout team, tries to give the defense as good a looks as possible about the upcoming opponent. And, Ward's point was that a lot of young quarterbacks try to be really careful in that situation because they're trying to impress the coaches. They're trying to do the right thing. They're trying to get completions. They're holding on to the ball, longer than is realistic and this, that, and the other. Purdy just let it go. He was aggressive with it. The timing was good. The pace was good. And I really think that had a lot to do with the way that he looked in against Miami when he came in for injured Garoppolo. That he had the pacing already because he was pushing it in those practices all week. And the defensive players loved it because it gave them a realistic view of what they're going to be facing. It gave them a chance to make plays on the ball, this, that, and the other. It wasn't like I said, some younger quarterbacks can be too careful with that. And it was in stark contrast, frankly, to what Warner had said about Trey Lance when Trey Lance was doing it. Now, we know in hindsight that it probably had a lot to do with the finger.
Yeah.
But, if you remember, Warner had to go to Lance at one point and say, hey, be a little bit more aggressive with the ball. Fire it in there. Give us a challenge here. We need better looks than what you're giving us. I think that was kind of reflected in how those 2 quarterbacks looked the first time they saw the field as rookies.
Matt, is there legitimate thought that Moody could miss making the roster, or is he absolutely going to make it out of camp here or out of the preseason?
I mean, I'd say the only thing that keeps him is an injury or something like that. The 49ers are sold on him. He's been really terrific in practice, and I realize that everybody else in the world only sees him in these games, and he hasn't been terrific, and that's a legitimate concern, but I think the 49ers are relieved a little bit that they've been putting him in tough situations in practice, and I'm talking about the distances and things like that. 60, 62, 63 yards. They're not giving him gimmies in those situations, and he's been very consistent in that. And that's what they like about him. The motion he has for an extra point is the same as the motion he has for a 62-yarder. It's very kind of smooth and fluid, and everything seems good. I would say it's probably smart to get him in Levi's Stadium as much as possible. That didn't really happen a lot this summer. The winds in there are much trickier than what you'd expect for the South Bay, which has really nice weather, really mild weather. The Levi Stadium is right at the very end of San Francisco Bay, and there is a steady wind, especially in the late afternoon. I get off of work, 5 o'clock, 5:30, and I have to keep my my ball cap on my head with my hand, or it's flying off. I mean, it's 10 degrees cooler there, and there's a real steady wind coming off the bay.
Well, I mean, look, I know guys that made 9 to 10 free throws in practice. They couldn't make a damn thing when it came to the game because it's totally different, and it'll be real interesting to see how he does the first couple games, Matt, because you miss a couple, and especially where he was drafted. I think there's pressure with every kicker, but that only adds to the pressure, and if you start thinking about it, that's just a tough position to be in. I think if the first 2 games go well, it builds up a little equity, then I think he'll probably be good to go because I think he is a good kicker, but we've seen good kickers before get in a mental funk and they just can't get out of it until they go to another team because they kind of let that go. So he's definitely going to be worth watching the first couple games of the year.
Yeah, last year in 2022, the highest drafted kicker was Cade York by the Browns, and at this point last year, the Browns were saying all the same things about Cade York that the 49ers are saying about Jake Moody, and York had a very tough year. Lowest kicking percentage of any full-time kicker in 2022. The NFL is not kind to rookie kickers, for sure.
Yeah.
And it's, take a look at my weak spots story that's cooking for later this week. I do mention that as a potential sort of crack in the armor for this team. It was a big decision to move on from Robbie Gould, a guy who is known for making high-pressure kicks in the playoffs, to a rookie. And the 49ers feel like they did their homework with him. They got the right guy, the right disposition for the job. But you're absolutely right. Rookies get chewed up in the NFL. And if Jake Moody can, be a Justin Tucker and sort of kind of slough off that history, then the 49ers got the right guy. But, more guys than not succumb to it early in their careers. And
if I'm not mistaken, Pittsburgh, especially one end of the stadium, not the easiest place to kick, is it?
It's sort of like Levi Stadium. Yeah. It's right on the river. So you get wind coming in, and it comes in right through one sort of notch in the stadium, and it kind of creates a wind tunnel effect. That game's at 4. Yeah. So you're getting sort of the evening breezes going through there.
Wait, whoa! I thought it was a 1:00 game.
It's at 1:00 Pacific.
No, really? I thought it was 1:00 Pittsburgh time.
Oh, you know what? I've got it backwards. You're right.
Yeah, damn. Right. I'm going to be there. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
I was about to show up to that game 3 hours late. You saved my bacon.
I was going to show up 3 hours early.
He's getting warmed up. He's like, no, dude, the game's over.
What do you mean? Matt told me it was 4:00. What the hell am I doing here at 11? Killing me.
It's over.
Well, I guess I'll go drink.
I was about to explain time zones to you, but really it's me who didn't understand them.
We'll do that next time, Matt. We'll get into time zones, and you and I, we'll have a time zone summit tomorrow at the stadium. So, Matt, always great catching up, dude. I'll see you tomorrow at the field, and should be a lot to talk about after this one.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thanks Matt.
On,
good
Appreciate
deal.
it, man.
Matt Barrows does a great job.
You scared me there for a second. I'm like, what?
Because you're going. He was like, no, it's.
Yeah, I'll be there.
I was thinking to myself, too, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I have to be here at like 8 a.m. at the station. So I was
you know what's
we're going to be there.
Let's go.
Let's go.
It's not important. I was going to tell you what's really cool.
You know what is important?
It's not that cool.
Tell them when we come on back, because we do have something important to do on the other side.
We do?
We got to update you before the week is over on what has gone on across Major League Baseball. The standings have rapidly flipped.
Hoedown?
Grab your spurs, grab your tassels. It's the hardball hoedown. No, it's the hardball hoedown. Keep that. It's the sports leader.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' sports leader.
Fortiners General Manager John Lynch joined Marcus the Waterboy and Paulie Mack this morning and said that reports that the 49ers had tried to trade Trey Lance all offseason are simply not true. Inaccurate, says John Lynch. Check out that full podcast. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place to play fantasy football this football season because oftentimes you draft a team, guy gets hurt, your team falls out of it, you're done for the year. Not with Underdog Fantasy. You can play alongside your favorite football team all season long. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. It's legal in California. Tons and tons of fun. They've got the season-long pick'em game where you pick 2 to 5 players. On any given day, you select whether they're going to have a higher or lower stat total. Maybe it's a higher or lower number of total touchdown passes or rushing yards or receiving yards. Whatever you do to get your Sunday going, you can win up to 20 times your money in a single game by going 5 for 5. Build your dream fantasy team today by heading on over to the Underdog Fantasy app or at UnderdogFantasy.com. And when you sign up, use promo code KNBR, and Underdog is going to double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR, double that first deposit up to $100. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a banger of a song, by the way.
Dude, it is good. Sounds good for the hoedown, too. This is your hardball hoedown. We grab the tassels, grab the saddlebags, hop on up and get ready to run down what's happened in Major League Baseball for the last week. Why don't we start at the top, Tom, where we did at the beginning of the show. Shohei Ohtani, and the update is that Ohtani is going to continue to hit. He's going to continue to hit. He's like, wants to play still. He's not going to pitch. He's probably going to need Tommy John. I want to say he tried to rehab the first time he had Tommy John, and it didn't take, and then he had to have it anyway. But they were also using him much differently then. He wasn't pitching every day and playing every day.
He didn't play after he pitched either.
Yeah, or the day before, right? Was that it?
I think it was after.
Yeah,
but it could have been before. It could have been before and after.
And the long rotation. They had the 6-man and all that. So, tough deal. And Mike Trout also goes back on the injured list. The funniest thing of the week with the Angels has to be, and it's funny for all of us, not for you, but Rendon. The comments from Phil Nevin on Anthony Rendon. You saw these?
Yeah, they're funny.
Where Phil Nevin there, he was asked about.
I was laughing so hard I forgot to laugh.
Whether or not Rendon was improving. Quote, depends on which day you ask him. Comes and goes each day.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
And Farhan,
Suck it,
yeah.
Farhan.
Yeah, Farhan.
I don't need you guys laughing. It's not funny.
It's really not. I don't know. I mean, it's weird. It's tough when a manager like that, who, by the way, was like a first-round draft pick and was a highly sought-after prospect himself, Phil Nevin. It's like, that's kind of, that's taking, like airing your guys out a little bit there, right? I mean, that's...
Well, that tells me he's had enough.
Yeah,
he's probably had enough, and he's seen what goes on in the clubhouse, and maybe Rendon is detached. Maybe he's just like, I've had it and I'm done.
When he's guaranteed.
Bro, you're getting $38 million a year. I'd make every effort to get back and do something. I mean, he's been a disaster, absolute disaster, and it's not. A lot of it was just unlucky, but sorry. That's what comes with $38 million a year. You want to make me the focus for $38 million a year? I'll be it.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, I'll do it for 38.
But God, it hurts because he seems like a really cool guy.
Franny loves him.
I wanted to like him, but as an Angel fan, I can't like him. It just sucks. And then he comes back this year. And you remember what happened earlier in the year?
Hit that A's fan earlier?
I was like, what are you doing?
What's the matter with you, dude? What the hell's the matter with you?
I mean, get
in the dugout.
Get some hits yourself before you start hitting other people.
Seriously,
let's
dude.
go.
Seriously.
Brutal.
Speaking of the A's here in the hardball hoedown, this is bizarre. NBC's Raj Mathai, I saw this yesterday, went to do a sit-down interview. Very rare. He's turned down an interview with the Chronicle numerous times. A's owner John Fisher, who had just filed for the stadium, whatever the official paperwork was he had to file last week. He's now waiting Major League Baseball approval. The owners have to approve by 75%. What's weird about this is there is no audio in the video that he did. He would not answer any questions on camera. Anything that you see with him just, walking and talking to Raj Mathai in his house or whatever they're talking about, whatever nonsensical BS they're talking about, then he then only will give him quotes in paper. So every quote we've seen from him is only in writing, which is, this is crap. It's a load of crap.
He's a joke.
But he's out, so I don't know what we want him to say.
He's a joke.
He said, quote, I'm sorry, we have audio?
Ty?
He says, quote, I'm sorry it hasn't worked in Oakland. It's hard to move a team out of an area where I grew up. It doesn't seem like it's been that hard for you.
Really doesn't.
It doesn't really seem like you've done anything to keep it. At the end of the day, Las Vegas gives us the best chance to build a new ballpark and win. I don't know about that part.
It gives you the best chance to make the most money.
To get some money.
Period. Yeah, that's all there is. This guy's a joke. Absolute.
What's crazy is how these baseball standings, like we got to do this weekly. You want to do these updates. It's because the standings are getting wild. Let's start in the American League West. Why don't we start where we are?
American League West is wild. The Mariners are
red
on
hot, dude.
Fire. Absolutely on fire. They are trailing the division-leading Rangers, who have been in the lead for, if not the whole season, damn near the whole season. They're at 72-54.
Lost 6 in a row.
They're a game and a half. Yeah, they've been scuffling a little bit. They're a game and a half ahead of the Mariners and the Astros. So it's the best race in baseball right now. The Mariners, Astros, Mariners 71-56. Astros 72-57, and then we won't get into the Angels and the Athletics.
By the way, September 4th through the 6th, I believe it's the final season series for the Astros Rangers.
That it is?
It's Houston. Houston leads the season series 6-4. This next week of baseball, like starting Labor Day weekend, we get some really, really good
bonjour.
season series. So this is the closest.
Bonjour.
It's the closest division race in baseball right now. The AL West features two intrastate rivals, I should say. It's the only series that's left between these two teams. We could end up with a Verlander Scherzer.
That'd be
which
wild.
is juicy. And then
that would be wild.
Could leave the door open for the Mariners if one team sweeps the other. I mean, that could be a huge swinging series when there's three teams involved, and that's
could
the
be
last
both
time.
of them, right?
Could be both of them.
Could be both of them.
Yeah. So,
all right, Central, the Twins are pulling away.
How about that?
Yeah, they're pulling away 5 games ahead of the Guardians. That was before today, I think.
Guardians are losing to the Dodgers. They were in the front end of
I think they lost twice.
I think
the Dodgers swept them, didn't they?
Did they play the second one already? Because they had to make up the game from yesterday.
I believe they did. If I switch to scores,
7-2 was the last I saw.
9-3 Dodgers and 6-1 Dodgers.
Boom.
So Dodgers, you know what they call that? That's a sweeperoonie, baby. And so the Guardians
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
get swept. Again, I don't know. I haven't looked if the Guardians 60-67. No, it looks like that's up to date. So they're 5 games behind the Twins. And then you get to another fun race. Not a 3-way. So it's not quite as exciting, but the Orioles and the Rays. Rays are a game and a half behind the Orioles, and then the Blue Jays trailing behind at 8.5.
Orioles Rays September 14th to 17th, their final series. That's late. And Orioles lead at 6-3, so the Rays would have to sweep them to tie it.
All right, let's get everybody caught up real quick. American League wild card. Rays are +6, so they're 6 clear of the Blue Jays. Then the Mariners and the Astros are tied. Of course they're tied. They're 1.5 behind the Rangers, and then a game behind them is the Blue Jays, the Red Sox, who just got through pounding the Astros today and pounding the Yankees. Always fun. 3.5 back, and that's it. Yankees are 10 back. Angels are 10.5 back. They're toast. So there are 5 teams competing in the American League right now for the wild card.
Wild card race in the American League. Have you seen what the Dodgers have done? 78
just keep winning?
48. They are insane since the All-Star break.
30 games now.
They're not 30 games over. Giants were like 7 out or 4 out or something at one point, like around the trade around the All-Star break. What's even crazier is for all the talk about the Braves this year, the Giants were 2.5 out.
Yes.
They're now 12.5 out.
Bye-bye.
Tied with Arizona at 66 and 61. The Dodgers and the Braves, the Dodgers are 4 back in the loss column now with the Braves for the number 1 seed.
Yep.
Now, 1 and 2 both get the bye, but getting that 1 seed would be big time because then you'll play that last wild card team or the worst team that comes out of that field there. The Dodgers and the Braves, Labor Day weekend. It's this weekend, actually. It's the 30th. Yeah, it's next week. 31st to September the 3rd is the way this goes down. So next week, it's a 4-game series, Dodgers and Braves. Dodgers lead the season series 2-1. Both teams comfortably in first place, obviously. They'll probably clinch like that week, or the week after. They'll probably clinch by mid-September. As great as the Braves have been, Dodgers are breathing down their neck. How about this? 4 of the last 6 times the Braves have reached the postseason, they've played the Dodgers, only beating them in 2021 when they went to the World Series and won it. So these are the 2 creams of the crop, probably for the foreseeable future.
My God.
In the NL. I mean, these 2 teams are the best. So
that's going to be a wild weekend because not only you got that, which I'm going to want to check out, you also got college football starting in full force.
Yes, we did.
That weekend.
We got college football. And by the way, just a quick note here, news from earlier today. Steven Strasburg has announced his retirement.
I saw that.
2019 World Series MVP, was the number 1 overall pick. First game ever on MLB Network, I think, was his debut. Remember that? It was like a 14 strikeout game against the Pirates. It was that was crazy. Wild. Anyway, Steven Strasburg, the last guy Tony Gwynn, I think, put into the bigs, too. So
absolutely wild.
He was one of the best pitchers in the game when he was healthy, and he got his money and his ring. So
yes, he did. Should we get everybody caught up on the National League standings?
Yeah, we can.
All right, Braves.
Yeah.
Braves, forget it. They're going to win that division. The Brewers 3.5 up on the Cubs in the Central.
Keep that violin
and
down.
Dodgers, forget it. They're going to win the West. So let's get to the wild card, which Giant fans are interested in. You have the Phillies that are 2.5 games up, clear of the wild card. Then the Cubs, the Reds are your second, third wild cards right now. Diamondbacks, half a game behind those 2. Giants, half a game behind those two.
What the hell, dude?
And then the Marlins, 2 games behind. So there's 5 teams competing for this. And here's the interesting part. If you're a Giant fan, I assume you are because you're listening.
I'm sitting right here.
Giants they just got through with the Phillies. They play the Cubs. They play the Reds. They play the Diamondbacks. So a lot of this is going to be in their own hands. They have to start winning some series against those teams. I said I thought if they had a winning record against those teams by the end of the year, they'd be in the playoffs. Well, so far they're off to a 1-2 start against the Phillies. They got to grind. Just if they could get 2 games this weekend, that'd be huge. But anyway, we'll get to that in a little bit. But there you go. You get the Phillies top, Cubs, Reds, second, third, and then the Diamondbacks, Giants, a half a game out of the wild card race.
Yeah, I'm not feeling good about sitting outside of the wild card. And in terms of teams ahead of them right now, Miami is the only team that is in that mix with a tougher strength of schedule remaining. Giants have the 9th toughest. Miami is at 6th. We will catch up with Larry Baer, Giants CEO, coming up at 4:50. Before we do that, right after we talk about it, your level of confidence in the Giants making the playoffs, does Kyle Harrison change any of that? We'll talk about it next. Paul DeYoung, too, on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He throws. Swing, and there's a high fly ball. Shallow left. Is Meckler, does he see it? He's having trouble. He staggers. Now he's found it and makes the catch. The game is over. Meckler threw the palms up at one point as if to say, where is it? As we're in the twilight here in Philadelphia. And then, just in the nick of time, he seemed to re-find it and gathered himself under it. And the game is over. The Giants win a wild one in Philadelphia to escape without being swept by the Phillies.
Yeah, Giants salvaged one yesterday, and salvage, I think, is probably the right word, because it was not good for the first two. These games where they're finally putting up some offense. I mean, they have 13 or 14 hits or something yesterday. They were pounding it and allowed them to get back in it. Camilo Doval has not been sharp. 5 saves since the All-Star. It's four blown saves, since the All-Star break. He didn't have that many all season leading into that. And so I don't know what's wrong or what, there's already stuff being written about his pitch mixing, but closers to me are a luxury when your team is good. And when that was the strength of the team, I was like, it's great when you have a lead going into the 9th, but they're not putting up runs now for the better part of a month, 6 weeks now we're coming up on, where they're just not consistently scoring, and they have finally now fallen out of the playoffs. I got to tell you, I'm not all that confident, and I don't know that there are Giants fans that are very confident. If you are 808 KNBR, you can check in on the text line or the YouTube stream, but my level of confidence, they've lost 12 of their last 17. They've been leapfrogged now by the Cubs and the Reds. The stinking Reds.
Stinking Reds.
And they are currently tied with Arizona. So you're right. They still control their own destiny because they play so many of these teams. But based on what we've seen, we always say, like, this time of the year, you are what your record says you are. Right now, the record says they're right in the thick of it, but not totally a competitive playoff team.
Yeah, they have. I'm adding them up right now. I think it's 8 games, 2 against the Diamondbacks. That's a weird 2-game set. In the middle of September, 3 against the Cubs in Chicago, early September, and then as soon as they get done with the Braves, they got 3 against the Reds. So 8 games they're playing teams that are right around where they are. They're done with the Marlins, done with the Phillies. I got the Padres and
7 times Padres.
Yeah, the Rockies a whole bunch of times. So look, all the other stuff is window dressing. It just is. Camilo Doval, yes, it's a little concerning. That's window dressing. It's about the offense. That's what it's about. Score some damn runs. You have to be able to score, especially. And that was my concern going into this stretch when I said they're staring at 4-11 in the face if they can't figure the offense out a little bit. Guess what? They haven't. And right now, if you believe in ABC sequencing, they're going to win 5. They've taken 1 out of 2 since the start of this stretch. Tampa 1 out of 2, Texas 1 out of 2, Braves 1 out of 2, Phillies 1 out of 2.
What was your number again? 6 and 9.
I said 4-11. I said if you can get to 6 and 9, that'd be great. Right now they're heading face first into a 5 and 10.
Yeah.
If you're a playoff team, no matter who you're playing, other playoff teams. Great. Really good playoff teams. I get it. Like Texas, Tampa, 2 of the best teams in the American League. Atlanta, best team in the National League. Phillies, probably top 4, top 5 team in the National League. So I get it. But it can't be like 5 and 10, 4 and 11, like we're just getting wiped off the map. Yeah. It doesn't cut it. It doesn't mean you can't make the playoffs because you're giving yourself a little bit of a cushion and you get things turned around against Cincy and the Padres, then okay, you're back in business. But we're really, and again, I did not see this coming, and I guess that's my fault for not seeing it coming. I thought the offense would work itself out. It is most definitely not worked itself out. Like these guys, they've just been brutal offensively. Again, the scoring from third with less than 2 outs, brutal. They're not hitting the long ball as much as they have. Brutal. Thank you. Brutal. Yeah. The young guys who sparked this team, brutal. It has not been good. And the pitching staff, this is not a pitching staff you lean on and say, hey, guys, it's going to be a tough stretch. Give us a good 2 weeks. That's not who they are. And the opener, what's the opener, Tim, Ben?
Brutal.
Thank you. Recently, it's been brutal. It was great early. It's really leaking oil.
It reminds me of when teams used to go like, we lost our closer. You guys going to go trade for one? We're going to try bullpen by committee. We think closer by committee.
Yeah.
And you go, when in the hit? Like, that almost never worked. And now we use it for the logic of, well, if you're trying to get through a whole game, it's better because guys can't. Whatever, dude.
Yeah.
Bottom line is, closer by committee didn't work for like 100 years.
Yeah.
That's why closers became a thing. Because one guy has to get that. Like, one guy can do that for you. I just, the this whole opener by committee thing, it's worse than we were hoping and thinking it was going to be when this regime took over. Like, we knew they were going to try this out, and I was okay with trying new stuff and letting Nick Vincent be the first opener for the Giants or whoever the hell it was. But like, come on, man, this is piss poor. They got 8 starting pitchers, and they're not starting pitchers. Like, I don't. Brutal. Like 3 1/3, and we're talking about Harrison as he relates to Bumgarner and Tim Lincecum, and one of the best pitching prospects is 3 1/3. That's a major league debut now. Like, again, I'm not crapping on him. I'm just like, it's hard to get excited about that.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, they were supposed to have like 3 guys that they could throw out there, maybe 4. Wood, Stripling, Manaea, Post Malone.
They're out there. They're out in the bullpen there. I was pointing out to center for. They're out there. They're just sitting out there, not here in the dugout where they're supposed to be.
They don't jump out of the dugout when they no. They're like coming in later.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Yes, I'd be okay with Tristan Beck starting. Why not? But again, he's going like 3 and change. There has been talk. Susan Slusser has mentioned that a couple of times. Tim said Tristan Beck that they could stretch him out next year.
No, I like Beck. I like Tristan Beck. I don't think he's a loser.
Thank you.
That's just awful. This is terrible.
You don't want to go like
yeah, sometimes you just squeeze stuff in and you go, that sucked. Move on.
You throw a lot of crap, dude. I was gonna
just move on.
Save me from a
I didn't need that.
Danson Becker joke is what you did.
Yeah, you can't do that, by the way. When I call myself you can't just like pile on. You like dogpiled me.
Yeah, Tim, he said it himself. He raised his hand on the score table.
Put an elbow in the
That's like
back of my spine.
Teed him up for saying that was on me.
That's brutal. But so man, it's just, how confident do I feel? I would say relatively like
1 to 10, 7.
6, 7, right around there, because I'm still not sold on the Cubs. I'm still not sold on the Reds. I'm not sold on the Marlins. I'm just the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks are the one team that scares me the most because they've got through their stretch.
Yeah,
they had a stretch where it was rough going for them. I mean, they went from first. Remember, the Dodgers are 12 games up right now. The Diamondbacks were in first place in the West, and then the Dodgers just passed them like they were standing still, and it was a free fall. It was like an elevator just coming down, no brakes. But they've managed to find their way through it and fight their way through it, and now they're right back in it. So they've gone through. You would think they've gone through their really, really tough
stretch. Have you seen their schedule though? They're right behind the Giants in strength of schedule left, and they have some opponents. Dodgers for 3.
Yep.
Orioles for 3.
Okay.
Astros for 3.
Okay.
Cubs for 7. They haven't played the Cubs once yet.
Wow.
The D-backs have 7 left against the Cubs, 4 against the Reds. They have 11 games left.
That's stout.
Against 2 teams that are right above them, and then the Giants. So they technically are tied with the Giants, and they've got 2 teams above them there. So 11, 13 games left against teams right around them in the wild card.
But they're playing good ball. They're 8-2 over the last 10 4-game win streak.
So a minus run differential.
Yeah, it's unlike the Giants, who aren't playing a really good baseball right now. So we'll see how it works out. But that's the one team that they kind of scares me a little bit. But look, it's not something like when I talk basketball and the team is shooting poorly or whatever. It's like, well, get better shots. Yeah. You got to get better shots. You can't take some of those shots you're taking. Baseball is a little bit different. I mean, you can say you got to have a better approach. You got to have a better swing. You got to have whatever. It's just different than basketball. I don't know what to say. Like, yeah, hey, get some hits. Get some hits. Just do it. Just do it. Do it. Get hits. But bottom line is they have to. I mean, they just got to score more. You can't get 3 and say, help us out. This isn't Kane, Bumgarner, Lincecum, Sanchez. It's not those
that
guys.
Staff, and you're. I mean, the guys who were your aces. I mean, you expect Logan Webb and Alex Cobb to go through ruts in the year. That's why you got 5 or 6 dudes who usually, okay, this guy doesn't have it now. Maybe your 3 or your 4 starter picks you up. These guys now, you're looking for wins every time out.
But they got 2 guys.
They got 2 dudes, and it's getting tougher and tougher.
That's why Harrison, I think, is hopefully. They'll let him go 6 if he's pitching well. I know, I'm dreaming.
Come on, Tom, stop.
I'm dreaming.
Knock it off, dude. Knock it off.
3 1/3.
Okay, yes.
It'd be incredible.
He looked good, though.
But no, I thought he looked fantastic. I thought he looked really good. You don't get that type of swing and miss against righties if you're a lefty very often. So that was the one thing that jumped out to me. But it didn't matter. If you don't score, it doesn't matter. So it just, I don't know how. I don't know where. I know where. Better start soon. But they got to start scoring.
Yeah.
Their offense has been pathetic.
Brutal!
Thank you.
That was it. We will talk about that very thing. We got the wild card battle. The Giants have fallen out of a wild card spot, technically sitting in fourth place, a half game behind Cincinnati and the Cubs. Philly is 2.5 clear there. So Giants have work to do, but they're coming on home to take on the best team in the National League, the Atlanta Braves, tomorrow. Larry Bear joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan joined Tom Tolbert and myself yesterday to discuss the decision to name Sam Darnold the backup quarterback and what lies ahead for Trey Lance. And you can hear it on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the team over at Kugelman Law, sftaxteam.com. Behind on your taxes, it happens. Sometimes life gets in the way. You need the money for other expenses. Family things that you just need to deal with right then and there. Taxes get put on the back burner. Problem is, you can't forget it. Because the IRS sure as heck aren't. They are not going to forget about what you owe them. I can guarantee you that. Now, later, somewhere in between, they're going to get their money. You want to get rid of that stress of owing taxes. That's where Alex Kugelman comes in. He's been doing this for years. This is what he does. That's why schedule a consultation with Alex. You sit down. He gives you that roadmap, right? You know where you're going. You know how to get it done. You see the end game. Then you can drop that bag of stress. That's sftaxteam.com or just Google Kugelman Law. Your tax and crypto attorney is Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or a prediction of result.
The Giants salvaged the game yesterday in Philadelphia. Tough road trip there as they take on the Braves, and the Phillies are coming on home for another 3-game set with the Braves. Giants have some work to do, but they control their own destiny. A lot of games against teams around them in the National League wildcard picture. Here to talk about it, Giants CEO Larry Baer joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Larry?
Hey, Copes. Hey, Tom.
What's
up?
How
you guys doing?
Good.
Oh, my goodness. It's been a crazy week.
Where are you coming from with the crazy? Which of the games? The one yesterday was wild.
Everything's crazy. Everything's crazy. We used to have a partner in the Giants who said, the world is nuts. I think the world is nuts. We had I was actually in Philadelphia. So I was in Philadelphia for the first 2 games, then had some meetings and things in New York Wednesday, and so they do well when I'm not around. They did fine yesterday. That was,
Well, stop going then.
What's that?
Stop going.
Yeah, exactly. I'm staying put. I'm getting solitary confinement in the home. The one thing I'll say, and I know everybody, it's been tough, a little bit of a tough, rough patch here, but getting these third games, and they've all been completely grueling. These third games against tough teams where we've had problems early, the first 2 games. Game 3 against the Phillies, Game 3 against the Rangers. Remember the walk-off at home?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Game 3 against Atlanta, which was like a psychodrama, right? I mean, these are all games that are, but hanging in there. We're getting some guys back. I do think that we're. We got this off day. I mean, I just think that things are, we're kind of getting to a point of where we're going to be, give it a really good shot here in the last, 35, 40 games. And a lot of home games. And as you said a minute ago, a lot of games against teams that we got to beat out for a playoff spot.
Yeah. Let me ask you about this, because I know you look at the numbers and keep up with all this stuff. What has happened over the last month and a half to the offense? Because this was something, Larry, a couple weeks ago we were talking about it, maybe 3 weeks ago, and I said, I'm not concerned about the offense. I was like, the pitching with the 2 starters, I don't know if that's going to hold with the openers and all that, but the offense will kick back in like it did for a large sample size. It wasn't a small sample size early in the season. The offense was really good. And I thought, that's a large enough sample size to think it's going to work itself out, and it might still do so, but it surprised me that I've been wrong about that, because I was like, well, maybe I was wrong about that, because we can talk about the pitching all we want, but if you guys don't score, you're just not going to win, especially against the teams you've been playing. I mean, these are some of the best offenses in the league. Are there anything in the numbers or things that you look at and say this is much different than it was early in the season when we were a really good offense?
Well, I think it's just been difficult. They've had some circumstances, and look, you absolutely cannot sit there and blame injuries, because every team has them, and your depth and ability to rebound from injuries is matters. But you look at Tyro, for instance, who was having a really phenomenal season for us, first half plus, and then gets hit with a pitch, out for a month. And this was our decision. I mean, this was like, we want him back in as soon as possible. So I think he did a couple rehab games. But, you're kind of doing it on the fly a little bit in the major league level, right? And so now Tyro's making great contact now and everything, but just getting back into the rhythm. J.D. Davis has had a lot of at bats this year, and with the injuries, he's playing every day. I mean, I think the Dijon thing, acquiring him not just because he went 3 for 5 in his first game, but that takes some pressure off, right, around the infield.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just think that we've been a little bit. The offense has been suffering just from some of those circumstances, and everybody's got them. And when we won 10 in a row, everything was firing on all cylinders, and Tyro, JD were electric. We think here comes Haniger back in September. Here comes Yaz back soon. So we gotta just kind of hang in there as we have, and I think now in the next few weeks we can we can see the Giants that we sort of mapped out when we were in spring training.
I think they got to hit the bull. I think that's what they need. I think they need somebody. You need I think about 2002 when things flipped around after the Barry and Jeff Kent sort of spat, or you sometimes you need a fire like that. You need something just different than the rhythm of what's going on. And I don't know what it is. I know they did the thing a couple weeks ago. They were burning some bats and trying this. Whatever. I'm with you.
The incense, they get tossed.
Yeah.
They got tossed.
Somebody talk to Susan Sarandon and get some ladies' underwear or something. We gotta do something to change it up. Sometimes it's a rhythm thing. Sometimes it really is.
You want to bring back the thong?
I'm trying to go Fernando Valenzuela and what they do in Bull Durham. I'm just mixing it up. Sometimes you got to hit the bull, keep them off balance, but sometimes the rhythm's got to change.
I tell you what, you hear these baseball stories. Is there any sport that has better stories than baseball? Those kinds of stories. I had a great day today where we have a lot of guys coming in for Murph's celebration on Sunday, and I mean a lot of guys. I mean 40 plus. So one of the all-time greats that just flew in today was Joey Amalfitano. So I don't know if either of you have had a chance to interact with Joey at all. He's in spring training, but he's pure gold, and he played with Willie, right? So guess where he landed, and Mario and Murph greeted him when he flew in, and guess where his first stop was? To see Willie, in the peninsula, and then here come the stories from Joey, and it's just it's great. And so, but it's kind of tied to your point, which is, if you can tell stories, if you just relax, and whether it's whatever it is to just get the grip a little lighter, that's kind of what you want in a clubhouse. And I think the players from other generations might have been a little more, akin to that. Now you got a lot more riding on the line and money and this and that, and that's not a bad thing. It's just it's a thing that might make guys press a little more.
Yeah, unfortunately, Larry, for guys our age, stories are kind of gone. We're not getting the stories today that we got when I played in the 70s, 80s. I mean, those stories were incredible. I mean, everything's changed. How would you handle, or how would baseball handle this? If Cap would never do this, I know, and there's not many managers in the league that would do this. But what if somebody just went full Tommy Lasorda during a post-game presser in today's baseball? That kind of stuff was legend. We still play that stuff today. It was incredible. It was visceral. It was authentic. It was all those things. But in today, people would look at it and go, "Wow, you got to be kidding me! You can't do that." And I actually miss that. There's some things I don't miss about the 80s and 90s, but I love that colorful aspect of sports, and we don't get it. What would happen nowadays if a manager just went full-time Lasorda? Would it be you can't do it? Would he get fined? Would the team get fined? Would baseball get upset? How would people react to that?
there might be the perfunctory. There might be some sort of a suspension or or a fine or whatever. But I agree, the theatrics are great. I'm going to not mention names here, so I won't mention the owner and I won't mention the manager. But somebody who's in the game for a while said his own, and this wasn't Giants, so you can guess 29 other teams. But the owner, I think, team had lost a bunch of games in a row. Attendance was dwindling a little bit, and the owner said to the manager, and again, this is a different generation. This is not in recent last decade or so. The owner said to the manager, "Hey, I want you to get tossed tonight, and go crazy." Literally go crazy. Yeah. Okay. And so then according to the manager, he basically at the ground rules meeting pre-game, he said he looked at the home plate umpire and the first base umpire, where most of the outcomes are, and says, "Who wants me tonight? Who wants me?" And and so. The first, just marginally close call, the guy just blew a fuse and went nuts and threw his hat and, I don't know, might have picked up the base and threw the base, whatever, kicking dirt, the whole thing. And I think in part it was to get the team going, but it might have been in part just to get the fan base going.
Yeah.
The theatrics, it seems like there's less certainly less theatrics on that front if you're, if there's a call made in New York.
No, there's no doubt. Look, I know in the NBA, there were times where a coach would come out and just start screaming at the officials, screaming at the ref, and want to get tossed out, and the ref would tell him, "Hey, look, if I got to stay for this crap, you're staying for this crap.
Game sucks, dude. Yeah, you got to be here too."
I'm not throwing you out. You can call me whatever name you want to call me. I'm not throwing you out. So, which would make the coach doubly upset that he couldn't even get thrown out of a game. It's funny. Where are you with? And this is part of the reason with replay why I'm against the automated strike zone. I just think we've gone almost too far now, that we're getting to a point where we might as well just let robots play the game instead of having no people there whatsoever. But look, I mean, let's be honest. The replay has taken away some of this interaction between the manager and the umpire, because unless you're a lunatic, you go yell at the guy. It wasn't him that made the decision. It's like yelling at somebody on phone, the customer service. Like, I don't make the rules. Well, you're the only person I have, so I'm going to yell at you too. So that's taken some of that away. But have we gone too far with instant replay?
I'll come back to that in 1 second. I just want just a quick footnote.